Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Ladder of Fate. The Green Hornet strikes again. Somewhere in a Navy hospital, a man lies hovering between life and death. In the laboratory of that hospital, a laboratory technician, moving quickly and surely, performs the analyses that make it possible for a Navy doctor to save that man's life. Today, there's a good chance that that laboratory technician is a Wave, one of the Navy's heroic enlisted women, who are doing more and more of the vitally important jobs in the Navy. Yes, the Waves are no longer an experiment. The Navy's women are proving themselves indispensable. See if you qualify to be a Wave. Join the Waves now. Call your nearest Navy recruiting station. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed's secretary, Lenore Case, sat next to the desk of the young publisher of the Daily Sentinel. For some time, her pencil had been flying over the lines of her notebook, making pothooks of Britt's rapid dictation.
When you've transcribed that, Miss Case, send a copy to the new district attorney.
After all the complimentary editorials you carried in the Sentinel when he was running for office, this'll hit him between the eyes.
Well, I intended to. His appointment of Herman Vinton as first assistant DA is a bad blunder.
But Vinton has been Courtney's law partner for 10 years.
Yes, I know that.
Isn't it a natural appointment? Well, everyone expected Courtney to make Vinton his first assistant.
Courtney knows that charter in the community. He knows that the first assistant succeeds in the event of the death of the prosecutor. And
Yes,
Vinton is
but-
too weak. That's a bad appointment.
Have you changed your attitude about Courtney himself?
Not at all. Courtney's honest and aggressive. He has 3 sons in the service, and he hates anyone who hampers the war effort. If anyone can smash the Parmalee organization, Courtney is the man to do it.
Which of the black markets is Parmalee's specialty?
He's got meat and poultry in one pocket and gasoline in another.
And he gets away with it.
Yeah, so far he's gotten away with it. The police have never made a case against him because of the things that happened to witnesses.
You were pretty confident that Courtney could smash the Parmalee outfit.
I think he can. If he can just get an entering wedge, the whole organization will fall apart.
Hey, Reed.
Oh, look what happens when I'm not on guard in the outer office.
Reed, I've got something that might interest you.
Make it fast, Axford. I'm busy.
It's about the new DA that just took office. You know, Reed, maybe he's not as hot as you thought he was.
Because of his appointment of Herman Vinton?
No, it's not that, Reed. There's another reason. Didn't Jim Courtney pledge himself to smash the black markets?
Well, yes, Axford. Why?
And with the black market smashed, there'd be meat and geese enough so that everyone could have a fair share, and there'd be sugar enough to give everyone a little.
Well, what about it?
Well, if Courtney keeps his word now that he's in office, he'll be smashing the Parmalee organization, won't he?
Obviously.
All right, then. Now, tell me this. That being the case, why was Parmalee backing Courtney in the election?
Who said he was?
That stops you, don't it?
It stops me cold. Are you sure of your facts?
Well, you can check the facts. Parmalee controls 6 wards, and every one of those wards went strong for Jim Courtney.
How do you like that?
Well, maybe Courtney ain't so lily white. It's like birds of a feather.
Now, wait, Lowry.
Why, aye.
Let me tell the boss.
It's my story, you luck.
Holy mackerel, this office is like Grand Central Station.
Hey, Reed.
Listen, boss, we just got a flash.
It's from police headquarters.
The cops. Then it's for me to handle.
Pipe down, Axford.
please.
Now, hold everything, one at a time. Lowry, let's have it.
We just got a flash from headquarters. Jim Courtney is dead.
What?
Holy crow, how did it happen? Was he bumped off? Where's the cadaver?
Quiet, you magpie.
He fell off a ladder in a private gymnasium and hit the floor with his head.
Fell off a ladder.
One of those gymnasium things that's fastened to the wall.
Oh, but Courtney's gone to a gymnasium every day for 10 years. How did he fall?
Well, maybe the ladder busted. Maybe it was sabotage.
The flash said that he lost his grip on the ladder and fell. Maybe he had apoplexy or something.
Or maybe drinking.
Will you be quiet?
I handle Courtney's campaign stuff, Mr. Reed. Let me have the assignment, will
You
you?
ain't gonna assign me to cover.
Did it happen in that small gymnasium on 10th Street?
Yeah, the one Courtney always used.
Well, both of you cover and keep me posted.
Right.
Come on, Lowry.
Hey, Reed, I ought to go with him.
Oh, you sit still, Axford. I want to talk to you. You may be able to contribute some valuable data.
Oh, all right, Reed. Anything you say.
I guess you can forget that editorial, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
Well, not now, thanks.
Casey, if anyone calls for me, tell him I'm in conference.
Conference.
Golly, I'm sorry I said what I did about Courtney.
Axford, do you know anything about Herman Vinton?
Vinton, you mean Courtney's first assistant?
Yes.
Well, all I know is that there's a ruling in this city that the first assistant gets to be DA until another election.
Do you think Vinton can go after the Parmalee gang?
Well, I guess Vinton is honest enough. But I don't think he's got the stuff to get the goods on Parmalee like Courtney would have done.
That's how I feel. The man Courtney defeated would have been a stronger DA than Vinton.
That's right.
Now, Courtney would have smashed the black market, and the man he defeated might have smashed it. But Herman Vinton...
Hey, Reed, do you think that maybe Parmalee was behind Jim Courtney's death? Do you think he killed him so Vinton would be in the office of DA?
Well, Axford, that's not a bad theory. Why don't you go to police headquarters and see if there's any reason to suspect that Courtney was murdered?
I'll do it, Reed. By golly, I'll do it.
I'll be here. Call me if you get something.
I sure will. You can count on me.
Jim Courtney dead. If that was murder, someone's going to pay. Yes?
There's a man on the line who wants to talk to you, Mr. Reed. He won't give his name.
What does he want to talk about?
He says he knows something about the Courtney affair.
Oh, I'll put him on. Hello?
Is this Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Listen, Mr. Reed. This is Gus Dornberger calling, see? I'm a part-time trainer over at the gym where Courtney worked out.
I see.
Now listen, Mr. Reed. You gotta get this straight. I didn't have no part in nothing, see?
All right, then. You didn't have no part in nothing. Why are you calling me?
On account of the things you wrote about Courtney. I know you're on the level. I figured maybe I could give you some facts and you'd help me keep out of trouble, see? I don't want to go to the cops on account of questions, see?
Oh, just a minute, Dornberger. Where are you now? Where are you calling from?
I got a little camp of my own on Route 2 near Transit Road. It's called Gus's place.
This had better be straight stuff, Dornberger.
It's straight.
What do you want to tell me?
Suppose I told you that Courtney was murdered.
Oh, just a minute.
If I give you some facts, can I count on you to protect me?
Dornberger, don't say any more over the phone. Can you come to my office right away?
Yeah, if you'll see me personally.
Come here as soon as you can. I'll see you.
Okay. I guess you're right. We shouldn't be talking on the phone. You wait right there, and I'll be in about a half an hour.
Hello, Gus.
Huh?
You going somewhere?
Deke, what are you doing here?
I just dropped in. Who's on the phone, Gus?
Now listen. It's none of your business, see?
I suppose you heard about Courtney's accident.
Yes, I did. And you got me in a hot spot. If I'd have known you were going to murder Courtney...
Gus, don't talk so careless. You don't know what you're saying.
I do, too. I know Courtney. I've seen him work out in the gym every day. And I know he didn't fall off no ladder, see? If I'd have had my brains about me, I'd have known you had something like this in mind when you gave me the sawbuck to stay away from the gym today.
Oh, we did that because we were playing a little joke on Courtney, that's all. We didn't have nothing to do with his death.
I don't believe you, see?
Well, you better get smart, Gus. I came here to smarten you up.
I bet.
And I'll give it to you straight, Gus.
What do you mean?
And we don't want to rub you out. I don't think it'll be necessary, not when we get all the facts.
I can guess the facts. You paid me to stay away from the gym so one of the gang could club Courtney on the head.
Gus, you're exactly right.
You admit it?
Yeah. Only let me tell you some more. You're in it just as deep as anyone else. You took the cash so the killer could take your place. And that makes you what the cops call an accessory before the fact.
But I didn't mean
if
no
the
harm.
cops get the truth, you burn with the rest. I mean the chair.
But they can't do that to me.
Oh, no? Why not?
I didn't know Courtney was to be bumped. You guys told me it was only a gang.
Save your breath. You're out on bail right now. Do you think you get by with the story you tell?
But the cops will question me. They'll wonder why I wasn't on the job.
As long as the cops think it was an accident, they won't ask too many questions. And if you're smart, you won't say anything to make them suspicious.
Why did you have to get me into this jam?
I've said all I came to say, Gus. Now, about that phone call you were making when I came in. Are you going somewhere?
No. No, I ain't. I won't talk. I won't say a word.
Now drive straight ahead on this road, Reed.
I'm glad you got back from headquarters in time to come with me, Axford. You're a big help.
I know right where Gus's place is at. You'll see it in just a minute.
Good.
How long ago did Gus phone you?
About 3 hours.
Connie, are you sure he didn't come to the office?
I was there all the time. I'd have seen him.
I don't know about that, Reed. Casey's sometimes mighty tough about letting people in to see you. Especially when they're ugly-looking mugs like Gus Dornberger. There's his place right there. See it?
Yeah.
I can't understand why he'd phone and make the date, then not keep it.
Yeah, we may find out in a few minutes.
Turn into the driveway, Reed.
Oh, there's a car. I wonder if it's Dornberger.
I wouldn't know.
Come on in with me, Axford.
Sure, Reed, I was going to. This might be dangerous business.
Dangerous? Why do you say that? I thought the police considered Courtney's death an accident.
Well, that's how it looks so far. But there won't be an official decision until the coroner gets done. It could be a murder. Should we walk in?
I'll rap on the door.
If he don't come right away, we'll barge right in. Maybe there's been some foul play.
I hear someone coming.
Yeah?
Are you Gus Dornberger?
Yeah, sure. That's me. Why?
Well, my name is Reed. I'm from the Daily Sentinel.
Newspaper guy?
Yes.
He owns the paper. My name is Mike Axford.
Didn't you call me a few hours ago?
Who, me? No, I didn't call you or anyone else, see? I got nothing to call a newspaper for.
You didn't call me and say something about Courtney's death?
No. I don't know nothing about nothing, see?
Listen, Lug, if you're telling a fib,
Why should I?
Were you at the gymnasium when Courtney was killed?
No. I've been home all day. I've been sick, see? I don't know nothing about how he got killed, and that's all I got to say. Goodbye now.
Why, that termite slammed the door in our face. Where does he get that stuff?
Take it easy, Axford.
For 2 cents, I'd bust in there and give him a piece of me mind. What's his idea in saying he didn't phone you?
Maybe he didn't. Anyone could have given his name.
Well, did it sound like him? Was the voice the same?
Well, the phone distorts voices, Axford. Furthermore, if anyone used his name, they'd probably imitate his voice. Don't you think so?
I don't know about that.
Come on, let's get back to the car.
Wasting all that gas to come out here. Reed, I'm not satisfied. I'd like to do some investigating on Gus Dornberger.
Fine idea, Axford.
There's something about that name that gets me.
Well, maybe it's the resemblance to hamburger.
No, it ain't that. I've heard something about that guy. I wish I could think of what it is.
Just one person in all the world knew that Britt Reed was the much-sought-for Green Hornet. This was Britt's valet, Cato. Cato had just finished clearing the dinner table when Britt came from his bedroom.
Has Axford gone out, Cato?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. He left while you listened to radio broadcast of news.
Oh. Did he say where he was going?
He went to police headquarters.
I suppose he told you about our trip to Dornberger's place this afternoon.
Oh, yes. He's trying to remember connection between Dornberger and the police.
All he had to do was look in the files at the office. Dornberger was arrested a short time ago for assault and battery. It wasn't a serious charge.
Oh.
And he's out on bail pending the trial. It has no connection with the Courtney affair.
I see.
But his actions this afternoon are definitely connected with Courtney's death. When he phoned me, he intended to tell me something about a murder.
You are sure he is the one who phoned?
Yes, I couldn't mistake his voice.
But when you saw him, he denied making call?
Well, he changed his mind, Cato, because someone got to him. When I saw him, he was a badly frightened man. He knows something.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Cato, Parmalee has built a big organization, but it's like a house of cards. If the police can find just one weak spot, the whole thing will collapse. I wonder how we can make Gus Dornberger talk.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Men of 17, the nation's oldest seagoing service, the United States Coast Guard, needs you today. Needs you to man convoy ships, cutters, and landing craft. If you are 17, an American citizen, and have completed at least 2 years of high school, learn how you can become a Coast Guard invader. Visit your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station. Get all the details on how you can assist in this vital program. be a Coast Guard invader, and help beat the Japs. And now, back to the Green Hornet. It was the morning after the newly elected district attorney met death in a gymnasium. Britt Reed was in his office, and Miss Case was at her desk in the outer office. She looked up as big Michael Axford walked in.
Good morning, Casey. Is Reed in?
He's in, and he's busy.
Is anyone with him? I gotta tell him something.
You stay out of there now. He's phoning the new DA and several judges. Now, here are Lowry's reports. Amuse yourself with the latest on Courtney's death.
I got all the dope direct from the cops.
Oh.
Gus Dornberger, who's the regular trainer at the gym, was homesick yesterday, and there was a substitute by the name of Biffle Bates. He's a broken-down wrestler.
I've read Lowry's report, Axford.
I mean to say the cops haven't anything but Biffle's word as to what happened. Now, who knows it's the truth? Maybe Courtney wasn't on the ladder at all. Maybe Biffle let him have one from behind with a hunk of board like the floor.
Who can prove your theory?
I don't know, Casey, but I can tell you this much. The medical examiner is holding up the death certificate pending more investigation. I think it's on account of the helpful suggestions I gave the cops.
Miss Case.
Reed.
Hello, Axford. Anything new?
Yeah, I
Just
got
a minute. Send this down to rewrite, will you, Miss Case?
Yes, sir.
Now, what were you going to say?
Reed, you know that guy Dornberger? Well, you remember yesterday when I was trying to remember something about him?
Yes.
Well, I got it. A few weeks ago, he had a row with some guy in the gymnasium and slapped him around a little. He was nailed for assault and battery, and he's out on bail right now pending the hearing.
Well, you'll be interested in the notes I just handed Miss Case.
Yeah?
Vinton is going to make a bid for public confidence and approval by disposing of a lot of pending cases in record time.
Like Dornberger?
Dornberger and a number of others. The hearings that'll be moved up.
Fiddlesticks.
Don't you approve, Axford?
Why does Vinton stooge around with small stuff like Dornberger's assault and battery hearing? Why don't he go after the big stuff, like Rex Parmley?
Rex Parmley, surrounded by the luxury of his office, looked across the wide desk at a shrewd-faced man.
According to the Sentinel, Mr. Parmalee, the new DA is moving Dornberger's trial up to next week.
Well, what about it, Fisher?
Do you think there's anything back in that move?
Vinton is doing just what I thought he'd do. He'll keep busy trying to look good on the small stuff.
You don't think he's trying any deep stuff?
No.
He might have moved the Dornberger hearing up in the hope of bringing out something new in connection with Courtney's death.
I doubt it. Wouldn't matter anyway. Dornberger has his orders. He won't dare add to what he's already said. He was sick at home when Courtney was killed. He knows nothing about the affair.
We could dispose of him.
Well, that's a foolish suggestion. If anything happened to him, the police would be suspicious.
Maybe so.
Dornberger will plead guilty to that assault charge. Pay his fine and let it go at that. Now, what about the Courtney inquest?
The medical examiner is still investigating, but he can't prove anything. Sooner or later, he'll have to issue the certificate for accidental death.
Good. When that's been done, we'll have nothing to worry about. With Vinton in office, everything will be smooth sailing.
It was the night before Gus Dornberger was to appear in answer to the charges of assault and battery. It was the night toward which Britt Reed had pointed his plans for the Green Hornet.
I guess we're ready to move, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt. All ready?
Are you sure Axford went to police headquarters?
Yes, sir.
I think Lowry's there, too. I hope so. We'll have to depend on Axford and Lowry to ask the right questions.
Do you think you can depend on them?
They're newspapermen, Cato.
Oh, that's sufficient answer. But, Mr. Britt, could you not take suspicions to police?
The police will have their inning. We've got to prepare Gus Dornberger before the police move in. Open the panel. Let's get going. I hope Dornberger's in his house alone.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
You stay with the car, Cato. We may have to leave in a hurry.
Yeah?
Get inside, Dornberger.
What the-
In. I want to talk to you.
Now, see here. What's the idea?
Shut up. Go to the living room.
That mask.
Save your questions. Time's short. Now sit down there next to the phone and listen fast. You're getting out of town tonight.
No, I can't. I gotta stay here, see?
Orders from the top. You don't want to burn, do you?
No, but I tell
Why do
you...
you think your trial was moved up?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Because they want to give you the works on the Courtney murder.
I got nothing to do with that. My hearing is for assault and battery, see?
With a 60-day stretch.
Oh, no, they'll only find
60
me.
days, Gus, and then they'll have you. They'll have you where they can get at you every day. They'll hammer questions at you until you're dizzy.
I told all I knew.
I know better than that, you fool. You've got to clear out before the police put you away. They'll get the truth out of you. They'll strap you to a chair. They'll turn lights in your eyes, light your breath. They'll blind you. They'll make you so groggy you know what you're saying. And the first thing you know, you'll squeal.
No,
You'll squeal, and then you'll be hauled up for your part in the murder. And then you'll burn.
I didn't have no part in it.
We're taking no chances. Here, take this pad and write down a phone number.
But
Jackson, 9000. Write it down. It's the Federal Airlines office. I've reserved a seat for you, and I'll call and make sure of it.
All right.
Write the name down, too. The name is H.B. Smith.
I can remember.
Write it down. Don't take chances.
I shouldn't run out. I didn't have no part in the murder.
Your seat's on the 1020 to the west.
Hello. Say, miss, I'm calling to see if you're holding a seat for me on the 1020 to the west. The name is Smith.
H.B. Smith.
It's H.B. Smith. All right. I just wanted to make sure.
I wanted to make sure they didn't bump you for a priority. Now, here, let me tear the top sheet off that pad. It'll be just as well not to leave it around. Come on. I'll take you near the airport.
But I gotta pack some
You
stuff.
won't need anything. We can't take the time.
There's plenty of time.
I have other things to do, and I want to be sure you're on your way. Well, come on. Get out, Gus. It's just 10 minutes to the airport. You can walk the rest of the way.
I wish you'd give me a chance to talk.
If you're not on that plane, you'll never talk again.
All right. I'm going.
Now, Cato, we'll head for the nearest phone.
Police headquarters, Burke speaking. Axford?
For me?
He's right here. Here you are, Axford.
Hello? Oh, hello, Reed.
Is that the boss?
Shut up, Lowry. Yeah, Reed. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, golly, I hadn't thought of that. All right. Yeah, right away.
What is it? What's he want?
Lowry, Reed's got a bee in his bonnet, and maybe he's got something.
What do you mean?
He says that with Dornberger coming up for hearing tomorrow, he wants us to go and interview the lug.
Dornberger?
Yeah. You know, Lowry, I think he's got a hunch that maybe Parmalee's afraid to let Dornberger appear in court.
I doubt it.
Well, anyhow, he wants us to go and see what Dornberger has to say, so come on.
He's outside of town.
That's only half an hour. Let's go.
Up again, Axford. Dornberger must be home. The house is all lighted up.
Say, Lowry, by golly, you don't suppose something's happened to Dornberger?
Probably sleeping.
Look, the door wasn't closed tight.
All right, Axford, we'll have a look. Anyone here?
That's funny. It's mysterious.
Let's look in the living room.
Don't see me go out and leave the door open and the lights lighted.
No one in here.
Maybe I'd better call Reed.
Did he say where he was?
No, he didn't. I could try the apartment and office.
The last places he's likely to be.
Hey, Lowry.
Huh?
Look here in this telephone pad.
What?
There was a phone number written and torn off. You can see the dents in the paper. Hold it to the light.
Jackson, 9000. Hey, that's the airline.
The airline? Good gravy. Do you think that... you calling him?
You bet I am. There's a name here. Smith.
If Dornberger is taking a run out...
If he is, he's... Hello? I say, have you got a booking for a Mr. Smith? Hey, don't take my ear off. Well, I'm sorry, but what plane's he on? 1020? Thanks, Tut.
What's that about taking your ear off?
She says she'll go nuts if there's any more calls about that guy's trip. He's booked for the 1020.
Well, if it's Dornberger, he's taking a run out. I gotta call Burke.
There's time to get to the airport. Tell Burke to meet us there. Axford, maybe we've got something.
Suffering snakes, Burke. There's the lug.
Come on, Axford. We've got something, and I mean something.
Hello, Gus.
Huh? Now, you figuring to go somewhere, Gus?
Now, wait, listen, officer.
You come with us. Maybe you can get a refund on your ticket.
No, I gotta go. Don't hold me up. I posted bail.
Skipping, eh?
The law can keep the bail. Don't take me in. They'll kill me.
Say that again.
Don't take me in. Please don't take me in. I don't know nothing about nothing.
That's what you say.
We got a few questions for you, Gus.
And, baby, you better have the right answer.
All I wanted was to keep out of trouble. That's all, see?
You was skipping town, jumping bail.
I didn't want to get jailed, and then given the third degree. I didn't want to get questioned every day. That's what you'll do. That's what he told me you'd do.
Who told you?
The guy with a mask.
Holy mackerel. What guy with what mask?
The guy with a big car and the funny horn.
What kind of horn? Did it sound like a hornet buzzing?
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa, the green hornet. So he was telling you things.
He's the one that got the ticket on the plane. He made me go.
Hey, Bert, Axford, here's something.
What have you got, Lowry?
I checked with that dame at the airport.
Yeah?
Get this. The guy that kept calling to check on the reservation kept her waiting a few times while he said something to someone he called Parmalee.
That does it.
Why was Parmalee interested in getting Gus out of town?
Parmalee and the green hornet.
Gus, you've been holding out on us. You've got something to tell, and by golly, you're going to tell it.
Start talking.
I didn't have nothing to do with the killing. Honest, I didn't. They gave me $10 and told me to stay home like I was sick that day, that's all. So help me.
Who gave you $10?
I can't tell you nothing. They said if I squealed it, then I get the chair.
The chair, is it? Then there was murder.
Who gave you that $10?
It was Dick Martin.
This is it. This is the break.
Hey, boys, pick up Dick Martin right away.
Listen, guys.
Well, what about that $10? Did you nail Courtney?
No, you can't blame that on me.
Who did?
Biffer Bates.
Pick up Biffer Bates! They said they'd frame you for it whether you did it or not, eh, Bates? Who said that? Did Fisher say that?
Fisher. Parmalee's mouthpiece.
Get Fisher in here. Boy, this is all night to howl.
By golly, Reed, it was a night. It all started when Dornberger tried to skip town. One squealer led to another, each one trying to pass the blame.
How far did it go, actually?
All the way up the ladder, from Dornberger right on up to Parmalee himself. The whole outfit is in the jug without bail on the Courtney murder.
Well, Jim died, but he kept his pledge. He got the Parmalee gang.
There's only one thing wrong. We got to Parmalee and stopped there.
Wasn't that the place to stop?
I think there was one guy above Parmalee. Hang it all, we didn't get the green hornet.
Let's be paper! Parmalee arrested, Courtney murder solved, green hornet implicated. Read all about it, green hornet still exists. Let's be paper!
The shortage of skilled workers at the West Coast Navy yards has forced the Navy to move battle-damaged ships to the East Coast Navy yards for repair. Skilled workers are desperately needed at the West Coast yards to remove this crucial bottleneck in the war against the Japs. Immediately needed are electricians, machinists, instrument repairmen, sheet metal workers, coppersmiths, pipe fitters, boilermakers, ordnance men, riggers, and helpers. Appointees are guaranteed free transportation to the West Coast and adequate housing at reasonable cost upon arriving for duty. For complete details, see the Civil Service representative at the local post office or U.S. Employment Service office. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Credit for Murder. The Green Hornet strikes again. Do you have a dog? The Army is asking patriotic citizens to enlist dogs to be trained for scout duty with troops in combat zones. The Army urgently needs 500 dogs right now. Do you have a large, healthy dog such as a German Shepherd, Belgian Sheepdog, Doberman Pinscher, Farm-type Collie, Airedale, or Giant Schnauzer, or a positive cross of any of these breeds? Qualifications, 14 months to 3 1/2 years of age. Weight, 55 to 85 pounds, male or female. Wire or write details to the Quartermaster General, Washington 25, D.C. Enlist your dog for war. And now, the Green Hornet. The thick gray fog along the waterfront swirled with clutching tendrils about the sleek, powerful car as it stopped before one of the waterfront warehouses. And the same thick gray fog hung like a concealing cloak about the shoulders of the two mysterious figures who left the car and moved quickly and silently toward the office entrance facing the dock in the rear.
Men not be expecting a visit from Green Hornet, Mr. Britt. Else he have someone watching.
Could be someone on guard on the inside, Cato. We'll soon know.
Door to office faces dock. We on the dock now.
Yes, and don't make a sound. I want to catch Dayton off guard.
Why you think Dayton head of jewel smuggler?
I'll tell you later. Come on, we'll try the outside door. The office is at the top of the stairs. You wait here. I'll go face Dayton.
I hear a shot.
Yeah, it came from up in the office.
Wait. Police coming in from outside.
And Dayton was expecting the Hornet. Come on, we've got to get out of here before we're trapped.
Must hurry. Hurry.
Black Beauty. Come on. I'll drive.
They're coming. Narrow escape, Mr. Britt.
Too narrow, Cato. That shot from inside must have been a signal to the police.
You not say why you go after Dayton.
I didn't get a chance to tell you, Cato. Due to a phone call I received at the office late this afternoon. I was going over a news item for the late edition of the Sentinel with Axford when the dictaphone buzzed. Hello?
There's a Mr. Dayton calling, Mr. Reed. He says it's important.
All right, Miss Case, put him on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, is this Mr. Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
That's right.
My name is Dayton. Edgar Dayton of the Dayton Importing Company on Water Street.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dayton?
Your paper's been carrying the story about the sudden flood of commercial diamonds which are being smuggled into the country.
That's right.
According to the authorities, the stones are being brought into port in this city. As an importer of such diamonds, the smuggling has hit my business pretty hard. Those stones sell much cheaper than the ones I pay duty on.
I can understand that. But why do you call me?
I think I know who's bringing in those diamonds.
Oh, really? Well, then why not tell the authorities?
I will, of course. But since you have a standing reward for the Green Hornet...
The Green Hornet?
Well, yes. I believe he's the leader of the gang.
Well, why do you think that?
Well, listen. Last night, a small power boat approached our dock on Water Street. Just after I'd put out my office light and was on my way out.
Go on.
I went back to my desk and got a gun I keep there. Then I went downstairs onto the dock and stood in the shadows while the boat made fast.
Well?
3 men got out of the boat. They were using a flashlight. Suddenly its beam fell upon the face of one of them, and he wore the mask of the Green Hornet.
He did, eh?
Yes. I ran forward with a gun in my hand. They jumped into the boat and left the dock. I fired after them, but without results.
So you think it was the Green Hornet bringing in some of these smuggled stones, is that it?
I'm sure of it. I knew your paper would be interested in the story.
Well, if it happened last night, why did you wait to call?
Well, I didn't realize until I read the editorial in the Sentinel today about the smuggling that must have been the purpose of the boat landing there. Our dock is one of the few left unguarded at night.
I see. Then you didn't call the authorities?
No, I thought at first I might have been mistaken. But after thinking it over, I'm sure it was the Hornet.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Dayton. Thank you for calling.
Well, not at all. I knew you'd be interested to get a lead on the Hornet and to publish the fact that he's the leader of the smugglers.
Well, have you any proof he was bringing in smuggled diamonds?
Well, yes, I have. Today I picked up a small stone right at the point in the dock where they got out of the boat.
I see. Well, you'd better report to the authorities, and we'll handle the story in our own way.
Well, don't forget me on the reward. Oh, one thing more. You'd better not mention my name. I work a great deal at night in my office at the warehouse. It might not be safe.
I understand. Well, thanks again for phoning me.
Well, you're welcome, Mr. Reed. Bye.
Bye.
What is it, Reed? Something about them smugglers?
Yes, Axford. A man named Dayton says he has proof the Green Hornet's involved.
Suffering snakes. The Hornet, you say?
That's right. Says he saw the Hornet trying to land at a dock on Water Street. And Dayton's going to report it to the police.
Say now, that'll sure make good copy for the next edition.
Well, ordinarily it would, Axford. But the story needs further checking before we stick our necks out. After all, he could have been mistaken about seeing the Green Hornet down at the dock. And somehow, I think he was.
Then you think Dayton deliberately lied to throw blame on Hornet, Mr. Britt?
Yes, and with a purpose. But we know his story can't be true.
Yes, that's right. Tonight you go there to get truth, perhaps?
Right. I figured Dayton himself might be the head of the gang. His company finances aren't so hot, and being a dealer in commercial
Yes,
diamonds...
I understand. He'd be in position to know where to get them, then try to bring them in without duty.
Right.
It looked like he'd tell police same story.
Well, Axford could have been the one to tell the police. I doubt if Dayton did call them. Anyway, he's put them hot on the trail of the Hornet.
You try to get to Dayton again?
It may take a little time, Cato. But sometime within the next 24 hours, the Green Hornet's going to face Dayton and get the truth from him. And I believe the truth will be that he's at the head of the gang of smugglers.
Well, Axford, you should have gone along with the boys I sent down to Dayton's dock. There hasn't been anything else doing around here tonight.
Yeah, you sent them on a wild goose chase to my way of thinking. Like Reed said today, Dayton must have just thought he saw the Hornet there, Sarge.
Maybe so, but we ain't taking any chances. If I didn't send them out and... Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke talking. Oh, it's you, Cassidy. What are you... What's that? Holy smoke. Sure. Wait there till I come down. I'll be there in a jiffy. So long.
What's up, Sarge? Did they find...
What's up, you say? Plenty. The Green Hornet showed up at Dayton's place again.
What?
Cassidy says they heard a shot, then saw the Hornet run out of the door at the foot of the office stairs. When they went up to Dayton's office, they found Dayton dead.
You mean that
Murdered by the Green Hornet. That's what I mean.
Holy mackerel, let me get that phone quick. That'll be a scoop for the Sentinel. And will Reed's face be red for missing a guess on that one?
That's the Lex Street paper, head of importing company murdered by Green Hornet.
Here you are, lady.
Edgar Dayton shot down in office. Read all about it.
Here your boss, sir.
Police found Hornet. That's right.
Hi, Reed. Good morning, Casey.
Morning, Axford.
Oh, barging right in as usual. Axford?
Sure. And why not? Ain't I the one who gets the scoops around here, Casey?
Ha.
You can't deny that I got...
Now, we know, Axford, you gave us the lead on the Dayton murder last night. You've mentioned that before.
No, Reed, you needn't be touchy just because you thought yesterday that Dayton was mistaken about seeing the Hornet near his dock.
You've got me there, all right.
You know, that Hornet must have figured Dayton tipped off the cop, so he went back and bumped the guy off.
Well, I suppose the police have positive proof it was the Hornet.
Proof, you say? Didn't they see him leaving the building? Didn't they have...
We're convinced, Axford. Now all you have to do is help the police catch him.
Catch that spalpeen? The only way that guy'll be caught is for one of his gang to turn him in for the reward or something. He's sure a slippery devil.
But we've always heard that the Hornet's a lone wolf, Axford. He's not known to have a gang.
Don't forget, Reed. Dayton himself told you he saw the Hornet get out of that boat with 2 other guys. Remember?
Yes, he did tell me that, Axford. I'd forgotten.
In the past, the Hornet's always double-crossed those he worked with, didn't he?
Sure. And he'll maybe do the same this time if the cops should get a lead and start closing in. He's wanted for murder, so they'll keep hunting till they do get a lead.
Well, I hope they catch him this time, the killer.
Well, it's easy to see he'd get no sympathy from you.
Nor from me either, Reed. I'd wring his neck with me own hands if I could get close enough. The manager of Dayton's company, a guy named Craddock, was so upset when he came to identify Dayton that he swore he'd hound cops' headquarters till they get that murderer.
I guess he has reason to be upset. Dayton's company's about on the rocks, and that man Craddock stands to be out of a job now.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, I'm going along to headquarters, Reed. If anything breaks, I'll let you know.
Be sure you do, Axford. Goodbye.
So long.
You're home early tonight, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I came home early for a reason, Cato.
Reason have something to do with Dayton murder, perhaps?
Right.
There's not any doubt that someone posed as Green Hornet to smuggle diamonds. Also, same one to blame for murder of Dayton.
Right again.
What do you think of doing, Mr. Britt?
Well, I've been going over in my mind the various angles of the case. I've been trying to figure out what the motive might have been for killing Dayton.
Maybe a man who posed as Hornet think Dayton recognized him last night.
Could be. Yet I still think Dayton was overly anxious to throw the blame for the smuggling on the Hornet.
You think he mixed up with smugglers?
It's possible. So far, we've no clue that points that way.
But it'd help if real Green Hornet had a way of finding out where imposter is hiding.
Something Axford said today gave me an idea.
What Axford say?
Well, he said the Hornet would never be caught unless one of his gang turned him in for the Sentinel reward.
But what...
Cato, Dayton told me over the phone that the man he identified as the Hornet was with 2 other men at the dock.
So?
There's not much honor among thieves, Cato. I have a plan that may work with your help. If it does work out as I hope, the smuggler and killer who's posing as the Green Hornet will answer to the real Green Hornet before the night's over.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Here's a special message from the Fighting Coast Guard to patriotic young men of America. Have you just turned 17, young fellow? Then opportunity is yours. The United States Coast Guard is now accepting enlistment applications from 17-year-olds. As a Coast Guard apprentice seaman, you'll receive the finest of training, splendid advancement opportunities, and a share in servicemen's post-war advantages. So if you're 17, with 3 years of high school, see your nearest Coast Guard recruiting officer now. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Britt Reed quickly outlined his plan to Cato. A short time later, the phone rang on the desk of the city editor of the Daily Sentinel.
City desk. Gunnigan speaking. Yes, this is the Daily Sentinel. You're talking to the city editor. You what? Hold on. I can't catch what you're trying to say. Can't you speak plainer? You want to know what? Yes, there's a reward for the Hornet's capture. $25,000. Yes, that's right. Why? Do you know anything that... What? You're one of his gang, you say? And you're going to tell... Wait a minute. Why can't you tell me now? Yeah, but... Hey, don't hang up. Well, of all that...
What's up, Gunny?
Oh, plenty. Some mug just phoned, said he was one of the Hornet's gang. Asked about the reward. Said he'd call back later tonight and tip us off to where to find the green Hornet.
Honest, no kidding?
Do I sound like I'm kidding? Get me a copy, boy. I want a rewrite man. Somebody get cop headquarters on the phone for me. Hurry up!
Later that evening, in an apartment in another part of the city...
Hey, Spike, when's the boss coming back?
How do I know, Joe? Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm reading the paper?
Yeah, so what? Can't you be sociable once in a while?
Ah, shut up.
When do you think we'll be going out again?
When the boss gets ready and not before. He can't pull that Hornet gag with all the coppers in the city on the prowl, can he?
Okay, so he's gonna lay low. But it gets kind of monotonous just sitting around waiting.
So it's monotonous. So what? Look, why don't you learn yourself something by reading instead of...
Huh? What's the matter? What do you see in the paper?
Nothing, Joe. Nothing at all.
Hey, you can't kid me, Spike. You saw something.
All right. I saw something. Can't a guy get a little excited over the baseball scores without some mug like you trying to...
baloney, is that all? You get acting like a dope over things like that.
Ah, skip it. It's kind of monotonous, like you said, Joe. Guess I'll run down to the pool room and try to wrangle him out of a pack of cigarettes. It won't be long.
Guess I'll go along with you.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
Hey, I got some cigarettes. You don't have to go on.
What's the matter, Dopey? You afraid to stay here alone? Or will you miss my company so much?
I'll go bust a leg for all I care.
So long, sucker.
I didn't like the way he said that, and he's acting kind of funny, too. Maybe I just better stroll down and take a gander. Spike's up to something, and whatever it is, it ain't good.
Hi, Lefty.
Want to play a game tonight?
No, I have to make a phone call, that's all. See that story again. Hornet expose expected. Man identifying himself as an accomplice. Green Hornet telephoned the Daily Sentinel early tonight and promised in return for police immunity and the reward of $25,000 to tip off the Sentinel later tonight after the Hornet's whereabouts. It sure did give me an idea. Well, you go. I get the 25 grand, you get a fake Hornet, and the boss will get the works. He ain't as smart as he thinks he is after all.
Where have you been, Joe? Where's Spike?
Boss, I'm sure glad you came in. I got some dope that'll make you burn up.
What's happened?
I gotta talk fast before Spike gets back. Boss, Spike was acting funny. He went down to the pool room. I follow him, see?
Go on.
He's in the phone booth, so I get close and listen. Boss, so help me, he's giving you the double cross. No fooling.
Give it to me straight. Hurry.
Spike was phoning a newspaper. The Sentinel, I heard him say. He tipped him off where we are, said they'd find the Hornet here, and he was going to collect a reward after they picked you up.
So Spike did that.
Yeah. Now, look, don't tell him I told you. You know how he is.
Quiet.
I want to...
Here he comes.
Oh, hiya, boss. By the time you got here, we've been waiting all evening, ain't we, Joe?
Yeah, Spike. That's right.
What's eating you, Joe? Weren't you going to say hello, boss? Hey, what is this?
Can't you guess, Spike? Just one guess?
Well, I ain't good at guessing, boss.
No one can pull a double cross on me, Spike.
What are you talking about? Hey, Joe. Joe, what have you been telling the
Go
boss?
on, sucker. You'll beat your gums for the last time, see? I had enough of your guff, and when I heard you phone that tip to the Sentinel,
Hold it,
you...
Spike. You don't have to pull a rod on me, boss. Joe's got it in for me, that's all. He's been lying to you.
Spike, the cops will come here because of your tip. They'll expect to find the Hornet you told them about. Instead, they'll find you. And the Hornet will get the blade.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. You
Sorry,
can't...
Spike, this is it.
No, don't!
Mr. Reed's apartment.
Let me speak to Reed, quick.
Just a minute. It's excellent for you, Mr. Britt.
Oh. Hello, what's up?
Reed, I'm at KATZ headquarters. Gallagher just called in and said a tip came a while ago about the Green Hornet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm going to the place for Sarge right now. I'll call you back in about a half an hour. They'll have the guy by then, we hope.
Well, let's hope. Well, I'll be waiting to hear what happens, Axford. Be sure to call me back.
That I will. Gotta go now. You'll be hearing from me in a half an hour, like I said. So long, Reed.
Goodbye.
What news Axford has?
Our plan worked, Cato. One of that fake Hornet's gang pulled a double cross and phoned the Sentinel.
You going to place as real Green Hornet?
No, the police can handle it. We'll wait here until we hear from Axford again. He promised to call back in half an hour. I'll be anxious to know what happened. Oh, I'll take it, Cato. Hello?
Reed, this is me again.
Well?
Wait till you hear. We got to the place, but the Hornet wasn't there.
Oh, so that tip wasn't on the level after all, huh?
It was on the level, all right, Reed. But the guy who gave it didn't live to profit by it.
What do you mean?
We found him dead as a doornail, Reed, with a printed note stuck on him saying, "Dead rats can't squeal." And it was signed the Green Hornet. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, that's pretty bad, Axford. Did you phone the rewrite desk?
Sure. They'll have extras out in no time. Well, I gotta go. Sarge is raving, and not a clue where that killer went to either. See you later, Reed.
Right. Goodbye.
News not good?
I'll say not. That killer has another murder marked up against the Green Hornet.
You must do something, quick.
Yes. Kiddo, I've been thinking, and I've come to a conclusion. The same man who pulled off the second murder killed Dayton. He left a note on this last chap. Dead rats can't squeal.
So?
So I think he felt the same way about Dayton. It must have been someone Dayton knew well. Now, Dayton's story to me about the Hornet and his two pals being driven away by him alone, and that point about finding a single small diamond on the dock, it was all too pat.
Then you think Dayton in with killer on smuggling? Maybe threatened to expose fake Hornet?
Yes. And I've decided where to go to find that killer. We'll leave right now.
We take Black Beauty?
Right. Since that phony wants to play Hornet, I'll let him see the Green Hornet in action. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You think perhaps it's risky for Green Hornet to go out now? Police be watching everywhere, Mr. Britt.
We'll have to take that risk, Cato. I can't stand by and let that killer get away with 2 murders, not to mention the smuggling, all of which has been blamed on the Hornet. Since I figured the whole thing out, I'm going to stop him once and for all, right now.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Guess we got all the stuff now, boss.
Good. We'll take the files down to the boat and head for our hideout down the bay. Pick up an armful. Let's get going.
Did you get the stuff out of the safe, boss?
Of course. Come on. If anyone happens to spot us leaving here, they'll see my mask and blame this on the Hornet, too. Open the door. You have one hand free.
Right. Going someplace?
Look, boss, the Green Hornet.
Smash him, Joe, quick.
I'll do the smashing around here now.
Oh, take these, Hornet.
The poor tri-killer, and I hate people who pass themselves off as the Hornet. Come here, you.
Let go, you're joking
Reaching
me.
for a gun, huh? Not for the sock you deserve.
No.
And there's a bit of gas to top that off.
Wait a...
You not need help, look like.
No, I needed that workout. I get to the phone over there and call the police. Then we'll get back home. I'm tired.
I get police right away. They get big surprise if you not take mask off killer.
Well, the surprise will do them good. At least they won't blame the Green Hornet for murder. I'll call them and hurry.
in Dayton's office, all right. No telling what we'll find here. The light's still on. Great day, look at here.
Holy close, Sarge. It's him. Stretched out cold. The Green Hornet himself.
I can't believe it, Oxford. Boys, take a good look. That guy lying there means a big reward for all of us. And promotions besides.
Suffering snakes. Reed'll make me associate editor or something when I bring in this scoop. But... Hey, Sarge, that's funny.
What's funny?
Look on that guy's forehead. There's one of his own seals. The seal of the Green Hornet.
What's that you're saying?
Wish now. Can't you see? There it is.
Get that mask off him. I have a hunch.
Do I dare know? Well, there. Hey, look.
That's Craddock, Dayton's manager.
Then he's the Green Hornet.
Where am I, eh? Hey, don't let him hit me again.
So you come too, huh? Don't let who hit you?
The Hornet.
You mean Craddock hit you?
Craddock? Ah, that bum ain't the Hornet. I mean the real Hornet. Look, Sarge, if you don't let him get to me, I'll talk. Honest, I'll shoot the works.
I'll say you will. I'll bet as soon as we get this mug to talk, we'll have the lowdown on Dayton's killer.
Sure. Craddock did it, and the diamond smuggling, too. Dayton was in on it, and he was going to squeal.
Take him away, boys. I've heard enough. The customs officials will get the details from them.
There goes me biggest scoop. We ain't got the Hornet at all.
And what about my promotion? And the reward and all? Oh, well, the police will get credit for solving 2 murders within 24 hours, and for catching the smugglers to boot.
You hear that? Maybe the cops will get the credit. But there goes the guy who'll have the last laugh. The real Green Hornet.
Green Hornet to commit murder and lead smugglers. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lex Street. Thanks,
Do you heat your home with coal? Then here's an important message. Avoid hardship to yourself and family next winter by laying away an adequate supply of coal now. The Solid Fuels Administration is asking all domestic consumers of coal to order their winter fuel now and to accept such kinds and sizes of fuel as are suggested by the dealers. By accepting now the kinds and sizes of fuel your dealer can deliver, instead of waiting in what appears to be a forlorn hope for preferred kinds of fuel, you can at least assure yourself of an adequate supply for your next winter's need. Play safe. Prevent hardship next winter by ordering your fuel now. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life, the criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Fall Guy. The Green Hornet strikes again. shortage of skilled workers at the West Coast Navy yards has forced the Navy to move battle-damaged ships to the East Coast Navy yards for repair. Skilled workers are desperately needed at the West Coast yards to remove this crucial bottleneck in the war against the Japs. Immediately needed are electricians, machinists, instrument repairmen, sheet metal workers, coppersmiths, pipe fitters, boilermakers, ordnance men, riggers, and helpers. Appointees are guaranteed free transportation to the West Coast and adequate housing at reasonable cost upon arriving for duty. For complete details, see the Civil Service representative at the local post office or apply at your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. And now, the Green Hornet. City Councilman Gurney's voice rose in heated argument as he spoke for a measure being discussed before the Common Council.
Furthermore, gentlemen, it would be an injustice to the people we represent not to put through this measure. Building a speedway through to the north end would facilitate the movement of the ever-increasing traffic to that fast-growing community. Besides, it's been shown that a right-of-way for the speedway can readily be obtained without resorting to condemnation proceedings. Mr. Chairman!
The chair recognizes Councilman Cole. Proceed, Councilman Cole.
Gentlemen, facts and figures of the Highway Planning Commission show that the need is far greater for a speedway to the east side. Their survey shows that there's already ample highway facilities to handle the north end traffic. Now, I, for one, feel that the measure introduced by Councilman Gurney should be shelved, and the Common Council's attention brought to bear on the more pressing need for an east side superhighway.
Here comes Gurney now, Milroy.
It's about time.
Well, Milroy, didn't expect you to be waiting here. Why are you sitting in my car?
Get in, Gurney.
Well, I still don't understand.
Look, Gurney. The news is already out about the beating your highway measure took this afternoon.
Milroy, you can't blame me. I fought hard to put through that North End highway.
Sure. But Cole wants you one better. I understand he's even making cracks about the property for the right-of-way of being a little too easy to get.
Yes, that's true. But even if he does suspect that we're behind the realty company that has options on that property, he can't prove it.
Gurney, if that measure don't go through when they vote tomorrow, Tom and me stand to lose a lot of dough. We cut you in only because we thought you'd shove the thing through. If it weren't for Cole, it would go through, too.
Well, I've done my best. There isn't anything can be done.
Maybe there is. First, though, something will have to be done about Cole.
But what can we do? After all, Cole is just... Wait. Listen, Milroy. If you intend to harm Cole, I won't
Shut
have
up.
anything...
Whatever happens, you'll keep your mouth shut, see? I hoped you'd come out before Cole did. That's why we sat in your car.
What do you mean?
Look, Milroy, ain't that Cole coming out now?
Yeah, that's him, all right. Give Tom your car key, Gurney. Hurry up.
But why should I
give Tom your key.
Oh, all right. Here it is. What are you planning to do?
You'll find out soon enough. And Tom, get ready to follow Cole when he drives off.
I'm ready. He's getting into his car there near the entrance of City Hall.
He's alone, too. That's a break for us.
Now, wait. This is my car. I won't let you
Gurney,
use it.
one yelp out of you, and so help me out.
I'm keeping quiet.
You'd better. There he goes, Tom. Okay, Tom, get started. Follow Cole's car.
Milroy, if I'd known that you were going
There's a
this
lot you
far...
don't know about me, Gurney. But one thing you'll find out. When I go out for anything and sink a lot of dough trying to get it, I don't let anything or anybody stand in my way.
Cole's turning into River Road, Milroy.
Good. There's much traffic along there. Follow him. Okay, there he goes. Now start closing in on him, Tom.
Right. We're almost up to him now.
You ain't giving us room to pass, so.
I'll blow your horn, then step on it and get alongside.
This is it. He's pulling over. He won't stop for you.
Keep your trap shut. Now hold it steady, Tom. Here it goes. Step on it.
Set the next speed. Paper. Councilman Curl murdered. Read all about it.
Here you are, lady.
Car wrecked on River Road.
Here you are, sir.
Set the next speed. Paper.
That door slipped again. Hey, hi, Casey. How's tricks?
Well, I'd like to think of a good trick that'd keep you from scaring the daylights out of me when you slam doors around here.
Sure, and they just slip out of me hand, sort of, Casey. Reading this morning?
Yes. I'll find out if he'll see you, so you might just as well sit down and rest.
Is that so now? If he's in, he'll see me anytime. I'll go right in.
Expert, you have no right to go barging in there. It'd serve you right again. And don't slam that door!
Morning, Reed.
Maybe you don't know it, but you're making a nervous wreck of my secretary.
Casey's always having the jitters about one thing or another, Reed.
Now that you're in here, what's on your mind?
Just this. I got a hunch about who might have killed Cole last evening.
Oh.
Well, I got to thinking maybe Gurney did the killing. Him and Cole were always having hot arguments in them council meetings, they say.
Don't jump at conclusions, Axford. Councilman Gurney's not the killer type.
Well, of course, I could be wrong.
Have the police any lead on the murder?
I'm not sure. I'll go along to cops' headquarters and see if I can learn anything this morning.
Yes, do that. By the way, you might go to the city hall early this afternoon. I understand they're going to take a vote on that Gurney measure for a North End Speedway.
Okay, Reed. I'll drop over there later. If anything new turns up on the killing, I'll let you know.
Yes, be sure you do. See you later, Axford.
Meantime, Councilman Gurney had an early morning visit from Milroy and his partner.
Why have you come to my apartment this morning? Haven't you done enough
Now,
without
take
coming...
it easy, Gurney. I wanted to talk to you before you went to the council meeting. Now, get this. You've got to reopen the discussion on that speedway measure and have the voting postponed a couple of days.
If there were anything new that I could add that might affect the measure, I would. But I tell you that...
Wait till he hears your plan, Milroy. You'll get a surprise.
Plan? What plan?
Listen. Remember that airport measure that came up a few months ago?
Yes. We were all against it, till we learned that the councilman who was its strongest opponent had been bribed to keep it from going through. And after that, public opinion favored the measure, and it passed.
That's right. Suppose one of the councilmen was known to take a bribe to oppose a North End Speedway measure.
Oh, preposterous. That measure's already slated for defeat anyway.
Yeah. But if it came out that someone had been bribed...
Well, the chances are that public opinion would then force the measure through.
That's what I thought.
But it's nonsense to think that
now,
we
look,
can...
Gurney. Suppose the cops were tipped off that your car was seen following Cole's car out of town late yesterday afternoon. Maybe you couldn't stand up under a grilling.
You wouldn't dare. Well, you'd know yourself. And besides it...
I have a swell alibi arranged, Gurney. Have you?
Now, see here. What are you leading up to? Why do you have an alibi ready?
The guy's scared already, Milroy. He'd sure crack under a grilling.
Gurney, if that measure goes through, we all stand to make a lot of dough. Besides that, you'll collect a bonus of $10,000 if you go through with my plan.
What is your plan?
Just this. This afternoon, you'll get up and say you've changed your mind about that measure. Say you're going to vote against it, see?
Vote against it? But what good will that...
I'll stop by your bank and put in a few thousand in cash to your account this morning. Then Tom will tip off the DA's office that you took a bribe to change your vote. You get it?
But, Milroy...
When the news breaks, the council will suspend voting on the measure till the facts are cleared.
But they'll say I'm guilty.
It'll be worth a short jail rap on your part to get the measure passed. It's either that or the chance of being indicted for Cole's murder. Now, take your choice.
I have no choice.
I'll send a small-time mouthpiece to the court to defend you. In that case, you'll be sure to be proved guilty, see?
And the measure will go through.
Milroy's sure smart to think that up.
But maybe there's some other way.
There's
Maybe
no
we
other
can-
way, Gurney.
You'll go through with it or else?
All right. I'll do as you say. I'll oppose the measure this afternoon.
Good. I knew you would.
Reed, things are really popping this afternoon.
Oh, what's happened?
Gurney got up at the council meeting and said he decided to oppose our speedway measure.
He did?
Sure. And on top of that, one of the DA's men walked in and had a warrant to pick Gurney up for bribery. They say he took a bribe only this morning to change his mind about the measure.
Oh, but Gurney's been trying to push that measure through.
Sure. And now he's against it, though. Sarge says Gurney went right along, and he didn't even call for any lawyer. A while ago, a two-bit shyster came in and said he was going to defend Gurney.
I see.
With a guy like that, he wouldn't have a chance, even if he wasn't guilty. The council put off voting on the measure, and the shyster paid bail to get Gurney out.
Seems to me things have moved fast this afternoon.
You said it, Reed. And Sarge says Gurney's been as meek as a lamb through it all, too. Well, I guess I'll go back to headquarters and keep posted on what's doing. See you later, Reed.
Right. Gurney's sudden change is very interesting. And there's something behind his acceptance of a shyster lawyer to defend him. A bit of quick investigation might bring some facts into the open that'll make a good story.
Britt Reed put in a call to Cato over the private line. Also, he put Miss Case to work on several details. Later that afternoon...
Yes, Miss Case.
I have some of that information you wanted, Mr. Reed. I found out that most of the property along the route of the proposed speedway is under option to the Township Realty Corporation.
Township Realty Corporation?
That's right. It's not listed in the phone book, so I checked with the city hall. It's a new company. Jack Milroy is listed as president, and Tom Brown as secretary-treasurer. The office address on the corporation papers is given as 2450 River Road.
Thanks, Miss Case. Hello?
Mr. Britt, I find out something.
What, Cato?
Gurney'll leave home. Take taxi to Milroy Roadhouse this afternoon. I follow. Peek through window. He talked to two men there. One of them, Jack Milroy himself.
What then?
They laugh. Pat Gurney on the back. I not hear conversation.
Good work, Cato. Go to the apartment. I'll meet you there shortly.
Yes, sir. I go now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now I'm getting someplace. And a little action by the Green Hornet may help get the story I'm after.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Young women, serve your country in time of war and prepare yourself for an interesting and useful career. Join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service today. All expense scholarships are still available in a few Michigan schools of nursing. You will continue to receive full scholarship privileges if you are enrolled in the Corps 90 days before the end of the war. Here in Michigan, the address is Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. The address again, Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Early that evening, a sleek and powerful car sped through the darkness. The streamlined, superpowered black beauty of the Green Hornet.
Why we go to home of Mr. Newton?
Newton's the city's most famous criminal lawyer, Cato. I'm going to persuade him to take a case.
Gurney case, perhaps?
Yes. I've decided Gurney and others connected with him want that case to be lost.
If case lost, he go to jail, Mr. Britt.
Right. But he'd probably be willing to be the fall guy for extra big stakes, Cato. With Gurney declared guilty of bribery to oppose that speedway, public opinion would force the measure to a favorable vote. And the certain realty company would gain plenty.
That's why you go as Green Hornet to see Newton?
Yes. Newton could win Gurney's case. After that happens, we'll have another job to do. I'll stop here. Gurney lives just down this block.
Philip Newton, the well-known criminal lawyer, sat at his desk in the study of his home. He failed to notice the sinister figure which silently entered one of the French windows and moved toward him. Suddenly, Newton looked up.
What? Don't make an outcry, Newton.
You're the Green Hornet. Why do you come here?
I see you don't scare easily, Newton.
That's right. Your bravery depends entirely upon that weapon in your hand. Without it, you'd cringe like any other weak criminal.
But I do have the weapon, remember that. I came here because I have a couple...
Good work, Joseph. Hornet, I've been threatened many times, so I'm prepared. When I press a button here on my desk, it's a signal my butler fully understands.
So that's it.
Exactly. Now, Hornet, you're trapped. Drop that weapon, or my butler will shoot you before you can make a move.
For one tense moment, Britt Reed stood facing Philip Newton. Britt realized that any second might bring the shattering impact of a bullet in its back from the butler's gun. Then he spoke in a calm, level tone.
Shooting me would mean the end of your career, Newton.
I'll call your bluff. Go ahead and tell me how.
If I don't leave here unharmed within 5 minutes, a certain party waiting for me nearby will drop an envelope in the mail to the DA's office.
What's in the envelope?
Certain undisclosed facts in the Cholera case, for one thing. Shall I go on?
The Cholera case? What could... Maybe you're smarter than I thought. If you aren't bluffing.
Okay, Newton, I'll give you the facts. If you don't object to your butler hearing. First, the witnesses you brought over from the other...
Perhaps we'd better talk privately. Joseph, you may leave.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Hornet, if you came here for blackmail...
Blackmailing has its points. But right now, I'm here for another purpose.
Come to the point.
Newton, you're going to defend Councilman Gurney and win the case, regardless of how you do it.
That cheap little politician has no case. No one doubts that he took that bribe.
Don't belittle your client's chances, Newton.
See here, you. Gurney isn't my client and never will be. I wouldn't waste my time on anything.
Now, listen to me. I guess you forget the dope I have on the Cholera case when you bribed witnesses to win. And besides, you could be disbarred for concealing evidence that would have made...
Now, wait, Hornet. Let's not rake over the past. What's your proposition?
Well, this will pay you for any trouble you go to.
Cash on the line, huh?
Right. 5,000.
How do I know you won't come back here with more requests or try to blackmail me after...
That's a chance you have to take. But you can be dead certain I'll use the information I have if you don't defend and win the Gurney case.
All right. I'll take on the case. If he's willing to have me for counsel.
It's up to you to see that he does take you on. You can easily scare that shyster so he'll back out of the case. That's your problem.
It may take some finagling, but I'll do my best. I must say, I never thought I'd be giving my services to the notorious Green Hornet.
In a short time, Gurney was brought to trial, and public interest gradually mounted as the case progressed.
I'm telling you, Casey, Newton sure has a tough case on his hands. I can't for the life of me figure out why he took it.
Well, I'm surprised, too, Axford, that a big lawyer like Philip Newton would take such a case, but well, I do think he'll win it.
That shyster mouthpiece of ours beat it out of town all of a sudden. Gurney shouldn't have let that Newton mughorn in on the case. And there's something funny going on.
Yeah, either Gurney's given a double cross or he got cold feet. Don't worry. Looks like Newton is going to lose the case anyway, the way things went today.
Philip Newton wins Gurney Grass case.
Right here.
you are, sir. Councilman Gurney acquitted. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. That's the next.
Well, Reed, the Gurney affair is over. And believe me, 'twas a surprise to me that he was acquitted.
Well, Philip Newton's a very fine lawyer, Axford. I understand he worked hard to prove Gurney's innocence.
Sure. But for the life of me, I'm still wondering why he took such a case.
Did you interview Gurney after his release?
That I did. But he didn't give out with much information.
Did he say how he'd vote tomorrow on that Speedway measure? I understand they're going to bring it up.
I asked him about that. He said he wasn't going to cast any vote at all. Golly, he's jittery.
Jittery?
Sure. When I asked him if he had any idea who might have bumped off Councilman Cole, he flared up at me like all get out. Why do you ask me that, he says. How should I know who killed Cole? I tried to quiet him down a bit, but he told me to get out and stay out. Man alive, you'd have thought I was accusing him of the killing the way he acted.
Was that so? Well, I suppose he's been through a great deal lately. It's enough to make a man jumpy.
Sure. But he didn't have to be that jumpy to my way of thinking. I'll go to the council meeting tomorrow and see what happens, Reed.
All right. Though I'll expect they'll vote against that measure now that Gurney's been acquitted of graft charges.
See you later, Reed. So long.
Bye, Axford. Axford's given me a thought that might lead to something. I'll find out tonight.
Leaving the office, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You say Axford give you thought that might disclose killer of Councilman Cole, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. From what he told me, I'm inclined to think Gurney knows something about Cole's death.
You think maybe visit by Green Hornet tonight, get information from Gurney?
Well, that remains to be seen, but it's worth a try. Well, come on, we'll take the Black Beauty.
Meanwhile, Councilman Gurney was pacing the floor in his library, thinking of past events and of the Cole murder in which he'd been forced to take part.
Why did I get mixed up with Milroy and his bunch? They've got me in so deep there's no telling where it'll lead to.
You seem worried, Gurney.
What the... You must be the Green Hornet.
Good guessing.
Why did you come here?
Maybe to do a little blackmailing. For murder.
Milroy put you up to this. Oh. You're bluffing. I don't know anything.
And call my bluff, Gurney. A note dropped to the police connecting you with Cole's killing might bring on an investigation you wouldn't like.
I don't know anything, I tell you. And anyway, I don't have any money to give you.
No doubt you know where you can get some. 10,000 will do.
I tell you I can't.
Think it over, Gurney. I'll come back at midnight. That'll give you plenty of time to get the dough.
No, I tell you, wait. It won't do you any good to come back. He's found out. I've got to see Milroy. He'll know what to do. He's got to do something.
Half hour later, Milroy and his henchman Tom were going through a tin box which had been taken from the safe and placed on the desk in Milroy's office.
It's about time to ditch Gurney, Tom. He's no further use to us. I'll get him to sign this stock back to us somehow, and then we'll...
Who the... Look, the Green Hornet. He sneaked the door open.
Don't move, you mugs.
Okay. You've got us covered. So what?
So we're going to make a deal. I give you a tip, and you pay off.
What's he mean, Milroy?
I don't know. Yet. But I do know the Hornet's nobody's fool.
Oh, thanks for the kind words. But it's dough I came for, Milroy.
Yeah? How do I know the tip's worth anything?
It might save you from a murder rap.
Jack, did you hear that?
Shut up. Here's some dough, Hornet. $5,000. I'll give with a tip, and it better be good.
Thanks. This'll sort of even things up. Oh, yes, a tip. Suppose I were to tell you Gurney's on the way to the police to make a confession.
Hey, you tell him we bumped off Cole.
Shut up, you dope. So Gurney's going to spill the beans, huh? I knew we should have...
Milroy, I came out here to warn you.
Gurney.
The Hornet tricked us.
Get down, Tom. Use your rod.
Oh, my leg. The Hornet ducked. You clipped Gurney.
You can take this, killer.
Yes. You won't get me with that, Hornet. I still got my rod.
Maybe this tin box on the desk will help. Spoils your aim. Now, you can have this, too.
No.
Take it.
No, I
Stay
can't.
away from me. I'm hurt. I can't walk.
You're lucky you're still alive, Gurney.
Don't use that gun on me.
The police are coming. I gave them a tip to come out here. And you'd better tell him everything, Gurney, before Milroy and his pal get a chance to talk and put all the blame on you.
Yes, I'll tell them everything.
So long, sucker.
Reed! Reed! Wake up!
Oh, Axford, what's the idea of waking me up so late? I have no more privacy around
Reed,
here.
I got a scoop for the Sentinel. Gurney was mixed up with Jack Milroy and his gang, and they confessed to killing Cole.
No.
Sure. And wait till you hear all the details. You see, Gurney and Milroy were in on a deal.
Now, look, Axford, you got the story, and that's fine. And I'll read all the details in the Sentinel in the morning. I'm sleepy.
Suffering snakes, what a guy. If the Green Hornet himself, and I'm here to say he was mixed up in things too, well, if that Hornet himself stood here beside the bed, I don't believe you'd bat an eye. That I don't, Reed.
Well, if the Green Hornet were standing there beside my bed, Axford, I assure you I wouldn't be lying here. You can bet on that.
Let's select Street. Place Bob. Gurney indicted with Milroy for cold murder. Speedway Bill defeated. Green Hornet implicated in grass plot. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Let's select Street. Place
The war is not over. More waves are needed by the United States Navy at once. These women are needed now to help speed the day of final victory. Remember, the waves share the same benefits as the men in service and are promoted in the same manner as the men. If you are between 20 and 36 years of age, in good health, and have no dependents under 18, you are eligible to join those women already doing a great job for the Navy, the Waves. Go to your Navy recruiting station now and ask about it. Get the free booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Numbers Racket. The Green Hornet strikes again. Young women, serve your country in time of war and prepare yourself for an interesting and useful career. Join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service today. All expense scholarships are still available in Michigan schools of nursing. You will continue to receive full scholarship privileges if you are enrolled in the Corps 90 days before the end of the war. For full details, go to your nearest hospital or write the State Nursing Council for War Service, Here in Michigan, the address is Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office going over some letters with his secretary, Lenore Case, when the telephone rang.
I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Hey, Casey, let me speak to Reed.
Oh, it's you, Axford. Just a minute.
Axford, eh? Hello, Axford. What's up?
Reed, wait till you hear this. There's been a killing in a pool room down on Water Street, and the cops got the guy who did it.
Well, that was quick work on the part of the police. But why am I supposed to get excited about that?
It'll give me a chance.
Go on.
Well, the guy that did the shooting was a numbers operator. Seems like the dead guy was on a number and couldn't collect. So he threatened to call the cops. The numbers racketeer shot him. The cop on the beat heard the shot and nailed the killer before he could get away.
So the killer was a numbers operator, eh?
That's right. I'm at the place now. I came over in a squad car with Sergeant Burke. They're taking the guy in for murder, of course. But Sarge says they'll get him to squeal on the big shot in the numbers racket before they get through grilling him.
Well, let's hope they do, Axford. Whoever the top man is in that racket, he's managed up to now to keep himself in the clear while he has the entire city covered with his operators. You keep me posted.
That I will, Reed. I already called the story into rewrite. Sarge is ready to take the killer in, and I'm going along. See you later. So long.
Bye. Well, maybe that's the break we've been hoping for.
What, Mr. Reed?
A small-time numbers operator just shot a man in a pool room argument. And the police caught him before he could get away. They're taking him in for grilling.
Oh, you mean he might tell who's at the top of the racket?
Right. Since he's up for murder anyway, he'll figure he has nothing to lose by squealing. By tonight, we ought to know the name of the one who pulls the strings in the numbers racket, and breaking that racket will really make headline news for the Daily Sentinel.
We'll be at headquarters in a minute, wise guy. And if you know what's good for you, you'll talk. It might keep you from going to the chair.
I don't know nothing, see? You ain't got nobody to swear that I plugged that guy in a pool room either.
We got your gun. And when they get the bullet, that'll be proof enough.
Yeah? Maybe. But I ain't talking anyway, copper.
Fresh guy, ain't he, Sarge?
Quiet, Axford. Well, here we are. Okay, you. Get out. Watch him, Cassidy.
Okay, Sarge.
Ah, you got my rod, ain't you? What's that?
Hey, Sarge, look at that car.
Watch out! Get on, Axford, quick!
Suffering snakes. I thought I was a goner for sure. Sarge, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. But 'twas a close shave, believe me.
Sarge, look, our prisoner.
Glory be.
What's the matter, Sarge? Is he hurt?
He ain't hurt, Axford. The guy we were bringing in is dead.
So he was shot down right in front of police headquarters, eh, Axford?
That's right, Reed. It happened just about an hour ago. I guess you got the whole story from what I phoned in.
Yes. It's too bad they didn't get a chance to question him.
Oh, that it is, Reed. Whoever did the shooting must have thought he'd crack under the grilling and give a lead to the big boss, like as not.
Well, that's the way it adds up. Who was the prisoner? Did you get his name?
Sure. Some punk by the name of Muggsy Sampson. At least that's the name he gave the cops. Like as not, his fingerprints will show him to have a lot of other names.
Maybe.
You know, Reed, I was thinking.
What?
'Twould be a feather in our cap if the Daily Sentinel could break up that racket.
Well, you're right about that. It'd be a big public service, too.
I got a plan that might get lead on the top guy, Reed.
Oh, let's hear it.
Why not have the Daily Sentinel offer a reward for the information leading to the arrest of Sampson's killers?
Offer a reward?
Sure. If it was big enough, maybe one of the gang would squeal to get the money.
Well, it might work at that, actually.
Well, why don't you try it then?
I will. We'll offer a reward of $5,000 in the next edition. Then we'll sit back and wait for a nibble. I'm glad you thought of it, Axford.
Sure, it took no thinking at all. I just says to myself, I says, what would get me to squeal if I was the crook? Then I tells myself, a lot of dough, that's what. So that's how the idea came to me.
Well, that's good psychology.
Is that what it is?
More or less. Anyway, we'll try your idea and see what happens. I'll have Gunnigan get busy on it right away.
Well, what is it, Chick? I'm busy.
Yeah, look at this in the Daily Sentinel.
Another hot editorial about the numbers racket? Is that it?
No, huh? See there? The Sentinel's offering $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Sampson's killers.
Reed, the publisher of the Sentinel, was responsible for my defeat when I ran for second term as state senator. Now he's sticking his nose into our racket.
Hey, you don't think he has any idea ex-Senator Rittman's at the head of it, do you?
Of course not. But if this keeps up, he's liable to get a lead to me. If that happened, we'd all take a rap for murder.
Yeah, but we're not going to sit by and let it happen, are we, boss?
We'd be fooled if we did. But we'd be on the spot if one of our operators got itchy fingers for that $5,000, Chick.
Maybe we could give Reed a strong hint that'd make him take back that offer, boss. And besides that, make him lay off of those editorials.
Yes. Yes, maybe you're right, Chick. From what I hear of Reed, he's just a playboy at heart. A good scare might make him pull in his horns. He's going too far, and it's about time we took the wind out of his sails. I'll leave it to you, Chick.
Okay, boss. If you don't listen to reason, maybe the Sentinel carries some big news about its own publisher.
Casey, are you sure nobody phoned or nothing about that reward?
Expert, it's almost noon, and all you've done this morning is to pester me about that. I told you before, we've had no calls.
Maybe you'll find a letter telling us what we want to know.
Well, I haven't found one yet, and I've opened quite a number so far.
Want me to help open some of those letters?
No, I don't. It was Mr. Reed's personal mail.
If it's personal, then why does he let you open it and read it first, I'd like to know.
Oh, go away and stop asking foolish questions. After all, I am his secretary, and I... My goodness,
What's the matter, Casey? What's it saying?
Never mind. I'm going in and show this to Mr. Reed.
Stay now. If it's about that reward or something...
If Mr. Reed wants you to know what's in this letter, he can tell you. I won't. And you stay out here.
I'm coming right along in. That I am.
You have no right to come in here. Well, there's a letter I think you should read right away, Mr. Reed.
Oh, really? Is that it?
Yes, sir.
What's it say, Reed?
I told Ashford to wait outside, but...
That's all right, Miss Kate.
Reed, I just thought
Now,
maybe
quiet,
it might...
Ashford, I read this. Well, this is something.
Is it about the reward? Does it tell who's at the head of the numbers racket, Reed?
Oh, go away.
This is a printed note, Axford. In a way, it does concern the reward. Listen, if you know what's good for you, you lay off that reward stuff. Also, the editorials. We'll be watching the Thursday afternoon edition. This is a warning.
Holy crow. This is Thursday. What are you going to do, Reed?
I'll tell you in a minute, Axford. This case, how is the envelope addressed?
To Mr. Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
I see. We'll call Gunnigan and tell him to raise that reward to $10,000. Then come in here ready to take copy on a special editorial for the afternoon edition.
Yes.
But, Reed, do you think you'd better do that since the note...
You take the note to police headquarters, Axford. Maybe they'll find fingerprints.
But, Reed,
you asked me what I was going to do, didn't you? Well, this is it. I'm calling their bluff no matter what happens. Now get going. Yes, Miss Case.
Ashford called to say that there were no fingerprints on that note, Mr. Reed.
I see. Well, I didn't expect there would be.
Ashford also sent me to wait for him so he can go home with you as a bodyguard.
Well, I won't wait. Is there anything else?
Yes, the presses are already rolling on the afternoon edition.
Good. And my answer to those killers will soon be on the street. I'll be leaving here at 6 o'clock, so get the mail in for signatures before then.
Yes, sir.
That's the reason I called you on the private line, Cato. Are you sure you have everything straight?
Yes, sir. But it's not good you take a chance. It's not any doubt that killers send note to you.
Well, I've taken chances before, Cato. Anyway, nothing may come of it.
Why you not have police to bring you home, Mr. Britt?
What do you think?
You be bait all alone to bring rats into open, perhaps.
Right. If they do put in an appearance, we can get a lead on them. See you later, Cato.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I guess you've come in for the letters. They're all signed, this case.
All right, but what I really came for was to tell you about a strange phone call I took a moment ago.
A phone call?
Yes, a man called and said he was phoning in regard to the reward. He asked to speak to the publisher of the Sentinel.
Well, why didn't you connect him? Why didn't you
He didn't give me a chance, Mr. Reed. I told him to hold the line and I'd connect him with you, and then he said, well, wait a minute, I can't talk now. I'll call back later. How long will he be there?
Oh, then he's going to call back?
No. Oh, I told him you expected to leave at 6, but that I was sure you'd wait for his call. He said, never mind, he'd phone in the morning. And then he hung up.
Oh, I see. Well, there's no use waiting then.
I guess not.
It's a few minutes of 6 right now. Now, I went along home. If anything comes up that needs attention, you can reach me there.
Yes, sir. I'll leave word with Mr. Gunnigan.
Good. I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Street floor, please. Street floor.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
I hope I can get a taxi without much waiting. They certainly wouldn't try to pull anything with so many people around. Of course, somebody might try to follow my cab if I get one at this hour.
Yeah, mister? Taxi?
Well, I'm in luck. The cab right at the curb.
Get right in, sir.
Oh, beg your pardon. I thought the cab...
You, and make it fast or this gun might go off. Come on.
Guess there's nothing else for me to do at the moment.
Hey! Hey! Shut that door, quick. Now, driver, get going. Step on it.
Wait! Come back! Suffering snakes. That guy was holding a gun on Reed. I gotta phone the cops. Reed's been kidnapped by one of them killers.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. This is an urgent appeal to all men who have had experience as chefs, cooks, butchers, or bakers. The War Shipping Administration needs you to man the steward's department of merchant marine vessels returning our soldiers from the European theater of war. Sea experience is not necessary, and you can sign on for as many trips as you wish to make. If you have had experience as a chef, cook, butcher, or baker, and can pass the standard food handler's medical examination, write collect to Merchant Marine, Washington 25, D.C. for immediate assignment. And now, back to the Green Hornet. As the cab carrying the racketeer and Britt Reed sped away from the curb, Axford rushed frantically to a nearby telephone and was soon talking to Sergeant Burke at police headquarters.
You got to do something, Sarge. With me own eyes, I saw that guy holding a gun on Reed.
Great day, Axford. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. 'Twas one of them killers, that's who it was. He was riding in one of them green cabs.
I don't suppose you got the number of the cab?
Which now, that's exactly what I did do. It's H0010. Get a dispatch out on it right away, Sarge.
That I will. Then I'll come by in a squad car and pick you up, Axford.
Hurry up, Sarge, hurry up. I'll be waiting. We gotta find Reed before it's too late.
Calling all cars. Watch all roads for green taxi cab. License number H as in Henry, 0010. License number H as in Henry, 0010. Britt Reed kidnapped. Men are armed. Repeat, men are armed. That is all.
Didn't take long for the cops to put out a call. They even got the cab number. The police usually win out over gunmen like you.
Oh, yeah?
Well, having the license number ain't gonna help him this time. We'll be changing cars in a few minutes.
Smart, aren't you?
Who are you to be talking? If you weren't so smart, you wouldn't have walked into our trap so easy. I even phoned to find out when you'd be leaving.
Oh, yeah. Someone did phone it. Rather stupid of me not to have been suspicious.
Dumb's a word, buddy. You big shots with a lot of dough think you know it all. But you sure crawl when you see a gun in the hands of a guy who knows how to use one. Stop at the next side road up ahead. That's where our car is.
Right.
All right, Reed. It's as far as we go in this jalopy. Now get going.
Oh, I'm getting out. It isn't necessary to shove me.
He don't like to be shoved. Yeah. You get used to the shoving before we get through with him. Now, come on with us. I'll leave the cab here.
Okay. Hey, Chick, I just thought of something.
Yeah? What's a brilliant thought you got?
Remember that mug we saw running to the curb when we drove away from the Sentinel building?
What about him?
He must have been the one that called the cops. I think he saw that gun you was holding on Reed. He did. And I'm sure he called police headquarters.
So what? Get moving up that side road, Reed. That's where the car is parked. Cops will find the cab here, but it won't do them any good.
I suppose you're taking me directly to the big boss?
You suppose wrong, mister. You'll soon find out where we're taking you. And you can bet it's a place where no one will think to look for you. You meet the boss, all right. But after you do, it's curtains for you. So don't be too anxious.
Well, I must admit my future in your hands looks rather dubious. You really think you'll murder me?
You wouldn't be the first one who got bumped off for interfering with the boss's racket. Shut up.
Okay. Well, I'm beginning to dislike my company more every minute.
Oh, wise guy, huh? Well, let me tell you something, Reed. You may be a wealthy publisher and all that, but you'll get it just as quick as anyone else. Think of the headlines your Daily Sentinel will get, and you won't be around to see them.
You never can tell. Is that the car?
Right.
Expensive car you have.
Yeah, it's the boss's. Everything he has is expensive. He likes expensive stuff. It takes a lot of dough, see? That's why he won't stand for your interference in his business. Now get in. This'll probably be your last ride in a good car, so you might as well enjoy it. This is where you'll stay till the boss decides what he wants to do with you, Reed.
I don't think I'll like it. It's too bare looking. And that single bright light bothers me.
Listen to the guy, will you? Talking like he was here for a visit or something. Sit down there, Reed.
Not much of a chair.
You'll get used to it after a while. Now tie him up and make it good.
Sure. Just yell if it's too tight, mister. Then I'll tie it tight.
Hurry up and stop gabbing. Have to put out the light and get up to the boss's place. Coming back here with us later.
There, I'm through. That punk will never get loose now.
Yeah. Gag him with his handkerchief.
Why the gag? This place is far from the road.
Shut up. Hurry up and gag him.
Okay. If I know the boss, this guy's already said his last words.
That's no kidding either. Come on. Gonna put out the light?
Yep.
So long, playboy.
I'm coming. I'm not to put on the light. They're not gone yet. Take Gag away first. There.
Now, hurry. We've got to follow them.
Oh, they not leave too quick. I loosen ignition wire. Car not start up right away. Now, there. Your hand's free. I hold a flashlight. You loosen feet.
I was afraid they might suspect someone was following. There.
They go now.
Yes, come on. I've taken a lot from those two so that they lead us to the top man. Let's get to the Black Beauty.
Black Beauty, not far away. We not lose them.
Good. Hurry, there's no time to waste.
They turn into driveway just ahead, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, so leave the Black Beauty in the shadows outside the gate and go on foot to the house.
You think Big Boss intend to hold Britt Reed for ransom?
No, Cato. From what I heard, he planned to murder me.
He have big surprise coming.
Stop here, Cato.
What do we do now?
First, we'll get the lay of the place. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, it look like big house.
Yes. The boss lives in style. Let's go. They're all in that room. Looks like the library.
But you not go in. They all armed with guns.
I'm going in, all right. But before I do, I'll give you a few instructions. And then we'll be ready for them.
So you got Britt Reed without any trouble, eh?
We sure did, boss. He's bound and gagged, sitting in the dark at the old house back on the river road.
That guy's too dumb to know what it's all about.
What are you going to do with him?
We'll go over there and get him. You two can take him for a little ride, if you know what I mean.
Sure, boss. And he won't walk back.
Maybe with him out of the way, no one will try to interfere with our racket in the future.
Don't be too sure of that, killer.
Hey, look who sneaked in the door. The Green Hornet.
Well, well. It is a Green Hornet at that. But we have 3 guns to his 1.
It's a gamble, but I'll risk it. Ex-Senator Rittman.
Hey, he knows you.
So I notice. What's your game, Hornet? Trying to horn in on the numbers racket?
Right. From now on, you're out.
Oh, is that so? Let him have it 3 ways, boys.
Hey, trigger that!
You're wasting bullets, killers.
My eyes. I can't see. Get him. Get him.
This will help your eyes.
Oh, get to the door, quick.
No, you don't. Try another kind of gas.
No.
Let me take this butt.
No, I'll get
You what?
Oh.
Good thing we wear special masks.
Yes. That tear gas bomb did the trick.
You leave them here now?
Yes, put in a call to the police. They'll find evidence enough here in Rittman's desk, I think. Then we'll go back and you can tie me up again in that old house.
But why you do that?
So the police can find Britt Reed. Axford saw that man Chick holding a gun on me in the cab. He'll get Chick to tell where they left me, and I'll have to be there. Put in the phone call, and then we'll leave. Hurry.
Step on it, Sarge. If them guys are lying about where they left Reed, I'll beat each one of them to a pulp with me own hands.
We're almost to the place they told us about, Axford. We'll soon know whether Reed's okay or not. I guess we turn in here.
Imagine them killers leaving poor Reed in a dark and gloomy place like that. Look at it, Sarge.
I'm looking. It's sure a deserted-looking place.
Come on, Sarge.
Oh, wait till I turn on my flashlight or you'll break your neck, Axford.
Reed! Hey, Reed!
Don't be dumb, Axford. That guy said Reed was bound and gagged. He can't answer you. Come on. Open that door there.
Holy crow, look! There's poor Reed trussed up like a chicken.
Stop yapping and untie her.
Don't worry, Reed. We're here to save you. There, the gag's out.
Oh, Axford, am I glad to see you.
We'll have you loosened in a jiffy, Mr. Reed.
I don't know how you ever found me, but I'm sure thankful.
Reed, we caught them killers, that we did. And we found out that the big shot at the top in the numbers racket is none other than ex-state Senator Rittman himself.
No, really?
That's right, Mr. Reed. We found a lot of numbers tickets right in his desk. Anyhow, both the guys there with him squealed all over the place. Of course, they're all going up for murder.
Sure. And just think, they were planning to murder you too, Reed. The saints forbid.
I guess I've had a very narrow escape.
That you did. More than you'll ever know.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't have gone so far as to kill me.
Reed, sometimes I wonder if you really think things out like you should. Do you know who was in with those killers?
In with them? What do you mean?
In cahoots with them, that's what I mean.
Who?
Sarge, you tell him. He won't believe me.
'Twas the Green Hornet himself who had a falling out with those others, Mr. Reed. And left them for the police like a lot of poisoned rats.
The Green Hornet? Are you sure?
Sure, we're sure. Didn't he leave one of them hornet seals behind? It's a wonder he didn't find out about you and come over here to finish you off. You wouldn't have a chance against him, Reed.
It'd be suicide for you to stand up to that guy.
Well, in a way, it would be at that.
Well, anyway, you save that 10,000 reward, unless you want to pay it to the Green Hornet.
Well, I'll just keep it until he calls for it, Sergeant Berg.
Holy crow, listen to that. The Hornet's maybe been hearing every word we've been saying. We got here just in time to save you from him, Reed. And as much as I'd like to get me hands on him, I'd rather be shaking your hand than wringing that devil's neck. That I would.
Well, you certainly couldn't be doing both at the same time, expert.
At the Lexby paper, Richmond and gang indicted for murder. Numbers racket broken. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lexby paper.
A message to the women. Wouldn't you like to feel that you have done your full share in helping to bring to a close the war with the Japs? You can, you know, by enlisting in the Navy's Waves. Thousands of new Waves are needed right now. About half of this new group will be placed in the hospital corps to do humanitarian work with our Navy and Marine wounded. Every Wave fills an important job in the Navy, one she can be well proud of after the war. Go now to the Navy recruiting station and ask about service in the Waves. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Return of Oliver Perry. The Green Hornet strikes again. American skilled tradesmen and helpers, you are needed in West Coast and Hawaiian Navy yards, needed to help finish the Jap. Our fighting men cannot do it with bare hands. They must have returned to them the damaged fighting ships lying in repair yards. It's up to you to repair them. No wishful thinking will get those ships back to the men who need them. Machinists, coppersmiths, electricians, and many others, including helpers in all trades, are needed. If you are not in war work at your highest skill, go to your U.S. Employment Service office today. That's your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. And now, the Green Hornet. Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was at the breakfast table one morning when the phone rang.
Mr. Reed's apartment? What? Oh, yes. Yes, he's still here. Just a minute. For you, Mr. Britt. Office calling.
All right, kiddo. Who is it, Ashford?
No, sir. It's a Miss Case.
Miss Case, huh? I guess it's important. Hello, Miss Case.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. I called to tell you that I've made an appointment for you at 11 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock now.
Oh, do you have to make early appointments for me?
Early, did you say?
Well, sure. 11 is the break of dawn to me. Who wants to see me at that time?
Do you remember that well-known detective from the West Coast who was here some time ago?
You don't mean Oliver Perry's in town.
That's right. He said it was very important to see you this morning. I made the appointment as late as I could.
That's all right. I wonder what he wants. The last time I saw him was the day the peace conference opened in San Francisco.
Yes, I know. That's what Mr. Perry told me. Anyway, I thought I'd better call you so that you'd be here on time.
I'm glad you did. I'll be there shortly, Miss Case.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well,
I hear you mention Oliver Perry, Mr. Britt.
yes, he's in town and wants to see me at 11 o'clock this morning. I'm curious to know why he's here.
He's dangerous to Green Hornet.
You're right about that, Cato. He was suspicious of the Hornet's identity out on the coast. And I recall the last words he said to me before I left.
I do want it to go on record that if I ever have to cross swords with the Green Hornet again, I'll do my utmost to show him up and turn him into the law.
I wonder if Oliver Perry came here this time to accomplish his purpose. To effect the capture of the Green Hornet.
Good morning. I'm Oliver Perry.
Oh, yes, Mr. Perry. Mr. Reed's expecting you. Come right this way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry's here, Mr. Reed.
Oh, come right in, Oliver.
Thanks. How are you, Britt? It's good to see you again.
Have a chair. Make yourself comfortable.
Seems to be a very efficient secretary you have out there.
Oh, she is.
I suppose, like most confidential secretaries, she knows all the secrets of your personal life.
Well, if she does, Oliver, even a great detective like you couldn't get her to disclose them.
Oh, come now, Britt. Why should I be interested in your personal life?
I'm sure I wouldn't be able to answer that. In fact, there's no reason why anyone should be interested.
Perhaps not. Britt, would it surprise you to know that I came directly to you this morning because I want to contact the Green Hornet?
Not at all, Oliver. I'm used to people coming to me with strange requests, especially my friends. It's a widespread opinion that a newspaper publisher has a wealth of information and underground contacts on tap at all times.
Britt, when you were out on the coast, I made the statement that you were a very remarkable man. I still think so.
Good. I'm glad your opinion hasn't changed. Shall we discuss the reason for your visit now?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. As I said a moment ago, I came here because I want to contact the Green Hornet.
You mean you've come here to make another try at catching the Hornet?
Oh, not exactly. Yet I will say that if the opportunity presents itself, I will turn him in.
It's not like you to be subtle. Why not come right to the point?
I will. Just before the peace conference ended, the wife of one of the Far East delegates was the victim of a robbery.
Oh, really?
Yes. The loss has not been made public, but the authorities have been making an intensive search.
Well, why the secrecy? And what was stolen?
You've heard of the Carter Emerald?
Of course. It's said to be priceless,
The Carter Emerald was stolen.
Oh, but it wasn't in this country. The duty alone, but... Oh, I get it. The wife of that delegate brought it in as part of her personal possessions, duty-free.
Exactly. But it was understood she was to wear it home again. Instead,
some clever crook took advantage of the fact that emerald was in this country. What's the connection between that and your trip here, Oliver?
The Green Hornet has been blamed for the theft.
Oh, really?
Yes. Also a few of the smaller stones. The gem was set in a necklace, you know.
No, I didn't know.
No, of course. You wouldn't. Anyway, a few of the smaller stones have been sold here in this city recently. When I received that tip, I came on here.
What have you to do with the case?
The delegate hired me to trace the stone.
So you decided to run down the Hornet and find it?
No, I don't believe the Hornet took the Carter Emerald.
Well, that's a break for the Hornet. But why do you eliminate...
Why do I eliminate the Hornet? Because I don't believe he was in San Francisco at that time.
He was there when we had our little San Francisco adventure, Oliver, when the conference first started.
Exactly. He was there when you were there, Britt.
We're agreed upon that, anyhow. Well, why are you hunting the Hornet, then? Just on general principles?
I'm trying to contact the Green Hornet because I hope to get his aid in tracing the car to Emerald.
Oh, I see. Yet even though he may help you find it, you'll turn him in if you get the chance. Is that it?
Right. I'd make a deal so that in some way he could receive a reward. A very large sum, if he found the Emerald. But to me, he's still a hunted criminal. He'd have to keep out of my way or take the consequences.
In other words, you figure it takes a crook to catch a crook.
Sometimes.
And you deal with him with one hand and grab him for the law with the other. Is that it?
The deal could be arranged without his getting in my way. If he did, I'd surely do my best to turn him in.
Really, Oliver, you don't quite make sense. The Hornet would be a fool to deal with you and risk capture at the same time.
Maybe the Green Hornet wouldn't reason quite the way you do, Britt. Or would he?
If he's smart, he would. But we aren't getting anywhere, Oliver. What do you expect me to do?
Find a way to get the information I've given you to the Green Hornet. If you do that, I'm sure he'll find a way to contact me. I'll be at the downtown hotel. Well, I guess that's all, Britt.
That's a big order. Entirely out of my line.
Well, that's too bad. I neglected to say, if the Green Hornet doesn't contact me within 24 hours, I have certain information I'll give the police that might lead them to the Hornet.
Oh, is that so? Well, if you have such information, you should have given it to the police long ago. Remember, the Daily Sentinel still offers $25,000 for information leading to the Hornet's capture.
You forget one thing, Britt. The Hornet saved my life in San Francisco.
Oh, yes, you told me about that.
Also, I'm a private detective. I'm not duty-bound to give out information I choose to withhold. That's why, up to this point, I haven't disclosed certain facts that might lead to the Green Hornet's true identity.
Well, let's hope you manage to contact him within the 24-hour limit. But I'm afraid I can't give you any help, Oliver.
You might find a way. I'll wait and see. In the meantime, I'll be at my hotel. I hope our next visit will be as friendly as this one, Britt. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And good luck. I wonder if Axford's in Miss Case's office.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Has Axford come in?
Yes, he has. Do you want him?
Yes, send him in.
Yes, sir, right away.
Perry's hunt for the Carter Emerald is off the record. But one thing he didn't tell me.
You want to see me, Reed?
Oh, yes, Axford. I had...
Say, by the way, I saw Oliver Perry, the detective, going out. What's he doing in town?
Well, he did mention he was hunting for the Green Hornet, Axford. He's stopping at the downtown hotel. And
so he's renewing the hunt for the Hornet, huh? Suffering snakes, maybe this time he'll get that spot hidden.
Maybe. I gathered from what he said that he has a definite line on the Hornet.
Honest?
Well, I don't know for sure. You might tip off Sergeant Burke. He might like to ask Perry some questions.
Holy crow. If Perry does have a line on him and Sergeant Meade can get in on the capture, he'd have to split the reward with us.
Yes, I guess he would at that.
I'm going down to cops' headquarters, Reed. I'll be stopping in the sitting room first, though, in case you want me before I leave. See you later, Reed.
All right. Axford will stop by and give Gunnigan a story on Perry. He didn't say his hunt for the Hornet was off the record. But I must admit he's got both the Green Hornet and Britt Reed treading on thin ice. I've sure got to watch my step.
That afternoon in his hotel room, Oliver Perry frowned as he read a front-page item in the Daily Sentinel.
Famous detective renews hunt for Green Hornet. Oliver Perry, well-known West Coast detective, has arrived at the downtown hotel. His purpose in visiting this city... I should have told him my visit was off the record, as well as the loss of that gem. With that in the paper, I can't point a definite finger at Britt Reed if the Hornet should show up. He's won this round. How could that be?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry. I'm Sergeant Burke from headquarters. I met you the last time.
Oh, yes, I remember you, Sergeant. Do come in. I suppose that item in the Sentinel and dropped in to pay your respects. Is that it?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Perry. You see, Axford, that's Mike Axford on the Daily Sentinel, you know. He said he heard from Mr. Reed that you had a line on the Green Hornet. So I thought
I see. So Mr. Reed told one of his reporters that, huh?
Sure, and why not? Ain't he offering that big reward and all? He's as anxious to see that guy caught as we are, even though it'll cost him all that dough.
It might cost him more than that if the Hornet should be caught.
How come?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud, that's all, Sergeant. You know, some other paper might scoop the Sentinel or something like that.
Oh, well, tell me, Mr. Perry. Do you have a line on that criminal?
Sergeant, I'm afraid Mr. Reed misunderstood me. I really said I was hoping to get a line on him.
Oh, sure, and in that case, you're no better off than the rest of us. We're all hoping that.
Of course, Sergeant. Sorry you came all the way down here for nothing.
That's all right, Mr. Perry. I'm glad to meet you again. We'll be keeping a lookout nearby in case you run into something and need help.
If I need help, I'll let you know.
Be sure and do that. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Perry.
Not at all, Sergeant. Glad you came. Oh. Britt Reed is the Hornet. He's outsmarted me again by tipping off the police that I had a line on him. Now, if I told them my suspicions, they'd laugh at me, but... Oh. I'm beginning to think of a plan that will get the Hornet to help me find that gem. And at the same time, give me definite proof that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Here's an important message. If you are a trained social worker, or if you know one, please listen. Army and Navy hospitals here and overseas have sent out an urgent appeal for more trained social workers. The Red Cross must fill this need. This request is in recognition of the outstanding record social workers have made in healing the mental wounds of this war. Here is your opportunity to serve those who have given so much for you. Invaluable professional experience, post-war assignments, new and higher salary schedules now await you. For information, call or write your local American Red Cross chapter. Don't delay. The need is urgent. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Early that evening, Oliver Perry started to put his plan into effect. Britt Reed and Cato were at their apartment when the phone rang.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Oliver Perry. Is Mr. Reed there?
Yes, sir. He's here. Just 1 minute, please.
Oh, is it, Cato?
It's Oliver Perry. He asked for you.
Perry, huh? Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Britt. Say, I forgot to tell you. Just in case you should contact that certain party I mentioned, the small stones from that necklace were found in a pawn shop at 3rd and Water Streets in this city.
Well, thanks for the information, Oliver, but don't count on it getting to that certain party through me. I told you today that
I'm rather a stubborn cuss, Britt. I'm still hoping to get that Carter gem through the help of the Hornet.
Oh, so that's who you were talking about.
As if you didn't know. By the way, since I forgot to warn you my visit here was off the record, I can't blame you for putting the news in your paper. Of course, it can now be said, if alibis are needed, that the Hornet Red and the Sentinel that I'm hunting him.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I won't keep you. Perhaps we'll be talking again before the evening's over.
Perhaps. Well, don't hesitate to call me if I can be of service. Good night, Oliver.
Goodbye.
Well, you're sure trying, Cato.
You play with fire when you have dealings with Oliver Perry. It's not good.
Oh, well, we've got to have some fun. In fact, I think we'll really help the old boy, Cato.
What you mean? He asked help only to corner Green Hornet. And since he already suspects you, it better
Backing down, Cato? In that case, I'll...
Oh, no, I always ready to help, Mr. Britt.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that.
What you plan to do?
Well, Perry told me of a pawn shop at 3rd and Water Streets where they found the small stones that were in the necklace containing the Carter emerald.
But why they not already investigate the place?
I'm sure they did. My guess is that the name they found on the loan company file card was a phony, as well as the address.
You make pawnbroker tell real name of person who brought in the stone?
Well, the broker's probably a fence for stolen goods. No one could get him to tell. Unless...
Oh, unless Green Hornet get to him, eh?
Yes, but that's exactly what Perry wants, too. He'll have the police watching in hopes that I'll go there.
Oh, we not go then, huh?
I will go,
But first I'll have you phone that pawn shop and tip off the broker his place is being watched. Tell him to leave by the back door through the alley. We'll be waiting for him nearby when he does. Now, come on, we'll get the Black Beauty. Then you can use an outside phone for the call. Let's go. He's coming out now, Kato.
Yes, he's coming this way. He not see Black Beauty here in the darkness of the alley.
Be ready for a fast getaway, Kato.
Who's that?
Come over here and you won't get hurt. If you don't...
I'm coming. That gun. Why are
Keep
you...
your voice down.
Look, you're wearing a mask. If this is a hold-up, I
Get
have
in the
nothing...
car and hurry.
What are you going to do? Why do you... You're the Green Hornet.
For what? Do what you're told and you'll be all right. All I want is some information. Now let's get going.
In an apartment hideout on Water Street, Fingers Carsdale, confidence man, and his partner Slick were sitting at a table idling away their time with a game of two-handed blackjack.
How's that, Slick?
Hit me again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fingers, that did it.
Yeah, what do you got?
21. Pay me.
You had luck that time. Say, Slick, it's funny nothing's ever come out about that rock we lifted in Frisco.
Yeah? Don't kid yourself. We know the heat's on from what Abe the pawn guy said. Wonder who that is.
It must be Abe. He's the only one who knows that signal. Let him in.
Okay.
Out of the way, Mug.
Hey!
Hey, what the Green Hornet. Right. This gun shows I mean business. Now, relax. We're not looking for trouble with you. Well, Hornet, what's up? The Carter Emerald, Carsdale.
Well, what do you know?
Shut up, Slick. Now, look, Hornet. I don't know where you got my name or your information. Abe the pawn told me. You have that rock, so don't play cagey. I came to make a deal, to make you a proposition. Yeah? Like what, for instance? You have that stone and you can't get rid of it. And I can for a good price to the man hired to recover it. I have a tip that he'll deal with me and not call the police.
Say, Fingers,
Keep
maybe...
quiet, Slick. I'll do the talking. Now, tell me, Hornet, who is this go-between? And what's your proposition? You get the emerald. I'll come back later and we drive to his hotel. I close the deal and we split. 3 ways. Who did you say the guy is? I didn't say. But I will. It's Oliver Perry. Perry? The detective? Right, and don't get the idea he'd deal with you. He'd tip off the police, and if he didn't, I would. Now, there's a phone right in front of you. Call him at the downtown hotel. I'll tell you what to say. You'll find out that I'm on the level about this deal. Okay. I'll do it.
Oliver Perry speaking.
Yeah, I'm calling for a certain party who understands you're trying to get in touch with him.
If you're talking about the Hornet, you're right.
Well, what's the deal if he comes to you with the hunk of ice you're looking for?
$20,000 in cash, no questions asked. And my word of honor that he'll have 10 minutes getaway time before I call the police.
What's the plan for getting together?
I'm on the 2nd floor, 202. You can come up the service stairs. Give 3 sharp knocks. Be here promptly at midnight.
Okay, you'll be there.
I'll expect this deal to be on the square. No funny business. You can count on me to carry out my part of the deal to the letter. Be sure to come at midnight.
Right. And have the cash ready. So long. You satisfied? Yeah. It's on the level, all right. He says for you to come at 2 a.m. It's 202 on the 2nd floor. Then that's settled. You get the emerald ready, and I'll meet you here later. And you better be here when I come back, too.
Hey, all this is kind of funny, Fingers. I don't like dealing with that Hornet and fooling with a gumshoe like Perry.
Look, Slick. You see this?
What's that thing?
The Hornet dropped this without knowing it. It's a genuine Hornet seal.
So what?
Listen, Perry didn't say 2 o'clock. He said midnight. Now, I'll get a mask and say I'm the Green Hornet. And this seal will prove it to Perry. That dough won't be split 3 ways. We'll make a dope out of that Hornet and have it all for the 2 of us.
And maybe we'll even make a dope out of Perry before the deal's over.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Oliver Perry speaking. Is Mr. Reed there?
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Perry.
Hello?
Red, I tried to get you before. You weren't in.
No, I just came in, Oliver. What's up?
I want you to come over and spend the evening. I expect to have a visitor. Though if you're here, I probably won't.
I'll be glad to come over.
One thing more. Strange as you may think the request, please bring your valet.
Just as you say, Oliver. It's 10:30 now. We'll be over shortly.
Good. I'll be looking for you both. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oliver Perry has invited us both to come over for a visit, Cato.
Oh, he not take chance of Hornet having assistance, perhaps, huh?
That's it, all right. He's going to keep both of us under his nose. Well, let's go. Maybe we'll have a pleasant evening at that. Who knows? Well, he said he'd be here at midnight, as you suggested. Is that it?
Yes. Let's see. My watch says midnight right now. If no one comes, perhaps I'll have a few remarks to drop to the police before...
I believe someone's knocking, Oliver.
Really? You and Cato go behind that screen in the corner. I've got to handle this alone.
Come along, Cato.
Something wrong somewhere. Put up job, perhaps. We will see.
Mr. Perry?
Yes? Come in. Come over here to the desk.
Okay. Let's get this deal over with in a hurry.
First, though you have a mask on such as the Green Hornet wears, what proof have you that you are the real Hornet?
Oh, so you want proof? Well, how about this?
Oh. A Hornet seal.
You ever seen one of those before?
Yes. You know I have.
Oh, sure. You ought to know that it's genuine.
It is, I admit that. All right, I have the money for you. There it is. Now, if you'll hand me the card emerald, I'll give you 10 minutes. No more before I call the police.
Well, it looks like 20,000. I'll take it. And then, one move toward the phone or toward a gun, I'll let you have it.
You double-crossing.
So long, and thanks for the dough.
Wait, come back here. Stay back. Let go of my arm. All right, don't take this. Oh.
He's been knocked out, kiddo. He shouldn't try to stop an armed man.
He not hurt very bad, I think.
Well, listen, get him to the couch. He'll be out cold for a while. I've got something to do, and I've got to hurry. I won't be long.
Yeah, that's packed. I'll make sure we got everything, Slick.
Yeah, we have. We better blow out of here right now.
Oh, it's only 12:30. Hornet will go up there at 2 a.m. and get picked up. We sure put one over on him.
You're not going anywhere, wise guy.
Hey, finger!
No.
Hey, wait, Hornet! He planted, honest. He's got the lock on the door.
This will shut you up.
I'll get you with my rod.
Smell this, Slicky.
Yes!
Dopes. Now to put the emerald and the money on the table and then call the police. I've got to get back to Perry.
How do you feel now, Mr. Perry?
Oh, I'm all right. Is Britt Reed here? Did he leave here?
He's right over there, Mr. Perry. And he's been right here with you all the time. It was Reed who phoned headquarters and told us what happened. Oh, Reed.
Yes, Ashford. Oh, I see you've come around all right, Oliver. Any ill effects?
I don't feel in the pink, if that's what you mean.
Maybe you'll feel better when you hear the news.
What news?
I heard from headquarters they picked up 2 mugs, and in the same room was a big emerald and $20,000. Your money, Mr. Reed says it is.
Cart emerald? But how...
It was a fight amongst the crooks over the booty, like as not. The big shot got scared off and left the stuff. But he left his seal behind, too.
You mean the Green Hornet?
Yes, the Hornet double-crossed you. But he lost out anyway. You will get the Carter Emerald and also your 20,000. So don't worry, Oliver.
Thanks for the advice. And, Brett.
Yes?
Allow me to repeat what I've said before. I still think you're a very remarkable man.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Set the Lex Street. Take back.
Enlistment in the United States Marine Corps is still open to young men whose 18th birthday is more than 2 weeks away. Those physically and mentally qualified may start their training immediately and see the end of the war with Japan as a Marine fighter. So, young men, if your 18th birthday is more than 2 weeks away and you are physically and mentally qualified, sign up now. Contact your nearest Marine recruiting headquarters and take your place in a truly rugged service, the United States Marines. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Imposter. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, frowned as he sat in his office listening to the latest news from police headquarters as related to him by Mike Axford.
And I'm telling you, Reed, it wasn't until just a while ago that Sergeant Burke admitted that truck hold-up last night was the work of the Green Hornet.
He told you that?
Sure. You see, last night they didn't say anything about it. They figured the papers had been writing the cops too much already for not catching that devil. It was only by a slip of the tongue that Sarge mentioned it to me today.
But how do they know? Why is Burke sure?
The truck driver swears he saw the Hornet. That's why he's so sure. To my way of thinking...
Hello. Axford? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. For you, Axford.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Hello, Mike Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Sarge. What's up? There was? He did? Suffering snakes. Are you sure it was... I know, but are you positive it was... Oh, hold on, Sarge. I just wanted to be sure. Yeah, I'm coming down to headquarters right away. Goodbye. Holy crow.
What's happened?
That was Sergeant Burke calling, Reed.
I know that. What did he call about?
Oh, yeah. He says a jewelry store was held up a little while ago down on 10th Street.
Is that so? Did they get the crooks?
No. And it's easy to see why they didn't. Reed, Sarge says that place was robbed by none other than the Green Hornet himself. Well, Sarge, you've been scouting around for a couple of hours without getting anywheres. Looks like you cops are stumped. That devilish Hornet always puts it over on you.
Oh, is that so now? If the Sentinel and the rest of them other papers would cooperate, instead of lambasting the force every time that guy pulls a job, maybe we could get a clue or something to lead us to the Hornet.
Say now, how could the papers cooperate with the force in catching the Hornet, since you're so smart as to say they ought to?
Well, the Daily Sentinel, for one, could publicize the fact that they're offering $25,000 reward for his capture. It'd be a big help if Reed had headlined it in the morning edition.
I'll take it up with Reed, Sarge. I got a lot of pull with him, you know.
Yeah, I know. You practically run the Sentinel from what you tell him.
Huh. Do you want me to tell Reed about printing that reward notice, or don't you?
Sure. Then we'll see what'll happen when the Hornet reads all that publicity. Maybe it'll rile him up enough so that he'll make a slip and give us a line on him. It's about time we got that vicious mug and put him where he belongs.
That evening, two men sat in a long black coupe, which was parked on a by-road just off the main highway leading to the tooling factory on the edge of the city.
Guy ought to be along any minute now, Lou. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah. But how do you know he'll be bringing out the payroll?
You think I'm a dope? I've been tailing him for weeks. Every Thursday afternoon he goes into the bank and brings out the payroll for Friday morning. Always at the same time.
Maybe he'll have a guard with him.
I made sure he don't. The tooling works is just a small factory. The manager gets the dough and brings it out by himself.
I hope there ain't any slip-ups. Things are going too easy to suit me.
Don't worry. It's been easy because of my scheme to lay the blame on somebody else for the jobs we've been pulling.
Hey, are we going to wear the mask for this job too, Dave?
Sure. And we better get him on. He'll be along any minute, like I said. Here, put this on.
Okay.
I'll get mine on, too. When that guy sees us, he'll think one of us...
Hey, look, Dave. There comes a car from town now.
Yeah. That's the one we're waiting for. Get ready to start after him as soon as he passes. Get going, Lou.
Okay.
We're in luck. There's no other cars on the highway right now. Step on it. Got more to the side of the road, so he'll have to stop.
We're almost alongside, Dave. I'll crowd him over.
Pull over and stop.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out, mister.
Your mask. You're the Green Hornet.
That's good guessing, Bud. Get out. And be quick about it.
Oh, don't use that gun. I'll get out.
Keep your gun on this guy while I grab the bag he's got in the back of his car.
Get it. I'm watching.
No, you can't take that. I won't let you.
You... Had to knock him out, Dave.
But we're going anyway. Now I'll get the dough. There it is. Hope it's all here.
Hurry up, Dave. I think there's a car coming.
Let's spray him out of here fast.
What about the jerk lying there in the road?
Never mind him. Get this crate going, quick.
Good morning, Kathy.
I didn't have to look up to see who came in. The slamming door is the sign of Mike Axford.
I meant to give it just a gentle push, that I did.
Don't ever get rough with it, then. It'll probably fly off the hinges and land right in my lap. Say, did you see the morning edition?
That I did. Reed sure put it on thick about that big reward and all for the capture of the Green Hornet. Of course, he did it because I asked him to, you know.
Oh, of course. Not to mention the phone call he had from Inspector Evans making the same request.
Oh.
Axford, I've been waiting to see you.
Oh, hello, Reed. I was just rushing right in to see you, but
Come along in. I want to talk to you.
Sure, Reed.
Well, did you find out anything more from police headquarters about that payroll robbery last night?
Only what I told you over the phone, Reed. The factory guy swears it was the Green Hornet that did it. Imagine the nerve of that spalpeen doing such a thing while it was still daylight.
He had plenty of nerve, all right.
That fella that was robbed was lucky he wasn't shot down in cold blood. Seems the Hornet popped him on the back of the head with the gun butt, then left him lying in the road.
Yes, you told me that.
Reed, that Green Hornet's pulling off a one-man crime wave. He's got to be stopped.
Yes, Axford, he has to be stopped. And no one's more anxious to see him stopped than I am.
That afternoon, in a one-room hideout along the waterfront, Dave and Lou were busy making plans for another crime.
The job I have lined up will be our biggest yet.
Yeah? What is it, Dave?
I've been casing the West End Bank. We're going to bust into it tonight.
Yeah, but they got a guard there, ain't they?
So what? At 9 o'clock every night, he opens the side door to take in a night deposit from the nearby theater. We'll be there to follow the guy in. Get it?
Yeah. Good idea. We get the theater money, too.
Right. And plenty besides.
Listen, Dave. If I'm going to go in with you on the bank job, I want an even split this time.
An even split? Say, what gave you that idea? Don't I do all the figuring and case all the jobs? Don't I?
So what? I take as much risk as you do. And believe me, I'm going to get a 50-50 split this time, or I'll...
Oh, you'll what, lughead?
No, wait a minute, Dave. Put down that rod. I didn't mean anything, honest.
Okay, Piker. But don't get any more thoughts like that, see? I do the thinking for us both and get extra pay for it. Remember that.
Okay, forget it. We've got to work together. We got to get along.
We'll get along. Or else, Lou. Maybe if you play things right tonight, I will toss a couple of bucks more than your share your way. Of course, if you got any notion of double-crossing me tonight, brother, you'll wish you hadn't.
Look, I said forget it, didn't I? You don't have to threaten me, Dave. We're partners, ain't we?
Sure. But even one partner can warn another, see? I'm going out a while. I'll see you here later.
Okay, Dave. I'll be waiting. So long.
So long, dope.
So I'm a dope, huh? Sure. I am a dope to let him get away with that. Headlines screaming for the Green Hornet and Dave taking all the gravy. I'd do as much as him. 25 grand for the Hornet's capture. Man, I wish I could... Holy mackerel, that gives me an idea. Dave ain't really the Hornet. But if the cops caught him with that mask on... Dave, you sneaking double-crosser. This is one job I'm planning all by myself. And they'll have you where you can't take any of the dough away from me.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a man calling on the phone. He won't say who he is, but he wants to speak to the publisher, and he says it's very important.
Well, connect me with him, Miss Case.
Yes,
Hello? Hello?
You the publisher of the Sentinel?
Yes?
Now, look. Is it on the level about giving all that dough for the Hornet?
Yes, of course. Why?
I got a tip about a job he's going to pull tonight.
Really? Where?
Now, don't rush me, bud. I got to be sure first that I get the dough if he's caught.
You'll get it if you come in and identify yourself. Provided the Hornet is caught.
Okay. My name's Lou. I'll come in and just say I'm Lou, see?
Right. Now, how about that tip?
The Green Hornet's planning to crank the West End Bank at 9 tonight. Through the side door. You can count on it.
How do you know? How do I... Hello? Hello?
hung up on me. Oh. This has become a personal matter between that crook who's posing as the Hornet and me. Well, I'll be there to bust up his plan and grab him. And I'll call the police.
Meanwhile, in a pool room phone booth, Lou was making a second phone call.
Now I'll call the cops and tip them off. I'll be in 25 grand after they pick up Dave.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Burke speaking.
Hey, look, copper. I got a tip-off on the Hornet for you.
What's that you say?
A tip on the Hornet. He's going to bust into the West End Bank through the side door at 9 o'clock tonight. You better have some of your guys there.
The Green Hornet. Are you sure? Who are you?
Finished, Squealer?
Hey, Dave. Oh, I didn't know you were...
I watched you come in, and I listened to them calls you made. Get moving, sucker. I'm holding a gun in my pocket, see?
Well, where are you taking me, Dave?
Lou, we're going out into the alley. Just me and you. And after I get rid of you, I'll change my plans about that bank job.
No, Dave, listen to me. I didn't...
Shut up and get moving. When I get through, you won't talk again. Ever.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to our story. After receiving the phone call from Lou, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The two men were discussing the imposter who was using the name of the Green Hornet to cover his crimes.
Cato, that man must be stopped before he goes any further.
You have planned to catch fake Hornet, perhaps?
Someone phoned the Sentinel this afternoon and gave me a tip that may lead to something.
Tip? You mean it give clue to a man's identity?
Not exactly. He said the Green Hornet was going to commit another crime tonight. A bank robbery at the West End Bank at 9 o'clock.
Oh. What you do, Mr. Britt?
We're going to be at that bank, Cato. I hope he shows up at 9 o'clock.
It's 8:30 now.
Yes, we'd better leave right away. That crook will be in for a surprise when the real Hornet shows up. Come on, Cato.
Yes, Sarge. What's the idea of us standing here in this doorway when the bank's across the street? That Hornet will be
Do you
able
think
to...
I'm dumb, Axford?
Well, now that you asked me outright...
Shut up. I'm not asking you. If you want to know the truth, there's two of my men over in back of the bank, and more planted in the side alley. When that Hornet gets inside, we'll close in on him so he can't make a getaway.
Hey, who's that guy walking toward the bank? See? He's carrying something.
That's the guy from the theater there on the corner. He's going to put in the theater money. He does it every night at this time.
Oh, that's who it is. Then it must be 9 o'clock, Sarge.
It is that. Come on, we're going over now. That guy's at the side door.
Yeah, he's ringing the night bell. Look, he's coming around to the front. Maybe the guard's letting him in the front tonight.
That front door can't be opened at night.
Maybe something's wrong. Let's hurry.
Well, Cato, it's just about time.
You go around through side door?
No. I'm going to try to get in the back door. I want to be on the inside when the crook gets there.
Back door over there. But it not be easy to get it open.
I'll find some way. You wait here. That's strange. This door's unlocked. Well, here goes. I have to use my flashlight. The guard lying just inside the door. Let's see. He's dead.
Don't make a move, Hornet. I got this gun right at your back.
Well, so I've walked into a trap.
Right. And I caught you leaning over the guard you just murdered, too. Keep your hands up and turn around.
Just as you say.
This is one time you won't get away. Jim?
Yeah, here I am.
Step outside and yell for Sarge and the others. He's right out front. Hurry it up.
Okay. You keep me covered.
Don't worry about that. I got a good mind to drill you right here and now, you dirty killer.
Don't rush things on my account.
You sure are the cool one. Hey, Jim. Yell for the Sarge. What's the matter with you?
So sorry. Jim, not feel like yelling right now. Drop a gun, please.
What the? Drop it. That gun in your back might go off.
I've been tricked. I might have expected that from you, but you won't get away with it all.
I hate to do this,
Yes! Oh!
Quick, Cato. We'll make a run for the car. Good thing you followed me. Come on.
Hey, somebody's lying here, Sarge.
Where?
Turn a light over there, somebody. Hey, look. It's one of your men. And here's another one. Must be the guard. Great day in the morning. Jim lying outside and these two here. That Hornet's a devil, that he is. Somebody look after these men here. Come on, Axford. I'm going to follow that spalpeen till I find him, no matter how long it takes.
It's strange guard be dead just inside the back door, Mr. Britt.
The fellow who phoned the Sentinel must have tipped off the police, too. I guess the crook using the Hornet's name heard about the tip-off and came there earlier.
Then he's the one who killed a guard.
Yes, he's a dangerous killer, Cato, and a very clever one. We've got to find him and get him into the hands of the police before the night's over.
I hope police not get us first. They not be easy to lose when alarm gets out.
We'll have to risk it. Turn on the shortwave radio for the police broadcasts.
Yes, sir.
Hornet just seen leaving West End Bank. Guard killed. Watch all roads for Hornet car. Repeat. Watch all roads for Green Hornet car.
We'll have to keep to the back streets.
Attention car 33. Attention car 33. Body of murdered man found earlier tonight in alley near Water Street off River Road. Identified as that of underworld character known as Lou. Pick up all suspicious characters in waterfront neighborhood for questioning. That is all.
Cato, now this thing begins to stack up. The man who tipped me off this afternoon gave the name of Lou. That's why he was murdered.
That's possible.
The one who killed him is the one we must find. It's a big risk, Cato, but we're going to the waterfront neighborhood right now. Step on it.
Alley very dark. Very bad neighborhood, Mr. Britt. Why we stop an alley here?
The phone call I received this afternoon came from the pool room right in the corner of this alley, Cato. I had the call traced.
This must be alley where man Lou was killed.
Yes. He and the other man probably have a hideout close by.
What do we look for here?
A car, Cato. There aren't many cars in this neighborhood, and no garages. What cars there are have to be parked in the street or alley.
There are no cars out on the street?
That's right. I figured the crook would come back to his hideout, pack up, and make a getaway. If he did come down here, we were only a few minutes behind him.
Man who posed as Hornet said to have black coupe.
Yes. By the light of your flashlight, I see two cars in the alley. And they're both coupes. Let's have a look at them. this isn't the one. Let's look at that one over there.
What you do?
Feeling the hood, Cato. This one's still warm. I'll look inside.
He leave door unlocked.
Yes. That means the owner's coming back soon. Now, let's see. Here's something. Look.
Oh, that's a mask he used to pose as a Hornet.
Right. We found our man Cato. He'll be out soon.
What you do now?
I'll get on the running board near the wall here. It's the right side. He'll get on the driver's side and won't see me.
But you take a big risk. Maybe
I'll be all right. The window's open. You follow this car. If the police sight us, lose them with the smoke screen and then catch up to us. I'll be needing you by that time.
Wait. Someone coming. I leave right now.
Sure gotta move fast away from this neighborhood before the cops move in. So far, so good. I'm well on my way, and there's no danger of cops following me. There is a car following back there. I better step on it.
You can stop now, killer. Pull over.
What? How did you get on my running board?
Stop and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, bud. I'll use this gun on you, then I'll jump free. Here goes.
Wait, I'm stopping. Now, what's all this about? Why are you... masked? You're the real Hornet.
You guessed it. Get out that mask you used. Hurry and put it on.
Well, why do you want me to wear this
Put
now?
it on, I said.
Okay.
I see you have the satchel with the bank money in it.
Hey, you ain't gonna grab that. I'll...
Try again, Mug. Better let me try.
No.
That must be Cato. The police will get this mug with a mask on and the stolen money. His fingerprints should show who he is, I guess. I'll leave a seal for good luck. Now to get in with Cato. Got him, Cato.
Must hurry, Mr. Britt. I lose police with smoke screen, but they come again now.
Get going, Cato, before they see us. Step on it.
Reed, I'm glad to see you ain't in bed yet.
Oh, I was just about to get in. What do you want now?
Sure, I came in to tell you the news, Reed.
Okay, tell me. Then get to your own room so I can get some sleep.
Well, I got a little disappointing news for you. In a way, that is.
I couldn't be disappointed tonight, Axford. Didn't you phone and say they caught...
No, wait a minute, Reed. I did phone. A little hasty like, I admit. And say the cops caught the Green Hornet.
Axford, don't tell me this isn't true.
Reed, it's like this. You see, when we found that car with the masked guy in it, and the bank money and all, Sarge and all of us were sure he was the Hornet. You see, it was a Hornet mask he wore. Well, I took one look, then beat it to the nearest farmhouse to phone. After I got the story in, I went back and found out it wasn't the real Hornet at all. So I had to rush back and phone the Sentinel again.
Wasn't the real Hornet?
No. You see, there was a Hornet seal stuck on the guy's forehead, and he was out cold, gassed. He couldn't have done them things to himself. When he came to, he said the Green Hornet caught up with him and messed him up. The cops come and scared him off, no doubt.
Well, you sure had me keyed up for a while, Axford.
Reed, I'm that sorry for letting you think the Hornet was caught. I know you're disappointed like all get out.
Oh, well, I'll get over it, I guess. Somehow I get a kick out of the fact that the Green Hornet's still to be caught.
Suffering snakes. You'd think you were in cahoots with that Hornet the way you talk, Reed.
Now, Axford, is that any way for you to talk?
Go to bed, Reed. You'd sure have to lead a double life to be in cahoots with that devil. And you have all you can do to lead a single life. Ain't I the card, though? Ain't I?
Let's Street, take Bob! Killer confesses, posed the Green Hornet to commit crimes. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Let's Street, take Bob!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Johnny Comes Home. The Green Hornet strikes again. Thousands of men are marching today, and marching in the right direction, toward home. Yes, the war bonds you purchased helped to make this possible. But as our fighting men know, the job isn't finished. Our sick, wounded, and disabled veterans will require expert medical care and attention. Millions of dollars will be needed for mustering out pay and benefits voted by Congress to help war veterans get started again in civilian life. The very least we can do, in return for what our fighting men have done for us, is to help finish the job. Buy all the victory bonds you can. Keep all the bonds you buy. And now, the Green Hornet. Two men sat in the corner booth of a small, smoke-filled barroom talking. One, known as Squint, was a mean, hard-looking man. The other, who used the name Jack Dunn, had an indefinable expression on his face that set him apart from his companion. And his manner was sullen and reckless.
You know, Jack, Boss has been kind of easy on you so far. But he ain't any too pleased over the way you've been sort of particular about keeping your nose clean, letting us pull the risky jobs. Well, all you do is act as a pickup man for his number racket.
So what?
Oh. Huh. Feeling tough, ain't you? Well, let me give you a tip, Jack. The boss has plans for using you on the big job tomorrow night. That's why I come and looked you up, see?
Yeah? What kind of a job? If I don't like his plans...
You better go talk to the boss before you stick your neck out too far, Jack. I think he's got a way to convince you.
What do you mean, Squint?
He'll tell you. He wants you to come to his place tonight. And you better go, too.
You listen to me, Squint. Neither you nor Banning nor anybody else is going to tell me what to...
Right afternoon papers?
Wait a minute.
Paper, mister?
Yeah, give me a Daily Sentinel.
Here you are. Thanks. Papers? Paper, mister?
As I was saying, Squint, neither you nor Banning nor any... Johnny. No, what can't be?
What's the matter, Jack? What'd you see in that paper?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm leaving, Squint. I ain't waiting until tonight. I'm going to have a talk with Joe Banning right now.
A short time later, Jack knocked on the door of Joe Banning's small apartment on Water Street.
Ah, it's you, huh? I told Squint to find you and tell you to come over here tonight. That brings you here now, Jack.
I gotta talk to you, Joe.
Come on in. Sit down.
Thanks.
Okay, now what's on your mind?
Squint said you had a job for tomorrow night. I wanted to talk.
Look, Jack. You've been getting off easy around here while me and the other boys have been doing the real work.
I know. But
now, wait a minute. Let me talk. The night Squint and I picked you up at that bar, you were so drunk you couldn't talk straight. You'd just been fired from your job as night guard at the First National Bank. Remember?
Yeah, I drank pretty heavy and I got fired. But there was a reason why.
I ain't through yet. I told you that night I could use you if you weren't too particular. And you said you'd do anything. Right?
I guess that's right. But listen,
I brought you here and you signed a paper. Telling you it was an application for getting you bonded so you can handle dough for me. Remember that?
Yeah.
Jack, that paper you signed that night 8 months ago was a typed confession to the murder of Red Merrick, who was bumped off a couple of nights before.
What? What's that you're saying?
Now, don't get excited, Jack. That killing never was solved. But I'm holding that confession signed by you just in case you don't string along like you should. Get it?
No, Joe. You know I never killed anybody. It ain't fair for you to do...
No. Sit down. Don't go haywire over nothing, Jack. I ain't going to use that paper. It's just a protection, that's all.
I get it.
And it'll make certain you play along on that job we've planned.
Joe, I don't know what you're planning to pull tomorrow night, but count me out. Please, I've got a big reason if you'll just listen to me.
Give it a big reason, Jack. Maybe I'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, you'll listen then?
Sure. Go ahead. Then I'll do the talking. What's on your mind?
Well, 3 years ago, I was working steady at the bank. Had a little 2-room flat on the south side where I lived with my kid. My boy, Johnny.
Your kid?
Yeah. My wife died a long time ago. I brought the kid up right. High school and all. He was 17, and him and me was pals. One night, 3 years ago, he come home from the filling station where he was working part-time. He was all excited.
Dad, I'll bet you'll be as happy as I am when you hear the news. I rushed right home to tell you first.
Here now, son. Take it easy. You'll bust a button. Oh, what's the big news?
They accepted me, Dad, for the Air Corps. I knew you'd let me join. You will, won't you, Dad?
You going in the Air Corps?
Yeah. Oh, gee, Dad, it means a lot to me. I have to do my bit.
Johnny, I'm proud of you, son. I don't know what to say.
Thanks, Dad. I knew you'd see it my way.
I hear it's pretty stiff training, son.
Oh, I'll get through, Dad. And someday I'll be a pilot, a lieutenant in the Army Air Corps.
Well, I'll miss you, Johnny.
Golly, Dad, I'll miss you, too, but... Well, after it's over and I come back, we'll be closer pals than ever. We'll go places together.
All right, son, you go and fight for both of us. I'd like to be going with you, but I'll be waiting for you when it's over. Waiting and proud. You the best.
Okay. Your kid went and joined up. So what's that got to do with me?
I'm coming to that, Joe. Johnny made good. He got to be a pilot and went across. And one day, about 9 months ago, I got a telegram saying my kid was gone.
Too bad.
I'm telling Joe, I went almost crazy. I got to drinking nearly all the time. And a month later, I got fired. But I didn't care. Nothing mattered anymore.
Yeah, I know. And we picked you up and gave you a chance. After all, the kid's gone.
Oh, wait, Joe. I haven't told you the most important part. Read that. I tore that out of the Daily Sentinel a while ago.
Young hero to receive nation's highest award. Lieutenant John Duncan, reported killed in action, has arrived home after being found in a German prison camp.
That's his picture there. Here, give me that back.
Here you are. Hey, what are you trying to hand me? That guy's name is Duncan. Yours is Dunn.
No, my real name is Duncan. The name I had at the bank. I changed my name after I got fired. Joined up with you.
I knew your real name.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah, Jack. Duncan is a name you signed to that confession.
Oh, look, Joe, after what I've told you, can't you see? My boy's not dead at all. He's right here in this city. He won't be able to find me. Tear up that confession, Joe, and let me quit the gang. I'll keep my mouth shut. But I can't get tangled up in anything that'll...
Tomorrow night we're busting into the First National. You know where the guard will be every minute. You're going to go with us. And what's more, you're going to bring out the dough, see?
No, Joe, you can't make me do it.
I got this confession, ain't I? And maybe that kid of yours would like to know that his old man's been playing crooked for the last few months under a different name. Maybe if it got out, he wouldn't get that medal after all, Jack. Would he?
I guess you got me, Joe. Well, there's nothing else I can do but play along. But I don't want Johnny ever to know.
That's the spirit, Jack. I knew you'd see things my way.
Jack left Banning's apartment, and broken in spirit, he entered a bar where he sat, moody and silent, drinking heavily. Sometime later, he left the bar and started for home. Meantime, Mike Axford, reporter on the Sentinel, drove his car up 3rd Street and was slowing for a stoplight.
Suffering snakes. Look at that guy. Hey, watch out, you! Oh, glory be. I almost knocked him down. Uh-oh. Maybe I did hit him. He must be hurt. He's lying here. Mister!
Go away and let me alone.
He ain't hurt, he's drunk. Let him sleep it off.
Surely can't lie here in the street like that. Hey, mister, you can't stay here. The cops will come and take you.
Cops, where? You gotta get away from here.
Here. I'll help you. There. No, get in me car, and I'll take you home. Now, are you sure you ain't hurt now?
Hurt? Who's hurt? Nothing can hurt me, see? Got a job to do tomorrow night. Can't let him frame me, see? Ain't gonna see my boy. You know my boy's a hero? Well, he is. He is, you hear me?
Sure. That he is. Now, tell me where you live, and I'll take you right to the door. Then you'd better go in and lie down to sleep it off. Or next time you really might get hurt.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was busy in his office when his secretary, Lenore Case, entered.
Well, Miss Case?
Well, Mr. Reed, there's a Lieutenant Duncan asking to see you. He says it's very important.
Lieutenant Duncan?
Yes, sir. He's the young officer, and we featured on the front page yesterday. You know, the one who's to win the...
Of course. Show him right in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Come right in, Lieutenant. Mr. Reed will see you.
Thank you.
Well, Lieutenant, come right in. I'm very glad to see you.
It's nice of you to see me, Mr. Reed.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Oh, what can I do for you?
Sir, I can't locate my father. He seems to have dropped from sight several months ago.
I see.
He gave up our old flat, and at the bank where he used to work, they said he'd been laid off because of drinking. I guess when he got word that I wasn't coming back...
I understand. The shock was too much for him.
Yes, we were very close. It was just the two of us. I went to the police, and they're doing everything to find him, but... Well, Sergeant Burke thought you might put something special in the Sentinel to try
Of course we will.
I've got to find him before tomorrow morning.
Before tomorrow morning?
You see, Mr. Reed, I leave on the morning train for Washington to try...
Oh, yes, to receive the Congressional Medal. It should be a very proud moment for you.
I know, sir, but it won't mean as much to me if Dad isn't there to see me receive it. Well, I don't know where to start to look for him.
Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, will you come in a moment?
Yes, sir, right away.
I agree with you, Lieutenant. Your father should be with you in Washington. Oh, Miss Case.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Take Lieutenant Duncan down to Gunnigan. Have them get all the facts about his father and run a special feature on the front page. The lieutenant will explain to Gunnigan.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a picture of him, Lieutenant?
No, sir, I never had a picture of Dad. I can describe him pretty well, though.
Good. You go with Miss Case. Tell the city editor all about your father. We'll do everything in our power to locate him before you leave.
Let's hope we have luck.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. The merchant marine still has a tremendous job to do, and in order to complete this job, thousands of experienced seamen are needed immediately. If you have sailed as an AB, fireman, water tender, or licensed officer, you are urgently requested to wire collect to the War Shipping Administration, Washington, D.C., or visit your nearest United States Employment Service office for full particulars. Remember, the men who fought this war deserve as speedy a return to this country as is possible. You may help hasten their return by signing up with the Merchant Marine. Get details tomorrow. And now, back to the Green Hornet. After telling Britt Reed about the search for his father, Lieutenant Duncan left. A short time later, Axford entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed.
Where have you been all afternoon, Axford?
Reed, I sort of been following a hunch I had about a guy.
What, again?
No, Reed, is that any way to talk to me about...
Go ahead, explain, Axford.
Well, I picked up a drunk and took him home yesterday, over to 303 3rd Street. Yeah. Had a room just inside the door. He raved on about being framed, having a job to pull off tonight, and about his son that was a hero. So, I went back there today to watch.
Why?
I think he's a spy. That's why, Reed.
What gave you that idea?
Well, this. He had it in his hand. A piece torn from yesterday's Sentinel, Reed.
Well,
look. It must have been that article about the atomic bombs we had on page 2 that he was reading.
If it had been a secret, we wouldn't have printed it. Forget that, man. Get busy.
I never thought of that. It's no secret at all. Oh, well, so long. I go to headquarters.
Axford and his spy. Well, what's this on the other side? Lieutenant Duncan's picture from the front page of yesterday's Sentinel, with pencil marks around it. That man Axford took home. He could be... The Green Hornet's going to investigate to make sure. Maybe the lieutenant's hunt is about ended.
Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. They discussed Johnny's request for help and Axford's meeting with the drunk.
You think man who asks for take home is Lieutenant's father, Mr. Britt?
He was carrying this article about Lieutenant Duncan, and he mentioned his son being a hero.
Is that true?
If he is young Duncan's father, he must be in trouble. He spoke of being framed, as I told you.
They're investigating, Mr. Britt.
That's what I think.
Green Hornet pay him visit, perhaps.
Yes, the sooner the better. Let's go, Cato. This is the address, Cato. Rather dark-looking place.
We go inside, Mr. Britt?
I'll get out. You run the Black Beauty into the shadows on the side. Then come and join me.
Yes, sir.
Britt Reed moved quickly into the darkened hallway of the building and waited before the door which he knew must be the entrance to Jack's place. In a few minutes, he was joined by Cato.
You knock?
No, I'll try the door. Locked. I'll use a skeleton key.
I use flashlight. Not see anyone.
Hold on, Cato.
What you pick up, Mr. Britt?
Hold that light here. 2 slips put under the door with phone numbers on them. And wait. Both numbers are the same. This gives me an idea. Here's the phone.
They know you not man, maybe.
I'll hold my handkerchief over the mouthpiece and change my voice.
Hello?
I got 2 calls from you. What you want?
That you, Jack?
Yeah. What do you want?
Well, this is me, Squint. And the way you sound, I guess you've been drinking again, huh?
So what?
So you better snap out of it and listen, see? I just left the boss, and he said to get in touch with you, just to make sure that you don't fail to show at the First National.
What for?
What for? Because he says if you don't show, you'll take a rap for murder. Better be there a little before 9. So long, dope.
What'd he say?
Something's going to happen at the First National Bank around 9 o'clock. It involves the man we're hunting. And we're going to be there to see if he's really worth finding for that hero son of his. Come on.
Meanwhile, having left just before Britt Reed and Cato arrived, Jack, driven to desperation, had gone to Joe Banning's apartment, determined to have a showdown.
What the? Get inside, you. We're going to settle this right now.
Put down that rod, you fool.
Back out of the way.
You're drunk. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that nerve to pull a rod on me, and you know it.
I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, you dirty crook. I want that paper you made me sign, and I'm going to get it. Then I'm leaving. And if you bother me or my kid, so help me batty out.
Shut up and stop bluffing.
I'm not bluffing. Now give me that paper and make it quick.
You won't shoot, Jack. If you did, then you'd really be a killer, see? Your kid sure wouldn't like that, now would he?
You leave him out of this, you skunk. I came here to settle with you. You know what's good for you, you'll get that...
Okay, Jack, you had your fun. Now drop that rod and quick.
What? Squint, you sneaking
Drop it
rat.
before I plug you.
Good work, Squint. I got a paper in my pocket this dope wanted. Now I'll give him something else.
This. Oh.
Boy, what a sock. A double-crossing heel. Get some water and throw on him, then we'll take him with us on that bank job. After tonight, he'll be in too deep to do any squawking.
It was almost 9 o'clock. The section of the city near the First National Bank was deserted. 2 figures lurked in the shadows behind the bank building.
It's almost 9, Mr. Britt.
Yes. If anything's going to happen, it should happen soon. If they found out they would talk to the wrong person on the phone, they may change their plans.
Is that true? If that happened, then we on wild goose chase. Maybe it'd be better...
Someone coming through the alley alongside the bank.
There's more than one person.
Yes. This must be it, Cato. Come on, follow me, and stick close in case I need you.
How you figure on getting in, Joe? Keep your rod stuck in that Jack's back so to keep him quiet, and I'll tell you.
I got my rod on him, all right.
He'll do what he's supposed to do.
He needn't push a hole in my back with it.
Shut up.
What's the lowdown, Joe?
Every night a little after 9, the charwoman comes here to the side door and rings 3 times. Then the guard opens the door. It's about 9 now. You'll think it's her. Press the button, Jack, and do it right.
I hope that woman don't show, or it'll be too bad for her.
Quiet. Here he comes.
You're a little early tonight, Maggie.
Get him up and don't make a move, you.
Hey, what?
Come on, Squint.
Pull the alarm switch, mister. Quick, it's a holdup.
Oh, no, he won't. Now, you, Jack, get going.
Try and make me...
Hey, he's reaching for that switch on the wall.
Get him, you fool. Plug him.
I'll get him.
You'll what, killer?
Hey, Joe. Joe, look, it's a Green Hornet.
Take this, big boy. I can't be bothered with you.
No.
All right, Joe, now for you.
Oh, wait, Hornet, wait. We'll divvy. Get that double-crosser. Get away from that switch, Jack, or I'll plug you.
Look out.
Oh, you knocked my arm. He'll give the alarm.
I'll give the alarm, all right. There.
Here, we'd better get out of here. We'll be done for.
You are done for, my friend.
While I got a rod, you...
You don't have it now, bud.
Yeah.
Here's a sock for you.
Oh, if I can get my mitts on that gun before you do, I'll turn you in with the rest of these crooks, Hornet.
In that case, I'd better leave right now. Be seeing you, mister.
Well, he's gone. I'll get that signed paper from Banning's pocket before the cops get here. There, I've got it. Now I'll keep this rod handy till the cops come. I'm making sure Joe and Squint get taken in, no matter what.
It was early morning, yet there was a great deal of bustling at police headquarters.
Axford, did you get that suit pressed good?
Sure I did. I stood right over the guy and made sure he did a good job on it.
Reed's on his way over. I hope the guy's all cleaned up and ready for it when he gets here.
You know, Sarge, Reed could hardly believe his ears when I told him last night that you found the guy he was hunting and that he turned out to be a hero in his own right.
The poor chap was that done in, we put him to bed here for the night. He thought we were holding him from something when he woke up this morning.
Hey, hi, Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning. Sergeant Burke, you've met Lieutenant John Duncan.
Glad to see you, Lieutenant.
Mr. Reed tells me you might know something about my father.
Know something about him? Wait till you read the papers today.
What has he done? Where is he?
Sure, and he's a hero, too, just like yourself. Well, almost, Lieutenant. He captured a bunch of bank robbers single-handed. If you ask me, I'd say...
Look there, Lieutenant.
Dad.
Johnny, my boy.
Oh, gee, Dad, I was afraid I wasn't... Golly, I'm acting like a sissy in front of all these people.
Listen to that now. And them a couple of heroes.
We're proud of both of you, Johnny. And I understand the bank is a better job for your dad when he comes back.
Comes back? I guess it was too much to expect not to have to put in time for...
Mr. Duncan, you're going to have to put in a lot of time with that son of yours. Both of you are leaving for Washington in an hour.
Washington?
Isn't that swell, Dad? I told you we'd go places when I came back.
Sure, Mr. Duncan. You're going to Washington to watch the president put that congressional medal around your boy's neck. And you'll be that proud, I was thinking.
Johnny, boy. I knew I'd have reason to be proud of you.
Dad, you won't be any prouder than I am over the fact that you caught those crooks and drove off the Green Hornet. Why, you deserve a medal, too.
Son, the medal you've won is great enough to be shared by both of us.
Johnny, the whole country shares in the giving of that medal. It honors not only the real American boys who receive it, but also their fathers who gave them to their country.
Sure. And to my way of thinking, it honors the millions of other guys who helped them win it, too.
Axford, for once you said just the right thing at the right time.
The war is not over for wounded men in military hospitals. Your Red Cross will be at his side during his fight back to health. But the Red Cross needs many paid staff workers for this vital job. Qualified social workers and recreational workers may serve in U.S. military hospitals. Also needed are staff aides, who must have at least 2 years college training and work experience in related fields. Persons 23 to 50 still are needed for overseas assignments. Most of these positions will continue for years. Applicants should contact their local Red Cross chapters for further information. Be sure and listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Green Hornet.
He hunts confronts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Too Many Suspects. The Green Hornet strikes again. Mrs. Sylvester Kilburn, wealthy society matron, was a domineering, sharp-tongued woman who ran her household and the people in it with an iron hand. Her 18-year-old daughter, Gloria, was blonde, beautiful, and self-willed. Resentment against her mother's dominance had grown into open rebellion one particular afternoon as the two women stood facing each other in the living room of the Kilburn home.
The very idea. You, a Kilburn, having your name connected with a nobody like that Bob Forrest. I won't have it, Gloria. My daughter hobnobbing with a common musician.
There's nothing common about him. He plays with a name band, and someday he'll have his own band. What right have you to talk like that about Bob when you've never even met him?
I have every right to protect our social position. Imagine what my friends will say when they read that gossip column and see my daughter's name linked with his. At least when I married your father, he did have a social background.
Yes, I know. But he didn't have the money you thought should go with it. And you've pounded that into his ears ever since, until he grew to hate you.
Gloria!
Well, it's true, and you know it. You drove him out to live at the club, and you haven't the decency to give him his freedom. All you think about is what will your so-called friends say.
Stop it! Stop it this minute! How dare you talk to me that way?
No one has ever dared do anything around here except yourself, Mother. It's about time one of us had a little spunk.
Spunk? Even your language is becoming common since you've taken up with
Wait, you've said enough about Bob. I won't listen to any more.
Gloria, I'm not going to sit by and see you throw yourself away on a fortune hunter.
Bob's not a fortune hunter.
Time will tell, my dear. Perhaps if he thought you'd be cut off without a penny if you married him, he'd give you up.
I should have expected a threat like that from you. But go right ahead. As a matter of fact, Bob resents my money, as he calls it.
Oh. Gloria, be reasonable. You know, dear, it's because I have your interest at heart that I've talked to you like this.
Really? I'm deeply touched.
You can be sarcastic about it if you like. But perhaps I'll have direct proof that Forrest person is after your money.
Proof? What do you mean?
Unless, of course, you fear the result. I'm going to send for the young musician and have him come here. I shall offer him a large sum in cash to give you up.
Mother, that would be the most insulting thing.
Personally, my dear, I don't believe he would be insulted at all. I'm quite convinced Bob Forrest would accept the cash. For which, of course, I demand a written receipt to show you.
Bob wouldn't take a cent from you. And if you think for one moment I'd let him come to be insulted...
I knew you'd be afraid to have him put to such a test, my dear.
Oh. Is that so? Well, go ahead and send for him. But you might be sorry.
Sorry?
Yes, because I know what his answer will be.
Of course you'll give him up if he takes the cash and leaves a receipt.
That goes without saying.
Oh. Very well, Gloria. Now you run along to Shirley's tea. Perhaps when you come back, I'll have proof of just what kind of a person Bob Forrest really is.
Meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, finished lunch at the Civic Club and went into the reading room. Sylvester Kilburn looked up from the paper he was reading, then rose as Britt entered.
Oh, hello, Britt. Haven't seen you for some time.
How are you, Sylvester? Why, you look a little out of sorts. Anything wrong?
Plenty. I'm living at the club now, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Yes, I am through with Agnes for good.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about. Nobody can live with that woman. She grows more hateful every day.
Well, now, perhaps at the moment you're upset, Sylvester. After you've had time to think...
Oh, come out of it, Britt. You know as well as everybody else what Agnes is like. Even now, as much as we hate each other, she refuses to give me my freedom. Won't even see me.
I understand.
But I'm not going to take it sitting down. Going over there this afternoon and make her agree to a divorce.
Well, I wish you luck.
Don't worry. She's dominated me long enough. Before I leave there this afternoon, I'll get her to agree one way or another.
Later that afternoon, Mrs. Kilburn sat at her desk in the library, going over her social mail. She felt quite satisfied with herself and smiled as she thought of the manner in which she was breaking up her daughter's romance with young Forrest. Suddenly, she raised her head and listened.
Oh.
She turned quickly and looked toward the long French windows, but saw no one. But the smile left her face, and she became nervous. Then another sound broke the stillness.
Sounded like the front door. Perhaps Parker getting the late mail, though he didn't answer my ring a while ago.
Mrs. Kilburn quieted her nerves with this thought, and again turned her attention to the letters before her. She failed to hear the door open, but the faint click of the latch as it closed caused her to look up, startled.
Oh, heavens! Must you startle me out of my wits by sneaking in like that? Why do you come in here like this? Well?
The intruder stood, staring, saying nothing. And an icy chill came over the woman seated at the desk. She rose to her feet.
If you have anything to say to me, please say it and leave. I'm busy. What on earth is the matter with you?
The silent figure moved slowly forward. Mrs. Kilburn tried to move away, but her muscles seemed frozen. She felt a great fear. Fear of this person before her whom she had treated with contempt up to a short time before.
Get out of here, I say. Stop the play acting and... You have a gun. Why have you come here like this? Answer me, do you hear? Stay back. Stay back, I say. Don't come any closer. You don't know what you're doing. I won't let you.
It was almost 6 o'clock when Axford, a reporter on the Daily Sentinel, entered Britt Reed's outer office, where Lenore Casey was busy at her desk.
Hi, Casey.
Oh, it's you again. In again, out again, Axford.
Sure, and I couldn't come in again if I didn't go out again now, could I?
Oh, you're quite witty, aren't you?
Sure, and if you were just half as witty as
I
am...
know. I'd be a half-wit. I've heard that one before.
I'm wasting my time standing here trying to carry on an intelligent conversation with the likes of you, Casey. I'll go in to see Reed. He always appreciates me thoughts, that he does. Hi, Reed.
Come in if you have something on your mind. But don't waste my time with a lot of small talk, Axford.
Shut up!
Axford, did you just tell me...
No, Reed. It was to Casey I was talking, not to you.
I wondered.
No, Reed, you know I would never say anything.
Skip it. What's new at police headquarters?
Not much, Reed. The cops nabbed a bookie, and There was a brawl in the cafe. Sarge says if anything important comes in, he'll call me.
I see. Ax, for the last few days, you haven't brought in anything that... Hello? Oh, yes, he's right here. Just a moment. For you, Axford.
Hello? Oh, it's you, Sarge. Go ahead. What? Where? When? All right. But who was it? Who? Suffering snake, Sarge. I'll be right down. Wait for me. So long. Holy crow, Reed. Now we're really getting some news. I told you if anything came in...
Axford!
Oh, yeah. Reed, Sarge says there's been a murder. That there was.
Well, who's been murdered?
Reed, you'd never guess. 'Tis that swell society dame over on Parkstone Avenue. Mrs. Sylvester Kilburn.
A short time later, Axford listened as Sergeant Burke questioned two members of the household in the large entrance hall of the Kilburn home. One was Gloria Kilburn. The other was Parker, the houseman.
Now, Miss Kilburn, you first. I want you to tell me exactly what happened.
I went to a tea this afternoon. Returned home shortly before 6. As I unlocked the front door and entered, I heard a shot from the library.
Sure, I know. Then what?
I ran in and opened the library door. Then I saw my mother.
Did you notice anything else?
Not then. While I stood there in the doorway, I heard someone coming in the front door. So I ran out and met Parker. He's the houseman, you know.
Yeah, I know that.
I told him what happened. We went into the library together. The French window stood open, and Parker suggested we call the police right away. That's all I know.
That'll do for now. You there. What's your name?
Parker Downs, sir. I work here as houseman, as Miss Kilburn just told you.
Sure, I heard her. What do you know about this?
Well, nothing directly, sir. I was out most of the afternoon.
You're the only servant in the place?
No, there's also a cook. But she's off on Thursday, sir.
Both of you are off on Thursdays, then. Is that it?
Well, not exactly, sir. You see, early this afternoon, Miss Gloria and her mother had quite an argument.
Parker!
Quiet, Miss Kilburn. Go on, Parker. What about?
Over Miss Gloria's boyfriend. I couldn't help it over here.
You sneak! You were listening outside.
Here, you can't butt in like that or I'll have one of the men take you out of the room. Who's the boyfriend? Why were they arguing?
Well, sir, his name is Bob Forrest. I understand he's a musician. The madam demanded that Miss Gloria give him up. When she refused, Mrs. Kilburn said she was going to see him here later this afternoon and try to, buy him off with cash.
Is that true, Miss Kilburn?
Yes, it's true. But what has that to do with my mother?
We'll come to that later. Now, about you being out.
Oh, yes. Well, after Miss Gloria left for the tea, her mother told me to get the car. We drove to the bank, and when we came back, she told me I could take off the rest of the afternoon.
Did she say why?
She said she expected a young man to come here, with whom she wanted to talk privately.
I see.
Also, she said she expected her husband to call. He hasn't been living at home.
Not getting along, eh?
Oh, decidedly not, sir.
Hey, Sarge, did you find any money in there?
Quiet, Axford. Anything else to say, Parker?
I might say the madam threatened this afternoon to cut Miss Gloria out of her will.
Parker, if you're trying to hint that I fired that shot
Here now, Miss
because...
Kilburn. Nobody's accusing you. Not yet, at any rate. Either one of them other two might have fired that shot just as you came in, then beat it out the window.
No. Neither Dad nor Bob would do such a thing.
Somebody did, miss. Inspector will be here soon. We'll have the coroner's report by that time. And while we're waiting, I'll have the boys pick up Kilburn and young Forrest and bring them here.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now to continue our story. Later that evening, Axford returned to the Sentinel building and was talking to Britt Reed in his office.
It sure is a mixed-up case, Reed. Of course, the houseman is in the clear, but any one of the other three could have done it.
What was the coroner's report, Axford?
That's the funny thing, Reed. Miss Kilburn said she heard only one shot, but the coroner found 2 bullets in the corpse, one almost on top of the other. And added to that, he said the woman looked to him like she'd been dead almost 2 hours.
That would discount Gloria Kilburn's story that she heard a shot when she entered. Of course, she has an alibi, having gone to that tea.
Reed, they found out she left that tea affair around 4:30. She said she drove around in the park a while.
I see. How about the other 2?
Well, her father swears he got to the house a little before 4, and that Mrs. Kilburn refused to let him inside the house.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, and young Forrest says he went there after getting a phone call from her, and stayed about 10 minutes. She tried to get him to take $20,000 in cash to give up her daughter.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Sure, but he says he refused, got sore and left. That was about 4:15 or so.
Was the money still there?
Nope, nary a trace of the cash nor the gun. Also, no fingerprints anywhere.
Strange. What alibi does the houseman give?
Oh, they checked up on his alibi. He went to a neighborhood movie. The cashier remembered him because he broke a $10 bill to get his ticket going in, and that was around 3 o'clock. Then, at 5:15, he called an usher to help him find his hat. They didn't find it, so the usher took his name and put down the time.
Well, it's a perfect alibi, all right.
Yeah, that it is. The inspector has all of them under guard over at the house. But before long, I guess they'll be charging one of them with the murder. I sure feel sorry for that girl.
Tell me one thing, Axford. How did they find out Kilburn went to the house? Did he come and tell them so?
Nope. They picked him up after the houseman said he heard Mrs. Kilburn say she expected her husband to visit her.
I see. Well, Axford, the police certainly have enough suspects on hand. Now all they have to do is to prove which one is the murderer.
After talking to Axford at the office, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt told Cato what facts he'd learned about the murder.
A houseman only one who have a good alibi, Mr. Britt.
Yes. And the fact that Gloria Kilburn swears she got home first and heard a shot adds to it. It puts him in the clear with the police.
You intend to tell police of conversation with Kilburn at club?
Not yet, Cato. It wouldn't help him any right now. I'll wait for further developments. There's one point in my mind, though, that makes me suspicious of a particular person. The police would have to move cautiously in a case like this.
But you think perhaps Green Hornet find way to bring murderer to light quick, Mr. Britt?
It's worth a try, Cato. Come on, we'll take the Black Beauty and make certain plans on the way.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
This is a good dark spot in which to leave the Black Beauty, Cato. We'll cut across the back lawn to the house from here.
Perhaps police watch, Mr. Britt.
Axford said there was only one guard on duty. He was sitting in the big hall with the group. The inspector won't be back for more questioning until later, after they've done some outside checking. Come on.
Moving cautiously, Britt Reed and Cato approached the house from the back. Leaving Cato for a moment, Britt circled the house, keeping to the shadows. Then he joined Cato at the back door.
They're all in the hall, as Axford said.
Well, what you do now?
First, I want to have a look in the kitchen. You wait here. I'll be right back.
Using a skeleton key, Britt Reed unlocked the back door and disappeared into the kitchen of the Kilburn home. Cato waited with growing apprehension, but in a few minutes he was relieved to see Britt coming out.
Cato, I just checked on something that makes me sure the gun and the money are hidden in this house.
Well, how you know that?
I'll tell you later. Come on. I have a plan that may take the murderer betray himself.
Inside the house, Gloria Kilburn, sitting beside Bob Forrest on the Davenport in the large hall, looked across at the police guard and spoke.
Officer, how long do we have to wait like this?
Won't be long, miss. When the inspector comes back, he'll let you know what you can do about getting some rest. My orders are to keep all of you here together for the time being.
Oh, this is all so horrible.
Don't, Gloria. We all feel bad enough as it is. Things will turn out all right.
Officer, I should think you'd at least let my daughter go to her room. This has been quite an ordeal for her.
Sorry, sir. Orders are orders.
After all, someone here did commit murder, you know, Miss Gloria.
Oh, you keep quiet, Parker. At least you have nothing to worry about.
The police haven't proof enough to make anyone worry, Miss Gloria. Too many suspects are worse than none at all.
Nobody asked your opinion.
We'll get the proof. Don't think we won't. May take a little time.
What was that?
It came from the living room.
Now, hold on now. We'll all go in together. Taking no chances with you. Come on. Go on in first. I'm keeping my gun handy.
Why, the lights were out in here, but now the lamp on the table is lit.
Hey, that's right.
Look, there on the table.
A note of some kind.
Let me see it.
What does it say?
Holy mackerel. Listen. I found the murder gun in the dough. I'll keep the cash, but I might let the cops have the gun.
What?
And on the bottom's the seal of the Green Hornet.
Oh.
Green Hornet. Say, maybe
quiet, everybody. I gotta phone headquarters right away and tell them.
You can use this phone on the table, officer.
Good. Wait till the inspector and Burke hear about this.
Meantime, after forcing the French window into the library across the hall, Britt Reed and Cato crouched behind a corner screen in the darkened room, waiting.
Who you think come in here, Mr. Britt?
I hope that in the excitement, the murderer will. And I think I know who it will be.
But if a hunch about gun and money not be right...
I'm taking that chance. Quiet. I think I hear someone coming.
He go to other end of room.
He knows his way around in the dark. Flashlight, quick. Don't move, you're covered.
He run for window.
I'll get him with a good tackle. This will stop you, killer.
He knocked out.
Yes, and he didn't have a chance to get at his gun or the money. It's inside that large globe on the world. That's what he came in here for.
The globe have small hinges along one side.
Yes, it opens to put a light inside. Come on, the others are coming.
They sure get surprised.
Yes, and the murderer with the proof. Quick, let's go through that window.
How you know murderer turned out to be a houseman, Mr. Britt?
Cato Kilburn told me this noon that his wife refused to see him. Yet Parker told the police Mrs. Kilburn said she was expecting her husband.
Well, how else?
When the white signal shows on the service indicator in our kitchen, what's the third thing you do before you answer the call?
I push a button to clear away signal first, then I come quick.
Right. It's second nature with experienced servants to clear the signal box before going to answer the call. Yet when I looked at the box in the Kilburn kitchen, the signal was still set, indicating a call from the library.
Well, that show Parker not have permission to leave for afternoon. Mrs. Kilburn rang for him, but he not there.
Right again. And all the other little points will be cleared up when the police grill Parker. Step on it. We want to get home before Axford comes to break the news.
The following morning, Axford and Sergeant Burke were in Britt Reed's office.
Sergeant Burke, I must admit, I didn't think the police would clear up that murder so quickly.
Mr. Reed, from the way things looked last night, I was afraid we were never going to clear it up, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm anxious to know what really happened, Sergeant.
That guy Parker thought he fixed himself up with an airtight alibi. But when we found him with the murder weapon, with his prints on it, and with the dough, too, we got the truth out of him.
Reed, he heard the argument that girl had with her mother, so he knew about the cash he was going to offer Bob Forrest. He went to the movie theater and bought a ticket, but didn't go in.
He didn't?
No, he went right back home and waited. He saw Kilburn try to get in, and that's how he knew he'd gone there.
I see.
He lied about her, telling him he could have time off, too.
That's right.
And I suppose he waited until Forrest left, then murdered Mrs. Kilburn and took the money.
That's just what he did, Reed.
Then he went back and went in the movies, sat a while, then made a fuss about his hat.
And that established his alibi.
It did. But he wasn't satisfied, was he, Sarge?
Nope.
Well, why do you say that?
Parker planned to get home before the girl so as to get her implicated, too.
You mean he shot another bullet into the corpse just as she entered the house?
Sure. Then beat it out the window and went around to the front door.
After hiding the gun and the money in the globe of the world that stood on a pedestal near the library desk.
And that houseman was a very clever chap, Axford.
Clever, you say?
Yes. Don't you think so?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Axford thought all the time that the girl did it.
No, Sarge, I didn't really think that.
I'd say Parker was clever up to a certain point.
Sure, that's what I was going to say.
Like fun you were. But anyway, that girl and that guy Forrest are relieved over the whole thing.
As they should be, no doubt.
They have a lot to be thankful for. So is Kilburn. All three were on the spot in a way.
Sure. But it isn't the cops who got him off that spot, if you ask me.
Who did then?
The Green Hornet, that's who.
The Green Hornet?
Well, he was mixed in it a bit, sir, Miss Reed.
No, Sarge, give the devil his due, says I. Didn't the Hornet grab that killer making off with the doorknob?
Sure, but...
And didn't he leave the murdering thief lying helpless for your man to pick up, along with the evidence?
Okay, Axford, maybe he did. But give us police a little credit. We got a confession from Parker.
The police did a good job, Sergeant.
Sure. But without the Hornet button in, they'd still have too many suspects, to my way of thinking. That Hornet's the clever one, if you ask me, Reed.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm sure he's no cleverer than I am.
Now listen to that, would you? Let's hope the Hornet never sets out to get you, Reed.
Axford, you can think of the most impossible things.
That's Select Street. Page Bob. Children murder solved. Houseman confesses. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's Select Street. Page Bob.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Black Feather. The Green Hornet strikes again. Today, the United States operates more merchant vessels than the rest of the world combined.
The United States has the ships, but does not have the qualified men to sail them. Men are needed to man these vessels. For the armed forces, the fighting is over, but for the merchant marine, a gigantic task is ahead. The United States Maritime Service will adequately train men between the ages of 17 and 50 for a career at sea. Do your part by signing up now. For full information, contact your nearest United States Maritime Service enrolling office or United States Employment Service office. And now, the Green Hornet.
Yes, Miss Case.
Dr. Linhart is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Very well, Miss Case. Show Dr. Linhart in.
Yes, sir.
Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, set aside the work on his desk before him and looked up expectantly as a moment later his secretary, Lenore Case, opened his office door to admit Dr. Linhart.
Go right in.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm glad you dropped in, Dr. Linhart.
I brought the final chapter of the series I've been writing for your paper, Mr. Reed.
Fine. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
We've been very much pleased with the series of articles you've written. They've caused quite a bit of comment.
I'm glad, truly glad. At last I'm able to write without fear and to enlighten the American people as to the true economic conditions existing under the Nazis in my former country. Here is the copy.
Good. You lived in America before, didn't you, Dr. Linhart?
Yes, before the war. I was naturalized, and then I went back to visit, and was forced to stay. I spoke too freely and was sent to a prison camp and stayed there until the Americans came. Then I came back.
I guess you have a lot to forget.
There is much I shall never forget, Mr. Reed. I intend to write so that others won't forget. The Nazis must never have another chance.
I'm sure they won't, Doctor.
Oh, by the way, would you have any idea what this might mean, Mr. Reed?
Small black feather? No, I'm afraid that has no meaning to me at all. What does it mean?
That I do not know. I received this through the mail. It was in an envelope with my name printed on it. There was nothing else in it but that little feather.
That's strange. But I see no purpose in its being sent to you if you don't know what it means.
Perhaps a joke of some kind. I thought you might know if such a black feather had any significance. But since you don't, it's of no consequence. Well, I'll go along now. I hope you approve of the copy.
I'm sure we will, Dr. Linhart. Thank you for bringing it in. We'll get it in the morning edition.
Seeing my name in print still makes me feel quite proud. Goodbye, sir, and thank you.
Goodbye, Doctor. Drop in any time and see me.
Thank you again.
That evening, Dr. Linhart sat at his desk in the living room of his small flat. As he handled the rough manuscript of a book he was preparing, his eyes wandered now and then to the small black feather, which he had placed to one side of the desk. And each time a puzzled expression came over his face.
Well?
You're Linhart?
Of course. I'm Dr. Linhart. What can I...
You received a black feather.
Black feather? Oh, yes. I've been wondering what reason anyone
So
had
you're
for sending...
curious, huh?
Well, yes, of course.
Invite me in and I'll tell you what it means.
Well, All right. Come in. The black feather's right here on my desk. I couldn't
The
imagine
black
why...
feather, Dr. Linhart, has just one meaning. Death.
Death? That gone?
A small black feather from the wing of death, Dr. Linhart. For you.
No, you can't do this. I'll call them.
That's Lex paper. Dr. Linhart murdered.
Here you are, sir.
Linhart shot him. Read all about it.
Here you are, lady.
That's the Lex paper.
The following morning, Mike Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was talking to Britt Reed in his office at the Sentinel building.
Sure, and I can't see why anyone would want to kill a nice old guy like that, Reed. I met him a couple of times as he brought in his copy.
Any clues at all, Axford?
Nary one, Reed. Sergeant Burke says the cops have combed the place with no results.
I see. Dr. Linhart was in here talking to me yesterday afternoon. He didn't seem to have a care in the world.
Yeah, it's a shame, all right. Somebody just went there and shot him down without warning, seems like. He was a nice...
Without warning. I wonder.
You wonder what, Reed?
Axford, did Sergeant Burke say anything about finding a small black feather at Dr. Linhart's?
A small black feather? Now, what on earth could a feather have to do with him?
When Dr. Linhart was here yesterday, he mentioned the fact that he had received a small black feather by mail. He showed it to me. He had no idea what it meant. But after what's happened, it could be a warning of some kind.
Reed, come to think of it, when I was up to Linhart's place with Sarge last night, I remember seeing a little black feather lying on his desk. But nobody thought much about that.
Well, you might tell Sergeant Burke about it, Axford. It may have some connection, due to the mysterious way in which it was sent to Linhart.
Yeah, okay, Reed. I'll tell Sarge. Say, Reed.
Yes?
How about me writing a special article about that black feather and giving it to Gunnigan? It would put a little mystery into the story of the murder, sort of.
Go ahead, Axford. It may be a good idea to let people know about the black feather, in case any more should show up.
Sure. Then if anyone gets one of them feathers, they can call the cops for protection.
Yes. Let's hope we can find out what's behind that black feather business before any more harm is done. It may have a much greater significance than any of us think.
Late that afternoon, Axford entered Britt Reed's outer office where Miss Case was busy at her desk.
Hey, Casey.
Well, the great feature writer in person.
Oh, laugh away. But if I do say so myself, 'tis a good article I wrote about their black feather Dr. Linhart got.
Oh, I'd say the rewrite desk did a good job with the copy you handed in, Axford.
Huh, is that so now? Didn't I get a byline on it, didn't I? By Michael Axford, it says.
Oh, don't pop the buttons on your coat throwing your chest out.
Ah, go along with you. A lot of credit a guy gets around this dump, says I. For two...
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Axford, please.
Oh, yes, just a minute. A call for you, Axford.
Oh, I'll give it here quick. Hello? This is Mr. Axford speaking.
Hello, Mr. Axford. My name is Lubeck.
Oh, what?
I just read your article about the black feather in connection with that murder case.
You did? Do you know anything about the black feather?
I don't know anything about the murder. I do know what's behind the black feather.
Say now, wait till I get me pencil.
No,
I jot it down.
I can't tell you over the phone. If you'll come to my place, 303 in the Hilroy Apartments, I'll tell you what I know. Of course, you can't use my name.
Sure, I know. 303 Hilroy Apartments, eh?
That's right.
I'll be there in a jiffy. Thanks for calling.
I'll be waiting. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What is it, Axford?
You'll find out in time, Casey. I'm on my way to get a scoop. See you later.
Here are a few more letters to be signed, Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Miss Case. Lay them on the desk. Oh, have you seen anything of Axford?
Well, he was in a while ago. He received a phone call in my office, and then he went tearing out, saying he was on the way to get a scoop. That was about 5 o'clock, I think.
It's now almost 6. I wonder where he went. Do you know?
No, I don't. Yes, he did mention the Hilroy Apartments in his conversation on the phone.
You don't know what the call was about?
No, but he seemed excited. Well, that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't take much to excite Axford. I wanted to see him before.
I'll take it, Mr. Reed. Hello?
Casey, let me speak to Reed. Hurry it up.
Wait a minute. It's Axford, and he's still excited.
Maybe he got that scoop. Hello, Axford. What's up?
Reed, I got news that'll make you sit up and take notice. That it will.
All right, I'm sitting up. Give it to me.
Well, a while ago, I got a phone call from a guy named Lubeck at the Hilroy Apartments, saying for me to come out here, and he'd tell me about what's behind that feather business.
What did he tell you?
Well, you see, Reed, I came on out here, but when I knocked on his door, nobody answered.
Oh, then you didn't learn anything, eh?
Wait till I finish, will you?
Well, go ahead.
After knocking a while, I tried the door easy-like. It was unlocked, so I took a look inside. And Reed, what do you think I found?
Well, what did you find?
The guy I came to see was lying on the floor, murdered.
Murdered.
Yep. And what's more, Reed, in his hand was stuck a small black feather. I'm going to Cops headquarters now with Sarge. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Great Scott.
Well, what is it, Mr. Reed?
Murder, Miss Case. And a small black feather.
The next morning, Axford was in Reed's office discussing the second murder case.
Reed, you could have knocked me over with the feather when I... Holy crow, what am I saying? What I mean is, I was flabbergasted when I found that guy Lubeck dead after him calling me and all.
Did you give all the details to the police?
Sure. And believe you me, Reed, Sarge ain't turning up his nose anymore at that black feather stuff either.
Axford, tell me, what have you found out about the man you were trying to interview?
Lubeck, you mean?
Yes. Who was he? What did he do?
Oh, he was okay, Reed. He was in Europe with the army. Did some kind of propaganda work for him, so Sarge says. He got out not long ago.
I suppose he was a naturalized American.
Yeah, that's right. How'd you know, Reed?
Just a guess, Axford.
Some maniac must be sending out them black feathers to my way of thinking.
I don't agree with you, Axford. The men who are sending them, or leaving them, as in Lubeck's case, have a strong reason for what they're doing.
By the way, Reed, I brought one of them black feathers. I went back and got one and was on Linhart's desk after what you told me. Here it is. Sarge has the other one.
Let's see it. Just small enough to fit into an envelope.
The cops tested it at one they have, thinking they might get a print, but no go.
Killers are too clever to leave a fingerprint.
Yeah, I guess so. You can keep that as a souvenir, Reed. Sarge don't even know I got it. I'm going over to headquarters and see if they found out anything more.
Whoever killed Lubeck must have known that he phoned you, Axford, and killed him to prevent the meeting.
Yeah, sure was fast work. I'll get in touch with you later, Reed.
All right, Axford. Let me know what the police are doing on it.
I sure will, Reed. So long.
Goodbye.
Well, Casey, I got that scoop I went after, only it wasn't just what I went after.
Oh, I admit you're good, Axford. Even if there is a little luck mixed in with it.
Look, is it? Casey, I'll have you know that 'tis by hard work that I got
almost forgot. Here's a letter for you.
Oh, letter for me, eh? Somebody raving about me feature story in yesterday's Sentinel, no doubt.
Oh, hurry up, Axford. I want to see what's in it. Hey.
Suffering snakes. Look, now they sent me a little black feather. Oh!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. The grocers and butchers of Michigan are now lined up in an all-out campaign to do their share in seeing that the price line on commodities they sell is held. Today, as you shop in your stores, you see the OPA ceilings prominently displayed. Big red, white, and blue posters call attention to those ceiling prices. You're going to see signs which say, this store is pledged to keep prices down. We post them, you check them. The storekeepers are busy and overworked these days and need your help to prevent little mistakes. You can help in this big grocer consumer anti-inflation campaign simply by checking and not paying 1 penny more than the established ceiling prices. And now, back to the Green Hornet. When Axford opened the letter which Miss Case gave to him in her office, he found it contained a small black feather, the same type of feather which had already been the symbol of death in 2 cases. Axford stared unbelieving for a moment at the feather in his hand, then rushed for the door.
Axford, wait, where are you going?
Something's snakes, Casey. Don't you know somebody's planning to murder me? I'd go to Cops headquarters right away, that's where.
I'd better tell Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed?
What's the matter, Miss Case?
Axford just received a black feather in the mail. He rushed on out saying he was going to police headquarters.
Axford received a black feather, you say?
Yes, sir. I wanted him to tell you, but
I'm going to try to catch him. They may get to him before he reaches police headquarters.
Meantime, Axford opened the door of the Sentinel building and crossed the walk to the curb to call a taxicab.
Gotta hurry. Nobody got me at cops' headquarters. Taxi! Taxi! Oh, that's luck. Cab empty and waiting near the corner. He sees me, too. Quick! Take me to cops' head. Oh, get in. Oh. Hey, now, me good man. I don't know who you are.
I spotted you when you went to Lubeck's. I knew you rode cabs, see? This is our own private cab.
Look here now. Black feather not. You can't shove Michael Axford
This
around
gun
like...
in your rib says I can, big boy. I might add that death always goes hand in hand with the black feather. Get moving, Gus. Hurry.
Wait, Axford! Taxi! Taxi!
Was he in that cab, Mr. Reed?
Yes, and I'm sure he was forced into it in this case. There isn't another cab in sight.
You mean that...
Axford's already in the hands of the killer who sent those black feathers. We'd better notify the police at once.
After notifying the police, Britt Reed waited impatiently for news. During the afternoon, he phoned Sergeant Burke at headquarters.
All right, Sergeant. I'll appreciate it. Goodbye.
No news.
Nothing. I'm going downstairs and give an item to Gunnigan. You can reach me in the city room if a call comes in.
All right, Mr. Reed. I hope they haven't done away with Axford. Oh, darn it, I'm terribly worried about the big lug.
Axford's smarter than we give him credit for. He'll probably find some way to string them along for a while. Let's hope he can hold them off until the police get to them.
Later, Axford, tied to a chair in a basement hideout, listened attentively as the two men seated nearby talked.
You decided about that reporter, Mulheim?
Don't be impatient, Carl. Remember, I'm the leader of the group here. As for the reporter, he'll be taken care of soon.
Why do we wait?
We haven't found out yet if he got information from Lubeck and passed it on to someone else. I want to be sure, also, as long as we keep him alive. The Sentinel will be careful what they print, if he did talk.
The Daily Sentinel will print what they get no matter what. You can bet on that.
Quiet, you. When do you want me to go to see Klein?
Well, he gets home around 8 o'clock. Be sure to take a black feather to put in his hand, Carl.
Planning another murder, huh?
Of course. And the next one we plan will be yours, my friend.
Ah, here's Gus with the latest Sentinel.
Yeah, and it sure got some news in it, too.
That's what we aim to put out. Right to your nose.
Shut up or we'll gag you, fatty.
If I wasn't tied up, you wouldn't call me fatty, that you wouldn't.
Let him talk. He's amusing. Give me the paper.
Look there, Mulheim.
Additional reward offered for Green Hornet. It is believed that the Hornet is behind the Black Feather murders. Therefore, the Daily Sentinel is adding $10,000 to the standing reward of $25,000 for his capture. This makes a total of $35,000 reward for the Green Hornet.
What's that got to do with us?
Reed must be going nutty.
Keep quiet, will you? I didn't say it had anything to do with us, but...
Now, wait a minute, Gus. They think the Hornet's behind the Feather murders. Well, here's our chance to give them proof that he is. And throw them entirely off the trail, Carl.
Oh.
You go to Klein's place at 8. Take a black feather, but disguise yourself as the Green Hornet. Shoot Klein in such a way that he won't die. He'll be a witness that the Hornet's the one they want.
Say, that's a fine idea.
If the real Hornet gets after you, you'll be sorry.
What do you know about it? Now, keep quiet.
Carl might slip up on that job, Mulheim. He likes to kill him outright.
Someday, you fool, that's just what I'll do to you. You're always butting in.
Yeah, you and who
I'll
else?
stop at you two. Carl, make your plans. Gus, you shut up.
I'm going out for a while. I don't have to stay and take threats from him.
That guy's getting out of hand. Maybe he'll get the black feather one of these days. Who knows?
A short time later, Britt Reed was talking to Cato, his Filipino valet, on the private line.
Cato, I want you to bring the Black Beauty to our usual downtown meeting place.
Yes, sir. What do you expect to happen when they see paper, Mr. Britt?
I'm counting on two things. They'll jump at the chance to throw the blame on the Hornet. And that $35,000 might tempt one of the gang. I'm sure they'll work fast. So get down here as soon as you can. I'll meet you when I hear anything.
I come soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
A short time later, the phone rang on the city editor's desk.
Daily Sentinel. City editor speaking. What's that? Sure, it means just what it says, Mr. Why? You what? Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You say you know where the Hornet will be at 8 o'clock? Hold on. Who are you? Gus? Gus who? All right. Now, what's this? Are you sure? What's that address again? 22 4th Street, huh? Yes, you'll get it all right if you gave us the straight dope. Okay, goodbye. Holy smoke, gotta tell the chief.
Yes, Gunnigan?
Chief, call just came in about the Hornet. He'll be at 22 4th Street about 8 o'clock tonight for sure.
On the level?
It's on the level, all right.
I'll get in touch with the police. Be sure to be ready for an extra edition, Gunnigan.
Right, Chief. What a headline that'll be.
This is close enough, Cato. We can watch from here without being seen.
It's almost 8 now, Mr. Britt.
I know. I hope he shows up.
The car turned corner now.
Yes. You stopped in front of that small apartment house. That's number 22. Come on.
Someone getting out now. Must hurry.
Keep to the shadows. We'll wait here.
He almost here.
Hold it, you. This gun might go off.
What?
I've got a gun in your back. Walk straight ahead to my car.
Hey, you're the Green Hornet.
Glad you admit it. Some people might think you were with that mask on. Take his gun.
I get it.
Walk.
Now, wait, I can explain everything.
You can explain while we drive. Hurry.
Your car. You're going to make me get in, but you can't make me talk.
You'll talk.
We're ready to go.
Now, maybe we can come to terms.
Terms? What do you want?
Look, suppose I told you you'd been double-crossed and sent here as a trap.
I wouldn't believe you, Hornet.
And maybe you won't believe I was hired to get rid of you. But I knew you'd be here, disguised as me, so I'd be sure to get the right man. Why, I was even given this, which would be put in your hand.
Black feather. Now I see it. Well, I wanted to get rid of me and hired you to do it after he planned to send me here.
Smart thinking, Bud.
So that's it. I'll get even. Yeah. Why did you change your mind? Why did you...
Listen. Your boss didn't want to tell me of his hideout for fear I'd give him away. Take me there. I'll tell him I finished the job. And after I collect, we'll work together and shake him down for plenty.
I always heard you were smart.
Then you'll do it?
Why not? You can walk in and he'll think it's me. I'll give you my key and I'll wait outside in the car. First he'll be surprised I came back. Then when he finds out it's you, he'll think I'm done for.
Someone's sure going to be surprised tonight.
Hey, Mulheim. Carl ought to be back soon, oughtn't he?
Don't worry about Carl. He'll do his job well, as usual.
I hope the dirty killer gets picked up by the cops, that's what.
Shut up.
Oh, hey, now. You wouldn't do that to me if I wasn't tied up. I'd trim that homely mug of yours down to nothing at all, that I would. Anyhow, I know enough about you.
Stop you.
Oh!
You've knocked him out cold, Gus. Control that temper of yours for once. Here comes Carl now.
But it can't be.
What do you mean it can't be? It is Carl. What have you been up to, Gus?
Well, nothing. Only
I can answer that. He's been up to plenty, and so have you, Mulheim.
That isn't Carl. It's the Green Hornet.
Right, killers?
Help me, Mulheim!
Shut up!
I'll get you, Hornet.
Not if I know it. Whatever say. Try my gun.
Gas! Oh, I can't.
That takes care of them. Now to get Cato. Drag in that other one. I'll put in a call to the police. They'll find Axford and this gang of cutthroats. Hurry!
Later that night at police headquarters.
Sergeant Burke, I can't tell you how relieved I was to get your call. I guess I broke the speed law getting down here.
Well, we'll overlook that, seeing as how we found Axford, along with a lot of underground Nazi agents.
Underground Nazi agents?
Right, Reed. They gave out them little black feathers to those they considered traitors to the Nazi gang. Lubeck, the guy they killed who phoned me, he learned about them over in Germany. And when he read about them black feathers in the story I wrote...
I get it, Axford. He was going to tell you and probably the FBI as well. But he didn't get a chance.
Say, Reed, how come you thought the Hornet was in on it, too?
He was, you nitwit. Didn't we find a guy wearing a Hornet mask? Didn't he say the Hornet double-crossed him? You owe thanks to the Hornet.
Well, he did help me overcome the gang.
Axford, you were tied hand and foot.
Sarge, do you have to let Reed know everything? The Hornet wouldn't care if I took a little credit.
I'm sure he wouldn't, Axford. Just so long as he got away.
That's Gillespie, Big Bob, Black Feather murder solved, Nazi underground smash, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still inside. That's Gillespie, Big Bob.
The war is not over for wounded men in military hospitals. Your Red Cross will be at his side during his fight back to health, but the Red Cross needs many paid staff workers for this vital job. Qualified social workers and recreational workers may serve in U.S. military hospitals. Also needed are staff aides who must have at least 2 years college training and work experience in related fields. Persons 23 to 50 still are needed for overseas assignments. Most of these positions will continue for years. Applicants should contact their local Red Cross chapters for further information. Be sure and hear the Green Hornet next week at the same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Evidence on Hand. The Green Hornet strikes again. The Green Hornet is heard every Thursday night over this station from 7:30 to 8 o'clock, followed by that famous radio team, Lum and Abner, in another one of their humorous episodes. Another popular Thursday night feature is America's Town Meeting from 8:30 to 9:30, where leading authorities discuss and debate current economic, diplomatic, and political issues. The question for discussion tonight is what to do with the atomic bomb. The speakers will be Senator Owen Brewster, foreign correspondent Hanson Baldwin, commentator Raymond Graham Swing, and Edward R. Murray. Don't miss this town meeting at 8:30 tonight. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was busy in his office going over the mail with his secretary, Lenore Case.
Take this one and answer it in your own way, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
We'll finish these up in the morning. You can get those others out and then...
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Hi, barging right in as usual, huh?
Sure, I never come in here without a good reason, so what?
What's on your mind, Axford?
Reed, Sergeant Burke's telling me the DA thinks he's got together enough evidence to make a case against Blackie Doyle, the big-shot gambler and numbers guy.
Really? Have they taken Doyle in?
No, not yet. The DA is out of town a couple of days. Be back tomorrow. Then he's going to have Doyle picked up.
From what I've heard, Doyle's had things pretty much his own way around this city for a long time.
Yes, Miss Casey has. But he's kept within the law up to now.
Well, the DA must have something good, or he wouldn't move against Doyle.
Let's hope his evidence sticks, Axford. Stay on the case and follow it through. If they finally clinch a case against Blackie Doyle, that will be headline news.
That evening, Blackie Doyle sat at his desk in the office of his roadhouse, talking to two of his men.
Now, let me get this straight, Lenny. You say you heard two guys talking in your cab this afternoon?
That's right, Blackie. And one told the other he had it straight from headquarters, that the DA's got enough evidence to put the finger on you.
Hey, Blackie, maybe you better take it on the lam before they move in on you. The DA's got everything.
Don't be a fool, Red. Maybe he has got something, but I don't think he'll use it. Not when he finds out what I've got.
But, Blackie, I don't think Fremont's bluffing.
Shut up, Lenny. Blackie, I don't get what you mean when you say the DA won't...
Red, I want to show you something. Look at this.
This is a check for $31 signed by Howard Fremont. Say, he's the DA's son, ain't he, Blackie?
That's right. Paid a dinner check with that several months ago for himself and some friends. I didn't deposit it.
But gee, Blackie, that's like throwing dough away. Maybe it ain't any good now.
I'll keep quiet, stupid. Blackie must have had a reason for keeping it.
I did, Red.
Yeah, but this won't mean anything. All he'd have to do is get those friends and prove he gave that check to pay for his debt.
Now, don't you be stupid, Red. I don't intend to use that check.
Well, then why'd you keep...
For the signature. An expert forger like you ought to realize the value of that.
Oh, now I get it.
Good. We'll make out a big IOU. Then you can copy Howard Fremont's name to it. And with that to hold over old man Fremont's head, I don't think we'll have to worry about any trouble from him.
The following noon, Red excitedly entered Blackie Doyle's office.
Hey, Blackie, I just got word the cops picked up Lenny.
What?
Yeah, on the level. And they'll grill him sure as shooting. And if he shoots off his mouth about how he fixed that IOU you're going to hold over the DA, they'll make it...
Stupid fool. Probably offered a numbers ticket or threw a stoolie.
What are you going to do?
Going to send our mouthpiece right down there to get him out. After I talk to him, I'll tell you what I want you to do, Red. If you do it right, we still won't have to worry.
Gee, Blackie's sure right in the groove. Having a smart mouthpiece like you, Lou.
Sure. So what? I do my job and get paid for it. You ought to be more careful. I had a tough job getting you out.
Yeah, they didn't get anything out of me. I shut up like a clam.
Don't kid yourself, Lenny. If I hadn't got you out so quick, the coppers would have made you talk all right. Blackie wants you to come right on out to the roadhouse. You'll have to lay low for a while.
My cab's just ahead, right where I left it. Can I take you someplace?
No, but I've got my own car.
Okay. I'll go right out River Road to Blackie's place. Thanks for getting me out.
Yeah, sure. See you again sometime.
like that car's following me. I'd better go faster. He's moving up on me. Better let him pass. What do you know? It's Red.
Hey, Red! It's me, Lenny. Hey, what are you trying to do? Red! No!
Late that afternoon, Britt Reed entered the Sentinel City room.
Hello, Axford. Where's Gunnigan?
Gunnigan's in the composing room, Reed. He'll be right back. Say, Reed, I got something to tell you.
What is it?
I was just coming up to your office. You see, Sarge told me, off the record, that the guy who was murdered, the cab driver, was a numbers operator they picked up earlier.
Is that so?
Yep. And Sarge said before they got a chance to grill the mug, Blackie Doyle's lawyer came in and sprang him out.
I see. Have they picked Doyle up?
That's what I was coming up to tell you. Of course, the cops ain't got any clues to the killer, but the DA intended to see Doyle anyway.
Yes, you told me that yesterday.
Well, Sarge tipped me off when Doyle was in the DA's office a while ago. I waited till he came out, and he was grinning like an ape, Doyle was.
That's strange. I thought the DA had enough evidence to eliminate that smile.
Sure, that's what Sarge told me yesterday.
Didn't you interview Fremont? Didn't he make a statement?
Well, that's the funny thing. All he said was, I have nothing to say to the press right now. And that's all we got out of him.
Maybe he'll give out later. You better go back and be on hand.
Oh, I'm going down to Cobb's headquarters, Reed. Ain't no use going to the DA's office, though. He went home right after we saw him. If he's going to do anything about Doyle, it won't be until morning like as not.
I can't understand it. Fremont must know what he's doing, but... Well, keep me posted, Axford. I'm counting on the DA to use the evidence he has to indict Doyle.
Sure. And Sarge says with the evidence he's supposed to have, it'll be mighty strange if he doesn't indict Blackie Doyle. He will. Don't worry about that.
That evening, District Attorney Fremont sat in the study of his home, looking sternly at his son Howard, who stood before him.
Howard, I want you to tell me the truth about this matter.
Dad, I have told you the truth. I don't know anything about it. Well, that crook Doyle's probably bluffing you, so...
Howard, he showed me an IOU for $20,000 with your signature on it.
$20,000? But, Dad, believe me, it can't be my signature. I never signed an IOU for Doyle or anyone else.
I know your signature when I see it.
Look, Dad, you've got to believe me. But I've been out to Doyle's Roadhouse several times, but only for dinner parties. And I haven't been out there for quite some time.
Sim, I believe I have evidence enough to get an indictment by the grand jury against Doyle. But if I proceed against him now, he threatens to publicize the fact that he holds an IOU for a gambling debt signed by my own son.
I haven't been gambling, and I didn't sign that IOU. I'd be willing to swear
I'd like to believe you. But the fact remains Blackie Doyle has that IOU, regardless of how he got it. And even if I wanted to, I couldn't pay it off. I don't have the money.
Dad, what can we do? There must be some way to get...
Howard, you're all I have. I can't have your name blackened by the widespread publicity that would follow if that matter became known. I'll try to believe you. But let me handle this my own way.
Maybe if I went to...
No, Howard. Keep away from him. You're too young to stand up to a tough racketeer like Doyle.
I'm 21, Dad.
I want you to promise me to keep away from Doyle.
All right, Dad. If you say so.
I'll find a way out of this somehow.
Later that evening, Axford entered Britt Reed's outer office where Miss Case was working overtime getting out the mail.
Well, imagine finding you working overtime, Casey. You're usually skimming out of here on the dot of 6.
Oh, is that I stay until my work's done, no matter what time it is, and you know it.
You call sitting there fooling with them letters work? Sure, and if you had to keep on the go all day like I do, chasing from here to there and back again,
That
you'd soon
depends
have...
on where here and there are extras. If you mean from one hamburger joint to another, or maybe one bar to another.
Hush now. Don't be insulting, Casey. Hamburgers now and then, sure. But as for drinking, I never took... Well, that is outside of a wee bit of a snort once in a while. Why should I be explaining it to you, I'd like to know. Is Reed gone yet?
Oh, no. Go on in and bother him for a while. I've got work to do.
Phooey to you, says I. Hi, Reed.
Hello, Axford. Anything new?
Nope, I get tired of hanging around cops' headquarters, so I came back here.
I was hoping the district attorney would move against Doyle tonight.
But I told you we didn't expect him to do anything before morning, Reed.
I know, but I thought... Yes, Miss Case?
A call for Axford on line 2, Mr. Reed.
All right, he can take it in here.
Yes, sir.
There's a call for you, Axford.
For me? Oh. Hello? Oh, it's you, Sarge. What's up? He did? He did? He is? Sure, I believe you, Sarge. Oh, off the record, eh? But suffering snakes, Sarge, that's big news. Okay, so long. Suffering snakes.
You said that a minute ago. What's off the record?
Plenty, Reed. Sarge just phoned, you know. And
I know.
Sure. Well, Reed, he says the DA was at his office for a short time a while ago and hinted that he's going to resign in the morning. Now, what do you think of that?
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Every Friday night is the banner night for Michigan radio listeners, with 6 sensational radio hits running the gamut of Western, crime, humor, and sports stories. At 7:30, you hear the Western story hit of radio, The Lone Ranger, followed at 8 o'clock by Blind Date, 8:30, This Is Your FBI, 9 o'clock, Famous Jury Trials, 9:30, The Sheriff, and at 10 o'clock, Fight Night, a thrilling blow-by-blow account of the best fight of the week. Stay home Friday night with this station and enjoy an entertaining, thrilling date. And now, back to the Green Hornet. After telling Britt Reed the off-the-record news that District Attorney Fremont was going to resign in the morning, Axford left. A short time later, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt discussed the situation with Cato.
Cato, I'd like to know what's behind Fremont's decision to resign.
It's very strange, Mr. Britt.
Yes, but the reason must be a very strong one. He wouldn't resign just because he can't convict Doyle with the evidence he has. There must be something else.
You think it connected with Doyle, perhaps?
Yes, I do think so, Cato. The district attorney knows how to keep his mouth shut. No one can get him to give the reason if he doesn't want to do so.
Maybe if Green Hornet pay him a visit.
I thought of that, Cato. It's worth trying. If Blackie Doyle is behind that resignation, I'd like to know it. Let's go right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway, built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. time, District Attorney Fremont sat alone in his study. The decision to resign from office had been made after much thought. It seemed the only way to save his son from disgrace. He stared at the desk before him, unmindful of the stealthy and sinister figure which slid over the sill of the opened window and moved silently across the room. Suddenly...
Good evening, Fremont.
What? The Green Hornet.
Right. I came to make sure of Blackie Doyle, if you know what I mean.
So that's it, huh? You're mixed in with Doyle.
What if I do happen to be?
It isn't enough that Doyle holds my son's IOU over my head. He has to send you here to further his purpose. Well, I refuse to deal with you, so you might as well leave.
Fremont, if your son's a gambler, let him take the consequences.
I believe my boy when he tells me he didn't gamble. Doyle tricked us in some way. I won't believe otherwise. Now get out.
How do you know Doyle didn't send me to collect on that IOU?
I won't pay a cent, much less $20,000. Now get out of here.
I'll tell Doyle what you say, Fremont. Good night.
At least I can put the police on his trail. Now phone Doyle and tell him if he goes too far, I'll proceed against him anyway.
Leaving Fremont, Britt Reed went back to Cato, who was waiting on a dark side street in the Black Beauty.
That you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. I'll drive.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
Out to Doyle's Roadhouse on River Road.
What you find out from Fremont?
Funny. It seems that Doyle is pulling a trick of some kind on the DA. Says he has an IOU for $20,000 signed by Fremont's son. Fremont's positive the boy's not a gambler. And so am I.
Then that reason Fremont decided to resign as district attorney, perhaps.
I'm sure of it, Cato. Fremont's a fine man and proud of his son. He won't do anything that will cause Doyle to disgrace the boy.
What we do at Doyle's place?
Well, that remains to be seen. But we'll have to move fast. The DA is certain to call the police and tell them I'm going out there. I'd better stop on it.
Hello.
Doyle, this is Fremont. That Green Hornet is on his way back there with my answer to you.
The Green Hornet?
That's
what do I know?
If you persist in sending him to plague me...
Oh, wait a minute. You say the Hornet's on his way here to my place?
Yes, and I've notified the police. You've gone too far sending that criminal to hound me.
Hey, Red. Red! Come in here, quick. What's up? Plenty, listen. The DA just phoned. Says the Green Hornet paid him a visit. And the Hornet's on his way here now.
The Hornet? How'd he get mixed up?
How do I know? Red, we got a plan on trapping that guy. The cops are also on the way out.
Say, ain't there a reward out for him?
Sure, 25 grand. If we play our cards right, we'll get it. Have to think fast.
I could send some of the waiters outside.
Nah, we'll handle this alone. Look. We take this screen from in front of the safe over there. Put it in the corner behind my desk, see?
What for?
Well, they come in that door from the back hall. He won't dare to come through the club. We'll leave that door unlocked. You stand behind the screen with your rod.
I haven't got it with me.
Well, there's one there in the safe. It's open. Use that. I'll sit at the desk. When I call your name, let him have it as he stands in front of me. Get it?
Good idea. The orchestra playing out front will keep the people from hearing the shooting.
Okay. Now move the screen. We haven't much time. When that sneaking Hornet gets here, it'll be his finish once and for all.
Come on, Cato. I've been here for dinner a few times. The office is on the other side.
How you get in, Mr. Britt?
I know there's a door into Doyle's office from the main part of the club. I think there's another entrance from the back hallway. We'll soon find out.
Moving quickly and quietly, the two men approached the back of the building. With a skeleton key, Britt effected an entrance to the back hall.
must be the door just ahead. You wait outside.
Risky for you to go in.
I have to take the chance. Here we are. And not locked. Wait here.
Come right in, Hornet. No need sneaking in.
Well, Doyle, I'd almost say you were expecting a caller.
Maybe I was. And maybe it was you I expected at that.
I see. You're quite cool about it, Doyle. Especially since I hold this gun in my hand.
That gun won't do you any good. You're covered by a guy you don't see. You won't get out of here alive.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Nah, no deal. You're worth 35 grand to me, dead or alive. And you're easier to handle dead, Hornet.
But that doesn't appeal to me, Doyle. I came about an IOU that you have. I could make good use of it.
I have a lot of IOUs. But if you mean 3 months, I have use for that myself. I have it right here in my pocket, too. But we've talked long enough. Don't make a move. Either of you.
Both hold guns, fellow. You and I.
You can do what you like with yours. But I'm going to use mine on Doyle. I might have known he was mixed up with the Green Hornet.
Now, hold on, Fremont.
I promised my dad I wouldn't come here. When I found out he's resigning because of that IOU, I changed my mind. I'm getting you, Doyle, now.
Red, let Fremont.
Look out! As Howard Fremont fell to the floor, Britt took advantage of the moment and, lunging across the desk, threw himself upon Doyle, toppling the racketeer over in his chair.
Why,
In a matter of seconds, Britt pulled Doyle around in front of him, then yanked him to his feet.
Stand up! And remember, you have this gun on your back.
Don't shoot.
Tell your killer to come out and drop his gun.
Red, come out. Drop your rod, Red. If that kid hadn't come in, we'd have had that Hornet by now.
I saw your big feet under that screen, killer. I was ready for you.
I come to help. Another one.
I'll give Doyle a taste of this.
Now, wait, listen, Hornet. I can put you wise to a lot of angles.
Take it, Mug.
No. You ain't gonna get me. You not leave right now.
We can't fool with him now. Oh, that's let's see in Doyle's pocket. Yes, here's what I want.
Young fellow, what about him?
Let's find out. Just a flesh wound. He'll be all right. The safe door is open. I'm going to have a look. Yeah, plenty of evidence here.
You leave it here with young fellow?
Yes, the police. They'll find everything. Come on, let's get out of here. Hurry.
It was after midnight when Britt Reed sat in his living room, listening to an account of the night's events from Axford and Sergeant Burke.
Sure, and I told Sarge you wouldn't mind if I brought him by for a late snack, Reed. I knew you'd want to get all the details of what happened.
Glad you did come by, Axford. Just what did happen?
For one thing, Mr. Reed, the DA phoned headquarters and said the Green Hornet was in cahoots with Blackie Doyle and that he was going to be at Doyle's place. So we went out there.
Well, was he there?
Not when we got there, Reed. But he had been there. Young Fremont said so.
Young Fremont?
Yeah, the DA's young son. Seems as how Doyle was trying to frame him and his dad somehow, so he got sore and went out there.
That he did. And he cleaned up on Doyle and his partner before they nicked him with a bullet. We got evidence that'll really put Doyle where he belongs now.
The DA is so proud of the boy, he was strutting all over the place. Imagine that young chap facing them killers and scaring off the Green Hornet to boot.
He must be quite a boy.
That he is. And the DA isn't going to resign. Axford said he told you about that.
He did mention it. Off the record, of course. Did young Fremont tell you he handled the killers by himself?
No, Mr. Reed. As a matter of fact, he was trying to tell us the Hornet did it all while he was unconscious. But, of course, we don't believe that. The Hornet would never help anybody.
That he wouldn't, Sarge. There isn't a bit of good in that guy at all, says I.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Axford. After all, there's a little bit of good even in the worst of us, you know.
No, Reed, don't tell me you'll be comparing yourself to the Green Hornet.
In a way, Axford. In a way.
Listen to him, Sarge. Sometimes he can say the silliest things just to get a laugh.
President of the United States has proclaimed the week of October 7th as National Fire Prevention Week. Be completely prepared by having a home checkup now to eliminate all fire hazards. 90% of all home fires are caused by failure to guard against common fire hazards. Hazards such as careless smoking habits, careless use of matches, defective electric wiring and electrical appliances, defective heating equipment, and failure to protect our homes with fire-resistant roofing material which will resist chimney sparks and wind-blown firebrands. You can protect your home and family by observing the rules of fire safety now and be completely prepared for Fire Prevention Week, October 7th to 13th. Be sure and hear the Green Hornet again next week at the same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Hot Money and Death. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was early morning in an outlying district of the city. Two men in overalls lounged on the corner of First Street and River Road and talked in guarded tones.
Hey, look, Spike. What I want to know is, how do you know that armored bank car is going to come into First Street at this end?
The boss don't do nothing without being sure, Tony. You ought to know that by now.
Yeah, but with that detour sign up there...
What makes you so dumb? I've always got to draw a diagram almost before you know what's going on.
So what? I ain't no mind reader. All I'm asking is, how do you...
Okay, I'll tip you off. Now, look. You see that plank cross bridge over the big ditch the water company made in the street?
I ain't blind.
So you ain't blind. Well, the boss has been trying to figure out how to make a grab for that armored truck, see? Now, for weeks he's had it tailed. It always follows the same route, once a week just before banking hours. And today's the day.
I know all that, but
that truck ain't no sardine can, Tony. Well, yesterday afternoon, the boss saw all the excavating going on around this corner, and seeing this plank bridge over the ditch into First Street gives him an idea.
I'm all ears.
You ain't kidding.
You and your...
Shut up if you want to hear that dope. Now, before sunup this morning, we come down here and planted a bomb under those planks. Then we swung that detour sign around from where it was on River Road, putting it in front of the plank runway so that no other car'd go over it, see?
Sure, but when the bank truck comes...
When it comes into sight on River Road on its way from the Federal Reserve to the First Street National, we beat it out, swing that sign back where it was.
But if we can spot the truck, they'll see us moving the detour sign.
What do you think we got on overalls for? If they do notice us, they'll think we're city workmen.
Holy KATZ. Then the bank truck goes over the planks and...
Right. That bomb will bust that truck wide open. We move in fast, grab the dough, and light out for our car up in the alley.
Gee, Spike, the boss sure knows how to plan things. I bet if he was...
Hold it, Tony. It looks like the armored truck coming now. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Now slow down. Take it easy, like we're on the job here.
Yeah.
Grab one end of that detour sign. Pick it up, wooden horse and all.
All right. Hey, we better hurry.
And guys on jobs like this don't hurry. Let's go.
Yeah.
Now swing your end around and then set her down.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, Spike, it's almost here. Maybe we better...
Get a hold of yourself and don't muff this job. Now go over and start putting out the red lanterns over there. When that truck goes into the planks, flatten out. Do you get it?
Sure. There they come.
There they go. Now down, Tony, down!
That afternoon, in the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Is that all, Mr. Reed?
No, not quite, Miss Case. Read back the last paragraph I dictated, will you?
Yes, sir. The Sentinel feels that sufficient time has elapsed in which the police could have gathered evidence to put an end to the flagrant disregard of the gambling laws.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Hello, Axford.
Shall I go on, Mr. Reed? Or has this rude interruption broken your train of thought as it has mine?
Train of thought, she says. All the thoughts you had wouldn't be crowded in the Toonerville trolley, says I.
Oh, I give up.
You might as well. What's new, Axford?
Did you read me story on the robbery, Reed? Wasn't it a beaut?
No, I just skimmed the headlines. What about the robbery?
Reed, being publisher of a big newspaper, you amaze me.
Being a publisher of a big newspaper amazes me, too. What about the robbery, as I asked before?
It was an armored truck from the Homer Bank Messenger Service. Blown to bits it was at the corner of First and River Road.
Go on.
The two men on the truck weren't killed, but they were hurt bad, Reed.
Well, what about the money, Axford?
The crooks got away with a batch of dough. All in big bills, mind you. They didn't even try to take any bags of currency.
Any clues at all, do you know?
Sarge says they haven't a clue of any kind, Reed. Of course, there's one good thing about it, though.
What's that?
The stolen bills are all big ones. New issue. So the Federal Reserve's got the serial numbers of them. The list will come out in the next edition of the papers.
Well, that's a break. If the crooks try to use any of those bills, they'll be spotted.
Sure. That's what Sarge says. Say, Casey, can you really read them funny marks on that pad?
Are you kidding? Why should I write in shorthand if I couldn't read it?
You got me there. Let's hear you read some of it. Go on.
Go on out of here. Mr. Reed's trying to get out an editorial.
Yeah? What's it about, Reed?
About the gambling that goes on out at Norton's Roadhouse. Well, of course, I can't mention names in the editorial. It's about time the police came through with some evidence.
Reed, I heard Sarge talking about that. The cops had gone out there time and again. When they got into the back rooms, they found nothing but some pool tables there. Blackie Norton's a pretty foxy guy.
So it seems.
Well, it seems to me that someone with a little nerve, someone not in with the police, could go out there and get evidence.
Getting in to gamble is one thing, Miss Case. Getting evidence is another. I'd like to know just how much gambling does go on out there.
You being a playboy and all. Why don't you go out there and see for yourself, Reed?
Axford, of all the things to suggest,
Wait,
I
Miss
never...
Case, that's an idea. Axford, meet me at 5:30 downstairs. You and I are going out to Norton's Roadhouse for an evening of fun.
You mean it, Reed?
Of course. At least I'll find out firsthand just what is going on out there.
Okay, Reed, it's a deal. I'll be waiting at 5:30 downstairs. Hey, now, Norton sure has this place fixed up swanky like, Reed.
Well, he hasn't held back on expense, Axford.
I'll have your order, gentlemen.
Tell me, waiter, what time does your first floor show come on?
8:30, sir.
Oh, it's only 6:30 now. Say, is there any place where we could pass some time before dinner?
You can go over to the bar, sir.
Say, now, maybe that's just
We're not in the
thing.
mood for the bar, waiter. Oh, by the way, will you take this bill and get my friend a couple of good cigars?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you decide just what brand. Oh, I dropped my wallet.
I'll pick it up, sir. Here it is.
Thanks. It's rather bulky.
So I noticed, sir. I'll get the cigars right away.
Leave it to him to notice a fat wallet.
That's why I dropped it, Axford.
You mean you dropped
Quiet.
it?
The waiter's talking to Blackie Norton. They're coming this way.
Oh, that's Blackie Norton, is it? I wonder why
Quiet.
he's coming...
Yes, Axford, I hear the floor show here is very good.
I beg your pardon. I overheard you speaking to the waiter a moment ago. You're Mr. Reed, aren't you?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I was just asking the waiter if
Say
possible...
no more, mister. How about a visit to our fun rooms?
Fun rooms?
Sure. Perhaps you'll even come away with a bit of profit. Who knows?
All right. Where do we go?
You can follow me. But your friend will have to wait for you out here.
Say, now, what's the idea of
You
making
won't
me
mind
wait?
at all. Wait here for me, Axford. I promise not to stay long.
But, Reed, I...
Lead the way, Mr. Norton. I'm sure I'll enjoy your fun room.
After Axford had waited impatiently for almost an hour, Britt Reed returned to the table.
Well, Axford, I was afraid you might have walked out on me. Sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Reed, I was just about to go looking for you. You know, you had not... Hey, was there any gambling back in there?
Plenty.
Honest? How much did you lose?
Lose? One. See here?
Won a few bucks, eh?
Look again.
I can see all right. Suffering snakes. Those ain't ones at all. They're big bills.
Right. There's about 2,000 here.
Holy crow.
I'll give this to some worthy charity. And at least I've satisfied myself with this.
Which one of you guys is named Reed?
Well, that's my name. Why?
Well, Blackie Norton wants to see you in his office. Says for me to show you the way, Mr. Reed.
All right.
I'm coming too. That I am.
Oh, so, brother, the boss said just Mr. Reed, see? And if this guy's Mr. Reed, he don't look like he needs a nursemaid.
See here, if you think you can talk to me...
Don't create a scene in public. As the gentleman suggests, I am able to take care of myself. I won't be long. Wait here.
Yeah, right this way, Mr. Reed. Go right in. The boss is waiting.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in, Mr. Reed. Come on, have a seat.
What do you want to see me about, Norton?
Why, it's really nothing much. I hear you had good luck tonight.
Yes, I did.
I'm glad you did. Look, Mr. Reed, see those bills stacked on my desk here?
Yes. Looks like quite a lot of money.
Yeah, a little over $2,000. Exactly the amount you won tonight, in 10s and 20s.
Well, that's interesting. But I don't get it.
Well, look, Mr. Reed, I'd rather have you take those small bills and give me back the large ones, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. These are easy to carry in my wallet. And I'd never get those smaller bills either in my wallet or in my pocket. So if you don't mind, I'll keep the bills I have.
I'm afraid you're going to give them up whether you want to or not. I hate to get tough about it, but I don't like...
Now, see here, Norton, I don't...
Now,
don't argue, Bud. Make the switch like Blackie says or else. A gun in my back, eh?
Sorry, Reed. But you see how it is.
Well, since you put it that way, I'll exchange the bills. Here you are. Well, I see you take the Daily Sentinel. This must be the...
Put down
the bills and quit stalling, mister. I suppose at this point you tell me this is where I came in.
No, not at all, Mr. Reed. Pick up the small bills. They're yours to take. After all, I didn't intend to run away a good customer. But you forced this little bit of byplay. You see, I wanted those big bills for a purpose. Take your winnings by all means.
Thanks. That's white of you. Now, if you'll let this helpmate of yours remove that gun from my back...
Oh, sure, Mr. Reed. It didn't really mean anything, you know. Put that gun away, Spike. Right. But it'll be right where I can get at it, quick.
I'm sure it will, Spike. Well, thanks for the buggy ride, Norton. See you again sometime.
Sure. Come back whenever you can, Mr. Reed.
I wouldn't miss coming back for the world. Good night.
Later that night, in Britt's apartment, the young publisher paced the floor, while Axford sat munching a sandwich which Cato had just brought in.
If the police can get Norton on a gambling charge, perhaps they can... I'll get it, Cato. Hello? Oh, yes, Sergeant Burke. How did you make out? I see. Yes, he's a slick one, all right. Yes, that's right. Well, he'll slip sooner or later. Thanks for calling. Bye.
Did the cops find anything?
Norton was ready for them, Axford. But after what I noticed in his office, we can't give up.
What you notice in Norton's office, Mr. Britt?
Go ahead, Reed. Tell Cato about it.
Cato, when Norton forced me to return those big bills, well, just as I went to put them on his desk, I saw a sentinel lying there.
What Daily Sentinel paper have to do with bills?
An item caught my eye. It said serial numbers of stolen bills released by bank. I glanced at one of the big bills in my hand and noted the serial number. Later, I found out from the list in the Sentinel that the bill I gave back to Norton was one of the bills stolen from the bank truck this morning.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to the Green Hornet. Reed knew that Blackie Norton ran a gambling room at his roadhouse, and also that he had some connection with the bank truck robbery. But without direct proof, there was no way to move against the racketeer. And so far, the efforts of the police had proved futile. 2 days after his experience at Norton's place, Britt Reed was in the city room at the Sentinel, talking to Axford and Sergeant Burke.
You say you picked up one of Norton's men for questioning, Sergeant?
Sure. We picked him up for carrying a gun. But it was proved Norton had got him a license to carry it because he handled cash for Norton. I had to let him go.
That Norton's a smart one, all right, Reed. He even went down to cops' headquarters himself and complained to the inspector that he's being persecuted.
He did, eh?
That he did, Mr. Reed.
Did you get orders to lay off?
Well, not exactly. But we did get a tip to go easy until we got something sure to go on.
Huh. Nobody'll ever get anything sure against that guy.
Oh, I don't know about that, Axford. Now, if there were only some way to catch him off guard.
Yeah, if we could catch him passing some of that stolen dough.
Wait, that gives me an idea.
What are you thinking of, Reed?
Maybe if enough pressure is brought to bear on Blackie Norton, he'll have to pass some of those stolen bills.
Pressure? What do you mean?
Oh, you just wait and see, Axford. From here on, Norton will really think he's being persecuted. And how?
You say you want to see me? That's right, Mr. Norton. As fire inspector, I came to tell you I'm giving you 1 week to change your decorations to comply with the fire laws. Also 1 week to make 2 more exits. Otherwise, you'll be closed down as a fire trap.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I can't make all those
1
changes.
week, Mr. Norton. Good day. I'm from the health department, Mr. Norton. Our health inspector reports your kitchen is unsanitary. The condition will have to be corrected at once.
Oh, but it'll cost...
The fine is pretty big, Mr. Norton. You'd better comply right away.
We find there was a mistake in the appraisal of your property for tax purposes. Therefore, unless you make up the difference in taxes, you will be considered in arrears as of today. Don't put it off, Mr. Norton.
I'm from the OPA. They've had a complaint that you've been selling your liquor above ceiling price.
Furthermore, you must have fire escapes and also put fire extinguishers throughout, Mr. Norton.
We find you haven't paid your personal property tax, Mr. Norton.
Money. Spike, they're driving me crazy.
Well, what's behind it all, Blackie? Why are they picking on you?
I don't know. Somebody's putting the heat on. I'm almost down to rock bottom. About all I've got left is that hot dough from the bank truck job. If I try to pass any of that, I'm a goner. But I have to work something out, somehow. It has to be soon.
That night, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet.
Well, Cato, the pressure I've been putting on Norton is beginning to work. I understand he tried to get a bank loan today.
Will he not get loan, Mr. Britt?
No. I think it's about time to force the issue with Norton. Tonight.
Will that mean Green Hornet put pressure on Norton, perhaps?
Pressure that will make him show his hand, I hope.
You have plan?
Yes. I've written a little note which we'll leave with Norton first.
Will he meet Green Hornet in person later, maybe?
Right, for the final showdown. Let's go, Cato.
A short time later, Blackie Norton was in his office at the Roadhouse, discussing the situation with Spike and Tony.
What a laugh. Here we have over 200 grand in dough that's too hot to use. The place about to go on the rocks.
Can't you use just one of them pills, Blackie?
Don't be a dope, Tony. Using one's as bad as using them all. Be traced right back to us. Now we've got to find some other way out for the time being.
You got any ideas, Blackie? We can't just sit around and let things go to pot.
Hey, maybe we could pull another job, maybe.
Ah, dry up, will you, Tony? Pull another job. With every dick in town tailing us.
He ain't in his right mind half of the time, and when he is, he talks like a halfwit.
Oh, is that so, Mugface? You don't stop flapping the breeze with that kisser of yours.
You don't do what,
Shut up, both of you. And I got enough trouble without you guys arguing.
Hey, it's a bomb.
Ah, that ain't any bomb. It's a rock with something tied to it.
Pick it up, Spike.
Sure.
Hey, look, it's a note. Give it to me. What's it say?
Who threw it?
Hold your horses a minute, can't you? I know the mess you're in.
Read it out loud.
Behind it. Do you want it? Holy smoke. Listen to this. It says, I know the mess you're in, and I know who's behind it. If you want to make a deal, leave the back door to your office unlocked, and be there at midnight, alone.
Well, what do you know?
It's signed the Green Hornet. There's a seal on it. The Green Hornet? Well,
Hey, you ain't gonna mix company with that guy, are you, Blackie?
He might be just the guy who could help me out of this mess.
Hey, listen, Blackie, that guy's dynamite. He double-crossed his own grandmother.
Yeah, but I'm not his grandmother, Spike.
Oh, cheap Blackie, you don't have to tell us that.
You see how smart Tony is? He knows he ain't the Hornet's grandmother. Wake up.
Forget Tony, Spike. We got plans to make.
What plans?
I'm going to see the Green Hornet at midnight, but I don't trust him. So you and Tony are going to be around just in case.
Nothing doing. I ain't staying here when that
Take
guy...
it easy, Tony. You won't be in here.
Where then?
Now listen. See that little picture over there?
Oh, you mean the one you move when you want to see through the peephole into the dining room?
Right. I'll take down that picture. And you can go on the other side of the wall and put the muzzle of your gun through one of those holes while you peek through the other, see?
Oh, sure. I get the drop on the Hornet, but he can't see me. That's okay.
Well, what about me, boss? You sneak around at midnight, Spike, and be just outside that broken window. If I need help, you'll hear me call for it. Okay? Don't either of you do anything unless I give a signal by grabbing my handkerchief. If the Hornet's on the level, you won't have to do anything. You understand?
We got it straight.
Ah, sure. You can count on us, Blackie.
Good. Now we'll wait till 12 o'clock and see just what the Green Hornet has to offer.
It's 11:45, Cato. Keep your eyes peeled while I go in. Blackie Norton's liable to pull a fast one if he gets the least bit suspicious.
I watch closely, Mr. Britt.
I'll make my way around to the back door of the office.
Will you be careful?
I will. What did you tell the police when you phoned?
I follow instructions. You tell police Britt Reed disappeared. Suggest Norton have something to do with it. Sergeant Burke say they investigate right away.
Good. They should reach here a little after midnight. I'll have to work fast. I'll see you later, Cato.
Oh, come right in, Hornet. I'm expecting you.
Good.
I got your note. What's the deal you have to offer?
I know you pulled that bank truck job. I also know you're in a mess. I'm in position to get rid of that dough for you. And for a 50% cut, I'll deliver the guy who's been putting the pressure on you.
Right to the point. And maybe you've got something. But first, just to be sure, tell me, who is the guy putting the heat on me and the boys?
Britt Reed, the publisher.
Britt Reed? So that's who's behind it.
Right. Do we make a deal? I'll bring him right here to your office tonight.
How do I know you will?
Show me the dough. Put it here on your desk. And then before I even take it, I'll bring Reed in. I have him outside now.
It's a deal. I'll get the dough to show you.
Why do you go to the bookcase?
You'll see in a minute. Yeah, here it is.
Why the book?
Look.
Oh, very clever. You hollowed out the middle of the pages and hid the money in it.
Right. The cops never thought of opening a copy of Paradise Lost to look for $200,000 in hot dough. Look it over, Hornet.
That's it, all right. Okay, I'll bring Reed in as I promised. But before I do, there's a couple... The police.
So what? Let them come. I'm much smarter than you think, you see. They know you as the Green Hornet. But I know who you really are.
You what?
Only one man could know I really had that hot dough. I thought of that. I've been observing and listening to your voice. The cops will get a surprise when they pull off that mask. But you won't live to know it. I'll pull my handkerchief out like this and
yeah, watch yourself, Norton!
This way, through window.
Haven't much time.
Hurry.
Coming.
I find man outside window. He not conscious now.
Good. I noticed a dust mark on the wall in there where a picture had been moved. It saved my life, but it cost Norton his.
Norton dead?
Yes, he was smart, Cato. He found out my true identity just before he was shot.
So sorry for nothing. But dead men not tell tales. Your car.
Wait, I'm not going.
Not going?
No. I want you to use a little gas on me, Cato, after I remove the Hornet mask. Then you go and leave me here for the police to find. We have to work fast.
Glory be. All the stolen money's right here. You there, speak up. What happened to you?
I didn't mean to shoot Blackie, honest. I was aiming at the Hornet.
Did you hear that, Sarge? The Green Hornet was here, he says.
I can hear, Axford. What do you know about Mr. Reed? What did Norton do with him?
I heard the Hornet say he had Reed outside in his car. He was making a deal with Blackie. Then he and Blackie started arguing on low tones, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Blackie gave me the signal and I shot, but the Hornet jumped out of the way, and Blackie got it.
Sarge, it's the Hornet. Getting away with Reed.
Come on. One of you men watch that bird.
Suffering snake, Sarge. He's getting clean away.
Somebody groaning. Come on, he's right over there.
Point the light down so that... Great saints, it's Reed himself. Reed, speak to me. Reed!
Oh, Axford. I'm glad you got here.
What happened, Mr. Reed?
Norton made a deal with the Hornet to get me.
Sure, but Norton won't bother you anymore. And we got his two partners, together with all the stolen dough. And the Hornet's gone, too.
Reed, you sure had a close shave this night.
Closer than you'll ever know, Axford. Far closer than you'll ever know.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lex Street paper.
Popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, What Price Glamour? The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. Michael Axford walked importantly across the city room. He knew that the city editor was in a bad mood when Dunnigan slammed down his phone.
Hung up on me. Well,
What do you want, Axel?
Gunnigan, Reed wants to know about the Nancy Todd story.
Nancy Todd?
She's the dame that went out on a special assignment.
You're telling me? Tell Reed that I'm still waiting for that special article. Tell him the dang hung up on me when I asked him about it. Tell him the private office went to a head. Oh, never mind. Come with me. I'll tell Nancy Todd a few things. Hang up on me, will she?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gunnigan. Hello, Axford.
Hiya, Miss Todd.
Well, Miss Todd, it was very nice of you to take the trouble to come back and report to the office at all.
Oh, save it, Mr. Gunnigan. Go on and tan me, but I saw things.
You saw things. Now, isn't that just peachy?
Where'd you go?
You keep out of it.
But you said...
Shut up. So you saw things, did you? Well, the Sentinel can't print impressions from your mind if you have one. We've got to have words. Maybe you didn't understand, Miss Todd. This is a newspaper. We print words. And we pay good cash for people to write those words.
Well, why didn't you tell me the sort of thing to look for when I went to that Lundquist place?
What are you talking about?
Why didn't you let me get set for what I was going to see?
Huh?
No, you wouldn't tell me. Just let me go there thinking it was a routine assignment and get shocked so dizzy that I haven't been able to see straight since.
Hold everything. What went on?
You mean that you saw something?
Oh, you'll get your story, Gunnigan. But it's not one that I can whip off the cuff.
Girlie, you must have seen something. You got something at the Lundquist joint.
Ha, ha, ha. Mister, I hit the jackpot.
Give me that phone.
You're going to get all you ask for.
Hold it, Nancy, wait a minute. Give me Reed's office. I'll tell Britt Reed. Maybe he'll want to hear what you've got to say. Maybe he'll want it covered from a special angle. Hello, Casey. Let me have the boss.
What do you mean, special angle?
You've heard of the Leveson bill?
No.
Wait. Hello, Reed. Say, Todd's got stuff. Okay to bring her in? Thanks. Come on.
Mr. Reed's office?
You ought to tell him what you saw happen.
I'll get the door.
What's this Levinson bill you mentioned?
It's a bill that's up before the state legislature. Calls for stricter regulation of beauty parlors.
They call them cosmeticians.
Oh.
The boss has put the Sentinel behind the bill.
Here we are.
Oh, Miss Case, Reed's expecting us.
I know. Go right in, Gunnigan.
You wait here a minute, Miss Todd.
Very well. Hold it, Axford.
I'm just going into Reed's office with Gunnigan.
Yeah, I know.
There's something in the wind.
There's a stack of newspapers on your desk. Now go through them and clip everything pertaining to beauty parlors.
But I was just...
Orders, Michael.
Now, see here, Casey. I'm a reporter. What's more, you ain't want to give me orders.
Mr. Reed's instructions, Michael.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so?
How are you, Nancy?
Oh, I guess I'll survive.
I hear you struck pay dirt.
I went to one of those Lundquist places.
I know you did. Lundquist is a ringleader in the fight to defeat the Levinson bill.
Uh-huh.
If that bill goes through, Lundquist will be washed up.
He should be, the termite.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Please send Miss Todd in.
Oh, that's me. I'm on my way.
You'd better get at these papers, Axford, and stop gaping.
Take a chair, Miss Todd. Which one of the Lundquist places did you visit?
The big one, where they have the store in front.
That's the place at Orchard in Maine.
A store in front?
Yes, they sell Lundquist beauty creams and lotions, hair dyes, tonics, and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yes. Go on, Miss Todd.
Well, the girls around the place look like showgirls or something.
Probably were.
Lundquist pays stiff salaries for the girls. They're his best advertising.
Go on.
Well, when I went in, one of them started to put the pressure on me right off the bat. Tried to sell me a complete course of beauty treatments, exercises, and everything else. I told her I was interested only in a shampoo and finger wave.
Even that was taking a risk.
You should have been warned.
I told her to be careful.
Well, I had to have some reason for staying around to look the place over. I figured that I'd rather have them damage my hair than my face. My hair would grow out again.
Well, what happened?
Well, I went into one of the booths and just got settled in the chair when I heard a girl talking to the receptionist. The girl sounded a little panicky and kind of hysterical. I could hear everything. Where's the manager of this place?
Well, he's out right now. Is there anything I can do?
No, don't tell me he's out. I must see him.
In what connection?
It's none of your business.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Monroe's not in.
Then I'll wait. I'll wait right here until he comes in. When'll he be here?
Well, I'm not sure. In fact, I think he's out of the city.
You're lying to me. I know you are.
Don't call me a liar, dearie.
I'm sorry. Please tell me when I can see Mr. Monroe.
Well, leave your name and I'll have him call
Oh, he
you.
won't call me.
Bessie, if that girl and...
You are here.
Hmm?
You lied to me. You said Monroe was out.
Uh-huh.
I'm here to see you, Mr. Monroe.
Miss Bessie, who is this girl?
I don't know. You kept that veil over her face.
You're the one that recommended the course of treatments. You're the one that guaranteed to take the freckles off my face.
Now, wait a minute, young lady.
You sold me that lotion. You guaranteed
Now,
it.
calm down.
Calm down. With my whole career ruined. I was a model. A professional model. And now look at me. You'll see why I wear this veil. Look what's beneath it. Good, all of you. Take a look.
Now, just a moment. We'll take care of you.
You'll take care of me.
Calm yourself.
You've already taken care of me. For keeps. I've been to a specialist. My skin is covered with scar tissue. That's how you took care of me. I'm ruined. Now I'm here to take care of you.
A gun. Look out. Look out with that gun.
I'll show you, Monroe. I'm just one of hundreds of people you've hurt. I'm one that's going to get even. You may beat a lawsuit. Try and beat a bullet.
Help!
Let me go.
I've got to get some help. Call the police.
I'll kill you. I will.
Try to shoot me. You'll go where you belong.
I got the girl's name and address before the police came and took her away. Then I got out. I was ill. Oh, that poor girl's face. I suppose she'll be fined or jailed for packing a gun, too.
She could be a witness against that Lundquist outfit.
Get hold of her, Gunnigan. What's her name, Miss Todd?
Here it is. I got it from one of the girls there. Kitty Smith. She's living in a rooming house on 10th Avenue.
Gunnigan, this will give us some real ammunition to fight in favor of the Levinson bill.
Yeah.
Just what will this Levinson bill accomplish?
It will call for a rigid state inspection and examination of everything sold as beauty aids. People will be told frankly what some creams and lotions may do to their skins. There are a lot of other points. So-called beauticians will have to be qualified.
And it's about time.
After seeing that poor girl's face...
Get hold of Kitty Smith, Gunnigan. Get her down here. I want her own story.
Yeah.
But is there any question about this Levinson bill being passed?
There certainly is. Lundquist is leading a fight against it, and he has a lot of this kind with him. The bill would put them out of business. Their lobbyists are at work right now in the state capitol.
Come on, Todd. We'll find Kitty Smith.
Haven't they located Kitty Smith yet?
No, sir.
Why not? They've been hunting 24 hours.
I checked with the cops.
Find Kitty Smith. What about Lundquist?
He's not talking.
What's the matter with everyone? Where's Kitty Smith? Two days and still no sign of her.
We've been every place.
No one knows a thing.
Find Kitty Smith. A week.
No sign of Kitty Smith.
She's the keynote of our story. Get private detectives on the job.
Reed, if it's detectives you want...
I said detectives.
Article in the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Lundquist.
Yes, Monroe, I saw it.
The paper seems to be making an intensive search for that Smith girl.
You're the store manager. Took care of things, didn't you?
Yes,
And don't bother me with details.
I came here to tell you that we'll have to raise Bess Laverne's pay.
And why?
She was in the shop when the Smith girl started all the trouble.
Well, what of it?
She followed the thing right through. She knows your lawyer got to the judge, paid a fine, and had Kitty Smith released. And she knows you took the girl to Doc Ravenel's private sanatorium.
How did she know that?
Bess gets around. She's no fool.
I'd like to...
I know. I'd like to get rid of her, too.
It's too sharp.
She also knows that you got Kitty Smith to sign a release, under the impression that the treatment she was going to get at Ravenel's place would give her a new skin. Now, I can keep Bess satisfied for a while. With a little raise.
All right. That's all that's necessary, then. As soon as this bill is turned down by the Senate, we needn't worry anymore. Right now, though, we've got to see that the girl's kept out of circulation.
The Sentinel would give a lot to get her story.
Don't I know it?
Her story might be all that's needed to put the Levinson bill through.
Doc Ravenel has plenty of stock in our chain. You better call on him. Tell him to be sure no one knows Kitty Smith's at his place. Keep her there as a mental case, and if necessary, use a straitjacket and a padded cell. You won't have any trouble. The girl has no family.
I'll tell him.
The Levinson bill will ruin us. We can't let it pass. Defeat it, no matter what it costs.
No matter what it costs, they'll do anything and everything to block the Levinson bill. If we could find Kitty Smith, we'd get a story that would jam that bill through in spite of what all the lobbyists could do.
But, Reed, as I've been saying for the past 10 days, we've been
I know, Axford. We can't find Kitty Smith.
So what next? Should I go ahead and write my story?
No, it won't mean a thing without the girl to back it.
I've pooled all available information, Mr. Reed.
After the attempted shooting, Miss Smith was taken into custody. Someone unknown paid a fine, and she was released. She left police headquarters, heavily veiled, got into a cab, and that's the last anyone has seen of her.
Axford, did you check the cab drivers?
Reed, have you got any idea of how many of them there are in this town?
Did you check with them?
Holy crow, I'm still checking, but so far I got nothing.
Who paid the girl's fine?
An attorney named Rodney Ridge. Gunnigan talked to him. He refuses to name the client who provided the money to pay the fine.
Rodney Ridge, eh?
His record ain't bad.
Well, we'll have to cross our fingers, Axford, and hope that you find that cab driver before it's too late. This is the last day. The Levinson bill comes up tomorrow.
Oh, golly. To find one cab driver in the whole city. I'd be lucky if the guy remembers her at all, to say nothing of remembering where he took her.
I'm counting on you, Axford.
And so am I. Here I sit with the story of the year, and I can't do a darn thing about it until you find the cab driver. Oh, gosh.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now, back to the Green Hornet. In his apartment, Britt Reed told his faithful valet Cato about the girl who disappeared after attempting to shoot the manager of a Lundquist beauty salon. Cato was the only living person who knew that Britt Reed and the Green Hornet were the same individual.
The only way, Cato, is to make use of the role of the Green Hornet.
But how you do that, Mr. Britt?
One of 3 people is going to give me the information I want.
Yes?
I'm sure Monroe knows where to find the girl. Lundquist probably knows. There's also a lawyer named Rodney Ridge, and I think he's our best bet.
Well, you think he might talk?
I'm not sure that we can make him tell who paid Kitty Smith's fine or where she went, but we can check up on one point by going to his office.
What is that?
I want to go through his files and find out whether or not Lundquist or Monroe are listed among his clients.
Will you need Hornet disguise for that?
I'm going as the Green Hornet because if we find the name of Lundquist or Monroe, we're going other places after we leave the office. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. The car was left in the dark alley near the lawyer's office. A few moments later, Britt and Cato were in the office, examining the files. This took some time.
Well, the last one, Cato. If we don't find something in this file, we're through.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Here's another group of L's. These may be special clients. Let's see now. Luke, Lumley, Lundell, Lundquist. Here we are.
Is it the right one?
Yes. Lundquist retained Rodney Ridge to get the Smith girl out of jail. That means we're on the right track. Come on, Cato. We're calling on Rodney Ridge.
While Cato guided the Black Beauty through dark side streets toward the home of the attorney, Britt Reed replaced his mask with dark glasses and a false mustache. From a compartment, he drew out an old cap and a cheap topcoat. With his identity effectively concealed, he was ready to meet Rodney Ridge.
You'll have to see me at my office. I don't receive clients at home.
Didn't I tell you to call me Smith? Doesn't that name mean anything to you, Ridge? You paid a fine for a girl named Smith.
Oh.
She's disappeared. It looks to me like an abduction. And if you don't want to be involved in a mess, you'd better tell me where to find her. Maybe you can hold out on police and reporters, but
professional ethics.
you're not talking to cops. You're talking to a guy named Smith. Remember?
Is the girl a relative or a sister?
What do you think? Where is she?
She left town.
Okay. That's the best you'll do.
What are you going to do?
Call the police. What do you suppose?
But you have no
Stand
reason.
back.
A gun.
You were the last one to see her, Ridge. I'm not going to waste time questioning you. Let the law do that. That's what the law's for.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait for what?
Put that phone down. I can't talk while you're calling the police.
I won't phone. It'll be far better to lodge my complaint in person. Just who was your client when you paid Kitty's fine?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Very well, Ridge. Have it your way. From now on, you can talk to the police. Just a minute now, Cato. 2 to 1, he makes a phone call.
I opened the door a bit.
He's calling someone, just as we thought.
Is that you, Linguist? This is Ridge. The brother of Kitty Smith is on his way to the police.
Brother? Where did he come from?
I don't know, but he might make trouble for me. You've got to do something.
Now stop worrying. Everything is under control.
But it isn't. I don't know what you've done with the girl. I can't tell the police a thing, but they won't believe that. They think I'm shooting you.
Now, wait a minute, Ridge. I'll tell you where the girl is. You can stall the police for a couple of days. The Levinson bill comes up tomorrow afternoon. As long as we can keep the girl until the day after tomorrow, there's not a thing to worry about.
Where is she?
She's simply being held in Dr. Ravenel's sanatorium for treatment.
An asylum for the insane.
I have her signed release, you see. She thinks she's going to be treated for her scars. She can't make any charges. Now stop worrying about it, Ridge.
Well, I'm glad she's alive and in comparatively safe hands. Goodbye.
Indeed.
What? You?
Back again.
Well, you said you were going.
I waited around.
What? Then you heard.
I heard you calling Lundquist.
Eavesdropping. Well, Mr. Smith, let me tell you that anything overheard in that way cannot be used as evidence.
I'm not interested in legal evidence, Ridge.
But
This gun's the answer to a lot of things. And what's more, my name's not Smith.
Not Smith.
Lundquist told you where that girl was held.
But that is...
Come on, where is she?
I don't...
Speak up or you'll never get the chance to speak again. I'm not
can't.
fooling, Ridge. If you think I am, take a look at this emblem and see who called himself Mr. Smith.
What's that?
Take a look.
Hornet.
Right.
Green Hornet without a mask.
But effectively disguised. Now talk.
No. Now, Lundquist will get...
Lundquist won't do a thing. He's going to have more trouble than he can handle. Where is Kitty Smith?
Why do you want to know?
Where is she?
Where is she? Stop that. Talk. Let go. I'll talk. You're breaking my arm.
Name the place.
Ravenel's. Dr. Ravenel's.
That's better.
What's it to you?
I need some cash to send her. $5,000, Mr. Ridge. Just enough to pay for her treatments at a famous clinic in the Midwest.
$5,000?
Just twice what Lundquist paid you.
How do you know what he paid me?
Come on, I'm in a hurry. Get the money.
No,
Must we start arguing all over again?
$5,000?
You keep cash on hand in case you need it for bail after your office is closed. Now, dig it out.
This is robbery. Armed robbery.
Tell it to the police. Come on, now, give out. Can't take much, can you?
I'll get the cash. It's in my desk.
Hurry up. I've a lot to do. How much more have you there?
None of your business.
You keep quite a sum here, don't you?
Now get away from me.
I think the girl should be given something for her suffering. I'll take all that's there. You can make Lundquist repay you.
No,
I've heard enough from you, Ridge.
Stop, don't get...
Take it. That gas will hold you for a while. Only thing I regretted that this isn't Lundquist instead of Ridge. Come on in, Cato. You have the hypodermic?
Yes. Here it is.
Give him a shot, so he'll be sure to get 8 hours of sleep.
Yes, sir.
There. Now let's get out of here. We're not through. Kitty Smith is still in that sanatorium. I'll take the wheel. Get in, Cato.
I'm licked. Casey, I'm all in. And I flopped on me job.
Oh, Michael, you do look worn out.
All right. All night I've been speaking to cab drivers. And by God, there ain't a one in town that's seen this dame with the veil.
Well, where's Nancy Todd?
Oh, she's home sleeping, I guess. She gave up some time ago.
Hey, Axford!
Oh, Golly, are you still around, Miss Todd?
If you want in on the fun, come on.
Huh? You got something?
Have I got something? Listen to this.
What is it?
It's a letter. It came by special messenger and addressed to me.
Well, from whom?
Well, listen, will you? Is Mr. Reed here?
No, he isn't in yet.
Well, here's what the letter says. I regret what we have done to Miss Smith. Will you please see that the enclosed is delivered to her at Dr. Ravenel's sanatorium?
Suffering snake.
Dr. Ravenel?
Holy crow, that means that's where she is.
You're telling me.
And what's it that's to be delivered to her?
There was an envelope enclosed and 10,000 smackers in cold cash.
Good gravy.
10,000? And who do you think signed the letter?
Who?
The Green Hornet.
What are we waiting for? Come on, we got to get out to Doc Ravenel's.
What's all the commotion in here?
Mr. Reed, the break has come. A letter.
The Green Hornet signed it.
And we found Kitty Smith.
Kitty Smith?
The dame you wanted for a special story.
Story I've been saving.
Where is she?
Dr. Ravenel.
It's a sanatorium outside the city.
Get to her. Get to her right away. Get that story and get back here in time for the next edition.
That's what I was saying.
There's still time to get the story in the papers before the legislature votes on that Levinson bill. Now, if we can flood the Capitol with that story, splattered all over page 1 with pictures of the girls, sworn statements. Well, get on, get going. Take a photographer.
Come on, Nancy.
And Axford.
Huh?
If you get the runaround, get tough. The Sentinel will back you.
Bingo! Come on, sister. You're going to see Mike Axford in action.
Give me that phone. Give me the desk. Miss Case, get the composing room on the other phone.
Yes, sir.
Jenks, stand ready for a big story. We've located Kitty Smith. Axford and Nancy Todd are on their way out there now.
Who's composing?
Now, take this phone. Get the district attorney's office. Axford may need help when he gets out there.
Very well.
Hello? Stand ready for a replay on page 1 in about half an hour. Axford and Todd are bringing in the story of the year. I want to devote the whole page to it. We'll hit the Senate with an atomic bomb. Hello? Hello. Give me Lowry. How about the district attorney, Miss Case?
I'm getting him.
Hello, Lowry. Get going on the Levinson bill. Full front page next edition. We'll build around Kitty Smith's own story.
The district attorney's on the phone, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Martin. You've been wanting to get something on Dr. Ravenel's place for some time. Well, here's your chance. Get men out there in a hurry. Axford is already on his way there. You'll find a woman by the name of Kitty Smith held there against her will, so her case couldn't be used as publicity for the Levinson bill. Do you need any further information? I didn't think so. Good luck. Bye. Now, Miss Case, we'll wait for the blow-up.
Now, you better let me do the talking, Miss Todd.
Yes?
We came for Kitty Smith.
No one here by that name.
Oh, golly, the runaround. Now, listen. You're getting one more chance. We want to see Miss Smith.
I said there's no one here by that
Axford,
name.
you promised not to waste time.
I'm going in and see for myself.
We are, Well, now listen here, big boy.
Don't get in me way. Stand aside.
You can't go in.
Who said so?
Oh, brother.
Come on, Nancy. We'll find that dame. There's the cops. By golly, now you'll see things.
The cops? They'll get you for socking that guy.
Like fun. Them guys are my pals. Hey, Martin, Burke, come on in. We're getting Kitty Smith.
Help! Help! Let me go! Axford, there she is.
Come on, boys. The Spouties are holding that dame against the will.
No, get out. Hey, get out of here.
Let him get the dame. We get on as soon as Mike says. Faster him. Use your club. This way, miss. Come on, Nancy. We'll take her out. The boys can handle things.
Don't you worry, Kitty. Everything's going to be all right.
You bet it is. Lundquist will get the works as told Ravenel. You're going to be all right, and here's cash on the line to prove it.
Bill unanimous. Senate probe underway. Green Hornet found. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Set the Lex Street pipe
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and racketeers will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Hornet drops a hint. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. Smoothie Lawrence was everything his name implied. Smooth of speech, suave of manner, and smarter than most of his kind, men who flaunted the law and lived by their wits. But on one occasion, Smoothie had been outsmarted by another man, and the law had closed in. That was 2 years ago, and for 2 long years he had paid his debt to society. Now, he was free again. It was dusk as Smoothie Lawrence entered a Water Street cafe and walked over to the bar. His mind was filled with hatred for the man who had taken 2 years out of his life, and his face was grim as he stopped at the bar and gave his order.
Give me a double rye, Joe.
Yeah. Well, hiya, Smoothie. Double rye coming right up. There you are, Smoothie.
Thanks.
You got things lined up for yourself?
Before I start lining anything up, I have to get something off my mind.
Yeah? I've been noticing you got something bothering you.
That's right, I have.
A dame, maybe?
No, not a dame, Joe. I'm trying to figure out a way to get back at the double-crosser who caused me to be sent up.
Yeah, I remember. The paper said you was put on the spot by the Green Hornet.
Yeah, that's right. Well, now you know.
Holy smoke, Smoothie. You better steer clear of that guy.
Forget it, Joe. I know what I want to do, and I'll find a way. See you later. So long.
Hey, so long, Smoothie. And good luck. Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where I can't even keep my mouth shut.
Just a minute, please. I'd like a word with you.
Who are you? What do you want?
I was at the bar in the cafe. I overheard your conversation with the bartender.
Really? Maybe you'll tell me just what business it is of yours.
Take it easy, my friend. What I have to say will be important to you.
It remains to be seen. If this is some gag, or if you're trying to...
Oh, wait, let me explain. My name is Max Zindler. I know you're Smoothie Lawrence.
You get around, don't you, chum?
Of course. It's part of my business.
What's your business?
Does it matter?
Listen, Zinder, if you think
wait a minute. Suppose I tell you I can show you how to make a large sum of money and at the same time get back at the Green Hornet. Would you be interested?
Maybe you get to the point.
If you're interested, we'll go to my place and I'll give you the details.
What have I got to lose? Go along with you. But let me tip you off to this. If you're pulling my leg, pal, you'll be plenty sorry. Let's go.
A short time later, in an apartment on the west side, Smoothie Lawrence listened intently as Max Zinder outlined his plan.
Now, let me repeat what I've told you. The attaché will leave that consulate at 8 o'clock tomorrow night on the way to the airport.
You say the consulate car will be driven by one of your men?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Of course, at the consulate, he's known as a trusted employee.
And I'm to follow in a car which you'll provide, huh?
Yes. The driver of the attaché's car will pretend he's got motor trouble somewhere along the river road. He'll get out to work on it.
That's when I'm to take over. That it?
Exactly. Get the papers the attaché will be carrying and bring them here to me. Of course, it'll be necessary to, eliminate him.
Now, hold on. Why can't I grab the papers and leave? Now, what's the idea
that... to tell about the so-called car trouble and the actions of the driver. It might lead to complications, my friend.
After all, I didn't know I was...
Now, remember, you'll be paid $10,000 cash for the job, Smoothie. And the Hornet will be blamed.
You haven't told me just how suspicion is to be directed to the Green Hornet, Zinder.
Look. Here in my wallet, I have something that'll do the trick. See this?
Ah, a Hornet seal. Is it really one of his own, or did you...
It's genuine. It was left as a warning with one of our workers in the past. He was later caught because of the Hornet.
So you have it in for him, too, huh?
The Green Hornet is a continual threat to our organization.
Why don't you pull this job yourself?
In my position, I can't afford chances. You can, for a price. I'll be at a reception at the consulate tomorrow night. I'll stay there until the news of the attaché's misfortune is made known.
So you'll be in the clear, huh? Okay, I'll go through with it. And leave that seal for the police to find.
Ah, good. I knew we'd come to an understanding. Tomorrow night I'll get those papers, you'll get the money, and your revenge on the Green Hornet in the bargain.
What is wrong, driver?
I don't know, sir. There's something wrong with the
Well,
motor.
then do something. I'll miss my plane if we're delayed.
Yes, sir. Guess I'll have to stop.
Hurry. We haven't much time. Oh, here comes another car. It looks as if he's stopping. Good evening. It's nice of you to stop, senor. We seem to be having trouble.
Your troubles are just about over, Pat.
Wait, I don't understand.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room when the phone rang.
City editor's desk. Gunnigan speaking.
Gunnigan, this is Mike Hackford.
Hackford, where in thunder have you been? What's the idea of staying out all afternoon without calling in?
I'm at cops headquarters and I have a story.
Yeah, I thought so. That's your usual hangout. Now you listen to me, Hackford.
I got a story, Gunnigan. A scoop. Let me get a word in edgeways with you.
Why didn't you say so? What is it?
A murder. It happened on River Road. An attaché was shot by the Green Hornet.
What? Hold on, I'll connect you with Rewrite and you can give the details.
I ain't got any details yet. I'll call Rewrite later. So long.
Why haven't you? What's the idea of... Hello? Hello? Oh, he hung up. That guy will drive me to the nut house. Somebody get to the composing room, quick. Tell him to set up a lead for an extra. Attaché murdered by Green Hornet. Hurry up.
Right. Gunnigan, is that what Axford told you?
That's right, Chief. Says the attaché was shot to death out on the River Road by the Hornet.
I see. Well, let me know the details as soon as you get them. I'll be in my office.
Right. Hi, Reed. I just came from cops headquarters. I phoned in the details on that murder a while ago.
Yes, I know. I understand a Hornet seal was found on the body.
Sure. It was stuck right on the guy's forehead.
Well, what about the chauffeur?
He says the Green Hornet blocked the road with his car, so he had to stop. Then the Spalpeen pulled open the rear door of the consulate car and shot the attaché in cold blood. The cops didn't hold the driver.
Strange the driver was unharmed.
Oh, the Hornet would have shot him, too. Only the driver says he hopped out quick as a wink and lit out for the bushes, with bullets whizzing alongside his head. Then another car came along, and the Hornet beat it.
Where's the chauffeur now, do you know?
After he told his story, they let him go back to the consulate. 'Tis a clear case against the Green Hornet, to my way of thinking.
Have the police figured out why the murder was committed?
Reed, it's off the record for now. But the Hornet stole some important papers dealing with some matters in a South American country.
Oh, I see. Well, keep on the case, Axford, and let me know of any new developments.
Okay, Reed. Sure, and I'm thinking that Green Hornet's going to be sorry he pulled this job.
Later, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, because of that Hornet seal which was found on the murdered attaché, the authorities are hunting down the Hornet as the killer.
It's not good. While they search for Hornet, real murderer have chance to get away.
In my opinion, aspiring is at work. Those papers are very important. And in the wrong hands can cause great trouble.
That's also not good.
Something has to be done and done quickly.
You think of something, perhaps?
If the driver of the consulate car is telling the truth, the killers have covered up well. But if he isn't...
You think Green Hornet tried to find out?
Yes. The chauffeur for the consulate probably lives over the garage. We'll go there and see if there's a chance of breaking down his story.
You go as Green Hornet in Black Beauty?
Right. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
There's the light over the garage, Cato.
Yes. We go in now?
The sooner the better. We have to move carefully. The police may have posted a man at the house. Come on.
Moving through the shadows, Britt and Cato skirted the back of the garage and cautiously drew near the entrance to the stairway that led to the rooms above. They found the lower door unlocked and went up slowly and quietly until they reached a landing at the top of the staircase.
This is it, Cato. I'll try the door. That's strange. This door is unlocked, too. Well, here goes.
Don't make a move, Rod.
What the?
What's wrong?
Great Scott. This is the consulate chauffeur, all right. But he's been shot through the head. He's dead.
Better we leave now. Something happening outside.
Get to the window, quick.
It's the police. Some coming here. Others go toward the place in the back where we hide the Black Beauty.
I'll lock the door.
What we do now?
We've got to think fast. They're coming up and we'll be caught like rats in a trap. And if they get possession of the Black Beauty, our goose will be cooked. But good.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to the Green Hornet. While several policemen started through the door leading to the stairway, two of the men rounded the back of the garage, and one of them noticed the dim outline of the Black Beauty a short distance away.
Hey, look. Car back there. Come on, it might be the Hornet's car.
Listen, that's a car starting up inside the garage.
Well, I'll be... Left that other car's a plant while they get away in one of the consulate cars. Let's get the others and get around front to stop them.
Hey, Sarge! They're going to come out through the garage doors of the car.
Get ready to shoot them down.
Shoot the lock off and let's bust in. That did it. Come on, open the doors and jump back.
Look, nobody's in the car.
Keep your guns handy. Must be hiding inside. We'll get him this time. Come on.
Hop in, Cato. I'll drive.
Lucky they fall for a scheme, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Did you break open plenty of those gas pellets inside the garage before we came out through the back window?
Police find garage full of gas. They not follow us for some time.
Ah, good. Guess the killer tipped them off about another murder. That's why they came. We'd better get away from here now.
Come in, Smoothie. I was worried about you.
Nothing to worry about, Zinder. In fact, luck is really playing our way tonight.
How do you mean?
Well, I attended to that job, getting rid of the consulate driver. I sat in my parked car down the block. Because the reception there were a great many cars parked along the street. I thought I'd wait until I saw you leave.
You would have finished that job at 8. I left the reception after 9.
I saw you leave. I was about to follow when a commotion started near the garage.
They found the body?
Yeah. Cigarette?
Oh, thanks. Light?
Thank you.
What happened then?
This is the luck I was talking about. Seems after I left, the Green Hornet went into the driver's rooms and was almost cornered by the police. Naturally, they blame him for what they found there. The body of that driver.
Well, if you hear any more news about the hunt for the Hornet, let me know. I imagine he's a very puzzled man right now. Huh, Smoothie?
You said it. You're not so smart. I'm going out a while. See you later. So long, Zinder.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed and Cato returned to their apartment, where they discussed a new development in the chain of circumstances which were closing about the Green Hornet.
Great shock to know chauffeur also dead. Killer smart enough not to leave clue behind.
Maybe he's not so smart, Cato.
What you mean?
I picked up this paper match cover in the chauffeur's rooms.
It's a Water Street Cafe on the cover.
Yes. That's an underworld hangout.
But that's not very good clue. Many people get book of matches. Even driver, perhaps.
That's true. But this belonged either to the killer or his victim. If the killer dropped it, there may be a way to trap him.
How you do that?
Cato, when we first came into the apartment, I went into the lab for a few moments, remember?
Yes, sir?
I found out there's a clear fingerprint on this match cover.
Oh, you send the match cover to police, perhaps?
No, Cato. If I send it anonymously, it wouldn't mean anything. I can't send it as Britt Reed and tell them where it was found. They'd be smart enough to connect me with the Hornet.
Yes, that's true. You have other plan?
Yes, I have. If the fingerprint proves to be the chauffeur's, the plan won't work. But if it's the killer's...
You carry out the plan tonight?
Why not? The reception at the consulate is over by now. And since the Hornet's scare, the police will have a guard there.
You go to consulate and risk guard?
Cato, my whole plan rests on reliable people being able to swear they saw the Green Hornet inside the consulate. I'll take that risk. Let's go.
Arriving in an alley behind the consulate, Britt Reed and Cato left the Black Beauty and moved into the shadows near the house. After some time, Cato spoke.
We watch library window long time now.
Yes, but we can... Look, the consul's getting up from his desk. He's leaving the room.
Yes. There. He put out the lights. You go in a few minutes?
Yes. You stay outside the window in the shadows and keep the way clear for my escape.
If anyone come here, I see him not interfere.
Good. The police are on the front porch talking. They don't expect the Hornet to be returned here tonight, so guards haven't been posted in the rear.
We really don't expect the Hornet to return here tonight, so one of you boys can go to headquarters with me. The other, you, Cassidy, can hang around out here.
Okay, sir.
Guess the consul's a little nervous anyway.
Sure, but you can't blame him with the guy being killed and all.
Officer.
What's that?
Come quickly. There's a prowler in the library.
Holy smoke. How do you know?
I heard a noise in there. Sounds like someone at the safe.
Cassidy, you go down to the library window in case he tries to get out that way.
Okay, sir.
You come along with me. Right.
This way, officer. This is the door to the library.
I'll sneak the door open a little and take a look. See anybody? Glory be. Someone's trying to get into the safe, using matches for a light.
The light switch is just inside the door to the right.
Okay. When I give the word, they'll bust in, switch on the light, and catch him cold. I'm ready, Sarge. Here goes then. No!
What the? Sarge! It's a Green Hornet!
Use your gun, quick!
Hold on, Copper!
He's making for the long window.
I'll get him! Hold
Hold on. Cassidy's outside.
I'll go out the French window and see if he needs help. Hey, Sarge, here's Cassidy, lying on the porch.
What happened to him?
I don't know. He's coming to now.
Well, what happened, fella?
I was sneaking up onto the porch to look in the window when someone whammed me from behind.
Come on, we'll see if he got into the safe.
They didn't get the safe open.
Good, he dropped a book of paper matches. I'll take it along.
What good will that do?
You never can tell. It might have a fingerprint on it. Though that Hornet's been too smart to leave prints before.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to drop that.
That's right. I'll take it to headquarters and see what they can find. Let's hope it does show a print. Come on. Ashford, we got it.
Got what, Sarge?
The name of the Green Hornet.
That's what.
Suffering Snake, Sarge. Who was it? A smart crook by the name of Smoothie Lawrence. We found a fingerprint and it matches Lawrence.
I can't believe it.
Hey, you men. Get Smoothie Lawrence. Any of the boys called in yet, Cassidy?
Nope, they're still hunting, Sergeant.
We just gotta find Smoothie Lawrence.
Hey, Sarge, I hear you picked up Smoothie Lawrence.
Yeah, that's right. They've been grilling him for the past hour.
Does he admit he's the Green Hornet?
Not yet, but give us time and we'll make him talk. Come on, we'll see what's doing in there now. In here, Ashford.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. I never did it. All right, Sarge, take over. This guy's stubborn.
Listen, you. We got the goods on you.
What do you mean? What's all this about?
We saw the Hornet inside the consulate. He got away from us. But he dropped something. It had your fingerprint on it, which proves you're the Green Hornet.
No, I'm not the Hornet.
And being the Green Hornet, you're due to hang.
Oh, wait, I'll talk.
Now, go on, then.
The guy you want is named Zinder. He thought up the Hornet gang. It was he who used the Hornet disguise and killed that attaché. Believe me, I'm not the Hornet.
Where's that guy Zinder?
He lives at River Road in 10th, the brick house on the corner. Honest, he's the guy. He wanted me to help him, but I wouldn't do it.
Sure. Come on, Ashford. We'll get some of the boys and pick up that Zinder guy. If this mug Lawrence is the Hornet, we'll soon find out. Let's go.
City desk.
Gunnigan, hold everything for a big story.
We've been holding everything for the last hour and a half, Axman. What about that guy they picked up? Is he the Hornet or isn't he?
Keep your shirt up, will you? The cops have just picked up another guy by the name of Zinder. And what do you think?
Listen to me. I ain't waiting to get...
Okay. Now listen. When they got there, Zinder had a briefcase with the stolen papers in it. He was getting ready to clear out. They've just brought him here to headquarters to pay Smoothie Lawrence.
But what's that?
I'll call you back right away so as to get the whole story. Stand by for the scoop. So long.
Hey, wait. Oh, that Axford. Hey, someone get to the composing room. Have them get ready for a big lead. The killers have been found and maybe the Green Hornet.
Later that night, Mike Axford entered the apartment he shared with Britt Reed and Cato.
Still up, I see.
Yes. I wasn't very sleepy tonight, Axford. Thought I'd read a bit.
Have a cup of coffee, perhaps?
Coffee? Sure, thanks, Cato. Reed, with all the excitement and all, you sit there reading some love story, no doubt.
Nope. A detective story.
Detective story, he says. Reed, there's more goes on right around your own office than you'd ever find in one of them make-believe detective books.
Oh, really?
Now, don't tell me you don't know all that's happened tonight.
Well, there's been some confusing reports over the radio about the police finding the Hornet.
Police do a very good job catching Green Hornet. If man they catch is Hornet.
Stop pipe dreaming, Cato. Take the Hornet at all they caught. They're sure of that now.
Oh, too bad. Now, in this book I'm reading, there's a mysterious character who...
Suffering snakes, you two ought to be stuffed and stuck in a museum somewhere, says I.
Why you say that?
Yes, Axford. What's eating you?
Well, I'll tell you. While you and Cato moon around in this apartment, one of the biggest stories of the month was breaking tonight.
What?
The cops got the killer of both the attaché and that driver. Not to mention finding the papers that were stolen.
Say, that is news.
That ain't all. They caught a big underground spy, and he had a little book with the names of all his helpers in it. Nazi underground agents. Imagine that, will you?
Axford, that's wonderful news. But about the Green Hornet?
Oh, it was him who double-crossed the other two. A spy leader named Zinder and a killer named Smoothie Lawrence. They were so busy accusing each other, they alibied the Hornet on their murders.
Then the Hornet not kill Attaché?
No, it was one of them guys posing as the Hornet. Of course, the Hornet was mixed up with him, but he put the finger on Lawrence with the fingerprint. You get it? He left Smoothie's fingerprint.
We get
and
it. Well, the Hornet provided the Sentinel with another scoop, didn't he?
Reed, sometimes I wonder what you do without the Green Hornet to make the news for you and without me to tell you about it.
Axford, without the Green Hornet, and of course you, life would be very dull.
No, wait, that's something.
Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it! Green Hornet still in charge! That's the last three
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and racketeers will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, KATZ with 9 Lives. The Green Hornet strikes again. As a loyal alumnus, Britt Reed attended the big game of the year and took Michael Axford with him.
Run, you spalpeen! Leg it! That's the stuff! He's in the clear! He's going to make it! He's crossing the road! He made it! Right now! Hey, Reed, the game is over. That's the word.
Come on, Axford. Let's get out ahead of the mob.
Sugar and snakes. I never saw so many cars in one parking lot.
Well, it's some parking lot, Axford.
Hey, Fred! Hi there, Fred!
But there's Len Forrester. Hi, Len!
God, wasn't that a game?
Sure was. Well, how have you been, Lenny? Haven't seen you since your father died.
I've been all right, Brett. We should get together once in a while.
Oh, pardon me, Lenny. This is Mike Axford. Axford, Lenny Forrester is a fraternity brother.
Glad to know you, Mr. Axford.
Sure as glad I am to make your acquaintance.
You've heard about Forrester, Axford, the son of Iron Jim.
Oh, so you're the lad that came into all that money a couple of years ago.
That's right.
Pardon me, I'm sorry to crowd you.
It's all right. Say, Brett, we're blocking the traffic here. Are you going to the grill tonight?
No, I can't make it, Lenny.
I wish you could. All the old gang will be there.
Well, I'd like to, but I've got a job to take care of. Drop in at the office when you get a chance. We'll rehash old times. Or phone and we'll have lunch together.
I'll do that.
Hey, Lenny, you coming?
Be right with you.
Pardon if I seem to crowd. Why don't you shove on?
All right. I'll drop in, Brett.
I'll be looking for you.
In a day or so.
Our car's over here, Axford.
Hey, he's a nice-looking young fella.
Oh, swell guy.
Why ain't you going to that grill or whatever it is?
It'll be too much of a party. I don't feel quite up to it.
Hey, that guy that called to him. You see him?
Yes? What about him?
He ain't one of your frat brothers, is he?
No.
I didn't think so. That guy's no good.
Do you know him?
Yeah, his name is Minton. Shady Minton we used to know him as.
Oh, Shady Minton, eh?
By golly, that lug has been investigated by the cops more times than you can shake a stick at. He's been in a lot of confidence games and things.
Well, strange company for Lenny Forrester.
Yeah. I wonder where he picked up with a guy like that.
Axford Glendy is probably wondering the same thing about you.
Oh, is that so now? Well, Reed, I'll tell you this much. If Lenny goes to that blowout tonight and has Minton along with him, he'd better watch his step. If he gets too much to drink, Minton will take the gold out of his teeth.
Hey, Minton, how's your playmate?
Tossed off the high ball. There's stuff in it, Waddles. It'll hit him any minute now.
Good. I'll be waiting near the door.
Pick you up on the way out. I better get over to Forrester. It looks as if he's about to pass out.
What a game, huh? Did you see him go around the end there?
What's the matter, Lenny?
I don't know, Mitten. I feel lightheaded.
Yeah, the drink you had.
Just wondering.
Well, maybe it's a smoke.
Might be. The girl's terribly smoky tonight. I better get out. Fresh air.
It's a good idea. Come on, I'll take you out.
Well, you needn't leave.
Oh, I've had enough of this place anyhow. Here, I'll leave this to cover our check. Come on, Lenny.
Busy.
Let me help you.
I guess I need it.
This way. You can lean on me.
Hi, Lenny. One too many?
No, don't pay any attention to him.
Look at Lenny Forrester.
Don't like this.
Here's the check room. Give me your hat check,
Here, somewhere.
Hello, Minton. Well, what's happened to your friend?
Oh, hello, Waddles. Stick with me. I may need some help.
Here, check. Hat check.
Here, baby. Get Mr. Forrester's hat and coat.
Didn't take him long.
Lay off the crack, sister. Mr. Forrester don't like 'em.
Hat, coat.
Here you are, sir. Shall I help him with them?
Don't bother. You carry the hat and coat, Waddles.
Yeah, sure thing.
This way, Lenny. Right outside. You'll feel better when the air hits you.
Mr. Forrester's car.
I'll be glad to get home.
Steady now. They're bringing your car around.
Hello, baby. Leaving early?
Kyle Bradford, hello. I'm taking my friend Len Forrester home. He's ill.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, Len, this is Kyle Bradford, the attorney. Good friend of mine.
How do you do?
Hello.
Here's your car, sir.
Thank you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Len's hardly in condition to drive a car, but he insists on it.
Rather risky driving that condition. You know how the law is about drunken drivers.
So here's the car, Len. See you later, Bradford.
Yes.
I don't feel...
You'll be all right, Len. Driving will clear your head. There now. In you go. Come on, Waddles.
Right. Benton, wouldn't you drive?
Easy. You'll be better for driving. Go ahead now.
How is he, Minton?
Just about out.
You got the wheels?
Sure. Everything's just swell. Here, I'll pull over the curb and stop. He's out cold now. I'll drive.
Great. Everyone saw him take the wheel when we left the grill. It's working slick.
Including Kyle Bradford, the attorney. Oh, what could be sweeter?
Did you know he'd be on hand?
No, that was just a lucky break.
Slide him over here and take the wheel.
Yeah. Over you come. Come on. I got it. There now. Tumbler will be on hand, won't he?
Right. KATZ has his orders. So has Doc.
Okay. And there's sure to be witnesses on that corner. Hey, look at that car coming. Zigzagging from one side to the other.
Another one of those college guys.
Yeah, they ought to be jailed.
Look out, he's going to turn.
Look out, mister!
Get the number. They ain't stopping.
That man's hurt bad.
I went right over the curb. Get a doctor.
Hit run, driver.
Let me do that. Let me too. I'm a doctor. Some of you keep the car back. Give this man a hand. Let the doctor see him.
It was perfect, KATZ. How'd I do, Don? Great. Now we'll get you out of here and make you look seriously injured. Just remember to insist that I take care of you.
On Monday, Michael Axford perched on the edge of Miss Case's desk while he tried to tell Britt Reed's preoccupied secretary about the football game.
The guy's just about to get knocked for a goal by a couple of red-shirted guys, and then he fools them. He throws that pigskin... Casey, Are you following me?
Hit and run. Hit and run.
Hit and run, me eye. I'm trying to tell you about football. That's baseball.
It's murder in some cases. Michael, do you want to do me a $1 million favor with trimmings on it?
Huh?
Sit down and be quiet for a few minutes.
Well, now, that's
I'm
a
trying
fine...
to whip up an editorial for Mr. Reed. Did you see this morning's story in the Sentinel?
What about?
Hit and run drivers. The Sentinel's starting a campaign for stiffer penalties when they're caught. Say, do you have any ideas?
By golly, there's something they should get when they are.
What was that?
Stiffer penalties when they're caught. That's what them hit-and-run guys should get. What are you writing?
Gunnigan had an editorial in the last edition. Mr. Reed wants a stronger one in the next.
What's that got to do with you?
Well, Mr. Reed told Gunnigan he'd show him exactly what he meant.
Good for Reed. That's the stuff.
Yes, but then he turned and he said to me, write it. Then he went to luncheon at the Civic Club. That was 3 hours ago.
And he ain't back yet?
No.
Did he have a date to meet someone there?
Yes, a fraternity brother of his, Len Forrester, phoned and made an appointment.
Oh, golly, that's it.
Well, that's what?
That's the day shot. Them two are old pals. If Reed was to meet Foster for lunch, the chances are it'll wind up at dinner time. I can just see the two of them sitting in that swell dining room.
I saw that article in your paper, Hit and Run. I thought I'd call you for some unbiased advice.
When did you hit this man, Lenny?
Last Saturday night, on the way home from the grill.
And you didn't even stop the car?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember anything at all. All I know is what I was told.
Well, when did you learn about it?
Last evening. You see, there happened to be a doctor who saw the accident. He got my license number. He treated this man and then took him home. He called me last night.
The doctor did?
Yes, Dr. Hill. Here's his card. I called Minton right away, and he confirmed what the doctor had said. Minton said that a man named Wattles had been in the car with us.
Have you talked to an attorney?
Yes, Minton called a lawyer named Bradford. We'd seen him at the grill. You know Carl Bradford?
I know who he is. He's a good counsel.
Well, we went to call on KATZ. That's the man I struck. He's in terrible shape, probably crippled for life.
And you didn't report the accident at all?
No.
Hit and run, driving while drunk.
Oh, Brett,
Another thing, Len. Your record in traffic court's none too good.
Don't I know it? I've got a string of speeding convictions as long as your arm. If this ever goes into court, I'll get a jail sentence.
Well, Lenny...
Brett, I swear I wasn't drunk. I don't remember a thing that happened, but I had taken just one highball.
Did you report it to the insurance company?
Good Lord, no, I can't. That would mean that the police would know.
What did Bradford advise you to do?
Report it to the police and take the rap. But I can't. I know I'm not guilty.
Guilty or not, there's a strong case against you. Witnesses and all.
I know it.
Did Dr. Hill take KATZ to a hospital?
He said that KATZ insisted on going home, so he took him there.
Where does KATZ live?
In a cottage at 310 Elm Street.
Was he conscious?
Oh, yes, I talked to him. He said he was willing to keep things quiet if I paid for the injuries.
So you paid?
$10,000. Lenny. Oh, what else could I do? Britt, do you think that'll be the end of it?
I'm afraid, Lenny, you'll have to ask KATZ. Now I have to get back to my office.
Must you go?
Yes. I've got to write an editorial.
You?
Yes. We're conducting a campaign, you see. Trying to get the courts to hand out stiffer jolts to hit-run drivers.
Here's Reed now.
Oh, Mr. Reed, I have that editorial ready. The one you wrote.
Send it to Gunnigan, will you, Miss Case? I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon getting acquainted with the morgue.
Where the cadavers are?
No, expert. The morgue of the Daily Sentinel.
That evening, Cato, the trusted Filipino valet, came into Britt Reed's bedroom.
Well, Mr. Britt, you said to let you know when Mr. Axford went out.
Has he gone to police headquarters again, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Cato, I learned quite a bit when I dug into the old files at the office.
Oh, yes?
Minton has a pretty bad record. Dr. Hill's is worse.
It is?
If the Medical Association could prove charges of fee-splitting and quackery against him, he'd be out of the association. There seems to me to be too much coincidence about Len Forrester's trouble.
Coincidence?
Dr. Hill on hand when the accident occurred. Len going stiff on one drink. Minton just happening to meet Wattles.
What are you going to do, Mr. Britt?
I'm going to call on this injured man named KATZ. I have a few ideas of my own.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. Brett Reed's investigation of the individuals involved led him to suspect that his friend Len Forrester was the victim of a carefully planned blackmail scheme. With Cato, the young publisher sat in his bedroom, laying the groundwork for the evening's activity.
Put fresh charges in that gas weapon, Cato.
I'm doing so, Mr. Britt.
And get out the rest of the stuff I'll need. There's a list there on the desk.
Very well.
I'm going to confirm one suspicion by phone.
Hello?
Hello, Doc Hill.
Yes?
Have you heard from Mitten today?
Who's calling?
Skip that. Just answer the question.
I haven't heard from him.
You'd better be at KATZ's place at 9 tonight.
Why?
I don't know what Mitten has in mind. Just be there, that's all. Suspicion confirmed, Cato. He knows Mitten pretty well.
You think he will be at KATZ's place?
I'm going to count on it. That stuff ready?
Weapon, mask, and other things are ready.
Come on, then. It's time for the Green Hornet to move.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Brett Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Cato, I just had another idea.
Is funny to you, Mr. Britt?
You said Axford was at headquarters.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'll take a page one story to him in person. We'll need the convertible as well as the Black Beauty.
The two cars?
You take the convertible. Park a little away from the front of Katz's house, and when you see the lights blink, start the car and drive into the side entrance. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, sir.
We'll get going.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Who is it?
Open the door, Cat. Doc Hill.
Wait a minute. What are you doing here tonight, Doc? Did you hear from Minton or Waddles? Not today. Why? They sent me word to be here. That's funny. I didn't hear nothing from them. How do you feel, Tumbler? Punk. Look at me. I got some real bruises when I jumped in front of that guy's car. I ought to get a bigger cut. There ain't many guys can take a fall like I can. You'll have cash to spend long after the bruises are forgotten. How long I got to stay in the house and play like I'm crippled? You see how young Forrester takes it. Minton is going to try to shake him down for another 10,000. What?
Hello, Doc.
You. That mask. It's the Green Hornet. How'd you get in here?
Pick the lock on the back door. You should be in bed, shouldn't you, Mitten?
What are you doing here?
Doc and I have business to talk over. Heard from Mitten yet, Doc?
No. What's the idea of you busting in
Take
here?
it easy. I'm showing the boys how to get into the big dough.
Big dough?
Sure. Hattie can get about $100,000 out of Forrester.
Who's Hattie?
Your widow.
What?
You see, Doc, the fellow Forrester struck died from the injury.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Katz. You've got nothing to say about it.
But
You'll have to go to work on this guy so it'll look convincing when the police medical examiner goes over him.
The police? Medical examiner? Hey, I ain't going to go through anything.
Are you going to shut up or must I shut you up?
You mean he's really to die?
Of course he has to die. We've got to have a corpse to show Forrester.
Like fun. Now, hold on. I didn't agree to get mixed up in murder.
You're mixed up in it now, Doc, and there's only one way out.
Well, you can't do this. It's murder.
I'll put you to sleep with this gas weapon. You won't feel anything.
No, stop. Stop. I won't stand for this. He got me.
Doc, you better have some, too.
No.
Yes, Dr. Hill. That's just the beginning, you rats.
The Green Hornet quickly cut the phone wire, then drew out a case containing a charged hypodermic needle. He shot a colorless fluid into the arm of Tumbler Katz to counteract the effect of the gas.
And that'll bring him around in a couple of minutes.
Brett Reed switched the lights off and on to signal Cato, who watched from a short distance away. Cato then drove the convertible to the side door of the house. Brett was there, waiting. He quickly changed to a different hat and coat. He gave Cato the mask of the Green Hornet.
The Black Beauty's over there in the alley. Go and stay with it, Cato, until I return.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, Tumbler Katz recovered consciousness. He remembered the Green Hornet's plan to kill him. Then he saw the doctor sprawled on the floor. Wide-eyed with fear, he leaped to his feet and rushed to the door. There was a convertible coupe in the driveway. A well-dressed man was walking toward him.
Hello there. I'm looking for a man named Katz.
I can't talk now. I gotta hurry.
Hold on, you're all bandaged up.
Let go of my arm.
Is your name Katz?
What of it? Let me go.
I thought you were badly hurt.
Oh, please let me go. I don't want to die.
I expected to find you a lot nearer death than this.
No.
My friend Forrester said you were badly hurt. I came to talk to you.
Oh, tell him it's the bunk. I gotta get to the cops. Let me go before the Hornet comes back.
The Hornet?
He's gonna kill me, I tell you. I gotta get the cops.
Great Scott, get into my car.
What?
I'll take you to police headquarters in record time. Here's police headquarters, Katz. That's Sergeant Burke at the desk. The man with him is from my newspaper.
Suffering snakes. It's Britt Reed. Who's the guy with all the bandages?
Axford, I brought a story to you.
You've got to help me. You've got to save me.
Reed, who's this?
His name is Katz, Tumbler Katz. It's a long story, Axford. You see, my friend Forrester got into something of a jam. I was going to call on this man Katz when he rushed from the house.
It's the Hornet.
Suffering snakes, the Hornet.
He's got in with Minton and Waddles. He's going to kill me.
What's that about Minton?
You can get the facts, Axford. I'm going over to Forrester's house.
The Hornet's around somewhere. I got conscious and seen the dock on the floor, and I ran out.
Now, hold everything. Let's get these facts straight. Reed, stick around. This might be good.
Len Forrester will be waiting for me, Axford. Phone me there if you've got anything sensational. Britt strolled out of the police headquarters, but once in the street, he moved fast. In his convertible, he hurried to the nearest drugstore and dialed the number of Mitten's home. Mitten, get this the first time and get it straight. I can't repeat. Doc wants you to know that the Green Hornets tried to muscle in. Katz got scared and ran to the cops. He's spilling the works about you. Get ready to land. A short while later, Britt brought the convertible to a stop a few yards from where he'd parked the Black Beauty in a dark alley.
Mr. Britt, is everything all right?
It is so far, but time's precious. Take this coat, man.
Yes, sir.
The other outfit. The outfit I wear with a mask.
Oh, right here. I hold coat for you.
Cato, here are the plans for the rest of the night. We're going from here to Minton's house. Now, listen.
Still no answer at Doc's house?
No. No answer.
What do you make of it, Minton?
Waddles, I don't know what to make of it.
No idea who it was that phoned with the warning about the Green Hornet?
Wasn't a voice I'd ever heard before.
Would you know it if you heard it again?
No, I don't think so.
I don't like the way things stack up. Try Katz again. Maybe Doc's over there.
There's no use, but I'll try it.
Told you it was out of order the last time, didn't I?
Yeah.
What number are you calling?
Same as before. University 3628.
I'm sorry, sir. That line is out of order.
Nuts.
And now what?
Waddles, I'm taking no chances. We'll be ready to scram if the cops show up.
Think that'd be smart?
Smarter than answer a lot of questions if Tumbler Katz tells all he knows. Here, open this briefcase.
Got everything ready to move fast?
Goes right here in the desk. 10 grand.
Good thing we hadn't split with Doc and Katz.
Yeah. Now give me the bag. I'll put the cash in just in case.
Yeah.
Now, the first sign of the cops, we clear out.
Hey, car stopped out front.
Let me see.
It's a scout car.
Uh-oh, that's our cue to move. Come on.
Sure we can get out the back way? Maybe they got that watch.
Nah, they won't have. This way, Bottles.
Cops at the door.
The time they get in, we'll be gone. My car's in the garage at the corner. We'll take it and scoot. Here's the door.
Going somewhere?
The Hornet, the Green Hornet.
I'll take that briefcase. In exchange, I'll give you...
No, don't kill us.
Fool, the cops are out front.
Help! The Hornet!
Take it, you fathead. You can stay and walk from the cops. I've got places to go.
No, don't shoot me.
Just gas to put you asleep. You'll wake up in the arms of the law.
I heard yells out here. Someone said something about the Hornet.
So long, rats.
Hey, look what's here on the ground.
Hey, that's Minton.
He's out cold. It's the work of the Hornets. That Green Hornet must be around here. We gotta find him. Spread out and search the place.
While Axford and the police milled around the house, Britt Reed stood next to the Black Beauty in a dark alley nearby. He handed Cato the mask for the second time that evening.
Get into the Black Beauty, Cato. Open her wide and let the police and Axford know the Green Hornet's car is on the run.
Britt walked down the alley to his convertible. Then he heard the well-known sound of the Black Beauty.
There he goes. The Green Hornet. Get that car. Get after him. Get into the car.
Brett smiled in the darkness as the police took after Cato. He knew that the Black Beauty was already out of reach. He waited until the last of the police cars had left. Then he stepped into his convertible. Britt was no longer the Green Hornet. He was just Britt Reed, driving to call on his friend Len Forrester.
Reed! Holy cow, I've been waiting here in the apartment for you to come home. Have I got news?
I told you I'd be at Len Forrester's, Axford. Did you call there?
Yeah, but you'd already left.
Did that phony accident victim squeal?
Did he squeal? Oh, golly. He spilled everything about a game his gang was working on your friend Forrester. I told you that guy Minton was no good.
Yes, you told me.
We got the crooked doctor and Minton and a guy with Minton.
Len Forrester told me he paid those crooks $10,000. Did you recover that?
Reed, I was that close to getting it. Only the Hornet got there first. Minton said he had the dough in a briefcase and the Green Hornet got away with it.
Well, Forrester deserves to lose it. He's a pretty reckless driver. Perhaps this will be a lesson to him.
Yeah. If only someone worthwhile got the dough instead of that Green Hornet.
Well, tell me the details in the morning, Axford. I'm tired. I guess I'll turn in.
Go ahead. Cato's in there turning your bed down.
Good night, Axford.
Good night, dear Reed.
The bed is ready, Mr. Britt.
Cato, where's the 10,000?
In Black Beauty.
In the morning, we must see to it. It goes to that home for crippled children. Open the window, will you, Cato?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
It's one racket. Smash Green Hornet still inside.
That's my lullaby. Well, good night, Cato.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Protection Incorporated. The Green Hornet strikes again. The street was narrow and lined with small stores and shops, most of them owned by dealers in fruits and vegetables, foreign delicacies, and special foods for holidays. A large car turned into the street and moved slowly until it reached Cartosi's market. No one noticed the small object that flew from the car window toward the fruit store. The car suddenly leaped ahead with a great surge of power and speed. A moment later, a blast shook the neighborhood.
Hey, I figured here you are. Read all about the bombers. That's the West Street paper.
Well, good morning, Gunnigan.
Hey, Miss Case. Mr. Reed in?
Uh-huh. Are you surprised?
Yeah, I am surprised. Don't tell me that last night's bombing got him down to the office before noon.
Something got him here. It might have been the bombing. Oh, but look, Gunnigan, sometimes Britt Reed tries very hard to do as his father wants.
Sometimes, but only sometimes. If he'd hit the ball all the time like the old man did, he might make a publisher. I'll never forget when I was made city editor.
Can you remember that far back?
Yes, I can remember that far back. Mr. Reed in his office?
Yes. Expert's with him.
Well, he don't count. Hey, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Gunnigan, I'm glad you're here. I was just going to buzz you.
Well, I got something on my chest, but you talk first.
Axford and I were just talking about that bombing last night.
Yeah?
I had a theory about it, Gunnigan.
That ought to be good.
Gunnigan, after the last war, there was a regular wave of racketeer bombings and shootings. Do you remember?
The Roaring Twenties? Yeah, I remember him.
I was telling Reed about him.
Do you suppose we're going to have to go through the same thing all over again?
What's Axford's theory?
By golly, Gunnigan, I'm glad you asked that.
Axford brought something to my attention. Here, look at this picture.
It's a picture I had at home. It's a lug I helped jail a long time ago.
Dynamite Fletcher. I remember him. Did you help call him, Axford?
That I did. That's when I was on the KATZ.
Fletcher went down for a 10 to 20 stretch.
And he done the limit. But he got out a couple of years ago and dropped out of sight.
We had a squib when he got out. I remember it.
Axford says that last night's Cartosi bombing and the earmarks of the old Fletcher gang.
It was the same technique, Gunnigan. The cops found hunks of iron pipe, and that's the way Fletcher used to make his bombs. He'd load a hunk of 2-inch pipe with dynamite and a cap. A hunk of fuse was lighted, and the works was tossed out of a car. The ends were plugged, of course.
The ends of what?
Of the iron pipe.
Here's the point, Gunnigan. With a lot of food controls lifted and a lot of money in circulation, the specialty shops are going to do a whale of a business this season.
They did a whale of a business in Thanksgiving trade.
Exactly. And it'll be even bigger between now and Christmas. The field is ripe for a fruit racket.
And that's the theory of the mastermind?
Yeah. I deduced it, Gunnigan.
Oh.
I also deduced that Dynamite Fletchers may be behind the rackets.
Well, what do you want me to do? Go out and find Dynamite Fletcher for the cops?
That's a fine idea.
Oh, look, Mr. Reed, seriously,
Seriously, Gunnigan. I want the Daily Sentinel to make big things of Axford theories. Let's make such a noise that the police will give that Cartosi bombing all they've got. Let's make this city too hot to hold any of those rackets that raised hell a few years ago. Give it a double-column editorial in 12-point type. In addition to that, box a 2-column item on page 1.
If you want it, Gunnigan, I'll write something up for you.
Axford, maybe I can write it myself. Of course, I've only been on the desk for 20 years, but I might be able to stagger through.
Well, if you have any trouble, let me know.
No, I give up.
Golly, Reed, he seems upset about something.
Yes, he seems to be.
Maybe that bumming has got under his skin.
Bobby, here, you give me a rewrite on this.
Okay, Gunnigan.
Take this to the composing room and don't get lost on the way.
Yes, sir.
Bates, cut this down to 2 sticks. Gotta squeeze the first page for the next edition. Hello, give me the morgue.
2 sticks, Gunnigan, but that
I
means...
said 2 sticks. And you... Hey, Jake, give me a 4-column head and a 2 columns off on Cartosi. Oh, where's the morgue? What's the matter? They all dead down there?
What's poppin', Gunnigan?
Oh, Reed wants noise about the Cartosi bombing, and I'm going to give it to him. Hello. Well, it's about time. Listen. See if you can stay awake long enough to dig out the files on Dynamite Fletcher. Yeah, Dynamite Fletcher. Gang leader and hoodlum from the Roaring Twenties. F like in Funny Bone. L like in Lollapalooza. E like in Bitter End. T like in Tic-Tac-Toe.
Well, boys, did you see my picture in the Daily Sentinel?
That's an old picture, Fletcher. You don't look anything like that nowadays.
Maybe I should have a new one taken, eh, Spud?
Smart. With every cop in town looking for you to answer questions.
That bombing last night sure got the Sentinel stirred up.
Maybe we better lay low for a few days, huh, Fletcher?
Lay low, my eye. I sat through a war waiting for things to open up. We've got a gold mine between now and Christmas. We're going to dig for all we're worth.
The cops suspect you, Fletcher.
So what? Do I look anything like that old picture?
No.
Feel like a dip to let me out of prison?
No, you don't. That doc sure did things to your face.
Now, let's get busy. Here's a list of the fruit dealers that have already signed up in our protective organization. They'll have a payment ready every week.
There's a lot of them that don't understand what we mean when they speak of protective organization.
There's two in particular that won't understand. We'll make examples of those two. Here's the locations.
You want us to give them the gas pipe treatment?
Yeah, tonight. Give them the same as KATZ you get.
The Sentinel and the cops ain't gonna like it. As if we care.
Two more bombings last night. Oh, Mr. Reed, isn't there some way the police can stop such things? Look at this article.
I saw it, Miss Case.
2 people were killed by the bombings. And a little kid was seriously hurt by the car those rats were driving.
Yes, I know.
And Axford's more certain than ever that there's a new racket.
And there probably is. All 3 of the places that have been hit were fruit markets.
Well, if the police suspect this man, this Dynamite Fletcher, why don't they pick him up?
They're looking for him. Trouble is, they won't get any place if they find him.
Why won't they?
Oh, it'll be the old story, Miss Case. Proof. There's a wide gap between knowing a man is guilty and getting proof that a smart lawyer can't shake.
Oh, darn. I wish there was some way to lick these crooks and their conniving lawyers.
And the red tape of the law.
Hello, Brett.
Why, Rance.
This is the time I caught you.
I knew I shouldn't have stayed so long in Miss Case's office. How are you?
Oh, fine.
Miss Case, this is Rance Talbot, and he's selling insurance.
Oh.
Here's my card, Miss Case. If you're in the market for it...
Oh, I'll just add it to my collection.
Oh, I like that.
It seems that half the men in our class went into insurance.
Oh, but seriously, Brett, I want...
Come on, my office, Rance.
Thanks.
It's great to see you, but I'm not going to do business with you.
On the level, Brett. Have you all you need?
Dad set up a portfolio for me.
Okay, fella. I'll let it go at that. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How do you like publishing?
Oh, it's all right.
You've gone to town on the racketeer bombings. I thought you had a big spread yesterday, but today's even better.
Well, that's Gunnigan. He and a guy named Axford are all steamed up about racketeers rearing their ugly heads again. Say, Rance, I just thought of something.
Yeah?
Does your firm carry a policy that would protect those fruit dealers against accidents?
Yeah, we have a policy, but it's high-priced.
Well, it's cheaper than repairs to a bond building.
Oh, sure.
Why don't you go right down the list of the fruit dealers? Those men need insurance as ever before.
But, Britt, I'm specializing in...
I know that. But you don't object to picking up a few extra bucks, do you?
No, but
I'll bet you could knock off a dozen sales between now and 5 o'clock.
Oh, now, wait.
Or at least half a dozen. I'd bet on it.
You'd bet on it, huh? Well, that's something. What'll you bet?
Calling me, eh?
Put up or shut up.
All right. I'll tell you what I'll do, Rance. If you make an honest-to-gosh effort and can't sell at least 6 accident policies to fruit dealers, I'll let you write me up for an extra $10,000.
Make it $20,000, I'll make a stab at it.
15.
Done.
But you've got to make an honest effort.
I will.
I won't know whether you do or not.
Come with me if you want to.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have Mike Axford go with you.
Who's he?
He used to be a cop.
Oh?
Before Dad went west, he hired Axford as a bodyguard for me. I keep him busy covering the news at police headquarters.
Well, bring him on and I'll see what I can do. But remember, if I don't make 6 deals, I write you up for 15 grand.
Rance didn't suspect that Britt's sudden idea was born in the interest of the Green Hornet. He didn't realize that Britt carried Michael Axford's report home that evening and went over it very carefully with Cato.
Looks as if I'll have to buy a policy from Rance.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
According to Axford's reports, he made a sincere effort, but only 4 sales. These dealers are afraid of the racketeers. That means they have not joined the protective organization.
Oh, I see.
Now take this other list. These are men who weren't the least interested in what Rance had to offer. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure,
It means that they're paying for protection. They feel they don't need insurance. They're the ones we're going to call on. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. And now, back to our story. Phil Misto was one of the many fruit dealers who had been terrorized by the Dynamite Fletcher gang and their protective association. In the living quarters behind his small shop, Misto and his wife wore expressions of worry. Their concern would have been even greater had they known that the much-feared Green Hornet was at that moment moving toward them through the dark side streets.
Laura, Sam Kislov, he's got threat.
These men, they have hurt him just because he would not pay.
Yeah, he be lucky. He be only threatened. He better pay what they say.
For the protection. Oh, Phil, and where we get the money for to make the payments? $15 every week. $60 every month.
We got to pay. And more money we got to charge for fruit. Is only way, Laura.
But our customers, they go to other places.
Laura, other places got charged more, too. They will pay like us. And we afraid to go to police.
These men, they're not good men.
No, but what we do? Cartozzi already dead, Laura. Haskell in hospital, his place burned down. We got our lives to think of.
Yes, mister, you have.
Look, that masked gun. Who are you?
Be quiet and listen to me.
That mask, he's the one they call Green Hornet.
Oh, don't kill us. We do nothing. Mister, I came to speak about your payments.
Payments?
Right. You've been promised protection for your store, haven't you?
Yes, but you not be man who told me about paying. You be not man who come...
I'm the one who's here now.
We owe nothing. The $15, it is not due.
I'm here to tell you how to pay it.
But this man, he told me. He say each on Friday...
Listen to me.
Yes, I listen.
We don't want to come here to collect. You'll send the money to the address on this card. Understand?
I send it, I promise.
If you don't, you may get the same as Haskell and Cartozzi and a few others.
No. Do not do that. We will pay.
I send money, I swear I will.
See that you get it there ahead of time. And one thing more. Don't tell the cops anything. If you do, I'll know about it. Then you might have an accident. Remember that.
Yes, I remember. But don't hurt us.
Very well. We'll have no trouble unless you make it. Now, Cato, we're calling the next man on the list. The name is Lopez, 2 blocks south.
Name of a dog. It is the Hornet.
Take it easy, Lopez. I'm here to tell you how you're going to pay. Follow orders, Finkel, and you'll not be hurt.
the Green Hornet struck terror to the hearts of a number of people whose names were on his list. After his final call, he opened the Black Beauty wide and turned on the weird-sounding horn. Then everyone knew the Green Hornet had been in action. A few days later, Spud and Parker were in a furious rage when they reported to Dynamite Fletcher.
And we didn't collect a red cent.
This is a double
Oh,
cross.
honest, boss, it ain't. Green Hornet beat us to it.
Green Hornet?
Boss, the Hornet's muscled in on our game. He told those guys that he was a big boss. Collected in person. We got something, though. Look at these cards. The Hornet left them and told the dealers to send cash to that address every week.
Green Hornet. That dirty chisel.
We had a tough time, boss, but we made those guys talk.
So the cash is to be sent to this address every week, huh? I guess he didn't figure we'd be able to get any information from those fruit dealers.
Yeah, any guy will squawk when he sees his wife in danger.
Boys, starting tonight, we'll watch that address. We'll get that Green Hornet. This time he slipped up. Slipped plenty.
That evening, Michael Axford rushed excitedly into police headquarters, waving a letter at his friend, Sergeant Burke.
Sarge, holy crow, man, get a load of this. It's the best tip you ever got.
Axford, you crazy banshee, take it easy. Tell me what it's all about.
The Green Hornet, that's what.
What? The Green Hornet?
That's it. This here tells where the guy can be found. It tells, too, that he's the guy who's heading his fruit racket.
Is this straight, Axford? Here, let me see that.
You bet it's straight.
Maybe Dynamite Fletcher is the Green Hornet. How'd you get this?
It came to the office. I mean without no name signed. And Britt Reed turned it over to me. It was likely sent by one of the victims.
Yeah, this sounds like the bird who wrote it knew what he was talking about, all right.
Sure. That's just what I told Britt Reed.
We're going to that address.
That's just what I was going to suggest. You and me, Sarge. Just the two of us. If there's a lot of cops, they'll attract attention. We got to go there quiet and wait until that Hornet comes in. Then we'll nail him.
I'll have a squad waiting nearby. Good thing it's dark here.
This house looks deserted, don't it, Sarge?
Never can tell about that. Turn your flashlight this way. Now, I'll have this door open in a jiffy. I hope. This back door isn't used much.
No, it ain't. But now there, shut it again.
I hope the rest of the boys are on their toes.
They're across the street in the alley, ain't they?
Watch out for those squeaking floorboards.
The Green Hornet is in this house. He's likely heard us. If he ain't here, don't matter.
The house looks empty.
We'll go through to the front and see if the front door's been used recent.
Good idea. Hey, look. There's some mail shoved under the door. Hold the light close.
By golly, it's beginning to look like maybe there was something to this tip after all.
I hope you're right about that. But look here.
John Sloan. John Sloan. Say, all of them letters has got the same man's name on them.
Yeah, I wonder...
Well, don't stand there. Open them up.
Just what I'm doing. Just exactly what I'm doing.
Now, what's in the first one, huh?
Dough. Look here, $15.
Holy crow. Now, what do you suppose... Hey, Sarge, what's that note? What did it say?
Philip Misto per the week of the 12th.
Misto. Hey, he's one of the fruit dealers. I remember calling on him.
Here, Axford, take this one and open it.
Sure.
It's as plain as day, Axford. Huh? The Green Hornet must have told these guys to send the dough here.
Sure, that's it. And he told all of them to send it to John Sloan.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, here's more dough in this one. Now we got proof. So all we got to do is wait till he comes and then grab the Green Hornet.
And there's another thing, Axford.
What's that?
The names on these notes here are the guys we'll subpoena as witnesses.
By golly, that's right.
Quiet. There's a car stopping outside. Hear it?
Oh, golly.
Keep back where it's dark and wait. I'll give the word when everything is set to nab the Green Hornet.
Boys, that's a house.
Yeah. Looks kind of deserted, don't it, Fletcher?
Well, Parker, that's the way the Hornet would want his joint to look.
Get up, Spud. Come on, both of you. Get out of the car and have that chopper handy.
Hey, boss, you ain't taking no chances, are you?
Of course I'm not. I want that guy mowed right down.
I'm the guy for the job.
The boys, on top of getting rid of the Green Hornet, will collect that reward the sentence often for them. That won't be bad either.
I hope it's in a trap of some sort.
What sort of a trap could it be? Stop worrying.
Yeah, that Green Hornet ain't superhuman. When this chopper starts talking, we'll get him just like it would anybody else.
Stand to one side again. I'll try the door. If he's not here, we'll get inside and prepare a welcome for him.
Yeah.
No lights inside. Place looks empty.
You sure we got the right entrance?
Yeah.
See if the door's locked.
It is. But I've got a key to open any lock of this kind.
Get it?
Yeah. Now get ready with a chopper in case there's anybody here, Purdy.
Hey, leave that to me, Fletcher.
I'll find a light so we can look around.
No light, stupid. If he's outside waiting, you want to see us?
Drop the gun.
Hey, somebody. Quick, the gun.
All right, you spalpeen. Oh, my hand.
Spot, grab that gun. Try to loosen those guys.
There you go. Let go. I got this one. Stand back there and drop your gun.
Oh, wait, there's a mistake.
Mistake me, aye.
These guys are cops. Cops.
Cops is right. And you fellas come here for your mail,
Now, listen, boys. You've got us all wrong.
Get that light on this one, Sarge. He's the one they call Fletcher.
Oh, wait a minute.
Save it, you spalpeen.
Fletcher? He's the one that's wanted, expert.
Here comes the other lads.
Everything under control here?
We got him.
Yeah, Fletcher's got him.
Did you nail the driver of that car?
Sure thing.
This is Fletcher. He's wanted.
Well. How you've changed, Fletcher.
Now, wait. Listen to me, boys. We come here on a tip to catch the Green Hornet.
Tell that to the judge.
Tell it to the Marines.
Tell it to the people that sent this dough. Here, Flanagan, you and Cohen take these envelopes. Pick up all the people that's got their name inside and bring them to headquarters.
Right.
Now, wait. Listen to me. This is a frame-up.
You got all this.
Shut up or I'll give you one on the noggin. Now, come along. We got to get to headquarters and get ready for company.
He be one come first time.
Me, I remember him. He tell us we have to sign up or we be sorry.
That is the guy I pay off. You're the one who come to threaten me. Don't call me. That one threatened my son.
Expert, we got 'em cold. We got bullets from the machine gun, and they match the ones from the Cartoza job.
Oh, golly.
What's more, that bird who got his face changed, that bird's fingerprints match Fletcher.
We got him cold, and with a dozen witnesses. The only trouble is, where does the Green Hornet fit into the picture? By golly, Reed, you know, I was right both ways.
How do you mean, Axford?
Well, Fletcher was involved in that fruit racket, and so was the Green Hornet.
Oh?
Parker and Spud were Fletcher's two sidekicks. They'll all take a murder rap.
Good.
But there's something I can't figure out.
What's that?
From the stories we got, it'd seem the Green Hornet was in the racket, too. But it don't seem he was.
No? Axford, tell me this. Is the racket really smashed?
Suffering snakes, Reed. It's busted wide open.
Well, then that's the big thing. It's all that really counts. Why worry about the Green Hornet?
Worry? Golly, Reed, who's worrying?
Fruit racket smashed, Fletcher back in jail. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Dutton Electric
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of The Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Voice. The Green Hornet strikes again. There was great excitement and turmoil at John Waterbury's campaign headquarters. The large suite of rooms on the 18th floor of the downtown hotel was overflowing with newsmen and campaign workers.
This is sure a close race. Waterbury's in the lead now. Quiet, everybody.
It's just been announced over the radio in the other room that Payson's going to speak.
Come on, hurry up.
Tonight, one of the bitterest campaigns in the history of the city is drawing to a close.
That's Payson now.
The returns for the past hour have shown a steady increase of votes for my opponent, John Waterbury, for the office of District Attorney. His lead is such a substantial one that I've decided at this time to concede the election to him. I extend my best wishes to Mr. Waterbury, and my thanks to all of you who have voted for me in this campaign. Thank you, and good night.
Hey, where's Waterbury? He likes to go on the radio. Get Waterbury.
Mr. Waterbury went to his private office down the hall to take an important phone call.
Well, let's go get him. He won't escape. Come on, do it all.
Now returning. What? It came from Waterbury's office. Look, smoke coming from under the door.
Smoke, huh? Look. Hey, it must have been a bomb. How could it happen? Hey, let me through. I'm from the Danny Signal. Suffering snitch. John Waterbury is dead. New district attorney killed by mysterious explosion. Where you are, lady? New assistant to take office. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel X Street, pipe
City editor speaking. What's that? No, we don't know, and when we find out, we'll print it in the Sentinel. Accurate.
What's up, Cunningham?
People are just driving us crazy, calling up and asking who killed Waterbury. Better get over to cop headquarters and find out. Oh, hello, Chief.
Hi, Reed.
Anything new this morning?
Nothing worth printing, Chief, or I should say nothing we can print. Axford got some off-the-record stuff from headquarters last night. Tell the Chief what you told me, Mike.
Sure. What was the source of your information,
Sergeant Burke, Reed. Seems last week Burke got a call to come up and see Mr. Waterbury at his campaign office. Sarge went over alone to see what it was all about.
Good afternoon, Mr. Waterbury. I'm Sergeant Burke from headquarters.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you came over, Sergeant. Have a chair.
Thanks. What can we do for you, sir?
I'll get to that in just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Waterbury?
Have Tutwiler come in and bring that recording with him.
Yes, sir.
Who's Tutwiler?
Well, as you know, I run a brokerage office downtown. Tutwiler has been my bookkeeper for years.
Oh.
He's helping out in the campaign by handling the mail here at campaign headquarters. He's a meek, quiet little man, but quite efficient. We call him Tut for short.
I brought the recording, Mr. Waterbury.
Good. Tut, this is Sergeant Burke from police headquarters.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
How are you?
I'll explain, Sergeant. This morning, Tut came to me with that recording, which had come through the mail. It's a threat against my life.
No.
Yes. Probably the work of some crank. I don't for a moment connect with the opposition.
I'd like to hear it. Have you any way?
I have a playback machine right here. Put the record on, Tut.
Yes, sir. Did you try to recognize the voice that's on it?
Well, it's definitely not Payson or any of the speakers, if that's what you mean.
Shall I start it, sir?
Yes, let's hear it.
Sir? Second. There we are.
I am known as the Voice. My followers are ruthless and strong. My identity is unknown, even to them, but they carry out my orders blindly. This is to tell you, John Waterbury, that if you are elected district attorney, you will never take office. Remember what I say, John Waterbury. If you are elected, you will die. I will fail. So take heed of this warning from the Voice.
There it is, Sergeant.
Holy smoke.
Shall I take the record out?
I'm taking that recording to headquarters with me.
All right, Sergeant, but I don't think
A threat's a threat, Mr. Waterbury. We'll study that voice and see if we can trace it.
Do you really think you can, sir?
Sure. All we got to do is find a guy who talks like that, and we'll have the mug who calls himself the voice. And we'll have men up here election night, sir. Plenty of them, just in case.
Well, you don't think it's just a crank who said that?
Never can tell about these things, Mr. Waterbury, but it's best to be on the safe side.
Just as you say, Sergeant. Tut, give the record to Sergeant Bud.
Yes, sir. Here it is, officer.
Thanks.
I'm sure you and your men will do everything to protect Mr. Waterbury on election day.
That we will, Mr. Tut.
Tutwiler is the name.
Yes, so it is. Well, as I said, Mr. Tutwiler, we'll see that there's plenty of protection around on election day. You can bet on that.
And just like Sarge promised, he had plenty of cops at Waterbury's headquarters last night. But Waterbury was elected, and boom, they got him in spite of all the protection.
I'll say they did.
About that recording, expert. Didn't the police get any leads on it at all? For instance, where it was recorded?
No, not that I know of, Reed.
Well, let's get in my office.
Yeah.
Well, why are they keeping it quiet?
Sarge says it's hushed up because cops' headquarters are hoping that there voice guy would think Waterbury didn't take the thing serious enough to notify the cops.
So what?
So he'd send another record. Meantime, they'd be watching at the post offices and keeping an eye on Waterbury.
But no other record was received.
No.
I see. Well, what about Payson and his gang?
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Oh, good morning, Miss Case. They ran a pretty bitter campaign against Waterbury.
Oh, Sarge says they're investigating Payson and his bunch, of course. But most of them were in his campaign office while he was broadcasting. Not 3 minutes before the explosion. And that office was 2 or 3 miles across the city.
Yes, that's right. Now, sit down.
Yeah.
How about the bomb or whatever?
Reed, I was coming to that. This'll really make you sit up and listen.
Get to the point, will you?
What's so startling, Axford?
Well, as you know, the room Waterbury was using for his campaign office was one of the suites on the 18th floor of the hotel.
Yes, I know.
'Tis the only high building in that neighborhood. Now, Waterbury's desk was backed up to a big plate glass window that looked out over the city, with nothing in the way for blocks.
Are you really leading up to something, or are you just trying
Wait
to
a minute,
talk?
Gunnigan, and listen. The police investigators say if a bomb or something went off on the inside, with the window closed, the glass would have blown outward.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, but all the glass from that big window was lying inside, on the floor.
But if they say that it should be...
Then again, what they say now is that whatever caused that explosion, bomb or whatever, it crashed through the window before it exploded.
Oh, now I get it. Some killer just went by that 18th-story window in a plane and tossed it in. Is that it?
How do I know? All I can tell you is what I hear at cops' headquarters. And I'm telling you.
Oh, but, Chief, what he says don't make sense. He's mixed up somehow. We ought to...
Now, hold on, Gunnigan.
Oh.
What Axford just told us does make sense, as far as it goes.
Sure, that's right.
What crashed through the window and how it was made to do so is, of course, quite a mystery.
That's just what the inspector said at cops' headquarters, Reed.
Next, they'll be saying it was a plane out of control like the one that bumped into the Empire State Building. Only this plane came right through the window and blew up in Waterbury's face.
If you don't like what they say, Gunnigan, call them up and tell them. Don't take it out on me.
Axford, forget it. Where's that record, the one that Burke told you?
Sure, they have it at headquarters, Reed.
I see. Well, you'd better go down to headquarters and keep tabs on things.
And see if it can come back with a theory we can figure out next time.
I'll bring the news as I get it. That I will.
Yeah, but get it straight. Now get going.
Keep me posted, Axford.
Okay, Reed. That I will. And you, Gunnigan, I'll be seeing you later.
What do you think about that voice business, Chief?
Right now, I don't know what to think. We'll just have to wait and see what the police turn up. I'd like to know more about the candidates for the office of District Attorney, Gunnigan. One of our reporters could get a lead on that voice, it would... Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, I want you to get me all the data on Payson and Waterbury and the men who were to be their assistants.
Well, I can get that for you all right to my file.
Good.
Is there anything...
Not right now.
Well, I'll get that data for you right away.
Look, Chief, I think you'd be wasting your time trying to get a lead on the voice. Frankly, I don't think the guy who made that record had anything to do with the explosion that killed Waterbury.
Well, that remains to be seen, Gunnigan.
Well, I'm going back to the city room. See you later, Chief.
update on Waterbury, Mr. Reed?
Well, thank you, Miss Case. I've gone through all the rest, but it hasn't told me much.
Oh, I'll get it. Mr. Reed's office?
Casey, let me talk to Reed.
Oh, just a minute. It's Axford for you, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Axford. What's up?
Reed, I thought you'd like to know the cops made recordings of everybody's voice on the pacing crowd, so as to compare them with that record of the voice.
Have they found anyone whose voice is similar?
Not yet.
Well, listen, Axford. Arrange with Sergeant Burke for me to come down there and hear the test.
Sure. He'd be glad to have you, Reed. Hold on a minute, Reed.
Axford left the phone for a minute.
Maybe there's some news coming in from headquarters. And
Oh, wait. Hello? Hello, Axford.
Reed, Sarge just came in and told me something that'll knock your hat off.
I'm waiting.
He says the chief of police just got one of them threatening records from the voice. I gotta go. So long, Reed.
But wait. Axford, he hung up.
Well, what did he tell you?
The man who calls himself the Voice has had another recorded threat. This time to the chief of police himself.
Britt Reed went to police headquarters where he listened as the various recordings were compared to those made by the Voice. Later, he stood in the press room at headquarters talking to Axford and Sergeant Burke.
Have you confined your investigation to the pacing crowd entirely, Sergeant?
Not entirely, Mr. Reed. But it's been determined that whatever it was that exploded in Waterbury's office came through the window from the outside.
Yeah. And that big window's only 18 stories from the ground.
That would seem impossible.
Sure, it's impossible, Reed. That's what I keep telling Sarge.
In spite of what you say, Axford, the experts we sent up there from headquarters all agree on that fact.
They know what they're talking about, Axford.
Okay. So they know what they're talking about. To my way of thinking, Sarge, you ought to get Payson and give him a grilling. That Vice guy wanted him to win the election, looks like.
You do your reporting, Axford. Let us cops decide who's going to be grilled.
Axford, Payson may not have had any knowledge of what was going on. Naturally, he'd take support in the election from anybody. He's the type.
Yeah, good thing he lost. Of course, we don't know much about Eaton, the assistant DA who will now move up into Waterbury's place, but I guess he's okay.
I'd like to meet Eaton. Axford, we'll drive over and see him before we go back to the center.
Okay, Reed.
Well, thanks for your courtesy, Sergeant. We'll see you again. Come on, Axford.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
And now, back to our story. Britt Reed had gone to police headquarters to listen to the recording of The Voice. He expressed the desire to meet Mr. Eaton, who was now acting district attorney, and suggested that he and Axford pay Eaton a visit. A short time later, Britt Reed and Axford sat in the district attorney's office talking to Eaton.
I hope, Mr. Eaton, your office will put its full weight behind the hunt for Waterbury's killers.
If you don't do something soon, Mr. Eaton, that there Voice might get notions about you.
I'm not afraid of that.
Here are the papers you wanted, Mr. Eaton.
Oh, thanks, Tut.
Hey, now, I know you. You're Mr. Tutwiler, the bookkeeper in Waterbury's brokerage office.
Mr. Tutwiler is now working here with me. He's my right-hand man. Tut, meet Mr. Reed and Mr. Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
How do you do?
Tutwiler?
Well, I saw Mr. Axford at campaign headquarters. He was there when Mr. Waterbury...
Sure, I was there, all right.
I understand you were present when Mr. Waterbury received that record.
Well, yes, I warned him to take it more seriously than he did, sir. I felt sure the Voice and his followers were ruthless and strong.
I see. Well, I'm glad to have had this talk with you, Mr. Eaton. You can count on the Sentinel to back you up if you follow through with the cleanup campaign you've outlined.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I'm delighted you dropped in to see me. Come in again.
We'll meet again, I'm sure. Come on, Axford.
That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Police not find anyone who talked like the Voice?
Not yet, Cato. Now that the chief of police has received one of those recordings, they're making an extensive search.
Who looked like the Voice wanted Payson to win election and be district attorney, maybe.
I'm not so sure. Cato, I'd like to have one of those recordings so we can experiment a bit.
Records being kept as evidence, no doubt.
Yes, they won't let them out of their hands. But I'd still like to get one of them.
Where they keep records?
In a small room on the ground floor just off the fingerprinting department. We went in there to play them. They're in a file case there.
Oh, Green Hornet not dare to approach police department building?
The Hornet dares to do many things, Cato.
when it's necessary.
You take risk then?
What do you think?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Meanwhile, at police headquarters...
Cassidy.
Yeah, what you want, Sarge?
Take this list into the dispatcher's room. Have them radio the men in these scout cars to pick up every suspicious character in their district and bring them in for questioning.
Okay, Sarge.
What's that?
Captain at the back. Down the hole. Come in, Sarge.
Great day. What next?
In here, Sarge.
What's going on in here?
Plenty, Sarge. I was in here matching up some fingerprints when I heard something in the other room. I opened the door and saw the Green Hornet climbing out of the window.
The Green Hornet?
Why'd he come here? We'll get the devil from the chief.
Quiet, everybody. What was he doing in there? Do you know?
The top file drawer was open. He took one of them records of the voice.
What? Shut up, all of you. Cassidy, tell the dispatchers to put out a call to all cars to hunt the Hornet.
Okay, Sarge.
I'll tell the chief about it. At least we know now that the Hornet's connected with the voice in his gang. And if it's the last thing we do, we'll hunt him down one way or another.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Cato arrived at their apartment with the recording of The Voice.
Put the record on the phonograph, Cato. I want to study that voice.
Yes, sir. I start it now. There.
I am known as the Voice. My followers are ruthless and strong. My identity is unknown, even to them, but they carry out my orders blindly.
Shut it off, Cato.
Yes, sir. Why you not listen to all of recording, Mr. Britt?
Cato, he speaks as though he had written that down and learned it by heart. I remember hearing a certain person use wording exactly like the sentence in that record.
What sentence you hear used?
My followers are ruthless and strong. Only instead of my, he used his, since he was discussing the voice.
But that's not definite proof that he's the one.
No, of course not. But it sets me thinking. Cato, set the needle back and start that record over.
Yes, sir.
Now do exactly what I tell you. And perhaps our experiment will disclose the identity of the voice.
That man plenty smart to think out a scheme like that, Mr. Britt.
Someone else may have given him the idea, Cato. We'll find all about it soon. There's his home just ahead. That small house to the right. Better park in the shadows.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
House dark, but I see cracks of light around shaded basement window.
We'll slip around to the back and find a way into that basement. Then there'll be fireworks.
Moving cautiously, the Green Hornet and his helpers silently approached the rear door of the basement. Opening the door with a skeleton key, they entered and moved along a passageway until they stood before a closed door, from behind which they heard someone talking.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just getting an idea of what he does mean. Wait here. I'm going in.
Hey, what the... Hey, look, it's the Green Hornet.
Right, killers? Quite a setup you have down here. For a bookkeeper, Tutwiler, you seem very efficient at building model planes. That's a fine job you have there on the bench.
Well, it's just a hobby. I don't...
I suppose the assistant DA has the same hobby. Is that it?
What right have you to come in
Or
here?
is he applying his knowledge of radar and electronics so your model planes can be radio-controlled?
Eaton, he's found out.
I admire your cleverness, Eaton, but not the use you put it to. It was one of those radio-controlled model planes that carried the explosive into Waterbury's office and killed him.
I admire your cleverness, too, Hornet.
in being able to figure that out. Well, why did you come here? What do you want? Protection, perhaps? From me in my capacity as
From now on, Eden, you won't be in a position to give anybody protection.
Eden, don't let this criminal tell you what to do.
Shut up, you. It's meek little crack brains like you that get the delusions of power at the expense of those who trust them. That voice business certainly wasn't your idea.
It was Eaton's.
He would have made you the fall guy eventually. But now both of you...
You won't live to tell what you know. A bullet from this gun...
Oh, no, you don't! Drop that gun!
My arm!
Ow, ow! Now this will settle you.
Look, Hornet. You can work with us. We'll let
Very
you...
clever, Tutwiler. Making the police think the voice was probably backing the opposition. When all the time you worked for Waterbury's election.
But I say that you can work with
You
us.
wanted him to win so Eaton would be his assistant. Then by killing Waterbury, Eaton could take over as DA. You're through, as of now. Now take it.
No. Gas, Oh.
Cato.
You all right?
Yes. Give me that record.
Here it is.
I'll put this there so the police can pick it up. Then you can phone them to come here and pick up these killers. When the experts from headquarters see this equipment, they'll get the whole picture and make these rats talk.
The following morning at police headquarters...
I'm glad you came down with Ashford, Mr. Reed. He wanted you to get the story firsthand. Said he was afraid you wouldn't believe him.
Well, I would like to know what it's all about, and how you found out who the voice was.
Reed, like I told Dunnigan, the cops got a call that the voice in the Hornet were at a certain address.
Yeah, and when we got there, Mr. Reed, we found Eaton out cold, along with a guy named Tutwiler who worked for Waterbury.
Sure, and there was a lot of stuff there in the basement workshop. A model plane, for instance, fixed for radio control.
That's how Waterbury was killed, Mr. Reed. Tutwiler told him there was a phone call in his private office. That got him in there so Eaton and a helper of his could release a model plane from a mobile unit nearby and send it by radio control directly into Waterbury's office carrying a small bomb.
Say, come to think of it, Eaton was a radio technician during the war, wasn't he?
He sure was, and he put his knowledge to bad use. That voice business was a red herring to throw people off the track. They wouldn't suspect a meek little guy like Tutwiler.
When the cops grilled Tutwiler, he squealed all over the place.
That he did, Axford.
But it doesn't seem possible to me that little man Tutwiler could be the voice.
That's the surprise, Reed. Put that record on and show him how it's done, Sarge.
Sure. Now listen. As it plays, I'm going to gradually increase the speed of the turntable. Now, listen to it. Now, here it comes.
I am known as the voice. My followers are
now I'm speeding it up. Listen.
My identity is unknown, even to them, but they carry out my orders blindly. This is to tell you, John Waterbury, that if you are elected district attorney,
ain't that something?
Office. Remember what I said.
Certainly, Tutwiler's voice.
If you
I
are
heard him talk at Eaton's office.
It's him, all right.
I will fail.
They pulled a very clever stuff.
From the voice.
It's clever, all right. You see, he recorded that speech at a faster speed than normal, and talked fast at the same time. Then when it was played back at normal speed, it gave that deep tone to his voice. That's why we couldn't tell whose voice it was.
Well, it's beyond me how you ever did figure out who was behind the murder, Sergeant.
That's something ordinary people like us can't ever do, Reed. Anyhow, the Green Hornet helped him out in a way.
The Green Hornet?
Sure. He stole that record from the little file room here at headquarters last night and left it at Tutwiler's place when he had a fight with his pals.
The less said about the Green Hornet getting that record, the better, I
Oh, don't worry, Sergeant Burke. It won't be mentioned. We can forget that as long as you were clever enough to figure out the rest of the case.
Clever people always amaze, Reed.
I'm even more amazed, Axford, that so many clever people use their cleverness to commit crime.
You sure must be amazed at the Green Hornet then, Reed. He's a clever one, that guy.
I'm sure the Hornet would appreciate the compliment, Axford. That is, of course, if he heard you say it.
Maybe Axford thinks you'll meet up with the Hornet and tell him about it, Reed.
Well, I'm afraid any meeting I'd have with the Green Hornet would, as a magician says, have to be done with mirrors.
Listen to that now. He'd do it with mirrors, he says. Ain't that something, Sarge?
Yeah, Mr. Reed always has a ready answer to silly questions.
Sure, and that shows how clever he is, Sarge.
That it does, Axford. That it does.
Hornet still inside. Sentinel X Street,
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Paid in Full. The Green Hornet strikes again. A young lady entered the office of the Instant Loan Company and approached the cashier's desk.
You want to make a payment, miss?
No, that is, I'd like to speak to the manager, please.
Oh, sure. Oh, that's him over there, Mr. Sedgwick.
Thank you. Mr. Sedgwick?
Yes, I'm Mr. Sedgwick. What can I do for you?
I wanted to talk to you about a payment that's due today. You see,
Come into my office. We can talk there.
All right.
Sit down, Miss,
Wellston. Alice Wellston.
Yes. Yes, of course. I believe I remember you. Do sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what is it you want to see me about?
It's about a payment on a loan. It's due today. I have only 2 more to make, including this one.
I see. Well, it isn't necessary to see me about it. Just go to the cashier's desk.
That's just it, Mr. Sedgwick. You see, I can't pay it today.
That's not so good. Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Sedgwick?
Bring me the contract signed by Miss Alice Wellston right away.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Miss Wellston, we make our loans in good faith, and we expect our clients
I intend to pay it. All I want is a few days' grace.
I see. And when could you make the payment?
This is Wednesday. I can bring it in Saturday morning without fail.
Here's the contract, Mr. Sedgwick.
Thanks. Now, let's see now. You borrowed $200, putting your car up as collateral.
That's right. I've made all the payments, including the interest, except 2. I'll have the entire loan paid off by next month.
It's a little unusual for us to extend the due date, Miss Wellston. But in your case, I think we can make an exception. We'll expect your payment on Saturday.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Sedgwick. You can count on it. I appreciate your kindness.
Not at all, Miss Wellston. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be in Saturday.
What's cooking, boss?
Joe, is Lenny back there with you?
Yeah, he's right here.
Good. Now listen, there's a girl just leaving. You and Lenny Taylor, and the minute she leaves her car, snatch it. Take it over to the used car lot for a quick sale.
I get it.
You'll have to move fast before she drives away.
We'll get right after her, boss.
Won't Miss Wellston be surprised?
Hey, Joe, we've had several chances to snatch that car. What are we waiting for?
Stop yapping, Lenny. We gotta wait till after 5 o'clock when the office is closed before we snatch it, so as to make it legal.
Oh, look. She's making another stop. It's after 5 now.
Yeah, we'll grab it this time. As soon as she goes into that store there. Pull in behind her car.
Right.
I have a duplicate key to her car. Sedgwick made her leave it when she borrowed on it. I'll drive it. You can follow the tow car.
Okay. Tow car will make people think we're from a garage.
Wait a minute there. What are you getting in my car for?
Look, sister, we got orders to bring in this car, see? I'm from the loan company. So you better not set up a squawk.
But there must be some mistake.
There ain't no mistake, see?
You can't take my car. I'll call a policeman and...
You know what's good for you. You'll keep your mouth shut, see?
A gun.
Sure, and it works, too. Take my advice and stay away from the cops. Okay, Lenny. Follow me in that tow car.
Sure, you get going. I'll be right behind you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me phone Mr. Sedgwick. I'm sure he'll...
Sedgwick told us to get this jalopy, sister, and I'm getting it right now.
No, don't. Wait. Come back. Oh.
Say no, miss. Is there anything to answer?
My car. No. No, it's all right, thank you.
Well, what about your car? Did somebody steal it or something? Maybe we better call a cop and tell him...
No. Please, I'd rather you forget the whole matter. I thank you just the same.
Now, what do you know about that? I could have sworn there was something funny going on here.
A short time later, Axford was telling Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, about the incident.
And the tow car pulled right out behind the car the guy drove away in. The poor girl seemed scared to death, Reed.
And she wouldn't have anything to say about it, eh?
That's right. You know, I could have swore as I started toward him that I saw a gun in the guy's hand. Then he got in and drove off.
Sounds to me like another one of those Jip loan companies snatching a car for non-payment. Come on with me.
Sure. Where are you going?
To the city room. Well, Miss Case, I'm going down to talk to Gunnigan.
All right, Mr. Reed.
Oh, do you have that list of loan companies? The one I asked you to make up the other day.
Yes, sir, I have it right here. Here it is.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it along.
If I get any calls, Casey, put them through to the city room.
Okay, Chief.
Think you're funny, don't you?
Well, what do you think?
Boy, that's what.
Come on, Axford.
That Casey thinks she's smart. I tell her to take us for one of these days. She's not
Oh, Gunnigan, do you have a minute?
Sure, what's up?
I spoke to you last week about starting a campaign against Jip loan companies. Remember?
Yeah. How do you want to begin?
Well, I have a list of more or less questionable companies. I suggest you assign a couple of men to go to those places and try to get small loans.
How will that prove anything, Reed?
Well, all of them will want to know your business connection. Those that are not on the level will probably refuse the loan when they find out you're from a newspaper. That'll be just the beginning of the weeding out process.
That's what Axford and Lowry on it, Chief. The trouble is, Reed, the people who are gypped are always afraid to put up a squawk.
I realize that, Axford. In our editorials, we'll stress the importance of any victim of a loan shark going to the police. With a few witnesses, it'll be easy to move against them.
You can start out in the morning, Axford. If I get to borrow any dough, what do I do with it?
You won't get that far. If any of them tell you they'll make a loan, you can tell them you'll be back. Then call back and say you've changed your mind.
Sure. All we're interested in are the ones that refuse to consider making a loan to a newspaper man. So try to act like you really are a reporter. In all the years you've been here, you still don't act like you're a city...
Gunnigan, let me know what the boys find out. Meantime, I'll write an editorial. If we can open up a way to get at those crooked loan sharks, we'll really be doing a public service.
Good morning. Do you wish to make a payment, or did you come to arrange a loan?
I want to see about getting a small loan.
Oh, very well. Just step into that small office over there and make yourself comfortable. Mr. Sedgwick is busy with another client, but he'll soon be finished.
Okay, thanks. Laid out just like the others.
Here's the contract you signed, Mr. Stacy. You just read it over.
I don't give a hang about that contract. I borrowed $100. You took out $6 when you gave me the loan. Said it was interest. And since then, I've made 4 $26 payments. Now you say I owe one more payment.
The interest is 6%, figured by the month, Mr. Stacy. You see, you still
I've more than repaid that loan. I'm not paying another cent, you hear?
Then forget it, Mr. Stacy. Of course, it's unusual, but in your case, we'll just consider your loan as paid in full as of now.
Darn right it's paid in full. Moreover, I think this is a ship company. One of those loan rackets I've heard about.
Hold on, Mr. Stacy.
I'm going straight to here to police headquarters. Report this place as a racket.
Just a minute.
If you take no excuses to the police, go on, crook.
I ain't waiting here any longer.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Sedgwick can see you now.
No, thanks. I've changed my mind. So long.
Huh. That's a funny one.
Get your own money for me. I have a job for them to do.
Okay, boss. Right away.
Here comes Axford now, Chief.
Hello, Axford. How did you make out this morning? Any luck?
Reed, I think I got something. That I have.
How many places you been to?
3 so far.
Lowry covered 6 of those places this morning.
So what? I didn't go busting in and out just to say I went into a lot of loan companies, Dunnigan. When I take on an assignment, I do it thorough. In case you'd like to know.
Lowry didn't have much luck. That is, the places he visited seemed to be on the up and up. When is it you turned up, Axford?
Well, Reed, 2 of them places took me name and all that sort of thing, and then said they'd let me know if I could have a loan after they checked the information I gave them.
Well, that's the proper procedure, all right.
Sure. But in the last place I went, the Instant Loan Company, I went into a little booth-like place to wait. While I was in there, I heard a guy named Stacy talking to the manager, Mr. Sedgwick, about his payment.
That's gonna make a fine headline. Reporter hears man talk about loan payments. Gets inside story of life of guy named Stacy. Oh.
There now, Gunnigan, for 2 pins, I
Forget
tell you.
it, Axford. What was it you overheard that you think is important?
That chap, Stacy, that is, was sore as a boil. Said he borrowed $100. They took out $6 when he got the dough. That was for interest, they said.
What's wrong about that?
Wait a minute, will you? Then Stacy said he paid back 4 payments of $26 each, and they still wanted 1 more payment. He said he wasn't going to pay it and was going to report the deal to the cops. The manager told him to forget the $26, but he said he'd go to the cops anyway, and slammed on out, mad at the hatter.
Then what?
I got up and left. I went down to cops' headquarters, but they didn't get a complaint from Stacy. Neither did the DA's office. Guess he got cold feet.
That's the trouble. People don't realize that in a case like that, they should report it. If we could get in touch with that man Stacy, maybe we could get him to give us...
Steady desk. Oh, it's you, Larry. What's up? What's that? When? Who was it? Okay, get all the details and call him in. Goodbye.
What's happened, Gunnigan?
Oh, Larry says a guy by the name of Jim Stacy was... Holy mackerel. Stacy was the name of the man you told us about, Axford.
What happened to him?
He was found shot to death out on River Road a short time ago.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Now, back to the Green Hornet.
After hearing of Stacy's murder, Axford went to police headquarters. Later that afternoon, he returned to the Sentinel building and entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
I've been waiting for you, Axford.
Shall I start on these letters while you talk to Axford, Mr. Reed?
Oh, you can wait a few minutes, Miss Case. Any news, Axford?
Reed, I told Sarge about what I heard at that loan place this morning.
Did they find out whether the murdered man was the same Stacy whom you heard talking?
Sure, it was him, all right. Sarge sent a man to the loan company to check. The manager admitted Stacy, Jim Stacy, had been there this morning.
Well, that doesn't implicate him in the murder in any way. He's safe in admitting that.
Remember what Axford told you? I should think the police would question that loan company manager about the argument Stacy had with him.
They did question him about that. But what do you think, Reed?
Well?
That spalpeen of a manager told him that he and Stacy didn't have an argument at all. And he said Stacy's loan had been fully paid up and showed the paper to prove it.
Well, then maybe you just thought you heard an argument.
Is that so now? When I say I heard them arguing, it's the truth. And anyone who says that I...
There's no doubt that the loan manager lied.
Sure he did. And to my way of thinking, that shows he's got something to hide. Maybe murder.
You can't accuse a man of murder without proof.
That's right, Miss Case. But whether he had any connection with the murder of Stacy or not, the fact that he lied does prove he's got something to cover up in connection with his loan business.
Sure. But without complaining witnesses, the cops can't just walk in and tell him he's running a gyp joint.
Yeah, I know. Well, perhaps something will turn up that will tip their hands sooner or later. We'll just have to hope.
Well, I'm going back to headquarters. If I get anything new on the murder, I'll phone in. So long.
That evening, Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You have something on mind, perhaps, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. That Stacy murder that's just been headlined in the papers. Axford feels sure the outcome of an argument Stacy had with the manager of the Instant Loan Company.
Why he not tell police of suspicions?
He did, and they investigated, but found nothing in the way of proof. In fact, they only have Axford's word for it that Stacy had an argument at the loan office about his payments and then threatened to go to the police.
What do you think?
I believe Axford, Cato. I'd like to have a look at the loan contracts they closed out yesterday and today at that loan place.
The loan company closed for the night now.
I know.
It's good time for Green Hornet, perhaps, to have look into office.
Right. And that's exactly what the Green Hornet's going to do, with your help. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We're right in back of Instant Loan Office. Well, this alley, good dark place to leave Black Beauty.
Yes, and we won't be long. Let's go.
It must be difficult to get into that place.
No, they have the ground floor. And their place runs through to the back here. We can get in the back way.
Moving quickly and silently to the back door, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his faithful assistant soon effected an entrance into the Instant Loan Company offices by using a special skeleton key.
Come on, stay close behind me.
A few seconds later, Britt and Cato started the search through files and desk drawers. The search was thorough, but still Britt seemed unsatisfied. But finally, as he searched the manager's desk, his voice held a note of satisfaction as he called in a low tone to Cato.
Cato, I think I found what we've been looking for.
Oh, that's good. Where do you find them?
Here, in the basket on Sedgwick's desk. See? This folder is labeled Closed Out Contracts.
Oh.
Here's a contract in the name of Jim Stacy, marked paid in full and dated today. Here's another. Let's see. This is in the name of Miss Alice Wellston. And it's... I wonder.
What do you think of?
This contract's marked paid in full, car impounded and sold for non-payment. And it's dated yesterday.
What's that mean to you?
Cato, Axford saw two men drive off with a car that belonged to a girl who seemed very upset. Also, Axford said he was sure they had threatened her with a gun. That was yesterday afternoon. According to this contract, her payment was due yesterday.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's illegal for them to pick up a car on the due date, and without a court order. We're going to call on Miss Alice Wellston and a couple of these others whose contracts are here. Maybe we can force them to go to the police and give evidence against this gyp company. Come on.
Well, what can I do? Oh.
I came here to talk to you. I'll come in.
No. Why have you come here? You're the Green Hornet.
Right. And I came because I heard you were shooting your mouth off about your deal with our loan company.
So, you're in with the Instant Loan Company, too.
What do you think?
Why don't you let me alone? I told Mr. Sedgwick I'd pay my next payment within 3 days. Yet they took my car. Now you come here.
I came just to warn you. If you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll get what Stacy got.
Stacy? He's the man who was murdered. Then that loan company was responsible for his...
Just remember what I say. Keep your mouth shut. If you don't, you'll end up like Stacy. So long.
This is terrible. I'll phone the police right now.
Later, Mr. Sedgwick, sitting at his desk in his study at home, was startled to find he had an unexpected visitor.
What the... How did you get in here?
Open windows are always an invitation to me, Sedgwick.
What do you want, Hornet?
I came to make a little proposition.
Such as?
I happen to know one of your clients, a Miss Wellston, has decided to go to the police about her dealings with your loan company. For a price, well, I'd be willing to see to it that she disappears.
I can handle my own affairs without your help, Hornet. My lawyers will take care of any complaints that may arise against my company.
Quite a front you put on, Sedgwick.
Moreover, I don't deal in murder, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Get out.
You'll be sorry, Sedgwick. But since you're not in the mood, I'll leave. Now it's his move. I'll wait and see if he makes it. Better open the door a bit.
Hello, Joe. Listen closely. Get Lenny and go over to that Wilson girl's place. Yes, that's right. She's been talking. You'll know what to do. Yes, go right away. Goodbye.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now I'll join Cato.
What do you think happened, Mr. Britt?
We'll park in the shadows near Miss Wellston's place and watch. I know she phoned the police, so by now they've sent a couple of men out there. Sedgwick's men will go there, and we'll be nearby to see that they don't get away.
What do you hope will happen?
The men he's sending to Miss Wellston's must be the same ones that killed Stacy. If the police get them, they'll grill them after what I said to Miss Wellston. One of those men will be bound to break down. Step on it, kid.
Miss Wellston, when you phoned headquarters a while ago, you said the Hornet had been here. Is that right?
Yes, Sergeant Burke, he was.
Suffering snakes. Maybe he'll come back.
He said if I talked to the police, they'd give me the same thing they gave Stacy.
Holy smoke. Then he was in on that killing.
That he was, Sarge. I bet on it.
He mentioned the Instant Loan Company. I've already told you about that.
Sure. And a dirty deal it was, too. With you as a witness. What's the matter, Cassidy? What are you waving for?
Quiet, Sarge. Two men just come up on the porch. I can see him out this window.
Holy crow. Must be the Hornet coming back.
Quick. We'll hide behind that screen in the corner. You let him in, Miss Wellston, and we'll grab him. Come on, Axford. Now, Axford, you and Cassidy don't make a move till I tell you. If they get suspicious, they won't come into the hall and we'll lose them. Good thing we left the squad car on the side street. Quiet now.
What do you want?
We got a few things to talk over with you, lady.
I guess you better come inside. Now, what do you want to talk about with me?
You tell her, Joe. Yeah. Listen, lady, we understand you were shooting off your mouth after we told you not to.
But why should you think that? After all, when you pointed that gun at me and took my car, I was too frightened to tell anyone.
She's lying, Joe. Foster's got ways of finding out things.
Sure she's lying. Listen, sister, we ain't taking any chances, see? You're coming along with us.
You wouldn't do what was done to that Mr. Stacy, would you?
Hey, why do you mention that guy?
What's the difference, Lenny? What's the matter if you do?
Shoot!
Hey, what is it? That street? Come on.
After him, quick!
Hey, you dimwits. Just when they were about to spill the beans.
Holy cross, Sarge. I had a sneeze.
Yeah, so they're getting away.
There they go, down the walk.
Shoot, Sarge. Stop! Stop, I say! They're getting away.
Look, a squad car coming out of the side street right in front of the killers.
They smacked right into the squad car.
We got them now. Come out of that car with your hands up, both of you.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Joe's hurt.
You'll be hurt, too, if you try anything funny. Grab him, Cassidy. I got him. We'll take them both to headquarters. Little drilling will tell us all we want to know. That guy'll hang for Stacy's murder.
That he will.
No, I didn't do it. I'll tell you everything, but I didn't do it.
Take him away, Cassidy. Keep the squad car around. Don't look like it's much damaged, and we'll bring the other one.
All right, get him
I'm telling you, officer, I had nothing to do with it.
There, Sarge. Who was driving that squad car? We were the only ones who came here in it.
Great day. I didn't think about that.
Listen, that's the Green Hornet making the getaway.
Say, he must have been the one who drove that squad car in front of the killer's car.
You mean to say he
What
deliberately...
I mean is that the Hornet was probably making off with that squad car so as we couldn't follow his pals. But he didn't reckon on them smashing right into him.
Holy crow, that must have been it. And 'twas because of him we caught the other two. Sarge, I'll bet his face will be red this night. That it will. Wait till Reed hears about that.
That's the Street. That's the killers confessed lone racket smashed Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. That's the Street. That's
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Boathouse Mystery. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Come on, Cato.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
As the two sinister figures left the low black car and moved toward the waterfront, the swirling gray fog seemed to reach out with entwining tentacles, like some slinky, malignant creature of the sea desirous of preventing their approach. Tentacles which reluctantly dissolved into wispy swirls of enveloping mist as they came in contact with the dreaded figure of the Green Hornet and his companion.
I think I see outline of small buildings slightly to left, Mr. Britt.
Yes. That should be Rich's boathouse, Cato. Flash your light on my watch.
Oh, yes, sir. What time it say?
11:30.
Axford tell you police close in on boathouse at midnight?
That's right. The anonymous note the police received said that the man responsible for the disappearance of the plans for the Richwood anti-atomic bomb device would meet with the Green Hornet in Richwood's unused boathouse at midnight tonight.
What do you think motive be for sending note?
First, to point suspicion at the Hornet. And second, to get rid of the men who actually made the deal. Evidently, they don't know the top agent who finally got the plans.
While authorities busy grilling men they hope to catch, the top spy may get away, no doubt.
I want to get to those men before the police do. Maybe we'll get a clue to the one who sent that note and involve the Hornet. Come on.
Britt and Cato cautiously approached the small building and soon stood before a door on the land side of the boathouse. A door which evidently opened into a room above the mooring platform.
I see a dim light inside.
Yes. We'll probably have to force that old door. Get ready. We'll hit it together.
I'm ready.
All right. Now.
The Green Hornet!
Don't move, Norton. As head of Richwood's Enterprises, you're probably the man of...
Oh!
Something wrong? Yes. Cato. We came too late.
Is he...
Norton's dead. Murdered.
Murdered?
Yes. Now, look here.
Knife in back.
Must have happened just before we came. They fixed this room up as sort of an office to have something as a meeting place.
Killer getting away.
Yes. That trap door with them must lead to the landing below. Come on. too late.
Stay here. You dimwits, this guy's dead, and you let the killer get away.
Sucker, stay, Sarge. That must have been the hardest even in that motorboat.
We'll make sure. Search the place, some of you men. Rest of you get outside in case someone else tries to get away.
Hey, look, Sarge. That trapdoor needs hole is open.
We'll go down and have a look.
We'll be trapped. What do we do? We'll go to the end of the landing and dive in. We'll have to swim for it. Come on. Swim underwater. Head for the riverbank a few hundred feet below here. Let's go. Come on.
Hey, Sarge, someone else over the water. I say, stop!
You think you winged him, Sarge?
Can't tell. The fog's too thick. Come on. We'll go up and have the boys search the riverbank.
If you didn't hit him, you'd have to climb to the bank on one side or the other. That water's cold. What was he shooting for? What happened?
There's no time to answer questions now. Spread out along the riverbank. Somebody jumped in the water. Get going, everybody. As sure as the mess, Axford. That dead guy in there is Mr. Norton, Richwood's right-hand man.
So that's who he is. Holy crows, you think? What's that?
No, Libby. The one we shot at must have been the Green Hornet, and his pals got away in the boat.
Sure. Now we know it was the Hornet who killed Norton. Shuffling snake, Sarge. I gotta get to a phone. This will sure be a scoop for the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, lady. Head of Richmond Enterprises and disappears of important plans. There you are, sir. Straight by search for Green Hornet. There you are, sir. Read all about it.
Good morning, Katie. Reading yet?
Yes, he is. So you'd better stop for going around slamming doors, Axford. Mr. Reed's in his office talking to Gunny.
Wonder what got him out of bed so early.
Funny, but I never thought to ask him. Anyhow, it isn't that he's in early. It's just that you're so late.
Late, am I? After chasing around most of the night getting scoops and things for the Sentinel, while you were snoozed away at home taking it in.
Okay, Skip. After all, I guess the Daily Sentinel would fold up if we didn't have you to bring in the headlines.
You can say that again, Katie. I'm the old... you and your sarcastics. I'm going in to see Reed.
What for, Gunnigan? I did think it's thought. Oh, good morning, Axford.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Gunnigan.
Morning. What are you saying, Chief?
Well, as I was saying, I did think Norton was mixed up in the disappearance of those plans. But now I'm inclined to think otherwise.
Say now, Reed, how can you sit there and say that, I'd like to know? Showing us as plain as the nose in your face that Norton was dealing with the Hornet who stabbed him in the back so as to get out of paying off, no doubt.
Chief, as long as you keep your opinions to yourself, let us print the news as we get it, I won't argue with you. The authorities consider it an open-shut case against Norton and the Hornet. If they catch that murdering Hornet, they'll get a lead to the missing plans and the spy he passed them on to.
Well, perhaps. But it seems to me if they'd find the person who sent that anonymous note, they'd get a direct lead to the one who has the missing plan.
It's easy to see that the Hornet himself sent that printed note to Cops headquarters, Reed. He wanted to put the finger on Norton.
Oh, really? Seems to me the finger's been put on the Green Hornet.
And like Sarge says, 'tis the Hornet himself who put himself on the spot by playing smart with the cops.
Is that the general opinion around headquarters?
Sure. And why not, I'd like to know.
And they're concentrating their search on the Hornet alone?
That's right. And to my way of thinking, Reed, it's time for you to start worrying. That it is.
Why do you say that?
Yeah. What's the meaning of that crack, Axford?
Well, now, when they catch that Spalpeen, Reed'll have to pay out a lot of dough for that stated reward, won't he?
Oh, that. By the way, Gunnigan, send someone over to interview Richwood.
Okay, Chief.
Well, let me go, Gunnigan. I'll get him to talk. That I will.
Sure. Go ahead. But don't be gone all day.
Why do you have to
Go
say
on,
that
Axford,
now?
get going. And let me know how you make out.
Sure. I'm on my way, Reed.
Frankly, I'm very much interested in this case. And perhaps Richwood will say something that'll give us a new slant.
I'll get to see him, and I'll tell you exactly what he says, Reed. See you both later. So long. Reed, I'm glad you're here. I can tell you and Gunnigan about the interview at the same time.
Back at last, sir.
I knew when I let him go, he'd be all day getting to say Richwood. Here it is, almost 6 o'clock.
Keep it shut, will you? Big shots like Richwood are hard to see. You can't just walk right in and tell
forget
you.
it, Axford. It's all right. What about the interview?
Well, now, it was this way, Reed. I went to Richwood's place, and after waiting for a heck of a long time, I got in to see him. I told him who I was and all, so he seemed quite willing to talk.
Sit down, Mr. Axford. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Richwood. Don't care if I do.
I understand you want my views on the unfortunate happenings of last night.
That's right, sir.
I must say it's been a great shock to me, especially coming on top of the loss of our plans.
Sure, I know. But, about Mr. Norton, do you think that
I
he
know
would
what you're going to ask, Mr. Axford. And I know, of course, what the authorities believe, what I must believe, much as it hurts me to do so. And that is that Mr. Norton, whom I trusted above all others, betrayed that trust by selling those plans to foreign agents. Dealing, of course, with the Green Hornet.
That he did, sir. Did you have any suspicions at all about Norton when you first missed those plans?
No. As a matter of fact, if it hadn't been that the police received that note and then heard the Hornet leaving the motorboat, I would have sworn that Norton died with his boots on, sitting there at the desk over some company work.
Did you know about that office in the boathouse?
Yes. Mr. Norton wanted privacy to write a scientific book. I suggested he use the old boathouse I owned up the river.
It's hard to believe he'd pull a stunt on you like he did, Mr. Richwood.
Yes, it is. At 10 o'clock, we sat over a bit of brandy in the study of my home, talking. Then he left. I little thought then that at 11:30 he'd be slumped over the desk in the boathouse with a knife in his back.
Too bad. Do you think the plans will turn up?
If they find the Hornet, they'll get a lead to the foreign agent I'm sure has those plans. Well, there isn't much more I can tell you, Mr. Axford, except that the loss of those plans and the murder of Norton.
That's about all he had to say, Reed. Sure felt hurt about Norton turning against him and selling those plans.
I can understand his feelings, actually.
You better write up that interview and give it a rewrite.
Okay, I'll get right on it.
I'll get a spread ready in case we catch the Hornet, Chief.
It's best to be prepared, Gunnigan. Let's hope they do catch Norton's killer and plan to recover those missing plans. It'll make quite a spread for the Daily Sentinel.
Here's some more letters to the editor, Mr. Reed.
Did you look them all over, Miss Kate?
Yes, sir. And there's one on the housing situation that's quite interesting, and I thought...
Well, you read them out and send Gunnigan the ones you think should be printed. It's almost 7 o'clock. You'd better call it a day.
I wanted to finish the letters you gave me, and, well, I'll be leaving shortly.
I know you was killing yourself.
Well, I've always said I wanted to die with my boots on. So if you find me someday slumped over my desk, that'll be it.
Well, let's hope nothing like that happens to you.
What's on your mind? Another letter? I won't mind if you want to dictate.
No, nothing. No, I was just thinking of something else.
Oh. Well, I just wondered.
I'm going to call it a day. You better do the same. I'll see you in the morning.
All right. Now I'll get these letters to Gunnigan in the morning. Good night.
Good night. So Gunnigan's got a spread ready in case they catch the Hornet, eh? Maybe he'll get a different spread to print.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, forget about dinner. As soon as I get home, we'll be going out in the Black Beauty.
Yes, sir. It's ready.
Good. And see that our weapons are in order. Tonight, we're going out to catch Norton's murderer.
And now, back to the Green Hornet. After telephoning to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, Britt Reed left his office at the Sentinel building and went to his apartment where Cato was waiting.
You say over phone we go to catch murderer of Norton. You know who murderer is, Mr. Britt?
I think I do, Cato. But we'll have the proof if I can make him show his hand.
Well, how you do that?
I haven't time now to explain. I'll tell you about it as we drive. Everything ready?
Yes, sir. I check gas weapons and get Black Beauty ready.
Good. Let's get going.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
What you tell me make it seem you suspect right man this time, Mr. Britt. But how you get proof?
Cato, what I want to do is to figure out some way to get him and his spy friends together at the boathouse. Then I'd tip off the police.
Well, it's not easy to get them to go to the house.
I know, but there must be some way. If I could all... Cato, stop near a drugstore so I can use the phone. I'll leave my disguise in the car and talk to him on the phone.
Yes, sir. Well, there's a drugstore in this vicinity. I stopped there.
Good. Step on it.
A short time later, Britt Reed had entered a phone booth in a drugstore and dialed a number. He was talking in a terse monotone.
Now get this, and let me do the talking. I've already told you I'm the Green Hornet. The man you sent to kill Norton knows now that you tried to frame him as well as myself. I can take it. He can't. He's planning to leave evidence in the old boathouse that will point to you and the man who got the plans. I'm being hunted, so I'm laying low. You'll have to get that evidence yourself before he tips off the cops. I'll come to you when I get the chance for my share of the dough you got. It'll be my pay for this tip-off. So long. I think I convinced him, Cato. Get going.
What we do now, Mr. Britt?
If things work out as I hope they will, we'll have work to do at the old boathouse. The fog is blowing in from the river, so there'll be less chance of detection.
Well, maybe man phone police and tell that Hornet call him. Then maybe police come here.
If he phones the police, it'll be proof that my suspicions about him are wrong.
But you still think he guilty party?
I'm almost sure of it, Cato. He slipped up on too many points, as I told you. We'll know for certain before very long.
Our work is done for the time being. When I return to this city, I'll have more for you to do.
That was a good idea, putting a finger on Norton, Weiser. But there's one thing I'd like to know.
Huh? What's that?
Why did the cops come to that boathouse just as I was leaving? I just got away in that boat by the skin of my teeth.
Ah, forget it, Gus. Main thing is you did get away. Been well paid for your work. Yeah. All packed and ready to leave for the airport.
The good thing it was foggy in the river last night. Them cops shoot straight. They would have flooded me.
I told you to forget it. What difference does it make?
Oh, I've been thinking. You know, I almost didn't go through with it. Only your friend promised to pay so much. When I got to the boathouse last night and Norton met me at the landing, he was kind of friendly. Then we went up inside. All my pals call me Gus.
Oh. Sit down, Gus.
No, nothing. I ain't staying long.
I was told you were bringing a boat over to leave in the boathouse, so I agreed to come here and see if you made it all right. I have some work to do anyway.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm working on a book. Scientific book. If you wait a little while, I'll drive you into town.
You ain't going into town, Norton.
What do you mean?
Just sit right where you are. This is a knife I'm holding in your back. I said you ain't going into town, see?
You must be joking. Why would you
Maybe
want
the cops will think you sold those plans they're looking for. Or maybe it's...
So that's it. No, listen. I have a wife and child. It's a Christmas season.
Stop the bellering. You ain't the only guy that's got a kid. As I said before, you ain't going to town, Norton. Oh, I just got to thinking about him taking a rap for something he didn't do. Me making an orphan out of his kid at Christmas time. I was an orphan, you know.
Don't be an idiot. This child isn't an orphan. His mother's still living.
Well, half an orphan then. Just ain't right.
Hello?
Oh, you.
I'm in a hurry, so...
What's that you say? You did, huh?
He told you what? He's planning to do what? I see. Now I understand why he was talking to me as he was. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'll meet you there. And bring Gus with me. He'll come all right. Goodbye.
Who's that? Why is it? What was he talking about?
You'll soon find out, Gus. Get your things on. We're going to meet somebody at the boathouse.
Sure. Who are we going to meet?
Someone who wants to see you particularly. You'll take the boat. I told him you'd be sure to come along.
Oh, why shouldn't I go along?
What? Well, I was afraid you wouldn't want to. So I'm using this gun. It's a good thing you're so obliging. Come on.
Well, Cato, now that phone is in there waiting for the others. Let's hope they come soon.
I hope they come before police. Maybe we make mistake to call police so soon, Mr. Britt.
Listen, there's a motorboat coming to the boathouse.
It's them, no doubt.
I'm sure of it.
Can you see anything?
Oh, fog's too thick. There's no doubt they've gone inside with the boat. Come on. We'll go to the end of the boathouse facing the water. There's something we have to do before the police arrive. Hurry.
Quiet now. We want to sneak up on them.
Okay, sir.
You got your gun, Sarge? Of course not, Ashford. I just point my finger at killers and they flop over dead. Have I got me gun? There's the rest of the bike. Yeah, if they see us here, it'll be over in a minute. Quiet, all of you. Quiet. Listen to me. You boys get down to the riverbank in case they make a break. Ashford, you and Cassidy can come along with me.
Quiet, Sarge.
Come on, then. Now stick right with me. Both of you. I'm right behind you, Sarge. We'll stop here. If we move close to the door, we might hear them talking. Quiet now.
What? Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't sign anything like that. So that's why the cops came here and almost got me, huh? With a free-up. You knew too much, but... All right, hold on. You think I'm dumb? Tell me. Who tipped you off about me? I ain't Hornet. What? Are you guys dopey? That means he's playing the part of us for the killing of the scene of the plan. That's right, boss.
We heard enough. They're ready. Get them ready to scram. Bust in the door.
Stupid sick, they're here.
Sarge, they're going down to the boat landing. Come on.
They're getting away. Stop. Come back. Hey, wait, stop. Somebody put a chain up across the back of the boathouse.
Get your hands up.
Don't shoot yet.
The next one will hit the mark, killers. Now put them up, all three of you.
Holy crow. Sarge, one of them's Mr. Richwood.
Sure, he's the one they call boss. We're taking them all in for murder. And we got a spy in the bargain, looks like. Hold the boys, Cassidy.
Train across the opening, stop motorboat very quick, Mr. Britt.
Yes. It went a bit too soon, either.
It's good you think of two things Rich would say that's getting away.
3 statements, Cato. Remember? I told you when he talked to Axford, he said first that the Hornet left the boathouse in a motorboat. Second, that Norton died with his boots on, sitting slumped over his desk. Evidently, the killer told him that. But we know he fell from the chair and lay several feet from the desk.
Well, that's true.
And third, he said he thought that at 11:30, Norton would be slumped over his desk with a knife in his back.
We only ones know exact time Norton died.
No, the killer also knew. But the police found Norton almost 10 minutes later. I guess that Richwood was involved when he was so definite in his facts.
The capture of Richwood and spies, clear name of Norton and Green Hornet.
Yes. Of course, it isn't much, but it's some consolation to Norton's widow to know her husband was innocent of the charges against him.
Oh, it's too bad he'd be murdered. It not mean a very Merry Christmas holidays for wife and child.
Oh, the Sentinel will see to it that they have some compensation for their loss. At least the child will have a good Christmas. We'll make sure of that.
The people will not think much of Green Hornet. But tonight he show up traitor, help police catch spies, and clear man's name. A good Christmas present to city.
Cato, you make me feel like Santa Claus. Well, at least we've done our part to clear up the boathouse mystery, if nothing more. Definite. The Green Hornet's finished his job, and Britt Reed's tired.
Confucius say, men who lead double life sleep with one eye open. Britt Reed never get much rest, while Green Hornet keep him always on the move, Mr. Britt.
Cato, you said a mouthful.
What Green Hornet? He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, George Haven's Secret. The Green Hornet strikes again. Judge Burnley sat in the study of his home, reading intently. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the click of the latch on one of the long French windows. He looked up, startled, and found himself staring into the eyes of a sinister figure standing before him.
The Green Hornet. Why do you come here? What do you want? It's after midnight. State your business and get out before I... Put down that gun. If you think you can bluff me, you're mistaken. So, by thunder, I'll have you hunted down and captured if it's the last thing I... Say something. Why have you...
That's the next street. Pipeline, Judge Burnley murdered.
Hey, yes, sir.
Read all about it. Green Hornet slain jurist.
Hey, yes, sir.
That's the next street. Pipeline.
Early the following morning, Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, was talking over the dictaphone to Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed.
What time do you expect Reed to come in, Miss Case?
I haven't any idea, Gunnigan. Sometimes Mr. Reed doesn't come in until
Noon?
2.
Holy mackerel, what do you think we're putting out down here? A circus handbill instead of a daily paper?
I never know what Mr. Reed thinks. You'll have to ask him that.
Good morning, Gunnigan. Complaining about something?
Have you finished, Mr. Gunnigan?
Yeah, just forget the whole thing. I was just asking Miss Case about your cheese.
Asking or telling, Gunnigan? Hi, Reed.
Good morning, Axford. Axford, I thought I told you to get out of here.
Oh,
and
I
stay
started, but I heard that second-handed bawling out you were giving to Reed, so I thought I'd stick around and...
You get outside and hear a bit of good news instead of standing around in here listening to what's going on.
The way you were shouting, everybody in the city room could hear you.
Now, listen, Chief, I was just about...
Okay, forget it. Well, now that I'm here, what do you want to see me about?
About that murder. Judge Burnley, you know.
Judge Burnley? No, I didn't know. I went to bed early and haven't heard any of the news.
Holy crow, Reed. We got a scoop on it. And already got out an extra.
That's right, Chief.
Sure. Burnley was murdered sometime after midnight by the Green Hornet.
By the Green Hornet?
Yeah, the Hornet was the killer, all right.
Well, how do they know that?
Easy. The brazen spalpeen left the Hornet seal at the scene of the crime, Reed. That he did.
I see.
The authorities are really out to get the Hornet this time, Chief. I got to have a scorching editorial for the next edition. So you better get right on it.
Yes, of course, Gunnigan. How was Burnley killed, actually?
He was shot down right in his own study, Reed.
Who called the police?
Mrs. Burnley. She and the butler were waked up by the shot and went into the study together. Then she called the cops. I went along with Sergeant Burke and the homicide squad, and the first thing we found was the Hornet seal stuck on the judge's desk.
The Hornet sure stuck his neck out that time, Chief. The cops won't let up this time. This is murder.
I agree with you, Gunnigan. The killer did stick his neck out a long way. And something tells me the hunt will go on until he's caught. That's the way I feel about it.
Good, and believe me, it'll be a headline news when he is caught, too.
Yes, Gunnigan, I'm sure it will. I'll be more pleased than you think when we can headline the news that Judge Burnley's murder has really been solved.
That afternoon, Miss Case entered Britt Reed's office.
I have all the data you wanted on those two city officials, John Webb and George Haven, Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes. I want to go through it again, Miss Case. Just put it all on my desk.
Yes, sir. I suppose the investigation in which Webb and Haven were involved will be dropped, or at least delayed, since Judge Burnley's been murdered.
Delayed, perhaps, but certainly not dropped in this case.
But night before last, Webb committed suicide, and as I understand it, the judge was sort of a one-man grand jury investigating the graft charges against the two officials.
I know.
Haven is such an important figure, I doubt that anyone outside of Judge Burnley would take the job of investigating him.
Oh, I don't know about that. The Sentinel has been pushing for that investigation for weeks. And we won't stop now.
In that case, the city will be forced to put somebody else on the case.
Well, that's what we're hoping. Well, I guess I'll take these papers along home with me and look them over tonight.
Oh, is there anything else you want me to do before you leave?
No, I might as well call it a day, Miss Case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Miss Case.
Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt looked through the data on the two city officials, then called Cato into the den for a discussion.
Cato, I suppose you read the headlines about Judge Burnley's murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. It say Green Hornet killed Judge. I wonder why you not mention it when you first arrived tonight.
I wanted to check through these papers first, Cato. Fresh in my mind are some facts concerning the past lives of Webb and Haven.
Webb? Was he the same man who committed suicide night before last?
Yes. According to the papers.
Well, you think it not suicide, perhaps?
Cato, I was waiting for further developments before I talked it over with you. But matters took a turn I didn't expect.
Well, I not understand, Mr. Britt.
You will when you hear what I'm going to tell you. The day before yesterday, I was in my office giving dictation of this case on the phone. I'll take it, Miss Case. Hello?
This Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes, this is Britt Reed speaking.
This is John Webb, Mr. Reed.
John Webb? Oh, yes.
I know you must be surprised to have me call you, but... Well, I decided it was the best thing to do.
I guess I don't quite get the point, Mr. Webb. Why would you call me?
Your paper, the Daily Sentinel, has been pressing for an investigation against myself and George Haven. The investigation, as you well know, is underway.
Well,
Mr. Reed, believe me, I welcome that investigation. It'll clear my conscience regardless of the outcome. I was advised to do the things I've done in office, and though I can be blamed for being so gullible, I'm glad to say I'm strong enough to take the consequences.
I see. But that still doesn't explain why you phoned me, Mr. Webb.
I've called you because I know that you, through your paper, fight for what's right. I know that you give the news fairly and without prejudice. So I want you to have my story.
You mean you want to give me a story?
If it's a favor to me, I'd like you to come out to my place on Clarence Street. I feel that if you come in person and alone, you'll give me some frank advice in exchange for the full story of what's taken place since I've held office. I intend to give you facts and names to print in the Sentinel. I know then that the public will get a true, unbiased story. After talking to you, I intend to go straight to Judge Burton. Will you come?
Of course. What time, Mr. Webb?
Tonight at 8. I'll be home alone. Just come right in. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I heard you mention the name Webb. Is he the same?
That was John Webb, Miss Case. One of the men who are being investigated. Tonight he's going to give me a detailed story.
When you go to see Mr. Webb, did he act like he might later take his own life, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I went to Webb's home at 8.
I went in as he directed. He was sitting at a desk in the study. He was already dead.
Dead? The new one who phoned police, maybe?
No. He had a bullet wound in his head, held a gun in his hand, and there was a suicide note before him on the desk.
Well, that's Webb's idea of giving you a story for a Sentinel, perhaps.
Cato, things didn't jibe in my mind. I felt that Webb really wanted to talk to me. I decided he'd been murdered. And then the killer fixed things so it would seem like suicide. In fact, I felt so sure I was right that I wanted the police to see that it was murder.
But they find Webb.
Now, wait a minute. I had a small box of Hornet seals in the secret pocket of my coat. I made a quick decision. Took the gun and the note, left the Hornet seal in front of him on the desk, and hurried out to my car.
You want police to think Hornet killed Webb?
Only until I had a chance to hunt down the real killer. He'd know his plan hadn't worked, and he'd be sure to tip his hand.
What happened next, Mr. Britt?
Well, it'd been necessary to park my car quite a distance down the block from Webb's place. I had a small coupe. I got in. It was cold, and the motor wouldn't start right away. But finally, I got it started. And as I drove toward Webb's home up the street, I saw someone run out of Webb's, hop into a waiting car, and leave in a hurry.
You tried to follow?
No, it would have been useless. I stopped. Went back into Webb's home. And what do you think I found?
What?
Someone had placed another gun in Webb's hand, left another suicide note, and had taken the Hornet seal I'd left.
The man who killed Webb, plenty smart, and most dangerous, Mr. Britt.
You're telling me. I barely entered that study for a second time when I heard the police sirens. So I had to get out in double-quick time. Consequently, they pronounced Webb a suicide, as the killer had intended.
Well, Mr. Britt.
Yes?
Killer of Judge Burnley must be the same one who killed Webb and take Hornet seal.
Exactly. He must have posed as the Hornet and sneaked in on the judge, just in case he didn't die instantly. Then he left that authentic Hornet seal after the killing.
Killer must have found out Webb and intended to tell everything.
Yes. I don't know how he did find out. But he knew if Webb were found as a suicide, it would seem as though he were the guilty one. And the investigation would be dropped.
Why he killed Judge Burnley, then?
Because Burnley gave out a statement after Webb's death that the investigation would continue. Cato, only 2 men were involved in the investigation.
Will you suspect Haven of being killer, maybe?
Hard to say. It would be only a guess, and it would be hard to prove, but...
Axford coming in.
You hungry?
We're in the den, Axford.
Sitting there like you didn't have a care in the world. That's the night.
Where do you sit on most of your afternoons, Axford?
Who, me? I'll have you know, Reed, I don't waste my time sitting around at all. Why, yesterday afternoon, for instance, I went in to ask Casey where you were. She said you went out and that you were going to see John Webb later for an interview.
Well?
Well, did I sit down and twiddle my thumbs? Not on your life. I went over to Haven's office, that I did.
To Haven's office? Well, what for?
Well, I thought if you got an interview from Webb and I got one from Haven, we could print them side by side. But both of us got stung, Reed.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you probably got to Webb's while the cops were there, and with him already dead, you didn't get that interview. And when Haven's secretary told him I wanted to see him because Webb was going to talk to you, he told her to tell me to get out. So I got. And no interview either.
You told Haven Webb was going to see me?
Sure, but it didn't do any good. Well, I'm going to grab a bite and go on down to cops headquarters.
Mr. Britt, if Haven knew...
Yes, Cato. Haven knew Webb was going to talk.
Then Haven must be killer.
Yes, but we'll have to get proof. And what's more, there's something else, Cato. Something even more serious at the moment.
What's that?
Haven knew Webb was going to talk to me that night. If he were watching, he must know that I left that Hornet seal. He must realize that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
It's not good to wait. Must do something before Haven make move that expose identity of Hornet.
You're right, Cato. It's too risky to wait.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Make the first move against George Haven. Let's go.
Meanwhile, George Haven paced the rug in the luxurious office he had set up in his home. Haven was a large man, aggressive and fearless. His deep-set eyes, prominent jaw, and deep, husky voice never failed to hold the attention of Ken Fabian, his confidential secretary, who sat listening to Haven's fast-flowing words.
They thought they had me back to the wall, did they? I'll have to ask you about that, Fabian.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Haven.
Go on. Fabian, you mentioned a while ago that I took a great risk when I used the Green Hornet disguise on a such occasion.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard that the real Green Hornet relentlessly hunts down those who use his disguise to cover up, misdeeds.
So you think I might be in danger from the Hornet, eh, Fabian?
Well, sir, I have thought that he might try...
Suppose I told you that the Green Hornet has much more to fear from me than I have from him.
Well, in what way, Mr. Haven?
Because I know the true identity of the Green Hornet.
You know who the Hornet really is?
Exactly.
Well, who is it, Mr. Haven? Is he anyone I know?
Curious, huh? Well, your curiosity will have to go unsatisfied for a while, Fabian. I'm keeping the information to myself.
Yes, sir. But why don't you tell the police? Then you have nothing to fear from the Hornet. And besides, there's a big reward for his capture. $25,000.
Fabian, I know who he is, but right now I can't prove it. Furthermore, if I told how I found out who he is, I'd involve myself in a certain crime.
Well, aren't you going to use that knowledge at all, sir?
Well, it will be to my advantage. Fabian, you're going to help me lay a trap for the man I know to be the Green Hornet.
Oh, but Mr. Haven, I'm sure there's nothing I could do to help. And, well, the Green Hornet is dangerous, sir. I don't think...
Fabian, you're supposed to be working for me. When I tell you you're going to do something, you're going to do it, you understand?
Yes. Yes, sir. What is it you want me to do?
First, you phone the Continental Press. Tell them I've been threatened by the Hornet. They'll put the news on the wires, and within 10 minutes will be on the radio station. Then you'll phone the police. Have them come out here. Meet them at the door and take them upstairs to your rooms on the east wing of this house. From your windows, you can look right down into that window there, in front of which I have my desk.
But don't you want them to surround the house in case...
That's what I don't want them to do. The Hornet will hear the broadcast. He'll try to get to me, knowing it's some sort of a trick.
You really think he'll come here?
Yes, that's exactly what I plan on. He may come as the Hornet, or he may find an excuse to come without his disguise. I'll get the drop on him, wave my arm as a signal. Then you can bring the police to this office.
But if he doesn't come in disguise...
I happen to know he carries the Hornet seals with him when he's not in disguise. I'll accuse him. The police can search him. They'll find proof enough. Now get busy on the phone. The Hornet may be smart, but he's not smart enough for George Haven.
What do you plan to do when you meet Haven, Mr. Britt?
I still have the printed suicide note I took from Webb's desk. I hope to force Haven to print something. That would be for police comparison. And then to get him to disclose the whereabouts of the weapon he used to kill Judge Burnley. After that, I'll leave the evidence, put him out with a gas gun, and leave him for the police.
But if he tell police he thinks you Green Hornet...
If he's proven to be the killer, they wouldn't believe him, especially since he has no proof. I'll have to take that chance, even though I... Listen.
Calling car 32. Calling car 32. Proceed to residence of George Haven, Linden and Pine Streets. Meet car from headquarters there. Watch for Green Hornet.
Police go to Haven's.
Wait.
Car from headquarters now proceeding to Linden and Pine. Keep lookout for Green Hornet. That is all.
Well, how Haven know we go there?
He had no way of knowing, of course. It's a trick, he knows the Hornet would be tuned in to hear any broadcast.
Well, maybe he intends to tell police who he thinks is Green Hornet.
Maybe. We'll go there anyway and be ready for a trap. Step on it.
A short time later, parked in the shadows nearby, Britt Reed and Cato sat in the back Black Beauty and watched as the police went into Haven's home. Then, moving silently, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his helper soon reached the long French windows of Haven's study. With cautious movements, Britt turned the handle slowly.
It's unlocked. He's making everything easy for me. Wait here. Good evening, Haven.
The Green Hornet. I was expecting you to pay me a visit tonight.
Really?
Pardon me for not rising. In this case, I couldn't be expected to show that courtesy.
Courtesy isn't to be expected of a killer, Haven.
That's a strong word for a man like you to use, Hornet.
Maybe. But, I happen to know you did kill Webb and also Judge Burnley.
Even if you had such knowledge, you couldn't use it without disclosing your identity.
What makes you think that?
Only one man would be in a position to know whether Webb really committed suicide or was murdered. Britt Reed of the Sentinel had an engagement with Webb at 8 o'clock.
Well?
Let's stop beating around the bush on it. You're accusing me of murder, but you can't prove it. I accuse you of being Britt Reed, but so far I can't prove that.
So you think I'm Britt Reed, eh?
I'm smart enough to know you are.
Assuming you might be right, what do you intend to do about it?
Get you out of my hair once and for all. As Britt Reed, you've done me a lot of harm through your paper. As a Green Hornet, you come in handy. So far. But it's time to get both Reed and the Hornet out of the way.
Well?
You've walked into a trap, Hornet. The window just behind me faces the east wing of this house. There's some other windows in that wing. The police are watching. They see me sitting here.
So that's it?
Yes. I have a gun here in my hand. When I wave my arm, they'll rush down here. In case you get away, which you won't, I printed a note in that envelope there telling the police you were Britt Reed. I'll send that anonymously through the mail. And with their suspicions aroused, they'll hound you till they get proof. If they don't get you now.
Wait a minute, Haven. Suppose I tell you I came here to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
All the evidence against you and Webb was in Judge Barnley's files, right?
Yes, but
The Green Hornet has ways of getting things. Suppose I tell you further that the papers here in my pocket might be that evidence.
Let me see those papers.
If I come there by the desk, the police will see me. Come here and look at them. If you don't believe I have that evidence...
With that out of the way, they'll have to drop the case. Let me see the papers.
Take a close look, Haven.
I will make a deal if it... Hold on. Those papers are blank.
Give me that gun. Let go. There. Now I've got your gun. And it must be the same one with which you killed Burnley. I will take that note you printed.
Oh, wait. What are you going to do?
If the police get these, they can prove by ballistics that you shot Burnley. And the printing on this note will match with the suicide note you left with Webb. I can gash you and leave these bits of evidence here. The gun has your initials and fingerprints on it.
But you wouldn't dare leave that note saying that Britt Reed's the Hornet.
They wouldn't believe a killer, and Britt Reed could explain. But, on second thought, I won't have to leave it. I have the first suicide note you left with Webb. I'll leave that. Now, to give you a better gag.
No, I won't let you. I'd be disgraced.
What are you doing? Wait!
I beat you, Hornet. I had a deadly poison tablet for an emergency. You can't hurt me now.
What happened? What did he do?
He's committed suicide, Cato. I'll leave the suicide note and the gun. Also a note saying Haven killed Burnley. Then they can get the proof from the gun. I'll sit at his desk and fix these things. There. Now I'll wave my arm.
Why do you do that?
The police are watching from windows across the way. That was to be the signal. Let's get away from here. Quick.
Golly, Reed, it was sure lucky you came back here tonight. You got in on the big news.
Expert got me to drive him over here. Believe me, Mr. Reed, it is big news.
Okay, it's big news. So what?
Well, at least it clears up the Burnley murder case.
That he does, Reed. Imagine, there we are, waiting for Haven's signal. All of a sudden, we see him get up and leave his desk. Then a figure that looked like the Hornet sat down at the desk and gave the signal. Was Sarge upset?
Upset, you say? Imagine how we felt when we found Haven lying there, dead from poison, and a suicide note beside him.
Sure. And another note saying Haven was the killer of Burnley. The gun we found there proved to be the same one Burnley was shot with. And it was Haven's gun.
And it wasn't just a trick of the Hornet? Not on your life. When we found out Haven was the killer, we grilled his secretary, that guy Fabian. He squealed that Haven also murdered Webb and made it look like suicide. We booked him as an accessory.
Reed, the amazing thing is, Fabian said Haven knew the identity of the Green Hornet.
Really?
Too bad he died before he could tell who he thought it was.
Yes, isn't it? If I'd been the Hornet and thought Haven knew my identity, I'd have been very much worried.
Listen to him. Reed, even if you wasn't the Hornet, and you thought somebody was going to accuse you of being him, you'd go to pieces, that's you.
Mr. Reed, if anyone accused you, I'd resign my job.
Oh, I guess you're safe in your job for a while yet, Sergeant Burke.
For a while yet, he says. Imagine Reed being the Green Hornet. Ain't that a joke? What a sense of humor that guy has, eh, Sarge? Reed, you slammy.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Escape for Revenge. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. A burly guard in the state prison walked along death row from the cell where Jack Ludlow, a hardened and unrelenting killer, had been waiting for the fatal march to the death house. The guard stopped before the door to the warden's office.
Come in.
There's a guard.
It's about Ludlow, Warden. He's beginning to crack up. Wants to see you right away.
Good. Maybe he's going to confess. I'll go talk to him right now.
That won't do, Warden. Ludlow's got less than half an hour left. Wants to talk to you in private. He's begging to be brought here to see you.
If he confesses, it'll be worth it. Take another guard with you. Bring Ludlow here to me.
Yes, sir.
I'll give him 5 minutes.
Okay, keep your gun handy, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll unlock the cell door. Come on, Ludlow. And remember, you got 2 guns at your back.
I thought I could hold out about this. I just gotta tell him. I can't go without telling him.
Yeah, I know, Ludlow. It's tough. Open the corridor door, Joe.
Sure.
Well, Ludlow, I guess you aren't as tough as you made out to be, are you? Most of them break when the time gets close. Guess you aren't any exception.
Yeah. Guess you're right.
Here's the warden's office. It's about a knock.
Come in.
Here he is, Warden.
Well, let's have it. I'll give you 5 minutes, Ludlow.
You two men can stand guard just outside the door there.
Maybe one of us ought to stay here.
He's unarmed. He couldn't get out except through that door. It's all right. Wait outside.
Gee. Thanks, Warden.
Go on, Joe.
Yeah. Now, Ludlow, sit down if you want to. Tell me what's on your mind.
I'm restless, Warden. Been cooped up in that cell.
Yes, I know. What does he want to tell me?
Hey. I understand my old man came in to talk to you tonight, Warden.
Yes? Yes, he did, Ludlow. Felt sorry for him. Seemed such a respectable old chap, and... Well, your trouble broke him up quite a bit. Wanted to ask me about certain arrangements.
Yeah, I know. But getting me buried.
Sure that isn't what you came to speak about, Ludlow.
No. I came to see you about this.
A gun? Where'd you get that?
That nice old man stuck it in this big fern over here, Warden. Just so it'd be handy.
You won't get away with this, Ludlow.
Get your hands up quick. Now, walk to that door and stand to one side of it. Get going. I'm keeping this gun right in your back. And once that means it goes off, see? Now open the door a crack and tell those guys to go to the end of the corridor. Tell them you're walking back to the cell with me. Go on.
All right. But I warn you,
Do what I say.
Guards,
What else, Warden?
go to the end of the corridor and watch from there. I'm walking back with Ludlow.
Okay, Warden. Go on, Joe.
All right. Now saunter out beside me. When we get to the corridor leading to the main gate, you go that way. If they start a fire, tell them to go back. Now on your way.
You think I'm going to let you get away with
I
this?
gotta die if I don't get out. You'll die too, Warden. I ain't kidding. Turn this way.
Hey, Warden, anything wrong?
This gun is ready to go off, Warden.
It's all right, guard.
That's the stuff, Warden. We're going to the main gate. Keep it up and you won't be sorry.
Oh! Oh, it's you, Warden.
Tell him to open that gate.
Open the gate, guard. There you are, Warden. I was... Hey, isn't that Ludlow with you? What's... Grab him. It's a break. Holy mackerel. You what? Oh, so long, Warden. Prison break! Sound the alarm!
Meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor.
Everything ready to roll, Gunnigan?
Yes, Chief. Ludlow was slated to go to the chair at midnight. It's 5 after now. City room.
Gunnigan, this is Mike Axford.
Say, you, it's about time you phoned in. All the other papers will be on the street
Hold
before...
on, will you? I just gave a story to rewrite. Then I had them connect me with you. Wait till you hear what happened.
I ain't got the time to listen. I got...
Ludlow ain't dead yet.
Huh? What are they doing? Frying the guy? What do you mean? What happened?
He got away, made a jailbreak, busted out of prison. Now do you get it?
What?
That's right. You can get the details of the rewrite test. See you later. So long.
Hey, wait! That calls for an extra.
What's happened?
That was Axford. He phoned that Ludlow busted out of prison. Come on, Chief. We've got work to do.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed was going over letters with his secretary, Lenore Case, in his office.
Answer this one in your own way, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Well, this is the last batch, so I'll get them all out today.
Good. Mail was beginning to stack
Hi,
up.
Reed. Casey.
What brought you in, Axford?
I came to tell you about that killer, Ludlow. Reed, maybe you forgot, but when Ludlow was sentenced, he swore he'd get even with the prosecuting attorney and with the guy who was responsible for his capture.
I do remember, Axford.
Well, who was responsible for his capture?
The Green Hornet, that's who. Ludlow swore to get the lawyer Calvin York and the Green Hornet.
He might get Calvin York, but the Hornet. Oh, no, that could never happen.
Maybe not, but he sure has York upset. Sergeant Burke has a cop posted out there at York's place to protect him.
I think the Hornet can take care of himself. And as for Calvin York, as long as the police are guarding him, he'll be safe from Ludlow.
Sure. That killer wouldn't dare show his face there. If they catch him again, he won't escape the chair. You can bet on that. Well, I'm going out to eat. Then I'll go to cops' headquarters. See you later.
That night, in another part of the city...
Wheezy, they don't come any smarter than Jack Ludlow, if I do say so myself. My little plan worked out to a T.
Yeah, Jack, we should put it over on him at the prison. You know, I should have been an actor the way I played the sad old man. Warden sure fell for it, and I got a good chance to plant the gun for you.
Okay, you did your part, Wheezy. I'll pay you off as soon as I get my mitts on some dough. I got a couple of things to pull, and then I'll have dough and be even with 2 skunks besides.
You ain't thinking of going out tonight, are you, Jack? The whole city's hunting for you.
Stop beefing. I can take care of myself. Did you get that mask for me?
Yeah. It's right there in the table drawer in front of you.
I'm gonna need it tonight. There. How do I look, Wheezy?
Well, if I ever seen the Green Hornet, I'd say you look like him. But I never seen the Green Hornet, so...
You never seen the Green Hornet, okay. But I have. This is a mask like his. Enough to pass for him anyway. People don't look too close when that guy comes around.
What are you going to do?
Look. You said there's a cop watching York's place, didn't you?
Yeah. He was right on the porch when he went by. Big guy, too.
Cop's a cop to me. I can handle him.
Me, I don't want to have to try.
I'm taking this mask and calling on York tonight, Wheezy.
What? Oh, you're crazy.
That's what you think.
But what about that cop?
I'll get rid of him. I got something to square with York. If anybody's around when I get to him, he'll swear it was the Hornet who bumped him off. Then the hunt will turn to the Hornet, see?
I don't get how you're going to do it, Jack.
I told you to be sure there was a phone in my hideout, didn't I? Well, now that there is, I'm going to use it. You just listen, and you'll learn how I'm going to do it.
I'll get it, Calvin. Hello?
Is this Calvin York's place?
Yes, this is Mrs. York speaking. Just a moment and
Wait, you can take a message for him.
All right. What is the message, please?
I'm calling from police headquarters to tell you Ludlow's been caught.
Oh, that's wonderful. That awful murderer.
Hey, who you calling? Oh, yeah, Mrs. York. He sure is awful. By the way, tell the policeman we sent there to come back to headquarters right away, will you?
Yes, of course I'll tell him. Thank you for letting us know about the capture.
It's a pleasure, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that, Helen?
Police headquarters. They called to say Ludlow's been captured. Oh, Calvin, I'm so relieved.
Yes, I'm slightly relieved myself. Ludlow's a dangerous killer.
Oh, they want the policeman who's out front to come to headquarters. Will you tell him, dear?
Yes, I'll tell him right away. I'm glad we don't need him anymore. Now we'll have nothing to worry about. Oh, why? I'm about ready to turn in, Helen. 15 minutes ago, I was tense and worried. I guess the letdowns made me sleepy.
You'd better go up and turn in then, Calvin. After all, the strain has...
What's the matter?
Look, in the doorway.
The Green Hornet.
Right. I came to settle a score for a friend of mine, York.
Put down that gun.
Scared, huh? I'm using this gun on you, York.
No, I won't let you.
Get away from me, you crazy Dave.
I won't let him hurt you.
Get away, I said.
Why, you dirty...
Okay, York, this is what I came to do.
Britt Reed was dining in his apartment, and Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, had just brought in the coffee when Axford entered in a high state of excitement.
Reed, where are you?
Here in the dining room, Axford.
Axford, sound excited.
Reed, things are sort of popping. I just came from the Sentinel, and they've already got extras out in the streets.
Well, calm down and tell us what's happening.
Oh, me poor feet. It's good to sit down. Pour me a cup of coffee, Cato.
The place all ready for you, but you not come.
Come on, Axford. What's the news?
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, Reed, 'twas like this. I was at KATZ headquarters a while ago. Sarge and me were having a quiet game of checkers and talking.
Okay, Axford. Don't sit there all day. It's your move, so get busy.
Now, hold your horses, Sarge. I got dough up in this game, and I ain't to be hurried.
Yeah, a whole nickel. Come on.
Okay, I will. There. Caught you snapping that time, Sarge. That I did. Hey, who do you think? Michael Axford, the chap, that's who.
Don't ever get into a game of checkers with him, Moran. He's a crazy player.
Hey, look, you could have made a move there, Sarge.
Where?
There, you see.
Stop kibitzing, Moran, and go on about what you're doing.
Yeah, Moran, you better... Hey!
Huh? What did I do now?
Moran, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at York's place.
Well, you phoned for me to come back.
What? Who said I phoned?
Mr. York. That is, he said somebody phoned and said Ludlow was caught and for me to...
Holy crow! It's a trick. Get a squad car, quick. We got it. Police headquarters. Who? Yes, Mrs. York. What? The Green Hornet, you say? Are you sure? Sure. Try to calm yourself. We'll be right out.
What is it, Sarge?
York, he's been murdered by the Green Hornet. Tell the dispatchers to put out a citywide call. Get some of the boys. Get a squad car around front. Get busy, all of you.
And poor Sarge was fit to be tied at the trick the Hornet pulled, Reed.
What makes them think it was the Green Hornet, actually?
Mrs. York saw him. That low-down spouting shot her husband right before her eyes. That he did.
I see. But I can't understand what motive they attached to the crime, actually.
Well, 'tis as plain as the nose of your face, Reed. That Hornet was in cahoots with Ludlow.
But Ludlow swore vengeance against the Hornet, as I remember.
Sure, but they're both a couple of killers. And birds of a feather run together, you know. They must have fixed things up between them.
Certain Ludlow's mixed up in that murder somehow.
Sure, that's what I said. Well, I'm getting along now. See you later. So long.
Goodbye for a while, Axford.
It's not good. Hornet get blamed for murder of Mr. York.
I'll say it isn't. That must be Ludlow's way of getting even with the Hornet and York at one and the same time.
Well, what you do?
I've been thinking. Ludlow got his revenge on York. Having just broken out of prison, the next thing he'll want and need is money for a getaway. And it stands to reason he'll use the Hornet disguise when he attempts to get that money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. You throw more blame on Green Hornet.
Yes. Moreover, he had help in making his escape from prison. That means another crook is working with him.
Well, what of that?
Crooks like that have no sense of honor. They'll do anything for money. I'm going to call the Sentinel. Have Gunnigan run a box on the front page featuring the large reward we offer for the capture of the Hornet. It might give somebody an idea.
Will you wait here to see if it brings results?
No. After phoning the Sentinel, we'll take the Black Beauty and the masks and drive into the business section of town. If a Neville comes in, we'll catch it over the shortwave radio and the police broadcast it. Then the Green Hornet will be in on the kill. Now for some action.
Britt Reed put through his phone call to the Sentinel. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the bedroom, he and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A short time later, Ludlow was in his hideout talking to Wheezy.
Wheezy, we got a problem to solve.
Yeah? Like what, for instance?
If York put away, this town's too hot for us. Gotta get out of here as far away as possible. We'd need dough to do it.
Oh, now look, Jack, I like it here in this burg. I ain't got no reason to blow.
I know. Listen, Dope, I'm plenty hot right now, ain't I?
Sure, but then...
And you was the one that sprung me from the pen, right?
Yeah, but nobody knows
If I get caught, they'll know soon enough, Bud. I ain't taking the rap alone this time.
But you killed a couple of guys. Me, I never did that, Jack.
You're an accessory to the whole thing. That means who I bumped off, you bumped off. It's the way the cops look at it. So when I scram out of this burg, you have to go along. Or else something may happen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Why can't I just stay here?
You ain't staying, see? We'll get some dough tonight. With me wearing a Hornet mask.
For the love of Mike, has some sense. With flat feet all over the place, why do you have to...
Because we have to. That enough? Now, look, Wheezy. Got it all figured out. That little movie joint we went to last night. The manager's office is right inside the door off the lobby. I noticed it especially.
But they don't leave any of the dough there after they close up.
We'll grab it before they close up. I saw the manager take a bag of dough in there last night about 11.
But he'll see you. He'll be a witness unless
I ain't gonna bump him off. I want a witness. He'll say the Hornet stole the dough. Look there, Wheezy. See that headline? Kelvin York shot by Green Hornet. I sure got away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
What are you staring at? See something else?
No, nothing interesting. You say you're going to pull a hole up at 11 o'clock?
Right. You can sit in the car around the corner. We'll get that dough and then blow the town before morning.
Okay. As you say, Jack. I'm going down for some smokes. Want anything?
No. Hurry it up. We leave in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Watch yourself, Wheezy.
Yeah, I will. We seen you. Yeah. Oh, I bump off. You bump off, he says. I gotta get from under on this deal. That reward for the Hornet will do it. I'll call the cops. Tell them about the movie holdup. They catch Jack Ludlow. Me, I get out from under with a lot of dough for doing it.
Not long after Wheezy left the hideout, the long black car of the dreaded Green Hornet slid in among the shadows of a back street not far from a small movie theater.
We have radio set for police calls, Mr. Britt, but there's not anything come over we hoped for.
I'm still hoping, Cato. After all, I don't know
somebody come on radio now.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Green Hornet holding up neighborhood theater at 10th and Water Streets. Theater hold up by Green Hornet at 10th and Water Streets. That is all.
It worked, Cato. I want a showdown with Ludlow. We've got to get there before the police. Step on it.
Okay, buddy. This is a stick-up.
You're the Green Hornet.
What do you think? Put all that dough back in that bag and hand it over. Hurry.
All right. Only don't shoot.
Get it in the bag now.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Be sure you don't hold any out on me either.
No, sir. It's all there.
Good. Give me it. Now, lie down on the floor with your face to the wall. If I hear one peep out of you, I'll let you have it, understand?
Yes.
Now get down like I said. No. So long, punk. Get going, Wheezy, quick.
You're not going anyplace, Ludlow.
But you want Wheezy?
Your funny pals in the back seat sleeping. I've been waiting for this meeting.
That sneaking Hornet, huh? You'll be sorry you mixed up my affairs, says you. You fool. We'll be caught. The cops will come.
Right, and they'll find you, killer.
I'll blow your brains out, you...
Not yet, you won't. Close, but not close enough. Take this. And this. And this one's for wearing a mask like mine.
Wait. You can have the dough. I'll give you the
I'm
dough.
giving you this.
Leave here quick.
Must hurry. Crowd gather. Police come.
Get going, Cato. We haven't a moment to lose. The police will know what to do with that killer when they find him. Give it the gas, Cato.
Mike Axford, if I ever have to go through another night like this, hurry up there. You, coffee boy, get to the composing room with our coffee. Holy snakes, what would... Look, here comes Reed himself.
Yeah, hi, Reed.
What's this I hear about the capture of the Hornet, Axford?
Ask him, Chief. He phoned in here and said that they caught the Hornet. I get everything set up, and what happens?
What?
He phones back that it isn't the Hornet at all. It was Ludlow posing as the Hornet.
Well, that's big news in itself, Connigan.
Sure it is, Reed. That's what I tried to tell him. But he saw it because he had a wee bit of extra work, that's all.
A wee bit. Oh, I give up.
What's the real news, Axford?
Reed, the cops got a tip that the Hornet was holding up a movie. When they got there, they found Ludlow wearing a mask and laid out flat in the bottom of the front of a car, if you know what I mean.
Well, I guess I
Oh,
found
it'll take him all night, Chief. They got Ludlow. They got his crony, a little mutt named Wheezy, who squealed to high heavens about everything.
Sure. Wheezy said Ludlow posed as the Hornet to kill York. And then
when the cops got to the scene of the holdup, a crowd of people swore that they saw 2 Green Hornets fighting in a car.
2?
Sure. The real Hornet was fighting Ludlow.
I guess even the Green Hornet couldn't stand that low-down heel Ludlow.
I know I despise that killer.
That's settled to tell. If you despise him, it stands to reason the Green Hornet does too, Reed.
What? What do you mean?
Look at him, Gunnigan. He takes me serious. He doesn't know a bit of sarcastics when he hears it.
Sarcastics, Axford?
Yeah. Did you ever hear the likes of that before, Chief?
Sarcastics. Can I throw it around, though?
And how?
Popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Washington Story. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, The Green Hornet. It was earlier than usual when Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, entered the outer office and spoke to his secretary, Lenore Case. Good morning, Miss Case.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed. I tried to reach you at home a short time ago. Cato told me you were on the way down.
Was something important?
Yes, sir. George Meadows of our Washington office phoned long distance. I told him I'd contact you and have you call him back. He said he'd be in the office at 11 o'clock.
I see. It's almost 11 now. What time did he phone?
Before 10, Mr. Reed. He said he was on the trail of something hot, and he wanted your advice.
Well, put a call through to the Washington office now, Miss Case. If you get Meadows, switch the call into my office.
Yes, sir. I'll see if I can get that. Hello?
Washington calling Mr. Britt Reed.
Oh, yes. Just a minute, operator. Washington calling Mr. Reed. Must be Meadows again.
All right, I'll take it here. Hello?
Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes, that's right.
Just a moment. Here's your party.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
This is Hooper in Washington.
Miss Case told me Meadows was trying to get at me a while ago. What's going on?
Meadows did try to get you. He was on the trail of something hot. But he wouldn't say what it was until he had talked to you.
Well, put Meadows on the line if he's there. He can talk to me now.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Reed. Meadows isn't here. He can't talk to you because he was murdered a short time ago.
Murdered?
Not George Meadows.
Wait a minute, Miss Case. Tell me what happened, Hooper. Make it brief.
Meadows placed a call for you from the office here. When he couldn't get you, he went out, saying he'd be back at 11.
Go on.
He was entering the publisher building, 4th Street entrance, when he was shot down by someone in a passing car. The killer got away. Meadows was dead when the ambulance arrived. That's the whole story, Mr. Reed. But there's something big behind it. We're sure of that.
I see. This is quite a shock, Hooper. Make the necessary arrangements for Meadows. I'll be at the Washington office in the morning. In the meantime, see if you can get a line on what Meadows had found out.
Okay, Mr. Reed, we'll do our best.
Good. We'll see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
See if you can get me a reservation on the midnight train to Washington in this case.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be busy in my office for the next few minutes. I don't want to be disturbed.
All right, Mr. Reed.
I'll have to establish the fact that the Green Hornet's in Washington before I get there. I'll call Cato on the private line. Meadows must have really been after something hot.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt.
Yes, now get this. One of our Washington men has been murdered. I'm going there in the midnight train.
What do you want me to do?
It's a 2-hour run by plane to Washington. Take the next one out. Go to our office on the 9th floor of the publisher building. And without being seen, leave a Hornet seal on the door. Then take a plane back. You should get back before I leave.
Yes, sir. I leave for airport within next 15 minutes.
Good. Be sure no one sees you leave that seal.
Why, be careful, Mr. Britt.
If I don't see you before I leave tonight, I'll get in touch with you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hi, Katie. What are you doing here at 7 o'clock in the evening? I'd like to know.
For your information, expert, Mr. Reed's leaving town. I stayed later than usual to take some last-minute letters.
Reed leaving town? Where's he going?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? If you hadn't been out of the office all day, maybe you'd have found out.
Is that so now? I've been busy getting news with the Sentinel, that I have. And if Reed's leaving town, 'tis me who ought to know about it. Didn't his father tell me to be his bodyguard, didn't he?
When old Mr. Reed turned the Daily Sentinel over to his son, he had no idea.
Miss Case, did you get a hotel reservation for me?
Well, yes, sir. At the usual place, the Carlington.
Good.
Hey, no, that's the ritziest hotel in Washington. Is that where you're going, Reed?
Yes, I have business in Washington, Axford. I'll be back in a few days.
But, Reed, I was just telling Casey when your father was
I heard
running...
that one before, Axford. But no soap. I'm going alone.
But why...
Hello?
Washington's calling Mr. Britt Reed.
Just a moment. Long distance for you, Mr. Reed.
Hello?
Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes.
Here's your party. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reed. This is Hooper again.
What's happened this time, Hooper?
I thought you ought to know. The Green Hornet's mixed up in Meadows' murder.
The Green Hornet? How do you know?
Holy crow.
Quite, Axford. Hello, Hooper.
We found a Green Hornet seal stuck on the outside of our office door. The police decided it's a warning of some kind.
Really? Well, I'll be there in the morning. Meantime, be careful and get all the data you can for me.
Yes, sir. I thought I'd let you know about that seal before you left.
I'm glad you did, Hooper. It'll be prepared. I'll check in at the Carlington, then I'll come right over to the office.
All right, sir. See you in the morning. Goodbye.
Bye.
Reed, what did you say about the Green Hornet?
Axford, George Meadows, our man in Washington, has been murdered.
Suffering snakes. Who did it?
We don't know, but Hooper says he found a Green Hornet seal on the office door. Left as a warning. At least that's what they think.
The Green Hornet in Washington?
That's what Mr. Reed just said, Axford.
Holy crow, Reed. You can't go there alone with the Hornet on the loose. Anyway, I ought to have a chance to hunt him down, seeing as I've been on his trail here for so long. Let me go along, Reed. I just got to go.
Mr. Reed will have enough headaches without...
Okay, Axford. You can come along.
You see, Casey? Yeah!
I'll bet the Green Hornet would be worried if he knew Axford was coming.
Huh. No, ain't you sorry you ain't going, Casey? Whoopee! Washington, here I
The following morning, Britt Reed, accompanied by Mike Axford, arrived in Washington and went directly to Hooper's office in the publisher building. Britt lost no time in discussing Meadows' death with his Washington correspondent.
Tell me, Hooper, did Meadows give any hint at all as to the so-called hot lead he was following?
No, he didn't, Mr. Reed. I assigned Meadows to cover the hearing on the Fairfield munitions report. He attended the preliminary sessions of the hearing, was to be on hand tomorrow when the investigating committee is to have a reading of the report itself.
I see. As I remember, that report is expected to blow the lid off a lot of scandal.
Yes. Fairfield hinted as much day before yesterday.
Don't seem like anybody killed poor Meadows just because he was assigned to sit in on a hearing.
Oh, it'd have to be something more than that, Axford. Remember, Meadows said he was on the trail of something hot. Evidently, it got too hot as far as he was concerned.
Yes, poor chap. By the way, Hooper, did you get a chance to go over his effects? You know, look through his wallet, for instance.
Yes, the police checked through it, then left it here. I have it here in my desk. There it is.
Let's see. Press card, driver's license. Here's an invitation to a reception. The place where his name should be has been left blank.
Yes, I saw that. It's an invitation to Mrs. Victor Canby's reception tonight. Meadows didn't usually go in for shindigs like that. He must have received that from a society editor of one of the local papers.
Who is Mrs. Victor Canby?
Oh, one of the socialites around town who likes to throw formal receptions and invite all the big shots. If you want anything known, just go there and tell it to Mrs. Canby. She's a gabby dame and passes on everything she hears. She's been the cause of lots of red faces in Washington.
I wonder why Meadows would want to be bothered going there.
Maybe he had a definite reason for going, Axford.
Come to think of it, I wouldn't mind going myself and seeing some of them Washington bigwigs.
Well, there's your chance, Mike. Just go over on L Street and rent a dress suit. And with that invitation, you'll be all set.
I brought my formal clothes along. Maybe. Say, Hooper, can you get another one of those invitations?
Sure, if you want another.
All right, get one for me. Axford can rent a dress suit as you suggested.
Say, Reed, you mean we're going to that?
Tonight, you and I are going to mix with the Washington big shots at Mrs. Canby's reception.
Reed, this sure is a classy dump. Sure, Casey ought to see me now.
Maybe it's just as well she can, Axford.
Why do you say that, Reed? Don't this dress suit look okay?
Well, in a way it does. But your vest doesn't quite meet the top of your trousers.
Oh, that. Well, you see, Reed, 'tis right in that spot that they bulge just a little. Only when I breathe, that is. But when I hold me breath, the gap closes up, sort of.
Forget the bulge. You'll get by.
Do you think so?
Sure, come on. It's time we met the hostess. The receiving line has slimmed down a bit.
I remember when my old lady had callers, she used to go right out onto the porch to meet him.
Come on, we're wasting time.
Oh, my, this is delightful. I'm so glad to see you again, my dear Mr.
Britt Reed. How do you do, Mrs. Canby?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Reed. How could I forget?
Mrs. Canby, may I present Mr. Michael Axford?
How do you do, Van?
Oh, Mr. Axford. Yes, of course. You're from one of the embassies, aren't you? I remember your accent.
Well, no, I'm not exactly from an embassy, ma'am. Fact is, I'm a newspaper man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mr. Reed is publisher of the Daily Sentinel, and I work for it.
You, a newspaper publisher, Mr. Reed?
That's right, Mrs. Canby.
Well, how interesting. Oh, I'm sure you must know a great deal of undercover news, secrets about important things that we poor laymen are literally dying to find out.
Well, we usually print everything that's of interest to the public, Mrs. Canby.
Well, tell me, Mr. Reed, do you have advanced information on the contents of the Fairfield report? Oh, I hear it's going to bring to light a great amount of scandal.
I don't know any more about it than you do, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear, I was hoping I'd have a bit of unpublished news to give the girls at luncheon tomorrow. I tried to get Mr. Fairfield to give me just one little hint. He refused to discuss it.
Oh, is Mr. Fairfield here?
Why, of course. Everybody of importance is here at my little party. Let me see. Yes, there's Mr. Fairfield over there, you see? Just going into the conservatory.
So that's Fairfield, huh? Say, Reed, I got an idea. Maybe I can get an interview with Fairfield. I'd go after him.
But
Be back in a few minutes, Reed. Excuse me. I didn't mean... Oh, pardon me, lady. I just... Here's the place he was going into. So this is a conservatory. Looks more like a swanky greenhouse to me. Excuse me. I didn't know anybody was with Mr. Fairfield. What's the matter with him? Sitting there like that. Is he sick?
You came in here at the wrong time, my friend. My business with Fairfield was not quite finished.
Oh, well, I'd go out then. Hey, now. There's something wrong with Fairfield.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Huh? And you may be shortly. That him?
Holy crow. Put away that gun.
This gun has a silencer on it. You've seen too much and know too much. There's a door at the end going out into the garden. Get going, and if you make a sound, I'll let you have it.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Meantime, Britt Reed waited for Axford's return from his interview with Fairfield. It was almost 20 minutes later when one of the servants hurriedly approached Mrs. Canby in a state of excitement.
Mrs. Canby! Mrs. Canby!
What is it, Charles?
Something has happened to Mr. Fairfield in the conservatory. He's been murdered.
Fairfield murdered? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. He was just found, slumped over in a chair in the conservatory.
Oh.
He's been shot, sir. Shall I call the police, Mrs. Canby?
I don't know. The publicity. Oh, this is terrible.
Call the police by all means right away.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I picked this stud up. It was lying on the floor near the conservatory door leading into the garden.
Let me see it.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the murderer dropped it.
One of Axford's studs.
Did you say something, Mr. Reed?
Oh, I was just thinking, Mrs. Canby. You better get the police car.
Oh, yes, sir. Right away.
It's necessary that I go to the Sentinel office in the Publisher building, Mrs. Canby. I can be reached there.
Must you go? You seem to know just what to do.
The police will handle things here. I'll see you again, but right now I must go back to the office. Goodbye, Mrs. Canby. Britt Reed hurried to the Publisher building and was greeted by Hooper as he entered the door.
Mr. Reed, I'm glad you've come. Things are really popping.
I know. I guess by this time you've heard about Fairfield.
Yes, just got the news. But that isn't all.
No?
No. Fairfield's files in his study at home have been rifled. The only existing copies of the Fairfield report have been stolen.
Did the police say that?
Oh, I didn't hear the news from the police, not at first. I was in the Continental News office down the hall a while ago when Fairfield's secretary, a chap by the name of Parker, phoned in the news of the robbery and of Fairfield's death. He lives at Fairfield's home.
Oh, I see.
Well, this blows the investigation sky high, Mr. Reed. Without that signed report or Mr. Fairfield's personal testimony, the committee will have nothing to go on.
But the secretary ought to know the contents of the report.
Just his word wouldn't carry any weight.
Oh, that's right, it wouldn't. I suppose... When did Parker phone in the news?
Half hour ago.
Half hour ago? It took me 10 minutes to get here from Canby.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Hooper. If you should hear from Axford, have him contact me at the hotel. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Going to his hotel room, Britt Reed thumbed through the Washington phone book until he found a certain address. Then, opening a suitcase, he slid back a small panel in the bottom and took out the Hornet disguise and the gas gun. Concealing these beneath his overcoat, he left the hotel and took a taxicab to the vicinity of a certain home in Chevy Chase. Meantime, Fairfield's secretary, Hal Parker, sat in Fairfield's study talking to a man from police headquarters.
When did you discover the robbery, Mr. Parker? I was out for the evening, Sergeant. Since Mr. Fairfield was going to the Canby affair, he gave me the evening off. I returned less than an hour ago and found that the files had been forced open and the report stolen. Then I heard about Mr. Fairfield's death.
I see. Of course, this is a routine investigation by headquarters. FBI have already been called on the case.
Sergeant, now that Mr. Fairfield's been been murdered, I'm determined to do everything possible to help find that report and see the guilty party convicted. It's the least I can do for poor Mr. Fairfield.
I know how you feel, Mr. Parker. Well, I'll get back to headquarters. My men have done all they can here. You know, if you think of anything else, it might help the case. Good night, Mr. Parker.
Good night, Sergeant.
You put on a very good act, Parker.
What the... Oh, how did you get in here?
Through the window. I was behind those drapes while you were giving your sob story to the police sergeant. It won't work, Parker.
You must be the Green Hornet. I heard he was in Washington.
Good guessing.
What do you want here?
You're going to tell me where to find your friend. The one who killed Fairfield.
You're crazy. I don't know what you're
talking about. Don't stall, Parker. I have ways and means of finding out things. Fairfield's body wasn't found until 20 minutes after he was murdered. Yet I happen to know that before that 20 minutes was up, you notified Continental Press of his death.
Listen, I don't know anything...
You jumped the gun, Parker. You thought the police already knew of the murder when you phoned. If this discrepancy should be pointed out to the authorities with an unsigned letter...
What do you want? If it's money,
I want in on the deal, Parker. You stand to get a lot of dough from the party who hired you to put this over. I'm in a position to help you and your friend cover up, or I can...
Why, I'll have to have time. I can't...
No time. If you want to discuss it with him, take me with you. I can convince him. Remember, if he gets caught, you'll die for the murder he committed.
No, I can't.
Okay, Parker, have it your way. Once the authorities start on you and they get that note, you'll...
Oh, wait. I'll take you to him. We'll make a deal with you. I know he'll agree to that.
Good. Let's go right now. We'll take your car. And if you trick me, you'll regret it. Come on.
Meantime, in a small hideout apartment on C Street in southeast Washington, Axford, tied to a chair, sat glaring at his captor.
By golly, you won't get away with this. You wait and see.
Shut up, news, Hart. As soon as a certain friend of mine gets a chance to question you, you'll be found floating in a Potomac. You'll find out if you repeated what that other reporter Meadows told you.
Ah, so you're the scout who killed Meadows, eh?
What do you think? Meadows found a note I had dropped. One that my friend passed to me in a cocktail lounge. He didn't understand it, but he was suspicious. And with a nose for news, went to question my friend.
So that was it.
That was it. He dropped a hint that he didn't believe the story he was told. And on the way back to his office, you know what happened. But he must have phoned you first.
Maybe he did. And maybe I passed on what he told to someone else, too.
We'll find that out when my friend arrives. After that...
So you think I'll stand for letting you murder me, is that it?
You can't help yourself, mister.
Well, no, maybe I can at that. Right here in my pocket, I got something that'll prove your guilt, and your friend's, too.
Is that so? I'll have a look.
Take this, you spalpeen!
Kick me, will you?
Oh.
Hold him for a while. I better get in touch with Parker. It's him now. Parker, what?
Inside, you!
Who is this? Why do you bring him here, Parker?
He's the Green Hornet. He's got the goods on us, Sutter. He wants to make a deal. Otherwise, he'll tip off the police.
You should have known better to bring him here. We won't deal with him now or ever.
No?
No. But this will keep you from the police.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down. After I use it, Hornet.
Come here, you.
No, let me go.
Your weak-kneed pal makes a better weapon, killer.
Jump into me, Parker. Get the gun.
Oh, no, you won't. Take this one, big boy.
No, look, Hornet. You and I can make a deal. Half of what I get. Then we'll both be...
No, too late, Parker. Take some of this.
No, gas.
leave this seal on the desk. Now to phone the police. They'll find Axford. He can take credit for a good story.
Later that night, in the Sentinel's office in the publisher building...
Reed, wait till he hears the news.
Axford, where on earth have you been? Fairfield was murdered right under our noses almost, and at the critical time you weren't to be found.
Mr. Reed's been worried about you, Axford. Worried about me? I can take care of myself, that I can. But speaking of murder right under our noses, Reed, that's exactly what did happen to me.
What do you mean? I looked around for you at Canby's reception,
Reed,
but...
I went into the conservatory just as Fairfield was murdered.
No.
Yep, I saw the killer, so he made me go with him. I let on I knew a lot more than I did, so he didn't murder me right off.
Say, do you mean to say you're the guy who solved the case and tipped off the police?
We heard a radio newscast saying the killer had been found, but they didn't say who solved the case. I do remember, though, they mentioned the Green Hornet.
Well, come to think of it, Reed, the Hornet did have something to do with it. He was in with the killer and Fairfield's secretary, who planned the whole thing.
Why did Parker do it, do you know?
Sure. He confessed that some crooked company that cheated on war contracts was going to pay him to keep that report from coming before the investigating committee. Of course, they didn't expect him to resort to murder.
Poor Meadows must have been one of the victims, too.
That he was, Reed. He was following a hot tip and the killer got him. Of course, I played smart. And with the help of the Hornet, who messed him up because they wouldn't let him in on the deal, I broke the whole case.
You saw the Hornet then?
Well, yes and no. You see, I was fighting all over the place with the killer. Me being tied up, mind you. When the Hornet broke in, Parker the secretary was with him. The three of them was too much for me, so I got knocked out. Then they fought amongst themselves, and the Hornet tipped off the cops.
Wonderful. You say, though you were tied up, you fought all three men, including the Hornet, Axford?
Well, not exactly. But I did me part, Reed. You can bet on that. I gave Washington a story they won't forget in a hurry.
I'll say you did.
Yes, Axford. You really gave a good story both to Washington and to us. Of course, with the help of the Green Hornet.
Sure, Reed. Give the devil his due, says I. Nobody can say Mike Axford's too selfish to share the glory.
I wonder what kind of a story the Hornet would tell, if he could tell it.
Now, Reed, let's forget the harlot just this once. Let's get some coffee, what do you say?
Hey, I'm all for it.
Axford, you're a wonder.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Woman in the Case. The Green Hornet strikes again. A well-dressed, smooth-looking young man entered a small grocery store and sauntered toward the man behind the counter.
Something for you, mister?
I'd like to see the proprietor.
That's me. What can I do for you?
I represent the Grocers Protective Insurance Company, and I would
look, mister, I have all the insurance I need right now, so it's no use wasting your time.
You may think you have, my friend, but you're not fully protected until you belong to our association.
Not interested.
Oh, but I'm sure you will be. Now that the war is over, there's a great deal of unrest, you know. A small business like yours can be here today and gone tomorrow. Unless you have strong protection.
Now, listen here, mister.
No, you listen. You want to stay in business, you'll join our association. The dues are $20 a week.
$20 a week? Are you nuts? Why should I pay that much?
I told you once so that you can stay in business with full protection against any interference.
Now I get it. You're in some kind of a racket.
Come now, that's no way to talk when you're about to make a deal with someone.
If you think I'm going to make a deal with you, you're crazy.
I'm afraid you're making a great mistake, chum. Now, if you care to reconsider and let me go into a detailed...
Get out of here, and don't come back or I'll turn you into the cops. Get out of my store.
Just as you say. But you may be sorry. Goodbye, pal.
That's a big couch.
Not so good, Joe. You drive. I have something else to do. I don't go for this kind of stuff, Chick. Honest. You'll get used to it, Joe. Slow down a bit. We're coming to the place. Drive along close to the curb. Come on, do as I tell you.
Sure, Chick.
That's better. Now maybe I can get results.
Pittsburgh grocery store fire.
Here you are, sir.
Storekeeper killed. Read all about it. There you are, lady. Police hunt killers. That's the Lex Street, Pittsburgh.
Hi, Sarge.
What brings you in early, Axford?
I came down to see if you got anything new on that bombing yesterday afternoon.
All we know is somebody threw a bomb into that store from a speeding car, and the storekeeper didn't live to tell about it.
Reminds me of the days when I used to be on the force, Sarge. Back in the days when the gangsters were on the loose.
Yeah, well, the same sort of things are beginning to happen today, Mike. Crime is sure on the upgrade since the war stopped.
Reed sure wrote a hot editorial in last night's Sentinel about it. And I had a beautiful story in there, too.
I didn't get a chance to read it.
Say, Sarge, did you get any more dope out of that there witness you picked up last night?
Who told you we picked up a witness?
Cassidy told me. Last night. Why?
I hope you didn't mention it to anybody. Did you?
Well, no, I didn't exactly mention it to anyone in particular, Sarge. You see,
Excellent. You didn't say anything about it in the Sentinel, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I sort of barely mentioned the matter by writing that the jeweler across the street from the grocery saw a black car drive away with 2 men.
What?
Well, that's all, Sarge.
Great day, expert. We were trying to keep that information undercover to protect the witness. Come on, hurry.
Where are we going, Sarge?
To the jeweler's place. Where do you think? And let's hope we're not too late.
Sarge, you're always getting excited about little things that don't mean a thing. Now, why can't you be like me, for instance?
Like you say. Heaven forbid. I can think of nothing worse. And as for getting excited about little things, you're about the worst. What's that?
Holy claw. Pull over to the side. Somebody's shooting. Pull over, Sarge, so we can run to cover.
Shut up, Look, up ahead.
Suffering snake, Sarge. There's a big crowd in front of the jewelry place.
I got to step on it.
Take it easy, Sarge.
Whatever happened, you're to blame, Mike Ashford. Blabbing off your big mouth.
Come on. Sure. I'm right with you.
I was just crossing the street when it happened.
That was a big car. I saw.
Here's the cops. Make way. Stand aside. Open up there.
All right, out of the way there now. Out of the way. Look out. I wonder.
Hey, Sarge, look.
Glory be. The jeweler, dead as a doornail. Our only witness shot down right in front of his own store. What next?
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor.
Anything new on the bombing, Gunnigan?
Yeah, not much, Chief. I sent Lowry to several places, but all the grocers he interviewed said they hadn't been approached by anyone yet. Or maybe they're just talking.
Yes. That bombing yesterday could have scared them into silence.
Hi, Reed. Hiya, Gunnigan. Holy cross, I got news.
Oh, so it's you, huh? What's on your mind?
Listen, you know that jeweler who witnessed the bombing yesterday? Do you?
Stop asking silly questions and get to the point, will you?
Yes, expert. What's this all about?
Just this, Reed. That jeweler was shot down in front of his shop a little while ago. What?
Well, that's bad.
The guy's dead. I phoned in to rewrite.
Jumping catfish, what next?
If I knew what next, I'd make dough telling fortunes. So long, Gunny, old boy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, forget it. No telling how far that gang will go if they're not stopped soon.
Yeah. Lowry said there was one grocer over on Grace Street who was scared stiff. All he'd say was he wasn't talking. He wouldn't even say whether he'd been approached by the racketeers or not.
Sounds like he had something to hide. He could have given a yes or no answer.
Yeah. Maybe those mugs did get to him, but he's afraid to say so. If you asked me, Chief, I'd say that... Calling me, Miss Case?
Gunnigan, is Mr. Reed there?
Yeah, wait a minute.
What is it, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a woman here to see you, a Miss Barry from the Associated Grocers.
Have Miss Barry wait. I'll come right in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Keep me posted, Gunnigan.
Okay, Chief.
Well, here's Mr. Reed now. Mr. Reed, this is Miss Barry.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Miss Barry.
I'm assistant to Mr. Prescott, head of the Associated Grocers.
I see.
Mr. Prescott is out of the city, and I've been unable to contact him.
Yes?
I dropped in to see you because, in view of what's taken place, I know he'd want some statement to the press as to our stand.
Oh, I see.
Naturally, we want our members to resist the attempts of those racketeers to make them pay for protection, but, well, such resistance is useless unless the police take more drastic steps to stop them. The killing of that witness was due entirely to police negligence.
The witness? Oh, yes. One of our reporters just came in with that story. I'm sure the police are doing all they can, Miss Barry. The grocers will have to be more cooperative before they can expect the police to run down those racketeers.
Why do you say that, Mr. Reed?
One of our reporters called on several grocers, but nearly all of them gave out very little information, if any at all.
Then you got no information at all?
Well, very little. There was one grocer over on Grace Street who knew something.
That must be the Grace Street Grocery and Market. Well, at least he was cooperative. By the way, I recall that the jeweler whom the police hoped to have as a witness mentioned seeing a long black car drive away after the bombing.
Yes, I understand he did say that.
Then why don't the police consider a certain criminal who uses such a car?
You don't mean the Green Hornet, Miss Barry?
Yes, that's exactly whom I do mean. He said to use a car of that description. If they run down the Green Hornet, they'll probably find he's behind the whole thing.
Well, I never thought of the Green Hornet.
I suggest you put the idea in the minds of the police, Mr. Reed, through your newspaper. Well, I must run along. Thank you for seeing me.
I'm glad you came by, Miss Barry. You've given me food for thought. I hope for the sake of your members the racketeers are soon apprehended.
I hope so, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
My goodness, she seems like one of those efficient type of women who knows just what to do.
Yes. Miss Barry seems to be a very smart woman in this case.
Well, all I can say is that if those grocers are dealing with the Green Hornet and his gang, well, they're really looking for trouble.
That's right, Miss Case. Of course, we're not positive that the Hornet's mixed up in this deal. That was Miss Barry's suggestion. But let's hope that it won't be long before we find out who really is running the racket.
That evening, Sergeant Burke was talking to Axford in the press room at police headquarters.
Axford, for 2 pins, I'd run you out of here.
What's eating you, Sarge?
What's eating me, you say? Plenty, Axford, plenty. The Daily Sentinel's getting under my hair, that's what.
Even if Flea'd have a time trying to get under them few hairs of yours, Sarge.
Is that so now? I'm sick and tired of having that paper of yours ride the force in its editorials. First, you go ahead and tip off the news about that witness. Then along comes this edition, with a blast against us for not getting those racketeers.
Well, if you didn't deserve it, Reed wouldn't write it, to my way of thinking.
Is that so?
Sure it's so. Reed just printed an interview he had with the assistant to the head of the Associated Grocers.
Yeah? Well, tell me this. Where did you get that stuff about us getting out and rounding up the Green Hornet? Look for the Green Hornet, it says. Haven't we been trying to catch that spalpeen for the past year?
Yep. But he's too good for you, Sarge. If you want the Sentinel to stop printing stuff like that, I know what you can do.
Yeah? What?
Catch the Hornet.
Don't bear dope all your life, Mike.
A dope, am I? Now, listen, I can tell you that when I was on the...
What's up, Clancy?
Just got a call. Grocer down on Gray Street's just been snatched.
What?
Must be them racketeers again, Sarge.
Yeah, might be, Mike. Seen some guy wearing a mask went in, herd the customers into the back room, forced the grocer to go out with him.
Holy crow, did you hear that, Sarge?
One of the customers ran to the door in time to see him drive away in a long black car.
Glory be. Must be the Green Hornet.
That's what I think.
Clancy, get a squad car ready. Tell the dispatchers to put out a warning. Now we know the Green Hornet's in with those racketeers, and we'll hunt till we find him. Get going!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now back to the Green Hornet. Meantime, a long black car was headed out the river road. Two men sat in the front talking.
That chap in the back has done his last bit of squawking, Joe. Look, why do we take him for a ride like this? He's been squawking. Why don't you bump him off like you did the other two, Chick? I follow orders, Joe. The boss wants to know what he said and to whom he said it before he gets what he has coming to him. That's why we're taking him to the hideout. Hey, Chick. What, Joe? I was just thinking. Suppose a Green Hornet gets wind of us using his mask and all. Maybe he'll be on the prowl for us. And he ain't the one to come up against, from what I hear. That's the boss's worry, Joe. Anyway, the Hornet's human. He'll have to find us first. Then I guess we could handle him like we could any other man. I don't like it, Chick. I don't think he is human. Oh, don't be a fool. The boss knows all the answers, Joe. If the Hornet butts in, he'll get his just as the others did. Now, stop worrying. Leave that to the boss and forget the Hornet.
Meantime, Britt Reed had gone to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You sit in thought for some time now, Mr. Britt. You think of how to catch racketeers, perhaps?
You know me like a book, Cato.
Would not like you to worry, but not do something, Mr. Britt.
I am going to do something about it, Cato. And since you're anxious for a little action, we'll start out right now.
Where we go first?
I want to have a talk with a certain grocer over on Gray Street. I think he might open up to the Green Hornet.
Black Beauty and gas gun ready, Mr. Britt.
Good. Let's go.
A short time later, a curious crowd still lingered in front of the Gray Street grocery as Sergeant Burke and Mike Axford left the store and walked toward the squad car at the curb. Suddenly, Axford stared at an approaching car, then pointed with a shout.
Hey, Sarge, look! What are you? What? Great day, it's the Green Hornet!
There's a dirty kidnapper!
You didn't see a cop. Oh, they can get him. Into the cars, men! After him!
Safe from police now. They're not following, Mr. Britt.
That smoke screen came in handy, Cato. But we had a close shave just the same.
Well, why do you think police at grocery?
I heard someone shout something about kidnapper. Evidently, the racketeers have picked up that grocer and taken him away. We got there a little too late.
Perhaps other person have same idea as Green Hornet, to talk to grocer. So they take him away instead of kill him like others.
Yes. Yes, I think you've hit it, Cato. I think I know of someone who might have wanted to question that grocer.
You have thought that might lead to racketeers, maybe?
Yes, I have. We've got to find their hideout while they still have that grocer in custody, so as to leave proof for the police and to save his life.
Well, what do we do?
I have a plan that may work, Cato. I want you to stop at the nearest drugstore and put in a phone call to the police. Step on it.
Hey, Sarge, we can't catch the Hornet or anybody else by sitting in a parked car on the roadside.
This is where we lost that Hornet. Maybe he'll drive back this way, Axel.
While we're sitting here, he and his gang of racketeers can be pulling a big shot.
Listen. Someone's coming with the radio.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Green Hornet reported forcing entry into the office of Associated Grocers at 3rd and Water Streets. Proceed to 3rd and Water Streets. Be on lookout for Green Hornet. That is all.
Holy crow, didn't I tell you? While we sit here, the Hornets are up.
That's just a few blocks from here. This time we'll catch that sneaking Hornet red-handed.
Parked in a dark alley across from the entrance to the Associated Grocers offices, Britt, Reed, and Cato watched with interest as police cars continued to arrive in answer to the radio call.
Many police come in response to call, Mr. Britt.
Yes. I'll search that building from top to bottom.
Why we wait here and watch?
The alarm over the police radio in response to your phone call would be heard by others as well as the police, Cato. We're watching in hopes that a certain party will show up.
Well, then what we do?
Then when that certain party leaves, we'll follow, in hopes of being led to the hideout.
Oh, it's clear now. I wonder if... Mr. Britt, look. See Dan stop in front of building.
I see it, Cato. Watch. Oh, a little trick work, Cato. That's the person we're going to follow.
But with so many police about, it's not easy to
when
go
that
back.
car leaves, we'll go through to the next street, then pick up its trail a block or two away.
Person getting back into car, Mr. Britt.
This is it, Cato. Let's get going. And we mustn't lose sight of that car.
A short time later, Chick and Joe sat smoking and talking in the small house used as a hideout on River Road.
Yeah, too bad the boss didn't finish talking to the squealer who got tied up in a back room. I don't like having him around alive, Chick.
Oh, Joe, you suddenly become very bloodthirsty. I remember how squeamish you were when I wanted to throw that bomb.
Oh, well, might as well hang for bumping off 3 as to hang for 1. Anyway, I decided the boss is too smart to get us caught.
I hope so. I didn't approve of that Hornet gang. We could have worked it without giving him reason to get sore.
How's a Hornet going to find us if the cops can't?
Joe, if you ever meet that guy, just once, you'll find that once was enough. He's plenty smart. Now, give me a light, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here you are, Chick.
Thanks, Joe. Hey, about time the boss came back.
Yeah, I was just thinking...
Here comes the boss now.
Hi.
What was the Hornet doing at the association offices?
He didn't get into the offices at all, Chick. Give me a cigarette.
Of course. Here you are.
Thanks. I'll light it from yours.
Okay.
I was afraid the Hornet was after the files to get our list of grocers. But the police were there, and they said he hadn't shown up.
Oh. Say, maybe that call to the police was a phony tip.
Why would anyone want to pull a gag like that on the cops? What good would it do?
Chick, do you think that
He's
Hornet...
known to be tricky.
Joe, get that squealer from the back room. We're leaving here right now. Taking him with us.
Okay, boss. Only why take him with us? He'll only be in the way.
When we reach a convenient, isolated spot, it'll be your job, Joe, to get rid of him. Now go get him and hurry.
Okay, I'll bring him right out.
Well, honey, those grocers will really come through now after the scare they've had. We got to clean up plenty in this racket.
Yeah. Then you and I'll clear out and settle down somewhere together else after we get rid of Joe. If he thought for 1 minute we meant anything to each other...
What? Come on, you get moving.
I'd still like to know what this dope here told the Sentinel reporter this afternoon. See if you can get it out of him now, Chick.
What? I didn't tell him anything. Honest.
That's what you say.
Oh, hold it, Joe. That's no way to get it from him. All right, chum. Tell us what we want to know, and then we'll take you back to town.
No matter what I tell you, I know I won't get away from you alive. I know that woman's Miss Berry from the Associated Grocers. They also know she's the head of this racket. Look, let me go. I won't talk to anybody, honest. I'll give up my place, leave town. Let me go.
Loudmouth cuss, ain't he? Listen, Dope, whether you talk or not makes no difference, like you said. I'm going to have the pleasure of it.
What was that?
Look, Papers, it's the Green Hornet.
Help! Save me!
Shut up.
Looks like a nice little party. May I join in?
What do you want? How'd you find this place?
You led me here. You're not so smart.
Hornet. Maybe I wanted you to follow me here.
Well, now, that's different. Maybe I could go for a dame like you. Maybe we could work together. If you ditch the dope you run around with.
You give me ideas, big boy.
Hey, what you...
Shut up, you.
Hornet, I could really go for your type. In a big way.
Well, looks as though we might be able to make a deal. Just you and I. How about it, beautiful?
See here, this has gone far enough. If I thought for one moment you were serious, baby, I'd...
What?
Put down that gun. You gone crazy? Do something, chick. She's giving us a double cross for the Hornet.
Watch that ex-boyfriend of yours, beautiful. Want to work on Loudmouth here?
Down, get him, chick.
Give it to him, Hornet.
Just as you say, honey.
Look, baby, don't go haywire over that Hornet. He'd cross you up the first chance he got. Put down that gun and let's get him out of here. Remember our plans, honey. Don't let this...
Hornet, I'm getting tired of holding this gun on him. Are you going to do something about Chick, or do you expect me?
He is obnoxious, isn't he? Maybe he needs a workout, too.
Hey, wait.
Here's another chick, old boy.
Get him, baby, before it's too late. Here's your gun on him or you'll be sorry.
Finish him off, Hornet.
Okay, beautiful.
Hey, you really can fight. Now we can team up together and run the protective racket right. Those two will step into line all right. What do you say, handsome?
Now, maybe you'd better put that gun away so we can talk things over. How about it?
I forgot I had it. You sort of distract me, Hornet. There. Now you and I can...
Haven't got time. Take a whiff of this.
No, wait. Gas. Oh.
Cato.
I'm here.
Come in and phone the police. The grocer here will be a witness against this bunch.
The woman fall hard for you.
Yes. Hard enough to bump her head on the floor. Get to the phone, then we'll get out of here.
Mr. Britt, how you know a woman was one who led racketeers?
She came to my office today, Cato, with assistant to the head of the Associated Grocers. She knew about the killing of the jeweler then, even though Axford had just come in with the news. Also, she heard me mention that a grocer on Gray Street knew something. She thought he'd talk, so she had her men pick him up.
Oh, so that it. Was she not smart enough for Green Hornet?
Too bad a beautiful woman like that is dumb enough to turn to crime, Cato.
She also dumb enough to think Hornet can be attracted by her wiles.
Let's talk about the weather, Cato, and forget the woman in the case. As Axford would say, what a woman.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Soldier and His Dog. The Green Hornet strikes again. Young Private Bill Mercer scowled as he approached the long frame building, which served as the hospital in a certain Aleutian Island military camp. Bill's company had sailed for home while he was serving time in the guardhouse for petty theft in the barracks. And now he'd been ordered to see Captain Webb, the doctor in charge of the hospital.
Something for you, soldier?
I was told to report to Captain Webb. I'm Mercer, Bill Mercer.
Okay, Mercer. The captain said to send you right in. That door there.
Thanks.
Come in.
Private William Mercer reporting, sir.
Oh, yes. At ease, Mercer. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Mercer, I'll get right to the point. I understand you were in Company D?
Yes, sir. I was left behind when they...
I know. Mercer, one other chap who belonged to that company was left behind, too. Young chap by the name of Vinton. Private Ned Vinton. Know him?
Yes, sir. But we weren't what you'd call close friends. I didn't know Vinton.
Private Vinton is here in the hospital, Mercer. Couldn't be moved when his company sailed. Had double pneumonia. And, well, he's had a relapse.
Gee, that's tough. You think he'll...
His chances are very slim, Mercer. While there's life, there's hope, of course. But...
I get it. That's sure tough.
Now, Vinton doesn't know his company has sailed for home. Asked that we have one of the men from his company come in to see him this afternoon. That's why I sent for you.
Well,
His room's just down the corridor. Go in, talk to him. And be careful what you say.
Yes, sir. I'll take you to him.
Remember, you're the only man of his company left here. If there's anything you can do for him...
I'll remember, sir.
The sergeant just came out of Vinton's room now with Vinton's dog. It's being shipped to the States today. Well, Sergeant, guess that dog will miss young Vinton.
Oh, yes, sir. Hey, get away from me, you mutt.
Easy, Buster, easy, fella. Take him along, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Buster. Come on, boy. Good thing Buster was on a chain, Mercer. You shouldn't have kicked him.
Sorry, sir. I don't like dogs.
Come along. In here. Vinton, here's one of the men from your company to see you. I'll leave you two alone.
Hello, Vinton.
What? Why did you come, Mercer?
Oh, I was the only one who could come over right now. Anything you want?
I want someone to write a letter for me.
Okay, I'll write it, Vinton.
Look under the pillow. Letter from my uncle.
I'll get it.
Read it, and I'll tell you what to write.
Okay. Dear Ned, you and I have never met. Years ago, your father, my brother, and I had a disagreement. Went out of each other's life. 6 months ago, when your father met with the accident, which, as you know, resulted in his death, he wrote to me saying he knew he would not live, and that you would be left
alone with no living relative but myself. Until then, I didn't know we had a son. Ned, I'm alone, too. I want to make amends and have you come to live with me when you get out of the service. I'll get you started in business. And after you arrive, we'll make arrangements to leave my wealth to you. We need each other, Ned. I'm sending this to the War Department in hopes that it will reach you wherever you are.
I'll be waiting to hear from you. Your uncle, John Vinton. Gee, guy must have a lot of dough.
I want to send an answer. I'll dictate a letter. Then give you the key to my locker. Get a picture of me and close it. Will you do it for me, Mercer?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Got a pencil in my pocket. An old hunk of paper. There. Now, what do you want me to write?
Dear Uncle John, I received your letter while in the hospital, but I'm almost better now.
And as soon as I can, I'll rejoin my company and we'll be sailing for home. I'll be glad to come to you, and will let you know when I arrive. That was all I had except for Buster, my police dog. I sent Buster to the canine division when I joined up. Luckily, he has been stationed here with me. I just said goodbye to him as he is being transferred to the States for further training. I hope if Buster's still alive to have him with us, too. I'm enclosing a snapshot of myself. Look here, Britt.
Well, let's see.
We should be leaving soon for the States. I'll wire you when we land and then come directly there. Your nephew, Ned Vinton. By Jove, Britt, at last old John Vinton's going to have someone around that really belongs to him.
Well, I'm glad, John. Here's the snapshot. Nice-looking fellow.
Yes, sir. As soon as I received this letter, I said to myself, I'll have to run down to the Daily Sentinel and tell my old friend Britt Reed about this, so here I am.
Well, I'm happy for you. I know you'll get a kick out of having your young nephew living with you.
More than you could possibly guess, Britt.
I wonder when he'll get here.
Well, that's hard to tell. This letter's postmarked through San Francisco, so he must have been stationed somewhere in the Pacific. Sometimes the boys arrive home almost as soon as their letters.
Well, that's true.
Britt, there's one thing I want you to do for me.
Of course. What is it?
See if you can find out about Ned's police dog. I'd like to have that dog here when he does arrive, if it's possible.
A good idea. I'll see what I can find out for you, John. You can leave that matter entirely up to me.
It was several weeks later. Britt Reed was busy in his office going over letters with his secretary, Lenore Case.
Answer this one in your own way, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. I'll send these letters to the editor down at Gunnigan, and I'll find out. Mr. Reed's office?
This is John Vinton. I'd like to talk to Mr. Reed, please.
Oh, yes, just a minute, Mr. Vinton.
Hello?
Britt, I've had news from Ned. He's arriving home tonight.
Well, that's fine, John. He'll be pleasantly surprised when he sees his dog, Buster.
By the way, that was a great piece of work you did getting Buster for me. I'm not going to have them meet right away. I'll have the houseman bring Buster in later in the evening after Ned and I have become acquainted. I want you to be here when they do meet.
All right. I'll come over after dinner. I'll see you then.
Fine. We'll be looking for you, Ned and I. Goodbye, Britt.
Goodbye. John Vinton's as happy as a kid over the arrival of his nephew.
Who is he, already arrived?
Well, not yet. He'll be there tonight.
I'm glad you were able to get the dog released and sent to him.
Hi, Kathy.
Oh,
Axford. I'm going over to John Vinton's tonight. We might get a human interest story out of the meeting between his nephew and the boy's dog. You know, the one we got out of service.
Say, no, Reed, you picked just the right one to write up a story like that.
It'll keep you out of mischief.
If you really want a story, I'll go. But if it's just to be kidding me,
Well, you'll what?
Oh, I'll go anyhow.
I'll say you will.
It's settled then. We'll dine at the apartment. Then we'll drive over to Vinton's to meet his nephew and watch the happy reunion between the boy and his dog. Young Vinton is fortunate to come back to all this.
You sure live the life of Riley from now on. Yes, sir? Oh, Mr. Reed. Come right in, sir.
Well, thanks, Walker. Come along, Axford.
Mr. Vinton's in the library with his nephew. This way, sir. Mr. Britt Reed.
Britt, come right in. Why, so you've got Axford with you. Good. Well, gentlemen, this is my nephew, Ned. Ned, Mr. Reed, Mr. Axford.
How do you read, Mr. Axford?
Oh, sit down, everybody. Ned and I have been getting acquainted, haven't we, Ned?
Yes, we have, Uncle John.
You get that, Britt? Uncle John. Does my ears good to hear.
I still feel a little strange saying it, I must admit.
I understand you had a dog that was in the service, Ned.
Dog? Oh, yes.
Sure, there's nothing like a good dog, eh, Ned?
That's right. I sure do miss mine. We used to be together all the time. You see, I raised him from a pup. You know how it is when you get used to having your dog around. Oh, he's a beaut, too.
Well, I'm sure you do miss him, Ned.
Do I? See, I feel lost without him. Oh, but it's just one of those things that can't be helped.
You'll get used to it, Ned. Hey, look, Brett, here's a picture of Ned's father that he carried in his wallet. He was my younger brother, you know.
Well, I can see the resemblance, John. Well, that is between you and your brother. Ned must resemble someone in his mother's family.
Well, that's what I said, too. Ned certainly doesn't look like a Benton. But I can overlook that.
Dad always told me I favored my mother's father.
But you are a Benton and my brother's son. That's enough for me, Ned.
Of course. That's what counts.
By the way, my lad, I suppose you saw a lot of action. What outfit were you with? And where were you stationed?
Well, now, Mr. Axford, Ned's been through a long illness, and it bothers him to talk about what he's been through. Some other time he'll tell us all about it, won't you, Ned?
Sure. I mean, I'll be glad to, Uncle John.
Oh, sure. What are you planning to do now that you're here, Ned?
Ned's going to rest up a bit. Then we'll decide what he's to do. Probably finish his education first.
That's wise, John.
Of course it is. And tomorrow I'm changing my will so as to leave everything to Ned. I don't believe in putting things like that off.
Glad, Ned. That's your luck.
That, Mr. Axford?
Well, Britt, I guess it's time for the surprise we have for Ned.
Surprise?
Well, it'll be a surprise, all right. Mr. Vinton sure thinks of it.
I'll ring for Walker.
Have you guessed what it might be, Ned?
No, I don't know what it might...
Walker knows what to do. He'll be here in a moment with the surprise.
Sure, I'm getting excited just waiting to see what'll happen.
Why? What do you mean? What?
Here he comes.
Here he is, sir.
Well, Ned.
That dog.
That's Buster, the dog you wrote about, Ned. Your dog.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't seem to know me.
Maybe it's because you're not in uniform. Speak to him. Go pat him, Ned.
Here, boy. Here, fella.
That's strange.
That's him, Ned. He'll know you in a minute.
Hello, Buster. Nice boy. Get him away.
Down, Buster, down. Take him out, Walker. Snap the leash on him.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on, boy. Come along.
Gee, he didn't seem to know me, Uncle John.
Well, that's strange, Ned. I guess his army training has changed Buster a great deal. Don't you think so, Brent?
As you say, John, it's very strange. I'm afraid Buster was a bigger surprise to your nephew than we bargained for. In more ways than one.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now back to the Green Hornet. After leaving Benton's home, Brett Reed dropped Axford off at police headquarters. Then he went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Brett told Cato what had happened when Benton's nephew came face to face with his own dog.
It not seem right, Mr. Britt. A dog never forget master like that.
That's just it, Cato. That dog acted as though he had never seen that soldier before. He added in the letter to his uncle, Ned Vinton brought up the subject of the dog.
He what dog here, then?
Yes. Ned Vinton wrote that he'd hoped to get his dog Buster out of the service and have him here. Well, that's why John Vinton asked me to try to arrange the dog's release.
What do you think, Mr. Britt?
I think something's decidedly wrong, Cato. It could be that the chap over at John Vinton's is not his real nephew.
Well, perhaps if you hint to authorities...
No, that would be embarrassing if I were wrong. John Vinton would never forgive me. What I intend to do is to find some definite proof that he is or is not Ned Vinton. And it must be done quickly. John Vinton's changing his will tomorrow.
If man not real nephew, then John Vinton's life be in danger perhaps after he change will.
Yes. Of course, as Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, I can wire the War Department for full information about Ned Vinton. But the reply may take time coming through.
Meantime, perhaps the Green Hornet find out something.
Right. A visit to the Vinton home by the Green Hornet may turn up something. Let's go, Cato. Wait here, Cato. I won't be long. Moving like a shadow, the sinister figure of the dreaded Green Hornet disappeared into the darkness toward the unlighted side windows of the Vinton mansion. Cato waited, ever on the alert, until finally he heard the familiar quick light steps of Britt Reed returning to the Black Beauty.
Was that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes. I've accomplished a little something anyhow. Go on, Cato.
What you do at Vinton Place?
First, I picked up that letter from Ned Vinton to his uncle. Then in the wastebasket in the soldiers' room, I found a part of a letter he'd started, then it crumpled up.
So you compare handwriting?
Yes. But I find the handwriting was the same. Then I looked through his effects, hoping to find his discharge paper. I guess he carries that with him. I could be wrong about him, but as a parting shot, I left the Hornet seal in his room.
Well, why you leave seal?
Trying a little war of nerves. If he isn't the real nephew, that seal may cause him to make a slip. Go back to the apartment, Cato. Hurry. After returning to the apartment, Britt Reed put through a wire to the War Department. Then he and Cato waited a long time. Finally, Britt gave voice to his thoughts. Cato? By this time, the chap we know as Ned Vinton should have notified the police about finding that Hornet seal. Axford would have let us know if there had been any such call.
If Soldier really nephew of Vinton, then he called police.
Exactly, but he hasn't. So that makes me think he has something to hide. Therefore, he didn't call in the police. I'm going back there and have a showdown with him.
Will we take Black Beauty out again, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Come on. First thing we'll do is to get that dog from the basement and put him in the library.
Dog dangerous. You be careful.
I can handle him, I think. Earlier tonight he obeyed my order. Here's hoping he'll take further orders from me. Move quietly now.
Oh, yes, sir.
If my plan works, we'll know the truth tonight. Meantime, alone in his bedroom, Bill Mercer was getting ready for bed. Suddenly...
Hey, who...
Starting in, eh?
Green Hornet.
That's right, fellow.
What do you want?
Money. And plenty of it. If you expect me to keep your secret.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? I think you do.
Get to the point. What do you want here?
Listen, you. I know you're not Ned Vinton.
Stop trying to pull a bluff.
I'm calling your bluff, soldier. And I'm here for the payoff.
Even if I had reason to pay off Hornet, I haven't any money. So get out.
Stop playing the fool, fella. Vinton keeps a lot of dough in the library safe. I'm sure you know the combination by this time.
Yeah? Well, I'm not robbing my own uncle. For you or anybody else, Hornet.
Still sticking to your story, eh? Well, maybe you forgot somebody could contact the War Department and find out if Ned Vinton's really been let out of service.
Maybe I did at that. Well, you can't scare me, Hornet. Go on, get out.
Okay, buddy. But don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better make a getaway with whatever door you can lay your hands on before it's too late. I'll see you again.
I wonder just how much that guy does know.
We'll stay here in the shrubbery till we see what he's going to do, Cato.
If he not go to library, it mean that he is Ned Vinton.
Of course, I could be mistaken, but I don't think so this time.
Look, light go out in bedroom.
Yes, this is the test. Let's go on the side porch. We'll stand just outside the library windows. Follow me, Cato. I tied the dog just outside the window of the library. I forced the latch so that we can open it fast. The French window there. Down, boy. Quiet.
He minds you well.
Yes, that's a break. We'll wait right here.
Look, someone entered the library with flashlight.
Must be the boy. Please, little Frankie, will you open a little?
You see anyone?
Yes. He's opening the safe. Now he's taking out the money. Get him, Buster! Come on.
Hey, that dog! Get away! Get away, you mother! No one's going to get me. This time I'll kill you.
No, you won't.
The Hornet. Wait, Hornet. No, that dog. He'll drive me to pieces.
Down, Buster, down. This will take care of you, Faker.
You all right?
Yes. Now to search this heel. There's his discharge papers. Now hold the flashlight.
Over there. What did it say?
The name is William Mercer, not Ned Vinton. Yes, fella. You knew he was a phony.
Someone come.
Must be John Vinton, the houseman. I'll leave this discharge paper in the Hornet's seal. That safe open and the money strewn about. He ought to get wise. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir. There it is. Look there. Master Ned.
Little Buster. Wait a minute. What's this paper here? A discharge in the name of William Mercer. Walker, call the police. There's something decidedly wrong here.
Right away, sir.
Watch him, Buster. Watch him. Hurry, Walker. I want the police here to find out what this is all about and to put this imposter where he belongs.
It was an hour later when, in response to a phone call from John Vinton, Britt Reed entered the Vinton home.
Britt, I'm so glad you came over.
Hi, Reed.
Hello, Axford. And Sergeant Burke, how are you?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Reed.
Well, what's the trouble? What's happened?
Tell you, Reed. I was at Cops headquarters when Mr. Vinton phoned in. We came right out. And what do you think?
Well, I have no idea, Axford.
Mr. Reed, that young fellow Mr. Vinton thought was his nephew, well, he wasn't his nephew at all.
That's it, Reed. I thought it was funny early tonight when that dog growled at him. When we expected to see him run up to the guy and lick his hand.
But I don't quite understand.
Let me explain, Britt. I've had quite a blow. That young man was an imposter. They've already taken him to headquarters. He wasn't Ned Vinton at all.
How did you discover all this, John?
'Twas the dog found it out, that it was. He caught the spalpeen robbing the safe and jumped him.
You don't say.
Sure, and that soldier was in cahoots with the Green Hornet all the time.
No.
Yes. We found a hornet seal stuck on his forehead. Sure, and we know the dog didn't put that there.
But what about Ned, John? Did you get any information from the soldier?
He said Ned died in the morning in the hospital in the Aleutians. Ned dictated that letter thinking he'd live. This man, whose name, according to his discharge, is William Mercer, wrote the letter for Ned. Then, knowing Ned was dying, he sent his picture and decided to pose as Ned.
I'm sorry, John. Very sorry.
We'll hold that spalpeen until we make sure your poor nephew did die, like you said, Mr. Vinton.
I'll find out through the War Department, John. Meantime, you have Ned's prized possession, his dog, Buster.
Yes. Yes, that's right. If it hadn't been for Buster, well, I'll give that dog the home and attention Ned would want him to have. He saved me from being greatly imposed upon.
Robbed, you mean?
Murdered, he means. That guy would have got that will signed and probably killed Mr. Vinton to get the dough, that's what. To my way of thinking, that dog's a hero.
Yes, Axford, Buster is a hero. He certainly knows who is not to be trusted.
Sure, and believe you me, I hope Buster's along with me when I run into the Green Harlot. I'll bet Buster'd go for him like a tornado. He sure drove that devil out of here tonight.
Here, Buster, here. Stop leaping all over Britt that way.
Hello there, Buster. How are you?
Hey, Sarge, look at that now. That just goes to show nobody could say Reed was the Hornet. That they couldn't. Buster knows the good from the bad. That he does know.
Thanks, Axford.
By golly, that dog's a smart one. Too bad he can't talk. Being a war dog, I'll bet he could tell some secrets that would surprise all of us.
Well, that's right, Sergeant. Couldn't you all?
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Set the Lex Street.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Last of Oliver Perry. The Green Hornet strikes again. As Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, left the Civic Club, he paused for a moment to smile at the kindly old doorman.
Goodbye, Charles.
Good day, Mr. Reed. Hope you enjoyed your lunch today.
Well, thanks, Charles, I did.
Shall I call a cab, sir? Do you walk today?
Oh, I think I'll walk back to the office, Charles. I need the exercise.
By the way, sir, I was reading in the Clarion that there's big plans afoot to track down the Green Hornet. Have you heard about that? Of course, that's a foolish question to ask a newspaper publisher.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't heard of it, Charles.
Is that so? Well, looks like the Clarion beat the Daily Sentinel on that one.
Yes. I'll have to look into it when I get back. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. See you tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Sergeant Burke.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Clancy, one of the boys.
How do you do, sir? What are you two men doing around here? Get a call from the Civic Club?
No, sir. You see, Mr. Reed, Clancy and me were waiting for you to come out.
Waiting for me?
Yes, sir. Police Commissioner Calloway told us to bring you down to his office right away.
Well, All right, Sergeant Burke. I'll go with you. I might as well see the commissioner now and get it over with. Let's go.
A short time later, in the police commissioner's office.
Mr. Reed, this is a very delicate matter. Well, it's difficult for me to find words in which to tell you. Needless to say, I'm very much distressed about the whole thing.
Well, Commissioner Calloway, I'm ready to listen to anything you have to say. If necessary, I can contact my lawyers.
No need of that, Mr. Reed. This is something that will be kept secret between the two of us.
What?
I'm hoping that you'll be willing to help me personally.
Help you? Why, I thought... That
you
is...
thought someone at the Daily Sentinel was in trouble, is that it?
Well, yes. Yes, I had some such thought in mind. Of course, if there's any way I can be of help to you, Commissioner, I'm at your service.
First, I want to apologize for the rather unorthodox way in which I had you brought here. I didn't want to call your office and arouse curiosity, so I asked Sergeant Burke to hunt you up and ask you to come.
Well, that's all right. Now, if you care to tell me what's on your mind...
Yes, of course. You see, Mr. Reed, I've heard your man, Mike Axford, boasting of the fact that because of your position as a publisher, you were, well, better able to get facts and settle certain matters than the best detectives on our force. He added, of course, that he usually worked with you.
I'm afraid Axford has a way of, exaggerating a bit, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Reed, this is a personal matter, and one which I don't dare discuss with anyone at headquarters. That's another reason I've decided to ask your help.
If I can help, I shall. And I'll keep your confidences, Commissioner.
I knew you would. Now for the facts. A few years ago, I was special investigator for the state. In order to gain the confidence of a certain woman who was needed as a witness, I made it a point to make her acquaintance, and during a certain period, I wrote several short letters to her. They were dated, of course, but the year wasn't indicated.
I see.
A couple of days ago, I received a phone call from Ernie Spears, the racketeer. He said he had those letters and wanted me to come out to his roadhouse to talk things over.
Ernie Spears, eh? He doesn't stop at anything.
I know that. You see, since I wrote those letters, I've married. Though they're innocent in themselves and were written for a definite purpose, my wife naturally wouldn't understand. And I'm afraid they'd embarrass me with the mayor. I didn't want to be seen going to Spears. It just wouldn't do.
So you want me to represent you? Is that it?
Well, if you could find some way to...
Don't worry, Commissioner. I'll go have a talk with Spears. I feel sure I can get those letters back for you.
On the way to the Sentinel building, Britt Reed bought a copy of the Clarion. A short time later, he was in the city room talking to the city editor.
Gunnigan, somebody around here is slipping.
What do you mean, Chief?
The Clarion states that authorities are cooperating with a certain party in a plan to trap the Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, is that so?
Why haven't we had something on that?
Oh, I don't know, Chief. Mike Axford's hanging around cop headquarters most of his time. And he let something like this go by. Sometimes I wonder if he does spend his time there like he says. If I thought for a minute... here's the big stuff now, Chief.
Say now, what's eating you? I'd like to know.
This, Axford. Look there.
Oh, the Clarion. What? The police are cooperating with the Clarion to trap him. Holy crow! It's a double cross, that's what. Sarge promised me all the tips in the Hornet, and now he goes and gives
it wouldn't necessarily have to have come from Sergeant Burke, Axford. But wherever it came from, it shows the Clarion boys are on their toes for news.
Yes, the Daily Sentinel didn't even get a smell of that. Now, Axford, get yourself back down to cop headquarters. See if you can get the dope on that plan to trap the Hornet.
I'm going. See you later, Reed.
When Axford returns, be sure he reports to me, Gunnigan.
Yes, boss.
I'll be very much interested in what he finds out.
In a room of a small, secluded hotel in a distant section of the city, a tall, distinguished-looking man with gray hair and beard sat talking to a pale, flashily dressed man whose nervous fingers drummed out a silent tattoo on the arm of the upholstered chair.
I'll get this straight, Fingers. With the exception of the police, no one must know that I'm Oliver Perry, the detective. That's why I'm in disguise.
Well, you can count on me, Mr. Perry. I ain't talking.
I've tried to trap the Green Hornet before, but he's always outsmarted me. I suspect a certain party. And with your help, this time I hope to give him the works.
Yeah, but I don't like fooling around with the Hornet. Why can't you...
You listen to me, Fingers. I arranged to get you paroled in my care. You're one of the best second-story men in the business, and you have a way with tough locks and safes. But I have enough on you to send you up again on a more serious charge than the last one. So if you don't play along, or if you pull a double cross...
Oh, I'll play along all right. Don't worry, Mr. Perry.
See that you do. You know what the plans are. Tomorrow night we'll see them through. I'll do my part, and you'll do yours. You mustn't fail.
Meantime, Britt Reed went through his private files and withdrew all the confidential data on the racketeer Ernie Spears. Then he left the office. Later that afternoon, Oliver Perry, with his effective disguise, pushed the buzzer to Britt Reed's apartment.
Yes, sir?
Is this the apartment of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Reed not home right now.
Oh, that's too bad. I won't be able to come back. I think I'm being followed.
Followed? Why not understand?
May I step inside a moment?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in.
I didn't want to talk in the hall.
Well, why you think you followed?
For certain reasons which I'll explain to Mr. Reed, if and when I see him.
Well, you're not friend of Mr. Reed?
No, we're not friends, but it's important that we meet. Here, I'll leave my card.
Mr. Earl Glenshaw. I give card to Mr. Reed and tell him you call.
Oh, I want you to tell him more than that. I can shake off the one who is shadowing me, but I dare not risk coming here again. Now listen closely.
Oh, yes, sir, I listen.
Tell Mr. Reed it's very important that I see him. I'm from out of town. I want to see him personally to give him news of something hot. Something of national interest.
Well, where'd he phone you?
Oh, he must not phone. Remember that. He must not phone. Tell him to come in person to the Lakefront Inn. It's about 25 miles up the shore road. Tell him to be there and ask for me at midnight tonight.
But if Mr. Reed not care to go...
It's a matter of life and death. He must come there. What's more, you better drive him out. Don't let him come alone. There'll be danger.
Well, I tell him, Mr. Glenshaw, but if
I'll leave now. Be sure to give Mr. Reed my message. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Hello, Cato. Any calls from the office?
Well, no, Mr. Britt. I called office for you, but you're not in.
Cato, I had a job to do for Commissioner Calloway, and it was very successful.
What job?
Yes, getting some letters from Spears, the racketeer. After Spears heard what I had against him, he forked them over, but quick. Not only that, he's leaving town tonight. Oh, put those letters in the wall safe, will you? I'll take them to the commissioner later.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Britt, you have caller late this afternoon. He leave this card.
Mr. Earl Glenshaw, eh? Never heard of him.
He have gray hair, gray beard. He say you come to Lakefront Inn at midnight tonight.
What for?
Well, he say he have very hot news. Very important. He talk of being followed. Say it dangerous and you not go alone. He also say tell you must not try to phone him.
Say, that sounds interesting. Okay, Cato, we'll take a drive out there at midnight.
Why not think so, Mr. Britt?
Oh, nonsense. After that build-up, I wouldn't miss going.
I not think you go, Mr. Britt.
Why not?
Well, I not recognize face, but voice sound familiar. I get suspicious. So I take card into laboratory to test for fingerprint.
Well?
I find print on card and match it with print in our private file.
Really? Then it must have been someone with whom we've had contact in the past.
That's right, Mr. Britt. It print of man who 3 times almost capture Hornet. It print a very dangerous man who now again tried to trap Hornet.
Cato, you don't mean it?
Yes, sir. It match fingerprint of Oliver Perry, the well-known detective.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Britt Reed stood deep in thought for a few minutes. He remembered the previous occasions when Oliver Perry had suspected that he was the Green Hornet, but fortunately had been unable to get proof. Britt finally spoke to Cato.
Cato? The last time Perry tried to trap me and failed, I told him to keep out of my hair or else. This time I'll give him the works.
What do you do, Mr. Britt?
Right now I'm going over to see Commissioner Calloway. But I'm not going to let him know that I got those letters. I have a plan that I'm sure will turn the tables on Perry.
But if Perry out at Lakefront Inn, he...
Think of it, Cato. He isn't out there. That was plainly a stall to get me and you away from this apartment, so we could search it for proof that I'm the Green Hornet.
Oh, it's stupid of me not to think of that.
No, you've done a good job of quick thinking, Cato. Because of you, we know we're up against Oliver Perry.
He's still a very dangerous man, Mr. Britt.
Maybe. But I'm out to pull the poison out of his fangs before the night's over. I'm going to the police commissioner's. Wait here till I get back. Then I'll tell you what I plan to do.
Come in.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Mr. Reed, I stayed over time here in my office in hopes you might bring some news for me.
Oh, Commissioner, I know I can get those letters for you, but I'm going to need a little cooperation from you.
Of course, Mr. Reed. I'll do anything I can.
Fine, I'll get them tonight. But, I'll have to use a rather unorthodox method to do so. One that may be very risky for me.
I see. Well, just tell me how I can help, and I'll do it.
Good. Now, listen to me carefully, Commissioner. I'll tell you what I have in mind. And then you can help me work out the details.
After leaving the police commissioner's office, Britt Reed returned to his apartment where Cato was waiting. It was about 11 o'clock when Britt and Cato walked up the front entrance of the apartment building and entered Britt's car at the curb.
Head for the shore road, Cato.
Car pull out from curb down the street. It follow, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Perry's making sure we start for that inn.
We're really going to Lakefront Inn?
They'll think we are, Cato. I hope. I told you part of my plan, but I haven't told you the part that you're going to play, Cato.
What that?
Something you'll have to do alone. Something that will be extremely risky.
I not mind risk.
Good. Now, this must be carried out to the letter, Cato. Now, listen carefully.
We go a long way out Shore Road. The car still follow, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Look, Cato. The car's turning off into a side street.
Well, what do we do now?
Turn left into the next street. Double back to the city.
Yes, sir.
Head for the secret hiding place of the Black Beauty. We have to get there before they do. We have a few details to attend to, and we don't have any time to spare. Step on it.
A short time later, Britt and Cato arrived back at the apartment through the hidden entrance. Britt was racing against time.
Are you sure you cleared the wall safe of everything but those letters, Cato?
Well, nothing in wall safe now but packet of letters, Mr. Britt.
Good. Do you have everything you need?
Yes, sir.
Then get going, and good luck.
I not fail you, Mr. Britt. I go now and take Black Beauty.
A short time after Cato left the apartment, Oliver Perry stood in the hallway in front of Britt Reed's door, watching as fingers manipulated the lock with a thin steel instrument. In a moment, the door was unlocked.
All right, Fingers. Let's go in. And watch yourself.
I get around if that's what you mean.
Open the door. All right, come on.
Some swanky dump.
Never mind that. Locate the wall safe. Hurry.
Picture over there might be hiding it.
Go look. I'll look behind the others.
Okay. Must be here someplace.
Find anything?
Nope.
Fingers, come here.
What'd you find? Is that it?
Yes, this is it, all right. This picture swings outward, but I see it was already swung out a little, as though somebody wanted us to find it easily.
Hey, do you think that's...
Quiet. Here, I'll swing it open. You go to work on the wall safe.
Mr. Perry, if
Quiet,
somebody...
I said. Go to work. Meantime, I'll go over behind that big sofa just in case.
Okay.
Get it open as fast as you can.
Sure. It's open. I'll take out the stuff.
Looking for something, Mike?
Hey, what the...
Wow. I see you're interested in that packet of old letters.
Holy Moses. The Green Hornet himself.
Right. And I've got you covered.
I've got you covered, Hornet. With a gun right in your back.
Tricked me, eh?
Oh, good work, Mr. Perry.
So, it's Oliver Perry, the great detective. Palling around with a cheap crook.
Hey, who's a cheap crook?
Fingers,
hold it. Just keep your gun on him. Watch out for trickery. Now drop your gun, Hornet. Drop it.
Okay.
Well, now I'll come around where I can look at you.
Well, well. Quite a disguise, Perry.
I might say the same for you, Britt Reed.
What?
Yes, that's right. Evidently he left here, but doubled back and got here before we did. He was too smart for a wild goose chase. But he didn't expect to run into Oliver Perry. Keep your eyes open, Fingers. His valet's in the apartment, too.
Looks as though you hold all the cards, Perry.
Hey, ain't you going to look under that mask to see if he really is Reed, the publisher?
Oh, not now, Fingers. I know he's Britt Reed. Caught at last as the Green Hornet. I'll phone the police now. When they get here, we'll have the unveiling. Right here in Britt Reed's apartment. The den of the notorious Green Hornet.
So you captured the Green Hornet. Glory be. I can't believe it. Surround him, men.
All right,
Suffering snakes. The Hornet. Right here in Reed's apartment. Sarge, I gotta know if Reed's okay. I gotta find out if he's all right.
You're from the Daily Sentinel, aren't you?
Sure, and what a scoop we'll get.
And now.
Mr. Perry, you're a genius, that you are. Perry? Not Oliver Perry.
The same. I'll remove this wig. And the beard. And here I am.
Well, I'll be... Who's that mug over there?
Oh, Fingers was assisting me in trapping the Hornet.
Great day, what a night. I phoned the commissioner. He'll be here in a minute. He couldn't believe his ears. Wait till Reed hears about this.
Reed? Oh, yes, you were asking about Britt Reed. Well, listen, everybody. Here comes the big surprise.
Go ahead, Perry. With all these guns on him, he can't hurt anyone now, or get away either.
Okay. Here goes.
Suffering snakes.
Satisfied, Perry?
Saints preserve us. Mr. Reed himself. Reed? No. Holy crow, it can't be true.
Oh, no. Look here at this packet of letters, Sergeant. A notation on the wrapper says to be used against Police Commissioner Calloway. He was going to blackmail the commissioner. And these were here in Britt Reed's safe.
What's that? What's to be used against me?
Here's the commissioner now. Bet he'll be surprised.
Commissioner, well, see for yourself. Oliver Perry caught the Green Hornet, and it's none other than Mr. Britt Reed.
Britt Reed, the Green Hornet?
Commissioner, how about taking this pack of hounds off my neck?
Why, what? This is really funny. Why didn't you explain, Mr. Reed?
Well, first, I didn't have a chance. And second, I was enjoying Oliver Perry's big moment.
Now, see here. What is this? No one can deny now that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
Well, I, for one, would like to, believe me.
Reed, even though they got you with the goods,
hold on, everybody. Perry hasn't captured the real Green Hornet at all.
Commissioner Calloway, those letters there on the table are proof enough. Along with the mask he's wearing, the gas gun...
Now, listen. This was all a plan arranged with me by Mr. Reed to get back those letters from a certain party who was trying to blackmail me.
What?
I myself made that mask out of some cheesecloth. Look at it closely. It's crudely made.
Well, this don't look like the real Hornet mask at that.
That's right, it doesn't, as you can see.
No.
And that gun Perry made me drop on the floor isn't a gas gun. Is it, Commissioner?
No. Now, look here. It's a Luger pistol I had at my desk. I lent it to Mr. Reed. He posed as the Hornet at the risk of his life and got those letters for me. Then I guess he put them in the safe to keep for me.
That's right.
Then he ain't the Green Hornet?
Of course not.
I knew it all the time.
Now what? I'm in here, Clancy.
Just come over to the radio on the patrol wagon downstairs.
What did?
A report. About 20 minutes ago, a room in a small hotel on the west side was ransacked by the Green Hornet.
Quiet, everybody. Jumping catfish. Perry brings half the force out here to embarrass poor Mr. Reed, and the real Hornet pulls the job on the west side.
Yeah. Cleaned out all the belongings of a guy named Glenshaw. What? Even the guy himself is missing.
Glenshaw?
Hey, that's the fake name you were using, Perry.
Why, how do they know it was the Hornet?
That's easy. He left the Hornet seal. And that's about all he did leave.
You better get yourself a barrel, Perry.
Oh, Axford.
Huh? What do you want, Reed?
We'll see if Cato's asleep in his quarters. Ask him to bring me some water, will you?
Sure thing, Reed.
Perry, you made a grave mistake.
Cato! Cato!
Coming, Mr. Axford.
Well, Cato's there, all right. I guess he slept through the whole thing. Well, boys, with apologies to Mr. Reed, we'll be moving on.
I guess I owe you an apology, too, Mr. Reed.
That's not quite enough, Perry. Sergeant Burke, take Fingers in for breaking his parole by carrying a gun.
Right. Take him, boys.
Perry, get out. Get out of town. And if I ever see you around again, I'll bring charges against you of illegal entry and attempted robbery. Now get out.
Okay. I'll leave town. But you haven't seen the last of me. I'm not giving up, Reed.
Well, he deserved that, Mr. Reed. And thanks for the letters. I'm sorry you were embarrassed. In fact, you risked your reputation and your life.
Reed, don't ever do anything like that again. You scared the living daylights out of me.
I really had fun through it all. Playing the part of the Green Hornet made me quite a kick.
Reed, I just thought, it's a good thing he didn't run up against the real Hornet wearing his disguise. He wouldn't have liked it.
Oh, well, I liked it. And I, for one, am not the least bit afraid of the real Green Hornet.
What caused such excitement, Mr. Britt? Something happened, perhaps?
Did something happen, he says. Holy crow!
Cut the left street. First bar, Oliver Perry leaves in disgrace. Takes big loss in robbery. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the left street. First bar.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, and incidents used are fictitious.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The adventurer put it on ice. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Miss Williams, what's that? Why is the whistle blowing?
I don't know, Mr. Brinkley. Something's gone wrong.
Find out what it is at once.
Mr. Brinkley, it's the refrigerating system over in packing plant 6.
What? The new system we installed yesterday?
Better come along and look for yourself.
I most certainly will. Miss Williams.
Yes, Mr. Brinkley?
Call the police emergency squad. If any men are overcome by the ammonia fumes, we'll need all the help they can give us.
Right down here, Mr. Brinkley, around the corner.
Yes. How did it happen, Carson? Are there any men inside the plant?
Can't tell how it happened, Mr. Brinkley. The system was okay when we inspected it yesterday. I hope this won't spoil all that meat we've got in there.
Forget that. What does it matter what happens to the meat? It's the men who may be trapped inside I'm worried about.
We'll soon see, Mr. Brinkley. They're right through this door.
Are they all right? Watch out for the ammonia fumes.
Bring them out here in the fresh air.
Stand back. Give them air.
One side. Are they all out?
Out of the way. Let us through, please. It's Mr. Brinkley.
Yeah, we got him out, Mr. Brinkley. Pretty close call, but they'll pull through.
How many were there, Hendricks?
Lucky thing there was only 2 of them, sir. Me and Smith just managed to get them before that ammonia.
Hendricks, you got quite a dose of that ammonia yourself. Better have the doctor take a look at you.
Well, I'm all right now, sir. Just got a little whiff. Nothing to worry about.
Just took a look in through the open door, Mr. Brinkley. That meat is ruined.
Is that true, Hendricks?
I guess so, Mr. Brinkley. You know, it ain't no good when that ammonia's been at it.
Completely spoiled. 2 carloads of beef that we might just as well throw away.
Carson, I can't understand it. We've had one serious loss after another, and now this.
Look here, Hendricks. You were in charge of this unit. How do you explain this mess?
Well, I wish I knew, Mr. Carson. It don't make sense.
We don't want excuses, Hendricks.
Easy, Carson. There's plenty of time to get Hendricks' account of things.
But Mr. Brinkley...
Never mind. You go over and have the doctor check you up, Hendricks. We'll go into this tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I can't figure it happening the way it did.
Carson, you and I better go inside and look around ourselves.
Now, Mr. Brinkley, there may still be some ammonia in there.
No, there ain't, sir. Hendricks busted all the windows when we went in. Gas is practically all out by now.
Come on then, Carson.
Is it okay if I go in with you, Mr. Brinkley?
Who are you?
Lowry's my name, sir, from the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, Britt Reed's paper. Well, come along.
Do you think it's wise, Mr. Brinkley?
How do you mean?
Well, there's been quite a bit of trouble in our packing plant already, sir. Perhaps it's best to keep reporters away.
You're wrong there. Better take me along, Mr. Brinkley.
I don't exactly...
I have a story already, Mr. Brinkley, from the men who were inside. Do you want me to print that, or would you rather have me get the straight dope from seeing it myself?
Look here, young man. What are you implying?
Well, one of them, one that was working inside when the pipes burst, said it looked like plain criminal carelessness.
Don't listen to his story, Mr. Brinkley.
My meat packing plant has always been the safest in the country.
Then it's okay for me to go with you?
Yes, it is.
But, Mr.
Besides, Britt Reed is a friend of mine, and I want him to have a good idea of what's happened here from someone who won't color the story. Put a handkerchief over your nose. We're going in.
The office of Britt Reed's secretary.
Who's the boss with, anyhow?
I don't know, Lowry. I told him you were waiting, but he said to wait. He's tied up with someone who came in while I was out to lunch.
Well, who is it?
Don't ask me. He left those packages on that other desk.
Well, Katie.
Axford.
Very golly, youngsters, glad I am to see you.
You're the one who was with Mr. Reed.
That I am. And I'm to be back at my old job. By golly, ain't that something? How are you, Lowry?
I was all right till you blew in. But anyhow, welcome, Axford.
The same old Lowry. Now I can be giving you me help in cracking some of the stories that happened around this town. Ain't that so?
Yeah, ain't it?
What's in those packages, Axford?
First some brass polish to keep in me disc, and then there's some polishing clothes.
Polish? For what?
For the big package there. It's a brand new cuspidor I brought with me all the way from the West.
Oh, my. It starts all over again. Well, keep it in your desk and take off that hat.
Oh, by golly, it's just like being home. That it is.
I better see the boss.
I'd be trying, Casey, not to get in your hair.
Boss, I'll get right to facts. I told you something about that Brinkley outfit already.
Oh, yes.
I went through the place with Brinkley and his assistant, a guy named Carson. That ammonia leak was caused by a valve being opened when it should have been closed. It's a wonder those 2 men weren't killed.
How did you like Brinkley?
Okay. He told me he was in the Civic Club with you.
That's true. Look here, Lowry. What is there to these stories that Brinkley's meat isn't up to the Board of Health requirements?
That's what I'd like to get more dope on.
Yes?
Mr. Brinkley is here to see you.
Brinkley? Oh, send him right in. I want to see him. I wonder why Brinkley wants to see me, and at this particular time.
Guess I'd better be going along.
No, Lowry, stay here.
Go right in, Mr. Brinkley.
Thank you. Well, how are you, Brinkley? You've met Mr. Lowry, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I have. Went through the plant with me.
How are you?
Reed, that's what I've come to see you about.
The accident at your meatpacking plant this morning? Oh, by the way, how are the 2 men who were overcome by ammonia?
Oh, they're fine, Reed. Resting comfortably. The men got them out in the nick of time.
Brinkley, is it true that you've been having a lot of trouble lately?
Well, yes. Yes, it is.
Lowry's been telling me that some of the restaurants are turning down your product.
They have, and I can't say I blame them. Quite a lot of it's not up to standard.
Why not bring it up to standard again?
You know the reputation of my plant, Reed.
It's always been very good.
Yeah, up to now.
Before this, I've prided myself on the fact that the Board of Health has always given my products the highest possible rating.
Well, you mean that rating has changed?
Changed is putting it mildly. The Board of Health has condemned more than half of the meat in my plant in the last week.
Wow, things sure have gone haywire. When I think of the juicy steaks you used to...
Unless something's done, I'll go bankrupt. I'll be forced to sell my business.
Oh, that's too bad, Brinkley. Yet, at the same time, I scarcely see what this has to do with a newspaper publisher. Why come to me?
Reed, I'm convinced there's something crooked behind it.
Crooked? What makes you think that, Mr. Brinkley?
This accident today, for one thing.
Any evidence of tampering?
None.
I didn't see any either. Looked like just plain carelessness to me.
I'm sure it isn't.
What makes you so positive?
Well, it's nothing tangible.
And if you can't put your finger on it, Mr. Brinkley...
Yet all the trouble has started since I turned down an offer to sell my business.
Oh, I see. You think this is an attempt to force you to sell?
Exactly.
Well, I take it this attempt is proving successful.
Reed, my back's to the wall.
Sounds simple enough to me. Get the police after it. Have them check up.
I have, with no results. They believe I'm simply trying to cover up my own negligence.
Have they investigated the outfit that wants to buy you out?
They've tried to.
What do you mean?
Exactly that. They haven't been able to find out.
Well, isn't it a bit unusual
For a prospective buyer to conceal his identity? Yes, Reed, it is. But it's not unheard of.
Sure, it might be a rival meatpacking concern that wants to put you out of business, then buy your equipment for practically nothing.
Unless I can stop these accidents, they'll get it.
Brinkley, you supply meat to all the hospitals and city food centers, don't you?
That's true, Reed. It's imperative that they're sure of the quality and purity of the meat they use.
In that case, clearing up these difficulties at your plant is a matter of public concern.
Right, boss.
And when the public welfare is jeopardized, the Daily Sentinel is interested. Very interested.
I knew I could count on you, Reed.
A reporter can find out a lot of things that the police can't.
Yeah, especially a good reporter.
Lowry, see what you can dig up. Track down this outfit.
The one that's made Mr. Brinkley that offer?
Cover that plant from cellar to skylight. Check on every one and everything.
Check, boss. It's an assignment.
I'll give you all the help I can.
Brinkley, what happens to your business is a private concern. But when the quality of the food you sell the public is being tampered with, then it's a matter for investigation.
And believe me, boss, when I start investigating, I investigate. Before I'm through, I'll know this setup like I know the palm of my hand.
Now, this here room, Bud, where we cut the meat up into different sections. What about that saw? What's that for?
Oh, same thing. Sometimes we have to saw through big bones.
This belt here is a conveyor for carrying the meat from one operation to the next.
What's behind this door?
Come on in.
Ooh, say, it's cold in here. Here, I'll just...
Here, don't close that door. This is a refrigerator room. If we should get stuck in here with the door closed, we'd be out of luck. Might freeze to death.
I'm that way already. This is where you hang the meat, huh?
Yeah, gotta keep it cold so as it don't spoil. Mr. Carson, our expert on refrigeration, is mighty particular about that.
He can have it. I've seen plenty. Let's get out of here before they use me for a snowman.
You say your name's Lowry?
That's right. Mr. Brinkley sent me over to find out about that offer for his meatpacking plant. I understand that offer came through you.
Yes, it did. I'm a broker, sort of a middleman.
Who made that offer?
Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to give out that information.
What do you mean, not at liberty?
I told Mr. Brinkley the same thing. This sort of transaction comes my way quite frequently. My client doesn't wish to have his identity revealed.
Now, listen here, you...
Furthermore, I don't know who made the offer myself. The whole affair has been conducted by mail. The bank account...
A phony name. I checked on it.
It's a registered business name, which is perfectly legal. And Brinkley knows the money's good.
But I still
That's all I can tell you. Good day.
Casey, you see before you a reporter without a story.
Don't tell me, Lowry, the demon reporter couldn't discover anything.
I know the meatpacking business from A to Z. I know it cold. In fact, after being in that ice room, very cold.
Well, that ought to make a nice feature next to the stamp column.
What is it?
Lowry's back, Mr. Reed, without a story. Shall I send him in?
Oh, yes. No, I'll be out.
Casey, I never want to look a sirloin in the face again.
No luck, eh, Lowry?
Not a trace, boss. If you ask me, Brinkley's having pipe dreams. No trace of any dirty work going on in this place. As far as I could see, those accidents were caused by carelessness. Nothing more.
You couldn't track down the outfit that's offered to buy his business?
Yeah, I drew a blank on that, too. It's a blind alley, boss.
What did you find out?
Oh, I know the business. I know that there's a big shipment of beef coming in by truck tomorrow night, for example. But you can't call that a news scoop.
Tomorrow night, eh?
Is there anything unusual in that, Mr. Reed?
Huh? No, Miss Case, not exactly, but...
What's on your mind, boss?
Just thinking. I have a dinner appointment with Brinkley and Carson at the Civic Club. I'll have just time enough to go home and dress. Goodbye, Lowry. Keep trying.
Well, how do you like that, Casey? We have a mystery on our hands, and he's thinking about dinner.
As soon as Britt Reed reached his apartment, he sat down at his desk and wrote a letter.
Cato, I'm having dinner at the Civic Club with Mr. Brinkley and his assistant, Carson.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll put the Hornet seal on this letter. There. It's addressed to Mr. Brinkley, Cato. Be sure he gets it at dinner this evening.
I tell you, Carson and I are worried, Reed.
The Board of Health has threatened to shut the plant up if there's one more case of contaminated meat.
Now, let me see. Carson, you're the chemist of the plant, aren't you? You're responsible for the condition of the meat.
Yes, I am. I inspected very carefully. Pardon me. A letter for you, Mr. Brinkley, just came by messenger.
I wonder who.
This letter's from the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet? That's impossible.
Look at this seal.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the Green Hornet seal. There's no mistake about that.
He says he's going to hijack that shipment of meat tomorrow night.
You can usually depend on the Green Hornet to do as he says.
How are we going to stop him?
Well, why not delay the shipment?
Can't do that, Reed. That meat has to be here on time.
Well, then send it ahead. We'll send it by train. Have the trucks take a different route. There ought to be some way.
That's it, Reed. We can't send it by train because of the cost. But we can reroute the truck so the Green Hornet won't know about the change.
That's an idea, Mr. Brinkley.
Suppose the Hornet learns of this change of route.
How can he if we take the right precautions?
If you say so, Mr. Brinkley.
I do say so. And we'll do it right now, at this table, secretly. So the Green Hornet will never be able to find out our plan.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Returning from his dinner at the Civic Club with Brinkley and Carson, Britt Reed told Cato what had occurred.
You had the letter brought to the Civic Club at just the right time, Cato. When Brinkley opened it and saw the Green Hornet seal, he didn't know what to say.
Did your plan work?
I sent that letter to Brinkley for a purpose, Cato. The Green Hornet threatened to hijack a truck caravan of meat that's coming to Brinkley's plant. I suggested that the trucks be rerouted over a different road to evade the Green Hornet.
Why, Mr. Britt?
Well, only a few of Brinkley's employees will know of the new route we decided on this evening. I'm convinced that all Brinkley's troubles are being planned by one of those employees in order to gain control of Brinkley's business.
I see.
Now, Brinkley thinks I'm going on a fishing trip. Instead, we're meeting that truck.
You go with the Green Hornet?
We'll take the mask and the gun and all our equipment, but not the Black Beauty.
No?
Well, we'll be out on the open road tomorrow afternoon. The Black Beauty will be too easy to recognize. This time, Cato will travel in a small sedan with a mask handy.
If Mr. Brinkley recognizes you...
Brinkley isn't going out on the road at all, Cato, so we won't run into someone like him who might recognize me. You and I are the only living men to know me as the Green Hornet, Cato. And no one else ever will.
Yes, Miss Williams. What is it?
I called Mr. Reed's office. He's already left on that fishing trip.
Already left? I didn't think he'd go so early.
He left orders that Lowry was to come over to see you. He's on his way.
All right.
Lowry's the reporter who was here the day of the accident, isn't he?
Yes, I'm glad as long as Reed himself isn't available that he's having Lowry come over.
You'll pardon me, Mr. Brinkley. I can't understand why you're so nervous.
That shipment. If the Green Hornet should discover our new route...
Only about 10 of us here in the plant know that.
Still...
If you're so jumpy, why not call in the police?
And increase the chances of a leak? The less people who know, the less chance of the Green Hornet finding out.
I think you're unduly alarmed about all.
It's Mr. Lowry, sir.
Oh, good. Come right in, Lowry. Hello, Mr. Brinkley. You know Mr. Reed's out of town. A fishing trip, yes, I know. You know Carson?
Yes. I'll be going along. Got a lot of meat to inspect this afternoon. See you again, Lowry.
Oh, sure. Say, what's eating him? He looks like he bit on a tough steak. Pardon me. Carson doesn't approve of your employer's ideas. The Green Hornet threatened to What's that? The Green Hornet? Yes. Don't tell me he's mixed up in this. He sent me a letter threatening to hijack a truck caravan full of meat. Reed told me not to release it for publication.
Mr. Reed said that?
In order to avoid publicity, Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You've made plans to checkmate the Green Hornet, and you don't want to take any chances of letting him get out. Is that it?
Precisely. Hasn't Reed told you?
All he said was to stay close to you. Now I see why.
I'm worried about tonight. I wish I could make sure nothing happens to that shipment.
Why don't you?
Huh?
What's to stop you? You have a car, haven't you?
Yes, I
Then
have.
come on. If we leave now, you'll be able to meet those trucks halfway. If anything starts to happen, you'll be right there.
But what could I do?
You can decide that later. Come on, Brinkley.
All right, I'll go. Maybe I'll meet this Green Hornet face to face. But where are you going, Lowry?
What do you think? If anybody's meeting the Green Hornet, this is one baby who wants a grandstand seat. I'm going to be right beside you.
Driving out of the city, Brinkley and Lowry traveled all afternoon. That evening, as darkness fell, Britt Reed and Cato sat in a car that was pulled off the road and hidden from sight.
Look, Cato, there's a car coming along the road. When it goes by, we might as well start after those trucks again. We want to be there with time to spare.
It's coming fast, Mr. Britt.
Cato, did you notice the license number on that car? It's Brinkley's. I noticed it last night in front of the Civic Club. He has a very low license number.
Where is he going?
He must be worried about his trucks. This may ruin everything.
What are we doing, Mr. Britt?
We have to make sure Brinkley doesn't reach those trucks before we've taken care of everything. He might recognize me in spite of my disguise.
Yes, sir.
We'll drive up past them. Several hundred large tacks in front of their tires would delay them a long time. Long enough for us to accomplish what we set out to do.
Turning onto the road, Britt Reed pressed down on the accelerator. The sedan sped along the concrete after Brinkley's car.
There they are, Cato, stopping for that light ahead. Get the tacks ready. We're in luck. The light's changing. We'll be able to pass them before they get going too fast. The tacks now. Good work, Cato. Both front tires.
Want to take the wheel for a while, Smitty?
Hendricks, you keep it. Tough job driving over this strange road. Ain't like the regular one. What's the idea in shifting the route on us?
Search me, Smitty. He's been jittery ever since that icing plant broke down.
All I hope is he don't get wise to what's going on.
Not a chance. By this time tomorrow, Brinkley will be glad to sell out.
As long as I get my dough, that's all I'm worrying about.
You and me both, Smitty. Yeah, we'll get it. And more than we figured, too.
Yeah? How do you mean, Hendricks?
Well, we know what's going on, don't we?
Sure, we're the babies who've been doing all the dirty work for Carson.
You got it, Smitty. After Carson makes Brinkley sell the plant, we ain't finished, see?
You mean we tell Carson he's got to keep shelling out dough to us?
Right. Either Carson keeps paying us hush money or we squeeze.
Say, wouldn't Brinkley be surprised to know that Carson's the guy who's figured out this whole scheme?
He ain't gonna find out. You and me and Carson is the only ones who know. Carson ain't gonna spell it, and neither do we. If he pays us enough.
Yeah, if he pays us.
He'll pay all right. Carson's no dummy.
Hey, Hendricks, look up ahead.
Yeah, I seen it. A car across the road.
But this ain't where we're supposed to meet Carson.
Who else could it be, you sap? It must be Carson. Yeah, it's Carson. I recognize his car.
Hey, Carson, what's the idea of meeting us here? I thought you was going to be 5 miles up further.
I had to change our plans, Hendricks. A while back, I noticed that the car was trailing me along the road.
Yeah? Who was it?
I don't know. But to be on the safe side, I turned into a side road to duck him. And met you here instead of the regular place.
Say, what's going on? This business and making us take a different route from the regular run. What's up? The Green Hornet threatened to hijack this truck.
Green Hornet, so that's it.
Well, let him. Won't that help ruin Brinkley's business? Not as well as my way, Smith. I'm a chemist. I'm going to shoot the meat in this truck full of germs. When a Board of Health inspects a shipment tomorrow, Brinkley will really be finished.
Guess you're right.
That's why I called the state police.
What? State police? Who wants them around?
I told them you were calling, Hendricks. I said you wanted protection from the Green Hornet. You understand?
Oh, I get it. That's in case this Green Hornet should show up later, huh?
Exactly. Now, let's get busy.
Just a second, Carson. Me and Smitty got a paper for you to sign first.
A paper?
Yeah. Hold it under the panel light, Hendricks, so that he can see.
Read it, Carson. It says what we're doing this job for, all about it.
But I don't understand.
We want it signed, see you. We don't open this truck.
That thing's practically a confession. I won't sign.
Don't worry. We'll tear it up when we get paid. If we get paid enough.
You'll get paid.
We're making sure, that's all. Come on. We wouldn't be saps enough to show this to anybody if that's what's bothering you, Carson. Proves we're in as deep as you.
That's true.
Here's a pen. Got it all ready.
There. Now, let's not delay any longer.
So the state troopers are going to make sure our plan works. Ain't that a laugh?
Now, come on, you two. Open up the back of this truck so I can get inside and do a job on that meat.
Okay.
This is some truck, ain't it?
Plenty cold inside of it, too. Special refrigeration and all.
Here's the door, Carson. Around and back.
Open it.
Yeah, that's what I... Hey, Hendricks, I thought you locked it up.
I'll be sure I locked it.
It ain't locked now.
Never mind that. Get busy. Open those doors.
Okay. They're pretty heavy. Feel that blast of cold air, Carson? Sure is chilly inside there.
That's exactly where you're going.
What the devil?
Who's that?
He's wearing a mask.
Don't move, any of you. The Green Hornet.
No.
So Carson was right. You did trail him.
But I took a side road. I lost you. I followed you. My lights were out.
Can you beat that? So you're the guy who opened this lock.
A bent hairpin.
You've been inside the truck.
Climb up here. Now, let's be sensible about this.
Oh,
listen, Hornet.
Climb, or would you like me to pull the trigger?
No. No.
Don't shoot, Hornet. Don't.
You suppose there's nothing in that gun but gas. I've heard about the Hornet, and you know I mean what I say.
Sure, it's okay by us.
Shut up, Hendricks. You can't bluff me, Hornet. What if you do pull that trigger? Where'll that get you? I've no time for talk, Carson. In.
No, you can't make me.
Take him.
Gas. I can't breathe.
Now, you two, pick him up.
I didn't see you shoot.
Who done it if you didn't?
Never mind what's behind you. Get Carson in here, fast.
Okay. Only don't do nothing to us. He's heavy.
Over the top, we're lifting.
Yeah.
I'm coming up. Now, don't try anything. Remember, there's a man behind you.
We ain't.
All right, in with Carson.
Now, hold on, Hornet. We ain't done a thing. We were just working for Carson.
We'll tell you anything you want to know.
I don't need information. Inside, you rats. In.
Okay.
We're going. And you'll stay there.
What, you can't close the door. You want to freeze us to death?
Get back, both of you. There. Have to hurry, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Brinkley's had time enough to fix the tires on his car. He'll be out looking for us by now.
Yes, Mr. Bennett.
State troopers may be out looking as well. You want to make sure they discover these rats right where they are without getting us.
I understand.
You got the sedan going. I'll drive this truck. Keep trailing me. We'll keep moving along this road till we meet up with Brinkley. Get going.
Later, Brinkley and Lowry drove along the road.
I can't see any sign of our truck yet, Lowry. According to the schedule, we ought to be up with it by now. If we hadn't got those blowouts, it'd be okay. The way that car whipped past us and dropped tacks on the road, it must have been the Green Hornet. We have the state troopers with us now. Even if we did locate the truck, we'll get there in time. Look, Mr. Brinkley, up ahead, coming toward us. Isn't that your truck? Yes, it is. Hey, you troopers! That's it up ahead. Get up there. That's it, all right. The truck stopped. There's a guy jumping out of the driver's seat. That's not the regular driver. Look, he's getting in a car beside the truck, Brinkley. The troopers will never catch him. Hurry. You troopers, after that car.
It's going too fast.
That's the Green Hornet.
I thought he had a special car.
Couldn't catch that one with a bullet the way it's traveling.
Hey, what's that?
Somebody's yelling for help.
Whoever it is, it's from inside my truck. We'll get you out. Well, hurry up.
It's locked. Stand back. I'll shoot the lock off. There. Swing these doors back.
Let me out. I'm froze.
We'll talk. Don't shoot. Hendricks, Smith, what happened?
The Green Hornet, he caught us, shoved us in the eye.
Hey, give me a hand. There's another guy here and passed out.
Okay.
Hold on. Take it easy there. It's Carson. By all that's holy, what's he doing here? Look at what he had with him, Mr. Brinkley. Full equipment for infecting the meat.
What do you two lugs know about this?
They got nothing on us. That guy Carson was in with the Green Hornet.
Sure, that's it.
Is that so? Then why did the Hornet gas Carson?
Gas?
Well,
we don't know.
Run for it, Smitty. They got us. Stand right here.
The only place you're going is jail.
What's he got in his hand?
I ain't got nothing.
Hand it over.
Give me that. What is it, Lowry? Wow, it's just about a full confession. That's all you need.
Come on, you two. You're headed for the cooler, and I don't mean refrigeration.
It's too bad we couldn't get the Green Hornet, too. To think that Carson was in with a crook like him.
Anyway, Brinkley, you have one thing to be thankful for.
Yes?
Green Hornet or no Green Hornet, your troubles have been put on ice for good.
Sentinel XP Pepper! State police capture food poisoners! Carson indicted as Green Hornet A! Sentinel Pepper, Hornet X3! Green Hornet still alert! Sentinel X3 Pepper!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
Brought to you by Radio